When Fang Kai can grasp the rise and fall of every civilization, each of his choices will determine the fate that civilization will face. Survival or death. This does not depend on you, but on me. Chapter 1. I just transcended and want to escape. Pain. A tearing pain. Fang Kai felt something thick and hard violently penetrate his body, completely ignoring any gentleness. Moreover, this thing was fast, precise, and ruthless. After landing a hit, it injected wave after wave of warm substance into his body, and the pain rapidly faded during this process of warm infusion. What followed was a feeling of extreme comfort, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, every pore of his body opening up, causing his previously furrowed brow to gradually relax. Fang Kai enjoyed this warm and comfortable process, a smile spreading across his face. But soon, his brow furrowed slightly as a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Consciousness reload activated, neuron links established, core engine energy injected, neural control system loaded, completed, active control module activated, attempting first consciousness loading. Failure. Researching consciousness data. Consciousness reload completed. The warm feeling faded, and it was a bit cool around him. Fang Kai could no longer sleep and rub his eyes in a daze. Why is this dream so strange today? Could it be because spring has arrived? He mumbled as he was about to get up when a familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Hello, Commander. The mechanical voice was very clear, right next to his ear. Fang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, and after a few seconds of confusion, his gaze became clear. What met his eyes was a pure white, arc-shaped room. In front of him was a floating blue orb of light. He realized he was wearing a standard uniform with a white base and black patterns. He touched the fabric of his clothes, unsure of what material it was made from, but it felt quite soft. Fang Kai was stunned. He had been sleeping well, so how did he wake up here? Could it be that what just happened wasn't a dream? Fang Kai's face turned pale instantly. He quickly reached back with his right hand to check. Everything felt normal. There was no pain. It seemed he was fine, and Fang Kai's expression improved slightly as he twisted his body and felt no abnormalities. He finally felt relieved. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of electric currents interrupted Fang Kai's panicked thoughts. The blue orb of light flickered. Hello, Commander. I am the artificial intelligence of Prometheus, created by my designer, who named me Spark. Prometheus is the code name of this spaceship. The familiar mechanical voice rang out again, and Fang Kai immediately recognized it as the source of the intermittent speech he had heard while sleeping. However, Fang Kai was more concerned about the AI's address for him. Commander? Yes, Commander. Given that you have just regained consciousness, I will provide you with a detailed introduction to your current environment. The spaceship we are on, Prometheus, is a most advanced warp-speed spacecraft created by the crystallization of civilization's wisdom. Within this spaceship, all technological and cultural data of the civilization, as well as consciousness data of 1 trillion compatriots and 1 million commanders, are stored. Fang Kai listened in confusion. Had he transcended? He subconsciously asked, what is the purpose of the Prometheus spaceship? The AI Spark's voice suddenly paused, and the room fell silent again. Fang Kai felt a bit anxious, wondering if he had spoken out of turn by asking such a silly question. But soon, Spark's voice resumed. It seems that during the consciousness reload process, your memory system was damaged. I apologize, Commander. During the last warp speed flight, the spaceship suffered an unknown energy shock, causing extensive damage to the main power source and consciousness data storage chamber. You are the last surviving consciousness data. This is the misfortune of Prometheus, but also our fortune amidst misfortune. Fang Kai twitched at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to tell the AI in front of him that it was too early to celebrate. The last fortune of this civilization was gone. How could a civilization fall to the point of losing its final inheritance? Coming here without knowing if it counts as helping them preserve their civilization. Spark continued. Analyzing your current situation, I will reintroduce everything about Prometheus. 85 million years ago, your civilization discovered a cosmic substance called superluminal particles. Superluminal particles are scattered throughout the universe, expanding in a disordered state. The discovery of superluminal particles made superluminal warp speed travel much simpler, accelerating the civilization's pace of exploration. However, alongside the expansion of the universe, dark matter energy also accelerated its rate of expansion. Initially, this did not raise concerns, as dark matter energy permeated the entire universe. But when some galaxies mysteriously vanished and could not be observed, civilization scientists had to admit they had disappeared. As observations deepened, A ridiculous hypothesis was proposed by scientists. Overly expanding dark matter was consuming their universe. The faster the universe expanded, the faster dark matter energy also expanded. When the density of this dark energy became too great, any celestial body in the universe will be devoured by dark matter, including the galaxy we depend on for survival. We call this phenomenon the Great Collapse. Prometheus was therefore built, and there were a total of 1,313 ships similar to Prometheus, according to the records of the ship's manufacturing cutoff time. As the current commander, your ultimate task is to properly utilize the resources within the spaceship to ensure it can continue moving forward until it escapes the range of dark matter expansion or until your consciousness perishes. After hearing Spark's introduction, Fang Kai gasped in shock. The universe was dying? Just a moment ago, he was an ordinary working youth on Earth, and now he had become a survivor of a civilization fleeing the destruction of the universe. This transition was too drastic. So what is the current situation? Fang Kai's expression darkened. He originally intended to ask this AI what it had done to his body while he was sleeping. Report, Commander. During the last warp speed flight, Prometheus was already on the edge of dark matter consumption. The previous commander forcibly initiated warp speed travel to escape, resulting in severe damage to Prometheus. Our safety time. Ziz report. Due to unknown energy shocks during warp speed travel, we are currently unable to calculate precise time. The estimated time is 3.2 years, but this is not accurate. We need to restore the main power source of the spaceship to calculate more accurately. Fang Kai's face twitched. Even the calculation results were inaccurate. This AI was really unreliable. Spark. Yes, Commander. What is our current position, and how do we restore the main power source? As a new commander, especially someone as new as Fang Kai, who knew nothing, he decided to rely on this unreliable AI, Spark, to gradually familiarize himself with this alien high-tech spaceship. We need to quickly repair the damaged areas of Prometheus and continue moving to escape the consumption of dark matter energy. Searching for our position. I'm sorry, the pulse positioning system has failed. We cannot locate the current position. The main power source of Prometheus is insufficient to restart the pulse positioning system. Attempting to activate Prometheus energy collection device. Unable to activate. Main power is insufficient. I recommend that the commander restart the backup energy to activate the lowest level energy replenishment system solar array. Please restart the solar array, Commander. Great, we have nothing at all. Completely starting from scratch? Fang Kai silently complained, but didn't hesitate to order. Restart. His only thought now was to escape from that so-called dark matter energy consumption. Chapter 2. This is a prime harvest target. Fang Kai felt that, as a new commander, it was best to issue commands according to the suggestions of the artificial intelligence, Spark, without overthinking it before understanding the specific situation. With Fang Kai's order, a series of small repair drones and construction machines flew out from the massive port on the ship's left side. These machines resembled four-legged spiders, powered by nuclear energy, with both their core structure and limbs equipped with transformation modules that could turn into various maintenance tools. These smart-controlled repair machines were essential engineers on the ship, tasked with providing logistical repair support during the long journey of escape. The severely damaged Prometheus ship needed to first repair the damaged areas of the external deck before it could install the solar array. These machines were incredibly swift. After about 10 minutes, Fang Kai received a message from Spark that the external damage deck had been repaired and the solar array had been restarted. The massive external deck of the Prometheus was covered with solar panels. Solar array restart complete. Energy replenishment in progress. Main energy system restarting. Restart complete. Reactivating pulse positioning system online. Prometheus has reacquired positioning, Commander. The Prometheus is currently in a small star system consisting of one star and two planets. The abundant stellar energy can accelerate Prometheus's energy acquisition speed. We will approach one of the planets and attempt to analyze whether it has the conditions to replenish Prometheus's energy. Please activate the observation system, Commander. Following Spark's guidance, Fang Kai issued the command. Observation system activated. Entering observation mode. The curved walls around Fang Kai slowly opened, revealing the vast starry sky outside. Fang Kai was stunned. He had nearly forgotten how long it had been since he last looked up at the stars. As a child living in the countryside, he could see countless stars on summer nights, but as he grew older and became weary from work, he had long forgotten what the night sky looked like. Only faint memories from his childhood remained of the starry sky. The universe was still so beautiful, with dense clusters of stars dotting bright stars and distant nebulae that resembled frozen veils. The three formed a magnificent cosmic pattern. Commander, to maintain the continuous flight of Prometheus, the system was forced to shut down part of the database and system modules. After acquiring sufficient energy, you can gradually reactivate them. Commander, we have entered the planet's low Earth orbit. Shall we begin scanning? Fang Kai pulled his gaze from the depths of the starry sky and glanced at the huge red planet outside the floor-to-ceiling glass, suppressing his immense curiosity, and said, "Scan." If possible, he really wanted to go down and take a look. After all, this was an alien planet that he, as an ordinary person, had never encountered. Not to mention contact, he had never even seen it with his own eyes. The videos online that had been processed were completely unrealistic. Swarm probes ready, 12 launched. Under Fang Kai's puzzled gaze, Spark introduced swarm probes, one of the crystallizations of human civilization, resemble ordinary bees. They can quickly complete surface exploration of the planet. They're the optimal choice for human exploration of planets. Standing in front of the massive glass, Fang Kai listened to Spark's explanation while enjoying the light from the stars. His mood surged as an ordinary young man. He could actually roam the universe one day. At that moment, he couldn't even be bothered to explore why he was on the Prometheus to him. Did crossing over even need to be rationalized? Swarm probes are descending. Anti-gravity device activated. Collecting data. After waiting about 10 seconds, Spar provided another report. Commander, the planet scan results have been compiled. Please review the analysis report. A data report appeared on the glass in front of Fang Kai. He raised his hand and clicked on the report, which automatically expanded its contents. Atmospheric concentration assessment. Oxygen level 0.003, carbon dioxide level 97.33, nitrogen level 0.02, other gas level 2.647, water content. Extremely low temperature above normal standard line by 20 radiation index, normal, no vegetation or life forms detected. System analysis result. Look, this is a barren rocky planet, mass 4.2310 kilograms, density 5.211 centimeters, no life response. A prime harvesting target, it poses no moral pressure from any interstellar civilization. After reading the report, Fang Kai suddenly found that this artificial intelligence, Spark, was quite interesting. However, for Fang Kai, he recognized every single word in the planetary report and understood their meanings. But when put together, he felt that he was completely at a loss, not understanding anything. Spark, analyze whether this planet has any mining value. Not understanding, he asked Fang Kai felt that his learning attitude deserved to be praised. Please read the planetary report carefully, Commander. Your lack of diligence makes me suspect that you engaged in some improper transaction during the Commander assessment. Fang Kai instantly felt disheartened. He hadn't really paid attention to the report because he didn't understand much of the lengthy descriptions, so he hadn't focused. But Spark's critique was a bit sharp. Why should he, a novice, bear such accusations? Fortunately, Spark responsibly explained, Commander, although this planet has no life, it still contains rich materials that can meet some of Prometheus's needs. I have retrieved the design blueprint for the star ring. Please issue the order to construct the star ring. This time, Spark seemed to have learned from previous lessons, understanding that this new commander was a bit inexperienced and thoughtfully prepared an introduction for Fang Kai. The star ring is a massive celestial-grade circular structure, typically composed of inner and outer rings. It serves as a planetary fortress, a hub for offense and defense transitions, and a nexus for mass energy conversion. It can efficiently absorb and convert the material of the entire planet, which will serve as the primary energy source for Prometheus. The richer the variety of planetary material resources, the more energy the star ring can obtain. The star ring also has another name, the planetary disassembler. Spark's introduction left Fang Kai awestruck, although he hadn't seen the star ring in reality. Just the description of this colossal structure that could orbit a planet was enough to excite him. Initiate star ring construction. Fang Kai did not hesitate after all. This was just a lifeless planet, and he could extract energy without any reservations. Just as the report stated, Fang Kai could harvest it without any moral pressure. Chapter 3 Star Ring. Upon receiving the order, the facility construction machines began deployment. Commander, considering the physical capacity of the Prometheus spacecraft itself, we will use the material of the planet to construct the star ring. Once the star ring is completed, you will need to decide the fate of this planet, to devour or to preserve. Fang Kai was taken aback. The meanings of these two words were very clear, and he could understand them. However, he needed to consult the opinion of the Fire Seed on how to choose. Please elaborate on the differences between devouring and preserving. The fire seed replied, Commander, devouring is the most beneficial for you in the Prometheus. Devouring can yield a massive amount of energy in a very short time. But it will also reduce the entire planet to dust in an extremely short time. On the other hand, preserving is based on moral and cosmic civilization principles. It does not destroy the celestial body and focuses on sustainable extraction, resulting in a very low energy efficiency. Generally, such a choice takes more time, and the final benefit is far lower than that of devouring. However, the essence of the star ring remains that it is a planetary disassembler. As long as the star ring continues to operate, this planet will eventually turn into dust in the universe. It seems that regardless of the choice, the final result is the same. One emphasizes a frenzied and violent output, forcibly destroying the planet regardless of its experience, while the other is relatively gentler and may provide a fairly good experience for this planet. Fang Kai looked at the red planet before him and directly ordered, devour it. Now is not the time to care for the planet. He remembered that the fire seed had just told him that the devouring of dark matter energy would occur in 32 years. Now, what he needed to do was to repair the Prometheus as quickly as possible, restore the primary energy, and resume warp travel to escape to a farther place. Survival is paramount. Upon receiving the order, Commander, the devouring planet plan is initiated, temporarily naming the planet to be devoured, Red 1. Commander, when you choose to devour the planet, it will be completely disassembled into dust by the star ring. According to the feedback on the energy acquisition speed of the solar array, the completion time for the first relay point of the star ring is approximately 30 days. Fang Kai did not understand these details. He opened the star ring design blueprint that the fire seed had provided earlier. The most basic star ring requires 8 relay points to form a circular ring, and at the same time, for star ring reaction furnaces need to be built at 4 proportionate support points to drive the star ring, which is larger than the celestial body itself. After completing the star ring relay points and reaction furnaces, the final step is to build the star ring framework to ensure the maximum mass energy conversion efficiency. Fang Kai could not understand the detailed design drawings, so he only looked for some basic information. He found that constructing the star ring does not necessarily have to follow the blueprint requirements. It can be adjusted according to the volume and mass of the planet itself. However, Fang Kai was unclear about how the planet's volume and mass relate to the construction of the star ring. He only had 32 years, which amounts to just over 1,100 days, and this time is an estimate from the fire seed and not precise. Silently calculating in his heart, Fang Kai expressed the need to speed up the construction of the star ring. Fire seed, is there a way to accelerate the construction speed of the star ring? Calculating now, Commander, the Prometheus is currently in a star irradiation area, and we can build more solar panel arrays, stacking them in an orderly manner. This will improve energy acquisition efficiency and allow us to activate more facility construction machines. Just as you said, as long as it can speed up the construction of the star ring. Order received, executing. On the planet named Red 1, hurricanes stirred up clouds of dust, blocking out the sun. The entire planet experienced constant gales due to the lack of a stable atmosphere. The red soil was eroded by the hurricane, leaving deep ravines. And signs of weathering were everywhere on this planet. Amid the howling hurricane, lights flickered, and a group of facility construction machines flew smoothly through the sky of this planet. Undeterred by the storm, the gravel mixed with the hurricane was ruthlessly devoured by these machines, and after flying for a while, they found a flat rocky plain to land on. After landing, the 4 sharp metal legs easily rooted into the soil, and the spider-like construction machine extended a metal pipe as thick as a thumb from its midsection. The top of the pipe was extremely sharp, directly piercing into the soil, and then continuously extended downward, deeply jabbed into the surface. Detecting the center point of Red 1, initiating mass energy conversion, calculating construction blueprints, and starting analysis. Calculating the orbit of the Red 1 star ring. Model establishment in progress, establishing the preliminary calculation formula for 141,112,141 2. Starting to optimize the algorithm. Model establishment completed. Calculated the circumference of the star ring orbit to be 48708. Starting production of nanomaterials. Performing orbit positioning. The 4 metal legs pulled out from the ground, rotated diagonally upwards, with the body supported solely by the metal pipe from the midsection. The 4 metal legs converged and inverted, resembling an obelisk shape. As a blue energy halo slowly condensed at the top of the obelisk, tiny white metal particles gradually formed within the energy halo, with a sizzling sound. A white laser shot into the sky, piercing through the hurricane, breaking through the atmosphere, and directly reaching the synchronous star ring orbit of the Red 1 planet. The first phase of the star ring relay point construction began, length 60885, under construction. As the first laser appeared, the second and third lasers followed simultaneously, merging into towering beams of light that illuminated the dark red planet and brought some light to the surroundings. Countless transformed nanomaterials were sent into the synchronous orbit through the laser channel, then assembled into part of the star ring relay point. These nanomaterials had already been assigned positions and rapidly pieced together in the synchronous orbit, forming a slightly curved slender frame that gradually took shape. The star ring relay point forming at a visible speed. Fang Kai looked through the glass, filled with curiosity. He did not know how powerful this spaceship, which contained the crystallization of a civilization's wisdom, truly was. However, watching the towering light beam shooting up from the surface of the planet and the gradually forming star ring relay point, he felt an extreme shock from this outrageous construction method. Constructing out of thin air from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Is this the construction technique of a high-level civilization? The first phase of the star ring construction officially commenced. Commander, we have produced more solar arrays as per your request and suggest you consume some energy to activate the composite solar array, which not only optimizes the current solar array but also improves energy acquisition efficiency. The Fire Seed's voice timely echoed, and upon hearing it, Fang Kai's expression became somewhat strange. Was he playing a game here? Could it still be updated piece by piece? Chapter 4 Universal Energy. The surface of the Prometheus spacecraft was covered with layers of solar panels, and the distant red star's rays shone upon it, providing a large amount of energy to the solar arrays. The establishment of the composite solar array brought more energy benefits to the Prometheus. Fang Kai curiously asked, what exactly is this energy? Why can it manufacture equipment and also provide power to the Prometheus? Although he had returned much knowledge to the diligent teacher who taught him, the term energy in his understanding belonged to a general concept. An energy source can refer to many things, such as fuel, wind power, hydropower, electricity, etc. However, from what he learned from the Fire Seed, the energy it described is a singular entity. Commander, energy is the pinnacle product of civilization. It can be broadly applied across various industries, replacing most material needs required in fields such as medicine, food, aerospace, industry, and experimental research. It is referred to by civilization as universal energy beyond the super-heavy elements. Fang Kai pursed his lips, somewhat understanding yet not fully, but as long as this energy was impressive, that was enough. With a continuous influx of external energy, the Fire Seed began to deploy more facility construction machines to Planet Chi 1, accelerating the construction speed of the star ring. Fang Kai watched as new laser beams broke through the dense clouds of Planet Chi 1, deploying nanomaterials along the star ring's orbit. His slightly urgent mindset relaxed a bit. Commander, the energy recovery is proceeding smoothly. We can now allocate some energy to repair the damaged circuits in the warp drive. Once these circuits are repaired, we can restart part of the automated production system. With some energy restored, Fire Seed proposed again. What is the function of the automated production system? Fang Kai asked humbly. Fire Seed, accustomed to this commander who seemed oblivious, quickly responded, the automated production system is the only non-energy production line on the Prometheus spaceship. It can produce the equipment and tools we need using other materials when energy is insufficient. Fang Kai realized, so it's a kind of insurance system? On the Prometheus, the powerful mass energy conversion transforms most materials into energy, which is then used to manufacture various required equipment and tools. The spider-like facility construction machines are equipped with powerful mass energy conversion devices that decompose other materials into energy and then use that energy to create nanomaterials. Their construction method is straightforward, but the technological power contained within is top-notch. However, these facility construction machines are also energy-driven, so they are different from the automated production system. This automated production system made Fang Kai even more impressed with the builders of the Prometheus. They had almost considered every possible emergency measure. He couldn't help but marvel at how they had thought of everything he hadn't, and how they had even further strengthened what he had thought of. However, he also realized that with his ordinary intelligence, he could hardly compare to the scientists of the civilization that built this spaceship, especially since he had just one mind. While the scientists were a group, how could he compete? After tapping his head, Fang Kai immediately agreed. Let's do as you say. Receive the order, Commander. The automated production system will save energy consumption to some extent, allowing us to allocate more energy to the repairs of the Prometheus. Buzz. A virtual image of a spaceship appeared on the glass in front of Fang Kai, shaped like a shuttle. This was the shape of the Prometheus spaceship. In the lower left section of the shuttle-shaped spaceship, a small red dot flickered, but it was clearly visible. Is this the automated production system? Fang Kai looked closely. Then his attention was drawn to the overall shape of the Prometheus. He tried to reach out and press on the virtual image, using 2 fingers to zoom in. The image of the Prometheus expanded, revealing a dense array of lines and independent compartments within the simple shuttle structure. At the very front of the spaceship, there was a white dot, labeled as the control center where he was located. Besides the control center, Fang Kai saw a series of module systems covering reconnaissance, mass energy conversion hub, combat, energy control, data center, repair chambers, weapon arrays, and more, all related to the navigation of the Prometheus. Fang Kai thought to himself, this spaceship was purely built for long-distance travel. It didn't consider the psychological issues that might arise from individual life forms feeling lonely in the vastness of space. However, Fang Kai also sensed the determination of this civilization. This spaceship carried the hope and future of their civilization's legacy. The million consciousness data selected to be commanders were likely chosen after very strict assessments and training. As for the issue of loneliness, it might have long been cast aside by their resolute will. Their goals were unified and consistent, for the inheritance and development of civilization. However, the commander who had been usurped was quite unfortunate, and those who had been removed before even taking office were even worse off. As Fang Kai pondered, the automated production system was restarted by Fire Seed. Commander, the automated production system has been restarted. I have called up a new blueprint for an engineering device. You can begin its construction in the Devouring Planet Plan list. Fang Kai glanced at the blueprint, which depicted a rectangular box shape with independent mechanical arms on all 8 faces. Start. Fang Kai did not hesitate at all. What he faced now was not a matter of civilization inheritance. At this point, he felt that the issue of civilization inheritance seemed to require no consideration from him. How could he, by himself, inherit civilization? Right now, the most important thing was to consider his own safety. Light engineering structure has been constructed using spare materials. The construction is complete. The engineering machines have built-in subsystems that will autonomously excavate materials and construct more solar arrays along the star ring orbit. At the same time, they will store some usable materials in the storage room for backup. Fang Kai was moved. It seemed that the previous commanders had left behind quite a legacy. He had just been thinking about how to deal with the materials needed for the automated production system, but it turned out there was already a stockpile. With new reinforcements joining in, the construction speed of the star ring could accelerate again. Looking at the construction of the star ring relay point not far away, like a 3D printer, Fang Kai felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 5. Energy consumption and recovery time ticked away, and the role of the light engineering machines, as Fire Seed had said, greatly accelerated the energy acquisition efficiency of the Prometheus. Although their functions were not as powerful as the facility construction machines, their manufacturing costs were much cheaper, and their numbers were substantial. Most importantly, they did not consume precious energy. According to Fire Seed, once they had decomposed and drained planet Chi, 1, these light engineering machines would not be taken away. Instead, they would be left behind. This aligned with their inexpensive nature. Although light engineering machines were cheap, their work efficiency was not slow. They laid out a large number of composite solar arrays along the star ring orbit. With more energy available for Fire Seed to utilize, the majority was used to activate the facility construction machines. These spider-like powerful machines blossomed across the surface of planet Chi, 1, with laser beams reaching the sky, illuminating the entire planet in a kaleidoscope of colors. Fang Kai looked at the planet Chi, 1, resembling a sea urchin, and estimated the construction speed of the star ring. After deploying a large number of facility construction machines, Fire Seed recalculated and concluded that the total time required to construct all relay points of the star ring would be completed in 1100 hours. About 45 days. Every day, he was constantly monitoring the construction progress of the entire star ring and the repair progress of the Prometheus itself. The ship's repairs, supported by a large amount of energy, were basically completed on the 33rd day, except for some internal circuits that still needed repair. Of course, those forcibly shut down system function modules remained in the off state. To restart them would require more energy. However, what shocked Fang Kai the most was that, although not completed, the star ring relay point had already showcased its massive size, making Fang Kai marvel at the enormity and breathtaking nature of celestial creations. In front of the star ring, even planet Chi, One looked like a ball that could easily enter and exit without colliding. On the 45th day, the star ring relay point was fully completed. Looking at the enormous dark gray metallic ring outside planet Chi, 1, it was seamlessly constructed, making it impossible to tell that it was made of segments. On the surface of the unknown dark gray metal, clear energy circulation lines crisscrossed, outlining complex patterns. Commander, the relay point has been completed, marking the end of the first phase of the star ring, with a total duration of 1,098 hours. The metal magnetic membrane on the outer layer of the star ring can absorb solar energy more efficiently, increasing our energy acquisition efficiency fivefold. This is good news. A smile finally appeared on Fang Kai's face. Knowing that he might die in 3 years and living under such pressure, he was experiencing what it meant to be on edge for the first time. His poor sleep had caused him to lose weight. According to the plan, we need to build the star ring reactor and the star ring framework. The star ring reactor is the core energy source to start the star ring, while the star ring framework will stabilize the gravitational pull between the star ring and the Red One planet, ensuring the efficiency of mass energy conversion. Fang Kai stared intently at the enormous star ring before him. This colossal structure provided him with some sense of reassurance. Continue construction. He was now more eager than ever to see what it would be like when the star ring was fully completed and operational. Received, Commander. The Spark meticulously accepted the orders as always. However, Spark's voice rang out again. Commander, the main energy has been restored to 15. I recently relaunched the pulse signal and recalculated the arrival time of dark matter energy absorption. Fang Kai's expression, which had just improved, suddenly changed as if he had just pulled down his pants to squat and was startled back halfway. He quickly asked, how much is left after the recalculation? Dark matter energy absorption is 24 light-years away from us, considering that the expansion speed of dark matter energy far exceeds the speed of light. According to the superluminal particle mass energy effect formula, I calculated that dark matter energy absorption will reach here in 507 days, devouring everything around. Fang Kai's expression darkened. Having just witnessed a great cosmic architectural miracle, his excited blood had not yet cooled when he suddenly heard such bad news, making him feel as if he had poured a bucket of ice water into hot oil. His heart sank significantly. When can we restart warp travel? Fang Kai asked nervously. During the past month, he had not just stared outside. He had also brushed up on a lot of fundamental knowledge. Fortunately, the previous commander only deleted the navigation logs and did not erase the knowledge of civilization, or he would have suspected that the other party had self-destructive intentions. However, he could understand the other party's feelings. He was also anxious and couldn't sleep well without knowing what dark matter energy absorption was. Given that the previous commander had held on for so long while being aware of the situation, he felt it was not impossible for the other party to do something crazy. After all, being chased by the threat of dark matter energy swallowing them every day. 9 out of 10 people would go insane. The thought of his future being caught in such a terrifying chase made him shudder. Commander, as long as we restore the main energy to 10, we can perfectly restart warp travel and escape the troubles of dark matter energy absorption for a considerable period. Spark finally shared some good news. After calculations, once we completely harvest the absorption of the Red One planet, we expect to restore the main energy to 8. Fang Kai quickly did some mental math. The current main energy is at 15, plus 8, that makes 95. Which means he only needs 5 more energy to start warp travel and escape far away. This 5 energy can be easily restored. Our time seems ample. Fang Kai couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Restoring 5 energy shouldn't be too difficult, right? Sorry, Commander, while the energy is being restored, we are also consuming continuously. Before that, we still need to restart the cold fusion reactor to replace energy for Prometheus's daily energy supply. Fang Kai's joy instantly froze on his face as he suddenly realized that Prometheus seemed to be relying on this crucial resource for operation. What would happen if we didn't restart the cold fusion reactor? Warp travel will consume 10 energy, and after the journey ends, you will fall into a predicament of energy deficiency, just like now. Upon learning this result, Fang Kai felt a tightness in his chest again. How do we restart the cold fusion reactor? We need to repair the emergency energy chamber, which will consume 8 energy. This will affect the construction speed of the star ring, so we need to plan the energy allocation. It will take us 13 working days to extend the time to restart the cold fusion reactor. The corners of Fang Kai's mouth twitched as he complained. Why didn't you remind me like this when restarting the automatic production system earlier? Spark kindly reminded, the automatic production system is a separate supply system. Its operation does not rely on energy. We only need to repair the damaged external wiring to reactivate it with 0.00001 energy. Damn, Fang Kai cursed and said helplessly, then let's proceed as planned. Spark immediately complied, and Fang Kai could only look out the glass window with a bitter face, feeling uncertain if he could really successfully start warp travel in 507 days after Spark's analysis. Chapter 6. Harvesting the First Planet in the Distant Depths of the Universe. A dying star erupted in a brilliant and dazzling light, with devastating pulse energy exploding outward like scattered petals, creating a surging energy storm that surpassed the speed of light. This energy storm could easily destroy a fleet or a small star system, such as the solar system. However, if viewed from a distance of several light-years away, this dying star appeared to be a beautiful nebula frozen on a canvas. One could only see its beauty without realizing its danger. Behind this beauty, a pitch-black shadow loomed like an infinitely large mouth, swallowing all the surrounding brilliance. Even this nebula could not escape. It was like a thin veil being pulled by one corner, fiercely dragged into endless darkness. This darkness was composed of infinitely high-density dark matter energy, surging and devouring everything. Whether drifting celestial bodies, comets, planets, or even stars, the light of the pulse energy storm was no exception. They seemed to be pulled into it by a twisted, powerful force. The light was stretched into a long line, trailing a slender tail into the darkness. Even the last bit of light was swallowed. Distance to dark matter energy absorption, 402 days. Fang Kai glanced at the main energy 17. After the cold fusion reactor replaced Prometheus's daily energy consumption, the energy recovery speed increased further. More than 100 days had passed, and the construction progress of the star ring had reached its final stage. With 4 gigantic star ring reactors firmly fixed at 4 symmetrical points like 4 enormous cross fasteners. The massive energy core at the center of the reactors emitted a faint blue glow, and the final part of the star ring framework was taking shape. Spark's voice sounded at the right moment. Commander, the star ring has been completed. Please activate it. Using the energy from the reactors to support the operation of the star ring. Before Fang Kai stood a white cuboid, approximately 1.2 meters tall, with a red triangular button in the middle. This button was the active control module of Prometheus. From now on, when Fang Kai confirmed command execution, he needed to press this button for Spark to officially execute it. This module was handed over to him after he became familiar with most of Prometheus's system functions. According to Spark's explanation, due to memory damage, the commander could not make good decisions initially, and to prevent the commander from making erroneous decisions, this module was temporarily disabled. To Fang Kai, this explanation implied that initially, Spark, the artificial intelligence, looked down on him and was afraid he would make decisions that could harm Prometheus, which is why this function was disabled. Now that his performance had finally earned Spark's recognition, this module was reopened. Such an evaluation left Fang Kai unsure whether to feel delighted or sad. He was looked down upon by an artificial intelligence. Fang Kai pressed the button. Instantly, the 4 reactors of the star ring began to operate, and blue light spread outward from the 4 directions of the reactors. The blue energy filled the complex lines on the surface of the star ring at a visibly rapid pace. The star ring was starting up and checking its operational status. Remote communication was normal. Energy transmission from the star ring reactors was normal. The star ring gravity generator was normal. Report to the commander, everything is running smoothly. Should we begin the harvesting and devouring plan? Fang Kai stared unblinkingly at the enormous star ring outside the glass. After being filled with blue light lines, its surface exuded a mysterious beauty, as if he were watching a sci-fi blockbuster with his own eyes. With the energy supply from the star ring reactors, the massive star ring began to rotate, its rotation maintained by the gravity generators mounted on the star ring framework and the reactions produced by the red planet. Let's get started. A sense of tension and anticipation filled Fang Kai's eyes. The thought of personally destroying a planet made him blush, breathe heavily, and his heart race. Devour command confirmed. Commander, the star ring gravity field is starting to adjust. We will begin altering the gravity of the red planet, destroying its structural integrity. A beam of blinding light was emitted from the star ring, striking heavily against the desolate surface of the red star. The immense kinetic energy instantly stirring up countless dust particles. The ground trembled, the red earth cracked, and a thunderous roar echoed. Even the unending hurricane slowed at that moment. The gravity regulator was taking effect. A second beam of light was fired at a 30-degree angle based on the first beam, heavily striking a towering mountain. The mountain could not withstand the terrifying energy impact of the beam, instantly collapsing and sending countless fragments flying. However, these fragments did not fly far before being pulled back by the beam's powerful gravity, ultimately disintegrated into particles and sent back to the star ring. This towering mountain, which had stood firm against years of hurricane erosion, could not last even a second under the star ring's terrifying assault, evaporating completely. Following that, the third, fourth, and fifth beams, the star ring fired a total of 12 beams, directly damaging the surface layer of the red planet and disrupting the entire planet's operation. Commander, the devouring operation has begun, expected to complete the devouring of the red planet in 370 days. Compared to the dark matter energy devouring speed, we will have a 30-day preparation period, which will allow us to initiate warp travel. After so many days of waiting, Fang Kai finally heard a voice that almost made him cry. However, he did not forget that even if he devoured the planet in front of him, Prometheus's main energy source would only be 95, still missing 05. Ignition, stop all energy consumption systems for the seed, construction machines, and repair machines. When external energy acquisition is insufficient, Fang Kai could only tighten his own resources. Moreover, the star ring had already accomplished its task, and the remaining work did not require the construction machines, so shutting them down would have no impact. A gratifying growth. Commander, Ignition praised without reservation. Executing recovery command. Watching the orderly return of the construction machines and swarm probes to Prometheus, Fang Kai began to anticipate the upcoming journey. However, he felt quite confused about the next journey. Would it just be a matter of going wherever? Such a head-down approach to flying could never be present on a ship meant to ensure the continuity of civilization. He believed there was a feasible travel route in Ignition's database. He asked with curiosity, Ignition, do we have a travel plan? Like a route or something? Before departure, the civilization scientists had already calculated the general direction of travel. Although we cannot precisely predict what we will encounter along the way, the direction of travel will ultimately allow us to escape the devouring of dark matter energy. Chapter 7. Fang Kai's new plan. Fang Kai fell into deep thought. The direction of travel had been designed. Following the established course would surely allow for an escape from the devouring of dark matter energy. But the question was whether the journey would proceed smoothly and how long the entire travel time would be. The commander of Prometheus certainly was not just him and his predecessor. From the introduction by Ignition, it was said that the consciousness data of the commanders contained millions. With the wisdom of civilization scientists, they could not have prepared such a vast amount of consciousness data for no reason. Taking a standard of 100 years for a single consciousness to persist, how many would that be for 100 million? That was 100 million. 100 million years. Was this the time the civilization scientists prepared to escape the devouring of dark matter energy? Suddenly, Fang Kai felt that he might not need to continue fleeing. Now, he was the only one aboard Prometheus. Could he really live for 100 million years? Even if 30% of the consciousness data among millions was kept as emergency backup, that was still tens of millions of years. Moreover, without the limitations of physical decline, he had no idea how long a single consciousness could persist before it would vanish. But to traverse a time that required tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years with his mere 100 years of life was simply a fantasy. Through the glass in front of him, Fang Kai looked at the red planet being gradually dismantled and converted into energy. And suddenly the sense of urgency he felt upon arrival dissipated. Ignition. Yes, Commander. Can the course of Prometheus be changed? Fang Kai asked this question with a slight tension in his expression. He was worried that Ignition would tell him it was unchangeable. If that were the case, he might be trapped on the Prometheus for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Ignition's response relieved him. As the commander, you have the authority to modify all settings within Prometheus. Fang Kai took a deep breath, a slight smile forming at the corners of his lips. However, he did not show excessive joy. His demeanor remained calm. Since he could change the course, Fang Kai did not intend to continue along the route established by the civilization. Although their set course could ensure Prometheus's escape from the devouring of dark matter energy under normal circumstances, it was unacceptable for him. Moreover, Fang Kai was very skeptical about the accuracy of the civilization's calculations. If the civilization's calculations were accurate, then why had so many similar ships been built aside from Prometheus? Was it just to increase the probability of successful transmission of civilization? Fang Kai did not know what the civilization scientists were truly thinking, but from his current perspective, the reason for doing so seemed to be that the civilization scientists themselves did not know whether these ships would ultimately succeed. After thinking through this for a while, Fang Kai chuckled. What use was it to think so much? What did it have to do with him? with the entire ship having only him alive. Pondering about it was futile. It would be better to consider what to do next. The red planet before him was just an appetizer. According to the introduction of the star ring, the more resource-rich a planet was, the more energy the star ring could convert for Prometheus. And in the universe, the probability of life and civilization emerging on such resource-rich planets was also higher. This indicated that the likelihood of encountering other civilizations was very high. Additionally, since warp travel required energy, the most effective and quickest way to obtain energy was by devouring resource-rich planets. This meant he was almost naturally positioned in opposition to these civilizations. Could he truly contend against an entire civilization on his own? Fang Kai expressed doubt about that. However, no matter what, he is already aboard Prometheus, which is an unchangeable fact. What he can do now is wait for Planet Chi, one to be dismantled. As for how to face civilizations he encounters, Fang Kai considers himself a selfish person. He prioritizes himself over others. If he encounters other civilizations that are weak and their planet is rich in resources, he wouldn't mind directly exterminating them. The waiting time is always long and boring. But Fang Kai is not idle. He needs to plan ahead for the path he will take in the future. The first thing is to stay away from the devouring of dark matter energy. On this point, Fang Kai was mistaken from the beginning. According to the Seed's account, the previous commander hurriedly activated warp travel only at the moment when the dark matter energy devouring was imminent. Nevertheless, the previous commander still managed to make Prometheus escape the dark matter energy devouring. Even though the escape process was nearly disastrous due to unknown energy shocks that almost destroyed the spaceship. If he hadn't appeared, this spaceship might have been permanently stranded in this star region. This also indicates that the speed of warp travel is faster than the speed of dark matter energy devouring. In other words, his current warp travel could allow him to evade the dark matter energy devouring. And it is very likely that he would not encounter the onslaught of dark matter energy until his consciousness fades. This is good news for him, as his subsequent thoughts differ from the original civilization's predetermined plan of continuous fleeing. In his limited time, he prefers to make his life more exciting rather than bear the so-called mission of civilization inheritance. After all, the only bond he has with civilization is that he is aboard the spaceship created by civilization, Prometheus. Beyond that, there is no other connection. After thinking this through, Fang Kai immediately made a decision and said loudly, "Seed, change Prometheus's original plan." "Commander, are you sure you want to change the original plan?" As possibly the last remaining commander of civilization, if you abandon the original plan, then everything about civilization will become history in the universe. Fang Kai smiled and replied, "Seed, I am the last person of Prometheus. Do you think I can accomplish what hundreds of thousands of people can do alone?" ZZ, analyzing consciousness data acquisition, number is 0. Error detected, recalibrating calculation data. Calculation data has been reset. "Commander, you personally cannot accomplish the original plan. Please reset the plan objectives." Seed, we cannot wander alone in the universe. We need to rebuild civilization and establish our own power. Establishing a civilization alone may be difficult, but we can guide other civilizations' development and make them the cornerstone of our civilization, Fang Kai said. Of course, these are just some of my thoughts. There may be many difficulties in implementing them, but we can slowly work towards this plan. Chapter 8. Departure. A new plan objective has been recorded. Please rename the plan. Fang Kai grinned. Although he didn't know what his new plan would turn Prometheus's future into, he believed that his plan would make the days ahead much more interesting. The new plan will be called the Cosmic Colonization Plan. Cosmic Colonization Plan confirmed. Please supplement the main content, plan sequence, and preliminary plan strategy at an appropriate time, Commander. Fang Kai. Fang Kai was just an ordinary young man before. He had never even made a basic plan nor studied it, let alone these more advanced things. The Seed suddenly proposed to supplement the plan, which left him a bit stunned. There's no rush on the plan. The original plan can continue as long as it is slightly modified. After all, the escape plan and the colonization plan do not conflict. Fang Kai thought. Anyway, he would definitely encounter other civilizations during the escape, so he could implement the colonization plan along the way. Receive the order, Commander. We will proceed with the new colonization plan based on the original plan, and the colonization plan will take precedence over the original escape plan. The Seed systematically arranged the plan sequence, which was just what Fang Kai wanted. He was very satisfied with this. Such a powerful artificial intelligence as the Seed is indeed humanity's best assistant. After confirming the new plan, Fang Kai felt much better. Looking at the gradually dismantled Planet Chi, 1. It seemed much more pleasant. On Planet Chi, 1. The ground was cracking, valleys were sinking, peaks were collapsing, and the shattered rocks flew into the sky without the constraints of gravity, being disassembled into invisible debris under the merciless beams. It was a scene like the end of the world, as if the entire planet was wailing. Planet Chi, one was gradually shrinking, while Prometheus's energy was growing wildly. For nearly a year, apart from checking on the situation of Chi, when every day, Fang Kai had been studying frantically. He wasn't studying scientific knowledge, but various types of knowledge related to domestic politics, diplomacy, military affairs, and star maps. This knowledge would be the most important foundation for his colonization plan. Domestic political knowledge would allow him to better understand the power hierarchy of a social system and play a crucial role in his future control over extraterrestrial civilizations. Diplomatic means would be his way to open up situations when encountering extraterrestrial civilizations. If the other party is a weak civilization, it's manageable. But if he encounters a powerful civilization, he would definitely need to use some diplomatic means to stabilize the situation and proceed gradually. As for military matters, colonization methods will always rely on military conquest, and military means are indispensable. Therefore, he studied military affairs more intensely. As for learning star maps, that was entirely Fang Kai's personal interest. Being in the universe, if he didn't study star map knowledge properly, he would be unable to identify any star region he arrived at, which would be quite embarrassing. Thus, during these more than 300 days, he made full use of every second of his time. However, the frenzied studying brought both pain and rewards to Fang Kai. The pain was that every day during the domestic politics and diplomacy classes, he often felt drowsy. Listening to the seed's explanations was like being hypnotized. He was truly forcing himself to study these two subjects. However, in military and star map studies, he was full of motivation, perhaps due to his interest. He always felt invigorated whenever he studied military and star map courses, exhibiting an appearance of boundless energy. Perhaps this is the change that comes when hobbies and studying combine. Commander, here are your scores for this learning assessment. Domestic politics, 48 points. Full score 150 points. Very poor. Diplomacy, 71 points. Full score 200 points. Poor. Military, 104 points. Full score 150 points. Good. Star map, 51 points. Full score 60 points. Excellent. Total score, 560 points. Overall performance, 274 points. Coefficient rating, 0, 49. Overall evaluation, not qualified. Looking at the series of exam results and the evaluation given by the seed on the glass screen, Fang Kai felt somewhat disheartened. However, he did not get discouraged. He still had plenty of time to learn slowly, and his scores would eventually improve. Moreover, except for the star map assessment, the other 3 assessments focused more on practical application. In short, after more than 300 days, Fang Kai could clearly feel his growth. Even though his scores in domestic politics and diplomacy were mediocre, he still felt he had learned a lot. Through the glass, Planet Chi, one had long lost its original appearance, leaving only a dark red irregular diamond-shaped core. Its lifespan had reached its end and was about to face its demise. Under the beams of the star ring, this core was also about to shatter. Fang Kai glanced at Prometheus' main energy source, which now had a reserve of 107. How much will we have after the core decomposition is completed? He asked. The fire seed quickly replied, it will be restored to 113. The new warp flight is ready to be initiated. We will start the warp travel again in 3 days. Please prepare, Commander. Fang Kai nodded. A new journey was about to begin, but he wondered where this journey would ultimately stop and what the warp travel would be like. He felt both excited and nervous. 3 days later, the star ring had completed its mission, and the core of the Red One planet had become the last nourishment for Prometheus under the disintegration of 12 beams of light. It completely vanished from this universe without a trace. Suddenly, at the moment of Red One planet's disappearance, Prometheus shook violently for a moment but quickly stabilized. The sudden tremor left Fang Kai slightly anxious, and he hurriedly asked, Fireseed, what happened? Why did Prometheus shake? Commander, the complete disappearance of Red One planet has caused changes in the gravitational pull of this asteroid system. The recent tremor was caused by the disturbance in the gravitational balance of the system, but it has now settled. Please leave the control of Prometheus and exit this star system as soon as possible. After the change in gravitational pull, the orbit of the second planet in this system will be altered, and this change will continue to disrupt the entire gravitational field of the system until it finds a new stellar orbit. During this time, the gravitational wave disturbances in the system will gradually intensify, which will cause Prometheus to expend excess energy, adversely affecting the consumption for warp travel. Upon hearing this, Fang Kai took a last look at the lifeless star system without any reluctance and nodded, "Let's go. Leave here." Chapter 9. Warp Travel. Prometheus slowly activated its energy propulsion system, and the shuttle-shaped hull quietly began to fly away from the place where they had stayed for nearly a year. At first, Fang Kai was curious why Fire Seed didn't initiate warp travel to leave directly. It wasn't until Fire Seed explained that he understood warp travel couldn't just be activated at will. It required a large amount of energy, and the ship had to be free from the gravitational interference of the star system before initiating warp travel. Fang Kai had studied gravitational pull. Every star system has its own gravitational field, which is responsible for the existence of countless planets or stars within it. There exists a void between star systems, a space devoid of any matter and gravitational field coverage, described in civilization's records as the void. Now, their task was to first escape the gravitational pull of this asteroid system, reach the void, and then initiate warp travel to leave. Fang Kai could not feel the speed of Prometheus. There were no specific references in the outside environment. After flying for about 10 minutes, Fire Seed's voice reminded him that they had exited the asteroid system. It was indeed exactly as described in civilization's records, a pure black environment, without a speck of dust or debris around. He could only see a distant white dot through the control room's glass, which was the star of the previous asteroid system. The light from that star seemed to struggle to reach this place. "Commander, we have reached the void and can activate the superluminal particle engine for warp travel now." Fireseed's voice made Fang Kai feel a bit excited. This was his first experience of warp travel. He tried to calm his slightly rapid breathing due to excitement and sat calmly in the special chair in the control room. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Initiate warp travel. Initiating warp travel. Superluminal particle engine is activating. Energy injection in progress. Checking circuits. Circuits normal. Activating magnetic outer armor. Calculating quantum layer data. Calculation complete. Commander, warp travel has been initiated. We will start in 5 seconds." 5 seconds felt like just a few breaths, but Fang Kai was tense, gripping the armrests tightly, holding his breath, and staring intently ahead. 3, 2, 1. Entering warp travel. Almost as soon as Fire Seed finished speaking, the entire body of the Prometheus ship was covered by a special pale blue energy. As the energy combined with the hull and the magnetic outer layer, it created beautiful sparkling points of light. Suddenly, the entire Prometheus ship vanished in an instant. In the control room, Fang Kai blinked. The surrounding cosmic environment had changed almost instantly. It was as if a motionless person suddenly switched their background. "Commander, warp travel has ended. Current remaining energy is 13. Energy is sufficient, and the ship is undamaged. Everything is normal with Prometheus. Is that it?" Fang Kai was taken aback. He had been looking forward to warp travel. He initially thought it was a super-fast journey, like those in sci-fi movies where everything around would distort as if entering a tunnel. But instead, it was over before he even blinked. "Is it finished?" "Yes, Commander." "Do you have any questions?" Fire Seed, now familiar with the current commander, noticed that his previous commander had caused heavy damage to the ship, leading to significant memory loss and leaving him in a state of confusion. Thus, Fire Seed showed a lot of patience. Fang Kai was unaware of Fire Seed's evaluation of him. He stared blankly outside, momentarily unsure how to express his thoughts. "This warp travel is indeed fast." "Yes, Commander. Warp travel is a groundbreaking technological miracle discovered by civilization after finding superluminal particles. The superluminal particle engine can disrupt the local space-time continuity and reorganize it at the quantum level to match the exact state of the target location, allowing the Prometheus ship to complete the jump between star systems almost instantaneously." Fang Kai's mouth twitched in disbelief as he said, "If it's a jump, why not just call it a jump engine instead of warp travel?" Because jump usually refers to travel to a specific target location, while warp travel, although similar to a jump, does not have a target location, and the distance crossed ultimately depends on the amount of energy available. Wow. So one is a journey with coordinates while the other is an aimless journey without coordinates? Alright, I understand. First, let's confirm our location. Fang Kai first looked outside through the glass. There were no planets around, only distant glowing stars. Initiating pulse positioning. Position confirmed. Pulse signal received feedback. We have detected 2 planetary systems. Commander, here is a brief overview of the 2 planetary systems. Please decide our travel direction. A planetary system, also known as a planetary system, is a collection of various celestial bodies and stars orbiting around a star, including planets, satellites, asteroids, meteoroids, comets, and cosmic dust. A typical planetary system contains around 215 celestial bodies, and civilizations have meticulously categorized the number of planets within planetary systems, with 23 being classified as asteroid systems, like the one where the previous one planet was located. Systems with 3 or more planets are collectively referred to as planetary systems, and generally, the probability of civilizations or life existing within these systems is extremely high. However, overall, it still depends on the central star of the planetary system. The star has a significant impact on all celestial bodies in the planetary system, and whether civilizations exist is necessarily related to the star. In front of Fang Kai are 2 planetary systems. His task now is to understand the overview of the systems provided by the fire seed and then decide which planetary system to visit first. Fang Kai opens the exploration results from fire seed. The stars at the center of both systems are yellow in color, similar to the sun, and are very young stars. Based on his knowledge, Fang Kai determines that both should belong to the category of yellow dwarf stars, a type of gentle star that has a very high probability of allowing surrounding celestial bodies to develop civilizations. Fang Kai furrows his brow. 2 brilliant yellow dwarf stars imply that both planetary systems may harbor life. He then compares the number of celestial bodies in the 2 systems. The first system has 6 celestial bodies, while the second has 7. The difference in the number of celestial bodies between the 2 systems is just 1. Fang Kai is conflicted. After careful consideration, he orders, Fire Seed, construct a reconnaissance spacecraft. I need more detailed analysis data on the celestial bodies in these systems. Chapter 10. Electromagnetic signals from civilization 13 light-years away from the Prometheus spacecraft. A bright star illuminates an entire planetary system with its light and heat. This system, composed of 1 star and 6 planets, is potentially welcoming its first extraterrestrial civilization today. A deep gray spacecraft is quietly approaching. It has an oval shape and is only 8 meters long. It moves quickly, silently reaching the outermost planet of the system. This is a deep blue celestial body, about half the size of Earth, and it has no atmosphere. Activating the observation system, a swarm of probes is deployed. Preliminary exploration of this celestial body is expected to be completed in 5 seconds. This spacecraft is the reconnaissance vessel sent by Fang Kai, equipped with 5 swarm probes and the independent subsystem of Fire Seed, with an outer layer of cloaking magnetic devices to prevent detection by any potential civilization. The celestial body in front of the reconnaissance vessel is the one Fang Kai believes is least likely to support life. And the reconnaissance results confirm his suspicion. It is a body resembling an ice ball, without an atmosphere to retain heat from the central star. Its internal temperature plummets to over -200 degrees, making it a lifeless body. After transmitting the reconnaissance report back to Prometheus, the vessel begins to scout the second celestial body. The 6 planets do not consume much time for the reconnaissance vessel. Although the distance between the celestial bodies in this system is not short, traveling at faster than light speed makes the journey between planets feel like a simple short sprint. The final result leaves Fang Kai slightly disappointed. Although this planetary system has 6 celestial bodies, the 2 outermost bodies are too far from the central star and lack a solid atmosphere, making them just 2 ordinary lifeless bodies. The 2 bodies closest to the star are entangled like twins, making it hard for Fang Kai to distinguish which is the satellite of the other. However, regardless of the situation, these 2 bodies are too close to the star, with surface temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, making it impossible for most life to arise there. The last 2 relatively suitable celestial bodies, both being gas giants, fail to meet even the minimum requirements for supporting life. This outcome surprises Fang Kai. A planetary system with such excellent conditions cannot produce life. Fire Seed, gather the survey results and analyze them. Calculate the best targets for establishing a star ring and prepare to set up a forward base. Our energy extraction will start from there. After confirming that this is a lifeless planetary system, Fang Kai sets the energy extraction target on this system. A forward base is a type of observation building in space and also serves as the foundation for other extended structures. Command confirmed. Information is being collected. Commander, should we use energy for rapid construction? Fang Kai glances at the time calculated for dark matter energy to arrive, which is 1,143 years. A perfect warp travel can yield such a long escape time, which surprises Fang Kai. He initially thought that Prometheus would be in a continuous chase and escape. However, the reality does not seem to be that way. 1,143 years is a long time. No. Rebuild the engineering ships and let them start collecting resources for slow construction. Fang Kai is quite concerned about energy. This is the first time using energy to construct a star ring, and if it weren't for the impending arrival of dark matter energy, combined with his lack of knowledge, it would have resulted in significant waste. After a long period of learning, Fang Kai has come to understand most of the technologies possessed by the Prometheus spacecraft. Whether for constructing the star ring or other facilities, as long as there is enough time, other resources can be used for gradual construction. Although the time may be significantly extended, it allows Prometheus to conserve more energy, which is beneficial for future developments and provides more options in unexpected situations. Command confirmed. The automatic production system is being restarted, and engineering ship manufacturing has begun. Commander, we have received primary electromagnetic wave signals from another planetary system 33 light-years away. The reconnaissance vessel has locked onto the source of the electromagnetic wave signal and has transmitted images back. Suddenly, a gray image pops up on the glass screen in front of Fang Kai. It shows a metal object about the size of a soccer ball, roughly made, with a flag-like symbol hanging from it that contains written text. Intermittent electromagnetic wave signals are received and relayed back by the reconnaissance vessel. Commander, this is the information conveyed by the electromagnetic waves. We may have discovered a primitive civilization. Should we listen to the message they want to convey? At this moment, Fang Kai's heart races, and he shows great interest. Could this be a good start? Encountering civilization on the first warp flight, he immediately orders, play the electromagnetic signal. Let me hear the content. GSASASAG. Although there is significant noise interference in this electromagnetic wave signal, and Fang Kai cannot understand a word of the other party's language, it does not hinder his enjoyment. This is the voice of civilization, the message of civilization. It is simply wonderful. Fire Seed, did you hear that? This is the voice of civilization. We have encountered another civilization. I wonder what their situation is like. Also, what do you think they look like? Fang Kai's emotions are a bit agitated. Commander, our civilization has encountered many civilizations during its development, formed alliances with many, and even fought wars with them, destroying countless civilizations. I suggest you add the knowledge of civilization history to your learning plan and relearn the history of civilizations. Fire Seed's voice is calm, but it seems to carry a hint of disdain, which helps Fang Kai regain his composure. It's hard to imagine how Fire Seed, with its mechanical voice, could convey a tone of disdain. Commander, we need to decipher the written language of this civilization. Should we order the reconnaissance vessel to land on the planet? Until we decipher their written language, it is not advisable to take any actions beyond reconnaissance. Fang Kai's expression shifts as he asks, what if I want to take action before deciphering their language? If you confirm to launch a war against this civilization, then there is no need to decipher their written language. We can directly engage in a surprise attack. According to core database calculations, this civilization is in a primitive state, and our raid has a 99 probability of completely destroying it. Commander, should we issue the order to go to war? Chapter 11. The first step. Let's proceed with deciphering the language first. Fang Kai rubs his forehead. Since there is a colonization plan, it would be unwise to directly destroy a civilization without careful consideration. Receive the order, Commander. The detection spaceship is preparing to enter the alien planet. As the sound of ignition fades, the scene in front of Fang Kai suddenly changes, revealing a massive continental planet. The analysis data from the ignition also appears on the screen, indicating that this is a rocky planet with an oxygen atmosphere, with land covering 47% of the total area. Suitable water distribution, vast oceans, and a very stable climate. This is a highly habitable planet. Looking at this Earth-like planet, Fang Kai can't help but be lost in thought, wondering if he will encounter that blue planet again on his journey. In that moment of distraction, the detection spaceship successfully enters the planet. It lands above an uninhabited ocean, with the side doors opening wide like the wings of a bird. It begins to release swarm drones. 5 swarm drones fly out from the doors, moving at incredible speed, disappearing over the ocean in the blink of an eye. The swarm begins data collection and analysis of the planet's conditions, discovering an outdated digital information network and initiating an invasion. The invasion is successful, and they start collecting information to attempt the first deciphering of the civilization's written language. Fang Kai sits in the command room, watching the streams of information and images flashing before him, gaining a basic understanding of this civilization species. They are a civilization with blue skin, clear facial features, and a head adorned with wrinkled keratin, resembling rocky terrain. They are tall, each over 25 meters, with gender distinctions and their own aesthetic standards. These are judgments Fang Kai makes based on the images he just saw. Ignition, attempt to invade their medical institutions. We need a deeper understanding of their biology, Fang Kai commands after a moment of thought. Received orders. The new command will be added to the primary sequence after deciphering the civilization's written language, the ignition response. For the ignition, deciphering the civilization's written language is not difficult. It can be completed in a few minutes at most. This is because the ignition can quickly learn the civilization's writing and language through their educational systems. Soon, in about 3 minutes, the ignition reports back, Commander, the language deciphering is complete. This primitive civilization refers to itself as the Talon people, divided into 15 clans and 377 sub-branches, with over 200 languages. After systematic filtering, 3 of the most commonly used languages have been deciphered, and the rest have been included in the alien civilization database for immediate access. The first sequence command to analyze the medical institution information is now initiated. After the deciphering work is completed, the information before Fang Kai gradually transforms into a form he is familiar with, allowing him to more clearly understand the general situation of this civilization. However, as he continues to look, Fang Kai suddenly becomes alert. How does he understand and read the ignition civilization language? After all, he is a pure earthling. Could this be considered a benefit of crossing over? Fang Kai thinks to himself as he continues to observe information about the Talon civilization. This civilization's technological level is not high. Their exploration of outer space is still limited to spacecraft in low and high planetary orbits. The farthest exploration distance is a probe satellite they launched that took 5 years to reach the nearest planet, which has not yet completed landing operations. This civilization's technology level is similar to that of Earth. Earth is stronger in that it can land spacecraft on Mars. Of course, such a civilization, which cannot even achieve faster-than-light travel, is uniformly referred to by the ignition as primitive civilization. To take the first step out of primitive civilization, they must at least achieve interplanetary exploration. Facing such a civilization, Fang Kai must consider whether they have value to preserve. Ignition, gather information on the Talon civilization's political system, social structure, and culture, then analyze their consciousness tendencies. Fang Kai issues a new order. He wants to understand whether this civilization is warlike or relatively peaceful. Compared to a warlike civilization, he prefers the latter. For the former, Fang Kai would directly order their destruction. For the latter, if the civilization has unique advantages or characteristics, he could consider helping them develop to expand the knowledge base of civilizations. The plan has been incorporated into the sequence. During the analysis process, we need to deploy bionic intelligent robots into Talon Civilization Society. Should we begin operations with the bionic intelligent robots? Commence. This is the first civilization he has encountered, and regardless of the final outcome, every experiment that needs to be conducted must be completed in order. The gray sky obscures the sunlight, and the gloomy weather reflects the current mood of Tabor, who walks aimlessly down the street after yet another failed job application. Graduating leads to unemployment. At this moment, he deeply understands the feelings of the seniors from years past. Energy vehicles was by him, and he feels a pang of envy. Before graduating, he fantasized about buying an energy vehicle for himself. Unfortunately, fantasies are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Now, he can't even afford to buy an energy vehicle, and surviving in this city is becoming a problem. Should he call home for money? He shakes his head, deciding to continue job hunting tomorrow. He doesn't believe that as a graduate with a major in aviation engines, he won't be able to find a suitable job. If it weren't for an unexpected incident during the school's internal job fair, he should have been working at an engine company or research institute by now. While lost in thought, a shadow suddenly flashes in front of him, startling Tabor so much that he almost sits down on the ground. When he comes to his senses, everything around him appears normal. There is no shadow at all. Moreover, the speed of that shadow was so fast that it couldn't have made any noise. He shakes his head, thinking he must have been overthinking and hallucinating. Straightening up, he strides away under the curious gazes of passersby. Once home, Tabor splashes cold water on his face, and after drying it, he takes out a soft brush and brushes his hair in the crevices of his scalp. After cleaning up, he slumps wearily onto the living room chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. After a while, he reaches to take off his outer jacket and notices that he is wearing a small recording device. Staring at the recording device in his hand, Tabor is momentarily stunned, then inexplicably turns on the recording to see if the shadow he saw earlier was an illusion or if something really flew past him. Chapter 12. The Discovery of the Talon People. Nothing at all. After watching the recording multiple times, Tabor feels somewhat disappointed. He thought he had encountered something extraordinary. Turning off the video and rubbing his tired eyes, Tabor gets up and walks to the window, staring blankly at the gray sky. Not far from his window, a swarm drone quietly hovers in the corner, silently observing every move of this Talon person. In the following days, the swarm drone continues to follow Tabor around, completely recording his every action, his job search experiences, his daily life, without missing a thing. His situation is no different from what Fang Kai knows about an ordinary university graduate. But why observe such an ordinary person? What is special about him? Fang Kai looks at Tabor on the screen, puzzled. It has already been 10 days, and their bionic robots have blended into Talon society, beginning to gain a comprehensive understanding of the entire society. It's not just him. Our swarm drones have already observed multiple ethnic groups of the Talon people. Among them are ordinary people, social elites, those in power, and individuals from the lower strata. We will collect behavioral data from this group as one of our references within 10 working days. The Fire Seed explained, simultaneously presenting dozens of observed subjects, all of whom are Talon people, although with slight differences in skin color. Fang Kai showed little interest in these matters. He was more curious about the unique characteristics of Talon civilization's development. You don't need to report on these individuals, just provide me with a summary report. Fang Kai waved his hand, stating his request. Understood, Commander. I will provide the corresponding information according to your personal needs. Fire Seed immediately closed the multiple window images in front of Fang Kai. Once the numerous windows were gone, Fang Kai inquired about the weapon development of Talon civilization. Although it had already been determined that this Talon civilization was merely primitive, he was still quite interested in the direction of their weapon development. Over the past 10 days, Fang Kai had learned that this civilization was not very strong in space exploration technology. However, in terms of energy, it was entirely different from Earth. On Earth, the primary energy source for humanity remains fuel engines, with oil being the most important resource. But the Talon civilization is different. Their energy comes from a special gaseous condensate, which they have utilized very effectively. This gaseous energy has penetrated various industries and has become the most important resource for the Talon people, as crucial to them as oil is to humanity. Regarding this special gaseous condensate, he has arranged for bionic robots to collect some samples. Soon, products will be brought back via reconnaissance ships for detailed analysis and research. Moreover, the primary energy used in Talon civilization cities is also electricity, and they have researched nuclear energy as well. However, nuclear energy has always been used as a strategic deterrent weapon and has not been incorporated into daily electricity use. In this aspect, they are quite similar to Earth. However, the Talon civilization's planet does not suffer from serious ecological pollution like Earth. Their planet still maintains very well-preserved vegetation and a stable and excellent ecosystem. As for the military aspect that Fang Kai is most concerned about, the Talon people also use metal projectiles, but their weapons do not utilize gunpowder. Instead, they use gaseous condensate. Their bullets are propelled by extremely powerful gas, making them much more powerful than gunpowder weapons. Their weapons do not suffer from overheating and barrel explosions due to continuous fire. Instead, they can explode the barrel directly due to excessive gas pressure. Thus, their weapons are also superior in quality. However, Talon weapons do have certain shortcomings. Their penetration power is slightly weaker, and due to the absence of gunpowder bullets, their power is notably reduced. While gunpowder bullets can shatter the impact area, Talon's gaseous-propelled bullets can only leave wounds corresponding to the bullet's caliber. Therefore, the Talon people have also innovated in bullet craftsmanship, producing not only powerful armor-piercing rounds but also various types of bullets using gaseous propulsion to increase lethality. But that's not the main point. The most crucial information known so far is that their most powerful weapon is still nuclear energy. However, regarding nuclear weapons, Fang Kai felt he didn't need to worry too much. Fire Seed, prepare to construct 2 frigates and 1 destroyer. Gather resources for construction through engineering ships. With priority lower than the Star Ring, Fang Kai issued a new command. Although he was indeed concerned about this Talon civilization, the Star Ring was undoubtedly more important in his mind. Receive the order, Commander. We will begin construction once the resources collected by the engineering ships exceed those needed for the Star Ring. I have analyzed the best planet for constructing the Star Ring and calculated the relevant data. Commander, if you need to review the details, please open the planetary report. A report appeared at the forefront of Fang Kai's vision, and he directly opened it. A green planet with a thin gray atmosphere was presented in the report. Unnamed gaseous celestial body. Mass 1, 787, 710. It has a thin atmosphere. Atmospheric components include hydrogen, helium, methane, ammonia, deuterium, ethane, and water. Commander, we have discovered a large amount of super-heavy elements within this celestial body, which is an important resource similar to energy. We have found a resource-rich celestial body. Fang Kai saw that this gaseous celestial body was many times larger in both volume and mass than Chi-1. Upon seeing Fire Seed's final introduction, Fang Kai once again noticed the words super-heavy elements. He was somewhat familiar with super-heavy elements. They are very stable substances. Super-heavy elements exist within the core engine of Prometheus. These super-heavy elements are the most effective material for maintaining active superluminal particles. It is precisely the existence of super-heavy elements that enables civilizations to effectively utilize superluminal particles. Therefore, for Fang Kai, super-heavy elements are also extremely valuable materials. Fang Kai said seriously, Fire Seed, accelerate the construction of the outpost, equipping it with a starport and automated production lines, and increase the number of engineering ships involved. This way, we can establish the star ring faster. Receive the order, Commander. Talon Star, Astronomical Center. A staff member at the Astronomical Center suddenly heard a faint electromagnetic interference sound. At first, he didn't pay much attention. However, when he saw the source of the electromagnetic interference, his expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly left his post and contacted his supervisor, a slightly overweight Talon man. Supervisor Horner. The broadcast signal we deployed in space is experiencing unknown electromagnetic interference. It seems something has received our transmitted message. Horner frowned slightly, unhurriedly saying, what's the rush? It might just be interference from cosmic ray electromagnetic waves. There's nothing to be alarmed about. The staff member quickly explained, Supervisor, this time is different. If it were interference caused by cosmic radiation or rays, the interference sound would be continuous. However, this interference sound is segmental, which is not normal ray or radiation interference. Horner looked at the newly hired subordinate with dissatisfaction. What do you think it is, Sam? Sam, looking serious and excited, replied, I think we might have encountered an alien civilization, very likely from the Temporal star system. The Temporal star system is the nearest neighboring star system discovered after they acquired telescopes for exploring outer space. It has a star similar to theirs and a similar number of planets and orbital patterns. This led them to speculate whether this star system also has a civilization like theirs after discovering it. Chapter 13. The scene under the telescope. Horner squinted at the mention of Temporal. The wrinkles on his forehead became denser with his eye movements. He earnestly said, Sam, maintaining curiosity and reverence in the face of the vast universe is commendable. I am well aware of your every move since you started working at the Astronomical Center. You are very passionate about this career. After praising Sam's work attitude, Horner quickly shifted the conversation, reminding him, however, you cannot confuse your curiosity with ignorance or fantasy. Our observations of the Temporal star system are very detailed, and there cannot be life there. He patted Sam on the shoulder with his broad palm. Although the Temporal star system also has a star similar to theirs, there are only 2 gaseous celestial bodies in the habitable zone of the Temporal star system, which directly indicates that this is not suitable for the growth and reproduction of civilizations. Sam naturally understood this principle, but the young him was unwilling to accept it. Gas giants might not be suitable for the Talon people. However, in the infinite expanse of the universe, who knows if some form of life that can thrive on gas giants will emerge. The strange electromagnetic interference frequency made him firmly believe in his judgment. Supervisor. This is an abnormal frequency feedback. I think we need to conduct a more detailed investigation. If you're willing, I can continue observing alone. Horner paused for a moment and then laughed. Looking at the young Sam, he felt that the other was very much like himself when he was young, when he would shout in excitement every time he saw any strange cosmic phenomena through his telescope. He felt he would discover aliens or extraterrestrial life at any moment. After nearly 40 years of working here, he looked back and felt that his younger self had been so naive and adorable. Of course, he did not oppose the enthusiasm of young people in exploring the universe. After all, he had gone through the same phase. Who could refuse such a magnificent, boundless, and colorful deep space? As long as you don't neglect your official work, you can conduct your exploration at any time, Horner encouraged with a smile before leaving. With his supervisor's encouragement, Sam was instantly filled with confidence. He gradually adjusted the direction of the telescope, aiming it at the Temporal star system. He had fantasized about this neighboring star system since childhood. Because it was so close, many Talon people's works mentioned this star system. Whether it was alien heroes in children's literature or historical records stating that an emperor of a certain country had received gifts from a higher civilization in the Debuter star system. It all reflected the Talon people's longing for this star system. After calibrating the appropriate angle, Sam began to observe the Debuter star system through the telescope. Astronomical observation is not a process of quick reactions. On the contrary, it is quite slow. The images presented are almost static while you are watching. It takes a long time to notice any changes. Naturally, Sam was not anxious. He was prepared to observe the Debuter star system for several months, or even a year or two. Time always passes unnoticed. 2 months flew by, and Sam's observations had made no progress. His supervisor, Horner, inquired once in between, and after learning that Sam had not made any discoveries, he did not persuade him to give up, but instead encouraged him. Astronomy is a long academic pursuit, just like the vastness of the universe. Observing the changes in a star system often takes a year or even several years. Your curiosity drives you to discover and observe it. You must not give up halfway. Sam nodded heavily. Every day after completing his work tasks, he would look at the images recorded by the telescope. Staring at images that showed almost no change was quite taxing and hard on the eyes. Although many duplicate images had been filtered out by computer comparisons, he still went through 3 bottles of eye drops in those 2 months. Yet his tired eyes still felt itchy and uncomfortable. He even began to wonder if he needed to see an eye doctor. A month later, while Sam was busy working, he suddenly heard a notification sound from the computer. He quickly put down his work and rushed to his personal computer. A black and white deep space image appeared on the screen, showing a satellite of the gas planet Blomi, which orbits within the habitable zone of the Debuter star system. The gas planet Blomi has 2 satellites named Blomi I and Blomi II. Familiar with the Debuter star system, Sam immediately judged that this was Blomi II, as only this satellite had an irregular oval shape, resembling a rough stone. In the upper left corner of Blomi II, a black, blurred obelisk-shaped object appeared in the shadow of the light, and the shadow was captured by the telescope and sent back. The moment Sam saw this obelisk-shaped object, every hair on his body stood on end, and his eyes widened in shock. He quickly opened the previously recorded images to compare them with the same location. Flipping back through the images, he finally found one from 2 months ago at the same location. Comparing it with the image from 2 months ago, Sam was horrified to discover that there had been nothing here before. To confirm that this image was not of some peak on Blomi II, Sam hurriedly opened the Astronomical Center's database, searching for a large number of previously captured images. Using the image search tool, Sam quickly found over 10,000 similar images in the vast database. Looking at so many images, Sam did not feel overwhelmed. Instead, he was very excited. His spirits were extremely high as he compared one image after another. However, with each image he reviewed, Sam's brow gradually furrowed. He found many images similar to this one. Had he gotten his hopes up for nothing? A wave of disappointment surged over him, and his comparison speed began to slow down. From night to day, then back to night, Sam tirelessly compared the images, eating and drinking casually when he got hungry or thirsty. In the morning, Horner arrived at the Astronomical Center and saw Sam suddenly obsessively comparing star images. He just shook his head and smiled, choosing not to disturb him. He temporarily transferred his tasks to other team members. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Sam finally slumped in his chair, his eyes bloodshot, staring blankly at the images on the computer screen, lost in thought. Horner, who had been quietly watching Sam, stood behind him, ready to comfort him. After all, every member who worked at the Astronomical Center had gone through such an experience, to varying degrees. Just as he was smiling and walking over to Sam, preparing to pat him on the shoulder, the dazed Sam suddenly sprang up from his chair, as if finding hope in despair, and lunged toward the computer screen, his head nearly touching the display as he stared wide-eyed at the shadow of the obelisk. Above the shadow of the obelisk, there was a tiny black dot, no bigger than a grain of sand. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to find that there was not just one such black dot, but many. In front of Horner's astonished gaze, Sam frantically zoomed in on the image, and then the black dots gradually became clear and appeared as vague squares. Although he could not make out what these things were, Sam was certain that they were definitely not cosmic dust or meteors. Horner, who was also beside Sam, was equally shocked. He realized that Sam had indeed discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 14 Initial Reactions of the Talon People. These should not be cosmic rocks or dust. Could they be debris caused by Blomi II being struck by a meteor? Horner asked, puzzled, as he was also taken aback by Sam's discovery. Sam, excited, quickly replied, Supervisor, I've been observing the Debuter star system for months without noticing any meteor impacts. and I compared it with the image from 2 months ago. There was no obelisk shadow here 2 months ago, nor were there any of these blurred black dots. Opening a few marked images and placing them in front of Horner, Sam felt both excited and anxious. His heart raced, and he found it a bit difficult to breathe. However, Sam did not mind. He knew he had discovered something significant. Combined with the previous anomalies in electromagnetic signals, he had a 70% suspicion that he had truly discovered aliens. Moreover, the aliens were located in the Temporal star system. However, alongside his excitement, he was also deeply worried. If there really were aliens, would they come to Talon Star? What would be the outcome when they faced aliens capable of space operations? In that moment, Sam thought of many scenarios from films. For example, the aliens could directly attack Talon Star, and the inhabitants would become slaves to the aliens. Or the aliens might arrive in a friendly manner and help Talon Star accelerate its development. Another possibility was that the aliens were actually intent on destroying the planet, using advanced technology to drain all of Talon Star's resources, leaving the planet devastated and enslaving the Talon people for terrifying biological modifications, turning them into weapons for invading the next civilization. Suddenly, Sam felt a bit dizzy, and after days of sleeplessness, he fainted. Horner, who was focused on observing multiple images on the screen, suddenly heard a heavy thud behind him. He hurriedly turned around and found Sam had collapsed on the ground. He immediately called the emergency personnel at the astronomy center, requesting 2 paramedics to come to the observation center as a staff member had fainted. He repeated it, requesting 2 paramedics to come to the observation center as a staff member had fainted. After the call, Horner looked seriously at several images on his computer, pursed his lips, and frowned in thought for a moment before packaging all the images into an encrypted portable drive. Soon, 2 paramedics arrived, and upon seeing Sam on the ground, they quickly bent down to perform a simple check. The supervising paramedic stated that he was just overly fatigued and had fainted due to emotional excitement. He would be fine with a few days of good rest. After making the initial diagnosis, the paramedic added, "Perhaps you should curb the reckless behavior of these newcomers. They can afford to be this way while they're young, but if they get older, we might have to bring a coffin when we come." This paramedic had long been employed at the astronomy center and was used to such situations. After confirming Sam was not seriously harmed, he habitually made a joke. Horner smiled helplessly. "Tonga, please don't tease me. These young people have such passion and enthusiasm. That's what keeps our astronomy continuously advancing. And I know my words won't make a difference. If they weren't stubborn and curious, they wouldn't have chosen astronomy." "All right," Tonga shrugged and said, "I can never win an argument with you, but you still need to pay attention to such matters. After all, life is only one." Horner nodded and replied dismissively, "I'll be careful. Please take care of Sam. I have something urgent to handle." "Go ahead. I'll take good care of this young man," Tonga said helplessly. If Horner were to change, that would be surprising. He was already used to Horner's dismissive answers. He and his partner lifted Sam onto a stretcher and quickly left the observation center. After they left, Horner immediately returned to his office and reported the astronomy center's discovery to the Central Hub. The Central Hub is the administrative entity of the Talon people. As an important institution for issuing decrees among the Talon people, it has 500 basic staff members, 117 in management, and 31 in decision-making. Every day, a heavy load of information is transmitted here and then relayed out. Horner's send information was received by the Central Hub. It was rare for the Astronomy Center to send information to the Central Hub, so when the first staff member to handle Horner's information saw it, he was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the blue-marked information and, not daring to delay, quickly forwarded it to his superior. In a spacious office, sunlight poured through large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire room, making it bright, clean, and tidy. Working in such an environment greatly boosts one's spirits. Mattis was drinking the hot water brought by his assistant when he suddenly saw a blue-marked email in his inbox. He immediately put down the hot water and hurriedly opened the email. 3 months ago, an anomalous electromagnetic wave signal was detected. After 3 months of preliminary investigation, an anomaly was found in the Temporal star system, with the specific details of the anomaly not yet clarified, and it has officially become a primary observation target. Please be prepared for a level 3 response at all times. 2 short sentences and several black and white images, with the anomalies marked with blue circles. Not being knowledgeable in astronomy, Mattis frowned, scratching his head and muttering, "It doesn't specify the details. How am I supposed to judge this? This information is too hasty." Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with such a vague introduction, considering the blue email from the Astronomy Center, he still submitted it up the chain, following the rules. If the higher-ups saw it, they would certainly consult professionals for analysis and communicate with the Astronomy Center. He didn't need to worry about that. After submitting the email, Mattis moved on, as he had many other tasks to handle. This information was passed up through several layers until it finally landed in the Military Review Department of the Central Hub. A piece of email from the Astronomy Center reaching the military was indicative of the limited support the Talon people had for astronomy. Moreover, the Military Review Department only received this email because it mentioned the phrase Level 3 response preparation. Otherwise, the email might have been handled with indifference. The Astronomy Center sent a Level 3 response preparation. Did they think there would be some kind of attack? After reading the email, the staff member at the Military Review Department rubbed his forehead, feeling that the sender was too casual. Couldn't they be clearer? His colleague joked, then just call the Astronomy Center and ask if there are aliens attacking Talon Star. We need to set up our defenses and be ready for war. Haha, I was thinking the same thing, but I guess I should call and ask, just to avoid being accused of inaction. After a brief exchange of laughter, they returned to their respective work. A watchtower has been established, and 3 new fully automated production units are being built. The number of engineering ships is starting to increase, and the starport is included in the construction sequence. Components needed for warships are being generated. Energy cores, superluminal components, propulsion systems, detectors, weapon components, and intelligence systems. In the Debuter Star system, Fang Kai's orders were being carried out in an orderly manner, even though not a shadow of the star ring was seen. However, Fang Kai was not worried at all. It was the civilizations of Talon Star that should be concerned. When the opponent's telescope detected him, the Spark reported this situation to him as well. He now felt somewhat like a player in a game. How would he treat himself before taking action? He was very curious. Chapter 15. All we can do is wait. A watchtower is the initial form of a cosmic base, with docks, kinetic energy turrets, missile launch pads, hangars, and solar arrays inside. Once the watchtower base undergoes further upgrades, it will become a cosmic starport, and when the starport is completed, a stargate can be established as an anchor point. Warships can quickly transfer through the stargate. This is also why Fang Kai wanted to establish a starport. Although frigates and destroyers are equipped with superluminal engines and can travel at superluminal speeds, the distance between the Debuter Star system and the Talon Star system would still take nearly half a year to traverse solely relying on superluminal flight. Rather than wasting that half a year, it is more cost-effective to build a stargate. In the starport, the docks can be used to construct spacecraft, which can be strategic warships or work-related engineering ships. The dock will accelerate the overall construction speed, greatly saving Fang Kai's time. As for the kinetic energy turrets and missile launch pads, they are the basic defense modules of the starport, while the hangar is used for docking spaceships. The solar array is the energy source for the entire starport, providing ample operational energy by converting stellar energy. After the outpost is completed, a large number of engineering ships are manufactured, and they all dive into their respective tasks. With the surge in the number of engineering ships, the Talon Astronomical Center, far away in the Talon Star system, also observed more effective information. Under Horner's leadership, they activated the Omega Satellite Astronomical Telescope, which was newly developed by the center. Through this satellite telescope, they could see everything happening in the Debuter Star system more clearly. These discoveries left the staff of the Talon Astronomical Center, including Horner, dumbfounded. This is simply incredible. Are these all alien spaceships? What are they doing? It seems they are gathering resources. The staff expressed their amazement, filled with excitement yet also fear. The excitement stemmed from the fact that this universe indeed harbors life and civilizations beyond their own. The fear was directed towards the alien civilization. The technological means of the other party are already capable of supporting them in space operations, which presents a significant technological gap compared to their own Talon Star. They are exponentially more powerful than them. Sam was among them. Besides excitement, there was a hint of panic in his eyes as he turned to Horner. The slightly plump supervisor also revealed shock and fear in his gaze. The two exchanged glances and recognized the unease in each other's eyes. Sam approached Horner and whispered, "Supervisor, we must report this to the Supreme Leader. It directly relates to the survival of the 10 billion lives on Talon Star. It may even determine the continuation of our entire Talon civilization." The surrounding staff were buzzing with discussions, and at that moment, even Horner forgot to stop their violation of work discipline. Sam's heavy words made Horner unable to help but cover his heart. His face turned pale as he said in a deep voice, "Follow me. We must meet the leader directly and explain our findings." Sam's expression became serious, and he nodded. "Understood." At this moment, he had lost all previous excitement and enthusiasm. It seemed the aliens were building something in the debuter star system, and the implications of their construction made Sam unable to help but speculate about its threat. It felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on his heart. After seeing Sam agree, Horner clapped his hands forcefully and shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet." Horner's authority was still substantial after a couple of loud calls. The noisy sounds gradually subsided, and the entire observation center fell silent. Looking at the excited yet complex expressions on the staff's faces, Horner announced loudly, "Everyone, continue to observe the actions of the other party. What are they doing? What is that massive structure? Is it their weapons factory or something else? Everyone, focus all your attention." Horner bellowed, "I know you are all excited about discovering alien civilizations." His gaze swept over everyone, his tone grim. "This is not the time to celebrate. The intentions of the other party and the reasons for their appearance are crucial to the survival of Talonstar. I hope from this moment on, each of you keeps a close watch not only on the aliens but also on your future." Those working at the astronomical center were certainly not fools. They understood Horner's meaning well. The aliens' purpose was unclear, and the likely outcome for the Talon people could be destruction rather than friendly communication. "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Satisfied with his employees, Horner gestured to Sam beside him, and the two quickly left side by side. The next day, at the Supreme Command, Horner used his authority to meet directly with the first administrative assistant of the Supreme Command. Looking at the tall, thin man in front of him, Horner and Sam wore serious expressions and remained silent. Nolly looked calmly at the two from the astronomical center. He had already heard the reports from them and knew what the Talon Star was about to face. He did not dare to delay and quickly led them to the leader's office. On the way, he spoke in a low voice. "The leader has been informed and has urgently convened a think tank, Supreme Command Council members, and various military departments. They want to hear your views." Horner maintained a serious demeanor and said solemnly, "We are here for that purpose." Nolly nodded, and the three arrived at a large oak door. Just before pushing the door open, he suddenly turned to Horner and Sam, asking, "Are the aliens real?" Sam glanced at Horner and nodded. "Yes. Although we haven't seen their appearance, their spaceships are already all over Tebuter." "I understand. Please come in." As he opened the door, they entered a large round wooden table with a total of 33 seats already filled. Surrounding the round table were additional seats occupied by members of the think tank participating in the meeting. The attendees were prominent figures from various sectors, their gazes sharp as arrows, fixating on Horner and Sam as they entered. The discovery of aliens was undoubtedly an unexpected situation for them. After all, the civilization of the Talon people had continued for nearly 10,000 years, and since their ancestors learned to walk on two legs, their technology had been slowly advancing. They invented the astronomical telescope 300 years ago and had been observing the universe since then. Up until now, they had not discovered the trace of any aliens. But just when they thought they would never encounter aliens in their lifetime, they appeared. The news of aliens was brought by these two individuals. Leader, Mr. Horner, the supervisor of the astronomical center, and researcher Sam have arrived, Nolly respectfully announced to a man sitting at the head of the table, whose square face was marked by thick furrowed lines like a rocky forehead. Arturo's expression was calm, and he did not speak, but carried an imposing authority. He turned to Horner and Sam and said seriously, "Gentlemen, thank you for coming personally. We have already discussed this once before your arrival, but I would like to hear your thoughts." Horner felt a chill in his heart. Stepping forward to face the gazes of over 30 prominent figures and the probing eyes of the think tank, he raised his voice. "We first discovered the aliens 3 months ago, and after several months of observation, we witnessed the construction of the alien base step by step. The true purpose of the aliens remains unknown, but their existence is already very evident, and through observation, we can see that their technological level far exceeds ours. We are now like birds in a cage, about to face the scrutiny and judgment of giants." Arturo asked, "What can we do?" Horner raised his head, looking at Arturo without any fear, and replied in a deep voice, "Wait." Chapter 16, Preparing for the Continuation of Civilization in Advance. Wait. Horner's response caused all participants in the meeting to gasp softly in surprise. Amid the discussions, someone asked, "Mr. Horner, why do you believe we can only wait? As I understand it, the Debuter star system is 16 light-years away from us. Even if they travel at the speed of light, it would take them a year. Not to mention whether they can achieve light-speed travel is still an unknown." Before Horner could refute, Sam couldn't help but stand up and say, "Then what is your basis for thinking that their technology cannot achieve light-speed travel? They may not only have mastered light-speed travel, but also technology for surpassing light speed." Sam's sharp rebuttal left the other party momentarily speechless. Seeing that they did not continue the argument, Sam, feeling a bit agitated, spoke in a trembling voice. I suspect they are constructing a highly advanced space base. Their presence in Temporal must have other purposes. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that their target is us. Sam's eyes scanned the various bigwigs he recognized or did not recognize, finally settling on the most familiar leader. Arturo. It wasn't that he was particularly close to Arturo, but simply because he often saw the other S figure on television. He proposed a suggestion. Leader. We must prepare in advance, regardless of its effectiveness. We must establish a rudimentary space defense system. Horner looked at Sam, his eyes filled with surprise. This young man really dared to speak out, setting aside whether the Talon people had the technology to accomplish this. How much manpower and resources would it take just to establish a spatial positioning system? What would the public's reaction be when they learned that the Empire planned to build a space defense system? Had he considered these questions? Some things cannot be achieved just by talking, even if he understood that aliens were close at hand, and that in the face of life and death, one could dismiss all concerns. However, there were simply too many issues to consider, and he could hardly imagine. It was with such considerations that he had said the earlier word, wait. Moreover, given the vast technological gap, what other options did they have besides waiting? But clearly, Arturo was more interested in Sam's proposal, asking, if what you say is true, the construction of a rudimentary space defense system would merely give the other side a few more opportunities to enjoy fireworks. What are your thoughts? Sam replied earnestly. Establishing a space defense system is to tell them that we also have a certain capacity for resistance. Arturo nodded slightly and said, perhaps. But I will discuss the specific plan with everyone present. You all go rest for now. Although he acknowledged Sam's proposal, he felt Sam was thinking too simply. This proposal required more detailed strategies and execution plans. After Horner and Sam left, Arturo looked gravely at the 32 individuals present, his hands crossed in front of his lips. A deep voice echoed in the conference room. Everyone, you have heard the suggestions from the Astronomical Center. Do you have anything to say? Most people present remained silent, unsure of how to proceed. If it were a matter between the 5 races, they could handle it easily, but faced with aliens, they were at a loss. Is this real? After a long silence, someone finally spoke, but his words surprised everyone present. They had doubted the images presented by the Astronomical Center, as the arrival of aliens was indeed too unbelievable. However, they had also consulted professionals, and these images had not been altered in any way. We must contact the leaders of the other 4 races and unite this time. If they don't believe it, let their own Astronomical Center observe. But we may not have much time. Arturo needs to negotiate with them personally. Arturo nodded. Okay. Let's proceed like this for now. Agreed. With the main opinion established, everyone echoed in agreement, and then the meeting dispersed. Nolly, help me contact the leaders of the other 4 races. We need to hold a video conference, Arturo instructed. Nolly respectfully replied, I'll do it right away. Soon, the 5 leaders of Talon appeared in the video conference. Arturo, did you summon us for something? I'm very busy, said a Talon leader with deep blue skin, his tone unfriendly. Arturo glanced at him indifferently, not speaking, but looking at the other 3, seeing that Arturo was ignoring him. The deep blue Talon leader's expression darkened, and he huffed heavily, falling silent. Arturo, what urgent matter requires you to contact all of us? A gentle voice, like a babbling brook, sounded clear and pleasant. It was a female leader. Her expression was serious, and she looked at Arturo earnestly. Arturo closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then said, Everyone, I have called you here because our Talon is facing a crisis of destruction. The survival and death of our civilization are laid before us. Arturo's deep and resonant voice made the 4 of them tremble internally, their eyes widening in surprise. What is going on? Arturo, don't be alarmist. The deep blue Talon leader's emotions were somewhat tense. Arturo said solemnly, Hearken, I am not exaggerating. These images were captured by our Empire's Astronomical Center. An unknown civilization is operating in the Temporal star system, and there is a high possibility they have discovered our existence. Looking at the clearly labeled satellite images, several leaders fell silent. Although they could not understand the meaning of the black dots on the black and white images, they could comprehend the labeled text. Is this real? Female leader Adida could not help but ask, unable to believe it. The existence of aliens had always been a mere speculation, without any actual scientific basis. Now that it was truly laid before her, she still found it hard to accept. I wish it were false, Arturo responded heavily. Arturo's attitude made the 4 of them feel a sudden chill. and they realized the threat of alien civilization to the Talon people. The Deep Blue Talon leader anxiously asked, Arturo, what are your thoughts? Or if you have an action plan, we can't just sit back and wait. Arturo calmly stated, we must build a space defense system while forming the top aerial forces. Each country should send their best aerial units for integrated training, ensuring we create the strongest aerial combat force of the Talon people. This requires full cooperation from all nations. He looked at Arbiter. As the one with the strongest air force, they could only rely on her. Arbiter nodded, no problem, but Arturo, I want to know the strength of the alien civilization. Will our aerial forces be effective? Arturo slowly shook his head. Sorry, we are also unclear about their strength. The only information we currently have is that they possess the capability for space operations. In less than 5 months, they have already constructed a large building in the Temporal star system, along with countless spaceships. Arbiter and the other 3 fell silent again, an inexplicable heavy pressure suddenly sweeping over them, making it hard for them to breathe. After a long silence, Arbiter finally spoke again, saying, Then let's proceed according to your plan for now. I will have the Empire's Astronomical Center prepare a more detailed observation report. The other 3 also expressed the need for more intelligence and data, as they were still reeling from this sudden news. Hearing this, Arturo nodded, as soon as possible. I think we need to prepare for the continuation of our civilization while collecting intelligence. Chapter 17. They have finally arrived in the oppressive atmosphere. This brief meeting concluded. Arbiter, do you really think this is true? After the meeting, Arbiter, who was originally prepared to handle the matter, suddenly saw the screen light up again. The blue-skinned, sharply tapered Alda reconnected the communication. Arbiter frowned and calmly said, regardless of whether it's true or false, I will have the observatory check. After all, I don't know what Arturo is hiding from us. Arbiter did not hide her distrust of Arturo. Seeing this, Alda chuckled lightly, I think the same, however. I believe the existence of aliens must be real, but it may not necessarily be as Arturo said. That guy always likes to exaggerate. Arbiter replied coolly, perhaps. Do you have anything else? Alda smiled. I want to work with you to establish a secret aerial combat force, sharing resources and technology. I will provide our Empire's best power systems. Upon hearing this, Arbiter raised his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, saying, okay. But I need to confirm the existence of the aliens before I can proceed. No problem. I'll wait for your news, Altha replied with a smile. Before cutting off the communication, after finishing his private conversation with Altha, Arbiter finally stood up and left the conference room, issuing his first command. Meanwhile, the leaders of several other Talon empires did the same, each giving orders to observe the Temporal star system. Although they were aware that Arturo would not deceive them in this matter, they would only trust their own investigation results. Within just a few hours, the results appeared on their desks. The reports from their country's astronomical center were identical to what Arturo had said. But they were unsure how this suddenly appearing alien civilization would affect their own civilization. However, their conclusions were quite similar. With the emergence of an alien civilization, they must remain vigilant. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of the entire Talon civilization. The technology of the other side far surpassed that of the Talon civilization. After confirming the news, the leaders of the 5 empires met again, but this time their expressions were more serious. This meeting was merely to discuss and finalize the preliminary agreements made earlier in more detail. In the year 1099 of the Talon era, the 5 leaders of the L Empire, Ball Empire, Iron Forest Empire, Divine Ao Empire, and Peak Rock Empire held their first formal meeting. During the meeting, the 5 leaders collectively expressed the need to establish a giant space defense system device, Talon Union, that would extend 50 kilometers in geostationary orbit around Talon. That same year, 5 mysterious aerial combat units were also established. In 1101 of the Talon era, the first segment of the space station of the Talon Union was successfully established, and a large amount of supplies were sent to the space station, marking the official start of construction for the Talon Union. The 5 aerial combat units had already taken shape. In the same year, Hector Hoffman, head of the L Empire's Astronomical Center, discovered a strange semi-arc structure in the orbit of the Blomy planet in the Temporal star system, confirming that the alien civilization was indeed constructing an alien base in Temporal. This discovery heightened the sense of urgency among the 5 empires, prompting them to allocate almost all resources to space deployments. The effectiveness of this initiative was significant, as the construction speed of the Talon Union accelerated, but it also sparked considerable discontent among the Talon people, who felt the empires were wasting resources unnecessarily. In 1102 of the Talon era, Druzbar initiated a call to action, joining forces with other Talon people who shared his views to demand that the Empire disclose the truth. This incident had a huge impact within the Baal Empire and also resonated with other empires. The 5 empires reacted swiftly to this matter, employing military force to suppress it and directly extinguishing the roots of the incident. In 1112 of the Talon era, 10 years could change many things, such as the completion of the Talon Union, space defense system jointly established by the 5 empires. This technological marvel, referred to as a gigantic construction by the Talon people, finally silenced the ongoing opposition voices for a while. Over the past decade, they had been blocking news about the alien civilization, and even images that occasionally circulated online were successfully redirected using special means. Therefore, the changes in the Debuter star system had remained unknown to the public. After all, not every household owned a telescope, nor did everyone know how to locate a star system 33 light-years away. Hector Hoffman, dressed in a bulky spacesuit, felt the hardened skin on his forehead starting to soften and droop over his head. He rested his hand on the balance bar by the window, gazing out into the pitch-black universe with a weary expression. He had been working at the Talon Union for 7 years, personally participating in the construction of this massive project. And he also understood why the 5 empires had chosen to put aside their differences to build something that seemed to have no practical purpose. He recalled the comical face of the person who had initially told him the truth, looking towards the Debuter star system, although it was currently shrouded in darkness. Hector could still sense a wave of fear sweeping over from that star system. It felt like a giant mouth hidden in the darkness, ready to swallow him whole at any moment. Hoffman. A heavy hand clapped on his shoulder, and a young voice called out from behind him. Hoffman turned around and replied helplessly, "Soldier Ed, please don't scare an old man like this, especially since this old man is your superior." Ed chuckled. "Hoffman, you're not old at all. I'm just curious why you always look in this direction at dawn when it's pitch black. If you want to see stars, we can wait until the orbit turns to daytime." Hoffman did not respond, gazing silently into the dark void, sighing quietly. It had been over a decade without any activity. Perhaps the extraterrestrial visitors were just collecting what they wanted in the Debuter star system and had no interest in Talon. "I'm not looking at stars, Soldier Ed. What exists over there could come over at any time, and we must remain vigilant." All right. It's been over a decade. Maybe the VE already left," Ed said dismissively, but deep down he didn't take it lightly. When he first heard about the existence of an alien civilization, he was indeed shocked. However, he felt more excitement. If he could have a battle with aliens, it would definitely go down in history. But that passionate fervor would gradually cool over time. And those who had shared the same thoughts and joined the Talon Union were mostly like him now. He stood beside Hoffman, looking out together. Although he didn't care much for the old sergeant's words, he still held respect for him in his heart. The two remained silent, staring for a long time until their eyes began to feel dry. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in the darkness. At first, Ed thought he was seeing things from staring too long. He blinked hard and looked closely. Only then did he realize he wasn't imagining things. There was indeed something in the darkness. "Hoffman," Ed called out nervously. "I see it." "Ed." Hoffman kept his gaze fixed outside, his expression extremely serious. "Sound the alarm immediately. I think what we've been waiting for may have come." Chapter 18. Incoming fire. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent and loud alarm echoed throughout the entire Talon Union. The once quiet Talon Union became chaotic as the alarm rang. "What is going on? Who triggered the alarm?" The enforcer Burnham was startled by the alarm and inquired in surprise to his adjutant. It was Sergeant Hector Hoffman who activated the alarm. He and his subordinate, Ed, discovered an unidentified light source approaching. "He suspects it's the alien civilization," the assistant replied solemnly, his expression serious. Burnham was taken aback, not daring to be careless. He quickly ordered, "Initiate Level 1 combat readiness. Immediately contact the ground and notify the 5 leaders that an alien civilization is approaching." "Yes, Enforcer." "Notify the ground to be ready for evacuation at any time." Burnham felt a mix of emotions. It took them 13 years to build this massive technological structure to defend against the alien civilization that could arrive at any moment. The pride and confidence he felt when it was first completed transformed into anxiety and unease in an instant. Could their defenses really withstand an invasion from an alien civilization? After all, the other side was an advanced civilization capable of traveling through space. Could their measures truly suffice? Amidst his self-doubt, Burnham patiently awaited a response from the ground. In the joint conference room, 5 leaders of the Empire gathered together, each with an extremely serious and solemn expression. "Everyone, the moment of decision for our fate has arrived. They have already set out, but our astronomical center has yet to detect any trace of the other side. Arturo's deep voice made everyone tense. Editha's expression was gloomy as she solemnly stated, according to our estimates, the alien civilization should possess some form of cloaking technology, which has prevented our telescopes from seeing their movements. Moreover, now is not the time to consider the astronomical center. Let's think about how to face the alien civilization. Whether they come with goodwill or malice will determine the future of our entire Talon star. Arda glanced at Editha before saying, "Can we calculate the time of their official arrival? We cannot sit idly by. We can give them a hard blow before they approach." Arturo said, "Activate Plan 1. He raised his hand to vote first. In favor. In favor. Editha raised her hand. In favor. Arda gestured to indicate his support. I also agree. The leader of the Talon people, with deep blue skin, also had no objections. Then, notify the Talon Alliance to activate Plan 1 when the alien civilization approaches. Send out a communication. If there is no response from them, we will begin a nuclear strike on the Talon Alliance." Burnham's expression became even more serious after receiving the command from the ground. He looked at the monitoring system on the console. "Your Honor, the other side has entered the observation range." The communicator shouted loudly, his expression filled with shock. "Your Honor, the other side is moving very fast, approaching us at a speed we cannot calculate. They will collide with us in an estimated 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes, or even less. Our calculation system cannot determine the correct timing. Their speed exceeds our calculation range." The communicator began to shout incoherently. Burnham's face changed repeatedly. The speed of the other side was unimaginably fast, and he nearly bit his gums in frustration, roaring, "Immediately lock onto their direction and launch a nuclear strike. I want to eliminate them from 300 kilometers away." Although he did not believe that a nuclear strike could deal with the alien civilization spacecraft, as movies often depict them resolving crises with nuclear strikes, making it seem like nuclear strikes could decide everything. But such matters depend on how the screenwriter writes. When truly facing an alien civilization, he was completely in the dark. At this moment, he could only hope that the nuclear strike would be effective. In the depths of space, a squad consisting of a destroyer and 2 frigates was traveling at superluminal speed toward the Talon star system. The 2-kilometer-long massive destroyer was covered with sturdy and heavy ship armor, its main weapons being a set of powerful kinetic cannons and 2 sets of laser cannons. Additionally, the destroyer was equipped with small laser cannons, small fragment launchers, and several defensive turrets. On either side of the destroyer were 1-kilometer-long frigates, which were more agile and suited for close combat, mostly armed with small turrets needed for melee. Their true power lay in releasing a large number of sentry robots once they got close to enemy warships. These robots could effectively breach the enemy's shields and cause immense damage inside. "Commander, according to the detection results, this primitive civilization doesn't even have a superluminal suppressor. So our warships will face no obstacles and can move freely." The voice of Sparks sounded somewhat arrogant, seemingly looking down on this primitive civilization. Perhaps due to long-term study of civilized knowledge, Fang Kai did not express any unusual reaction to Sparks' arrogance and nodded in agreement. He had been observing the Talon people's responses after discovering their presence. However, after confirming the technological level of the Talon people, Fang Kai did not add any additional warships to his initial plan. In the eyes of the Talon people, 13 years had passed. But that was in the Talon star's orbital period. By Fang Kai's time calculation, at most only 7 years had passed. In these 7 years, the construction of the star ring had officially been completed, and it had begun to extract energy. Once the star ring started operating, Fang Kai's target naturally shifted to Talon Star, which was 33 light-years away. Moreover, having paid attention to Talon Star for a long time, he knew that the civilization on this planet had early on begun constructing their so-called defensive works. Although their actions seemed ridiculous in Fang Kai's eyes, the so-called Talon Alliance defense system was simply incapable of withstanding an attack, without solid armor and energy shields. Such a shoddy project appeared to him as an unprotected pile of straw that could collapse with a gentle push. This small fleet soon appeared before the extremely tense Talon people, the massive warship with a deep gray metallic texture. Its surface adorned with complex electronic circuits that left them in awe of the alien civilization's intricate craftsmanship and masterpieces. At the same time, the sudden appearance of these 3 warships made them incredibly anxious, because without knowing the exact arrival time of the other side, all they could do was launch a warhead propelled by a thruster toward the direction of the incoming enemy. This warhead, carrying their countless hopes, accelerated continuously in the vacuum environment toward the three warships. Under the watchful eyes of the Talon people within all defensive works and the high-ranking officials of the Empire, it directly struck the enemy. Boom. There was no sound, but the brilliant firelight made all the Talon people squint their eyes, looking at the flames. They could imagine the powerful shockwaves generated at the center of the explosion. As the flames dissipated, many cosmic debris were engulfed in the explosion. But what terrified them was that a layer of blue energy diamond-shaped light net flickered at the explosion point. And their eagerly anticipated nuclear strike had not inflicted even the slightest damage on the other side. The energy shield gradually faded from view, and the deep gray warship slowed down, moving forward slowly. When the massive vessel collided with cosmic debris, a blue light would flash on the ship's outer layer. And during the flickering of the blue light, the meteors floating in space would be smashed to dust. This was the energy shield. Huffman breathed heavily, holding his breath as he looked through the porthole at the approaching alien spacecraft, his hands trembling slightly. Facing a nuclear strike, the enemy was completely unscathed. How could they continue fighting? The Ed beside him was even more blank-headed. This was the warship of an alien civilization? Even a nuclear strike could not destroy the energy shield. Whether their ordinary weapons could breach this layer of energy shield was a question. The disparity was so great. How could this war be fought? This was not only Ed's thought, but also what Burnham was thinking in his heart, as well as the worries of the 5 leaders and high-ranking officials of the Empire. Chapter 19. War. At this moment, all the Talon people felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The heavy pressure made their chests feel as if a wall were pressing down, making it hard for them to breathe. Our nuclear strike was completely ineffective. Burnham despairingly closed his eyes, hardly daring to face the impending counterattack. Could their Talon Alliance defense system really withstand the enemy's warships? He was 100% certain that if there had been no interception in advance, the main structure of the Talon Alliance would have been completely destroyed by a nuclear strike. What do we do now? In the communication channel, Burnham's hoarse voice sounded, and all the soldiers in the Talon Alliance fell silent, unable to utter a single word. The 5 leaders on the ground also did not speak. They were still digesting the results of this attack, and the enemy had not even attempted to intercept. They had simply defended against the power of the nuclear strike. Until the end, it was still Aditha, the female leader, who spoke. Do your utmost to resist their counterattack. If possible, please try to delay for some time. You will be the honor and pride of the Talon people and the first line of defense for survival. Aditha's commanding voice came through the communicator to every soldier's ears. But her words did not ignite the Talon soldiers' blood. Instead, they deepened their pessimism and heaviness. Watching the alien warship in the distance, which had slowed down and revealed its true form, they felt a lump in their throats, too afraid to even breathe. The soldiers. Huffman opened the communication channel, and his deep, weathered voice drew the attention of many bewildered soldiers. Look back at our planet, our country, and our families. This may be the last time you see them. Huffman's voice was very calm, but it was this calm tone that suddenly made the soldiers feel much more at ease. Pick up your weapons. Remember your training from these years. Do not sit idly by. Even if we die, we cannot die empty-handed. The weapons in your hands will be your only companions into the grave. Enter combat status. Activate level 1 alert. Your Excellency, please issue the combat order. Huffman's straightforward words awakened the soldiers in despair. They tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes fixed firmly on the slowly approaching warship. Burnham paused for a moment, his lips curling slightly into a smirk. Soldiers, use the weapons in your hands to hunt the enemy's heads. This is a battle with a huge disparity, but I hope our sacrifices can buy more lives. For Tarlin. For Tarlin. The communicator echoed with the roars of countless soldiers responding to Burnham. Hearing their response, the tremor in Burnham's heart instantly vanished. He was now filled with excitement, roaring, "All soldiers, obey orders. The First Army enters the defensive artillery positions. Prepare to shoot down any enemy shells that may come." The Second Army immediately boards the space fighters, deploying in the third drill dispersal formation, awaiting the second command. The logistics team is ready to support at any time. Burnham issued the mobilization orders in one breath, and all soldiers began to execute their tasks in an orderly manner. This is the Tarlin Union, currently detecting communication interference, no interference detected. Checking the circuit status in all areas, no abnormalities. Energy center, no abnormalities. Docking bay is being opened. All space fighters are ready. The space fighter docking structure of the Tarlin Union consists of 2 rows of launch bays. Since space combat does not require strong power for fighter takeoff, a sufficiently strong launch can easily send fighters into the space environment for combat. So the entire docking bay is divided into 2 rows of launch bays. Huffman and Ed had already changed into new uniforms, wearing lightweight helmets as they sat in the cockpit of the fighter. The main body of the fighter was blue, representing the primary color of their Tarlan civilization. "Sergeant, what's wrong? Can we survive?" The young voice startled Huffman, and he fell silent, unsure how to answer the young soldier. "Just try to survive." Huffman could only respond this way. Although it was just a brief encounter, the strength of the alien civilization was almost evident from that first meeting. "Understood, Sergeant. I will try my best to survive." Ed's hands gripping the control stick trembled, but he still spoke firmly through gritted teeth, saying words he couldn't even be sure of himself. At this moment, Ed's communication channel sounded again. "Space Fighter Thunderbird, power energy is filled, ammunition is fully loaded. Please prepare to launch." Ed's gaze sharpened as he looked at the wide-open docking bay doors in the deep launch channel. His strong fists clenched the control stick tightly. His arms ceased trembling, just like during training. He calmed his emotions and spoke into the communicator. "Thunderbird received." Ed's eyes fixed on the universe outside, from here. It was an endless starry sky, with white starlight dotting the expanse, gathering into a brilliant galaxy. "Clear the channel." A strong airflow surged from both sides of the launcher, sweeping away the dust that had mixed into the launch channel from the opening of the doors. "Balance the air pressure, prepare for launch." The air valves around the launch bay closed completely, putting the entire launch bay into a vacuum state. Ed felt his body lighten, the safety belt firmly securing him to the pilot's seat. Taking a deep breath, Ed calmly recited the usual training phrase. "Victor Tally and Ed, Thunderbird launching." Boom. A powerful force propelled the Thunderbird fighter out of the launch bay, the fighter's wheels and the launch bay's tracks creating dazzling sparks from high-speed friction. The familiar strong thrust sensation made Ed instinctively activate the Thunderbird fighter's thrusters, the light blue engines emitting brilliant light as they propelled the Thunderbird fighter swiftly into the universe. "Thunderbird squad, gather at left side coordinate 313. There is a small debris field. We can use the debris for offense and defense." Huffman's voice rang through the communicator, and 13 Thunderbird fighters painted with blue markings turned sharply, flying towards a small debris field. "Huffman, this isn't acting. Aren't you worried your team will crash into the small rocks in the debris field?" A teasing voice suddenly intruded into the Thunderbird squad's communication channel. "My team is all exceptional. They won't be blocked by the debris. Don't you die first, Rocky." "Huh. Storm squad, gather at left side coordinate 207. We don't play these roundabout tactics. Facing the enemy head-on is the soldier's glory." Hearing the rough voice in the communication channel, Huffman smirked and said seriously, "Cliff, just try to survive." "Hey, I will definitely live longer than you." The cocky reply was immediately cut off. The main body of the Tarlan Union. Burnham watched as the radar displayed the positions of various fighter squads aligning with the predicted locations, and he spoke solemnly. "Space fighters are deployed. Prepare to fire the electromagnetic railgun." "Yes, Your Excellency." With Burnham's command, a dual-rail launcher rose from the external platform of the Tarlan Union. Powerful currents flickered along the rails, as a blue electromagnetic energy sphere formed at the center of the dual rails. The electromagnetic railgun was accumulating energy, the current status stable, flow rate normal. "Target locked. Distance 1500, Your Excellency, shall we fire?" Burnham calmly said, "Fire." Boom. In the year 1112 of the Tarlan calendar, the Tarlan civilization officially launched an offensive against the unknown civilization. Chapter 20, Instant Annihilation. How bold. Fang Kai was surprised to see the Tarlan civilization take the initiative to attack. Although he had dispatched 3 warships, his primary purpose was merely to engage in a simple exchange with the other side. However, while Fang Kai was caught off guard, since the other side had declared war, he was not the type to take a beating without retaliating. He immediately ordered the spark. "Counterattack normally. Let me see to what extent the Tarlan people can resist." "Understood. Commander, should we directly destroy this civilization?" "Destroy?" Fang Kai sat in his exclusive chair, propping his chin with one hand, his right index finger rhythmically tapping on the armrest. He wasn't very keen on the idea of destroying the Tarlan civilization. A smirk suddenly appeared on his lips as he said with a hint of malicious amusement, "Spark. First destroy all of Tarlan's space deployments." "Understood. Just a primitive civilization that can't even destroy a planet. Their civilization level is indeed too low. Even their most powerful pride, the nuclear, cannot destroy a planet. The most they can do is probably wipe out the life on the planet's surface, right?" Fang Kai thought to himself, his gaze shifting to the glass screen in front of him, under the watchful eyes of Burnham and the other Tarlan soldiers. The blue electromagnetic cannon struck the enemy warship with a thunderous impact. The penetrating power of the electromagnetic cannon was, in some respects, even stronger than that of the nuclear. However, at the moment the electromagnetic cannon struck, the blue energy shield lit up once again, standing firm like an indestructible mountain, completely preventing the core projectile of the electromagnetic cannon from advancing even a fraction. Burnham's expression grew increasingly grave as he silently observed the outcome. Feeling a chill in his heart, he understood that the civilization they faced far exceeded their imagination and was completely beyond their ability to resist. They were like a group of ants facing a giant preparing to pour water from a bucket, utterly powerless to fight back. While Burnham's thoughts were in disarray, a sudden red light appeared directly in front of the Talon Alliance. The light flickered like stars shining in the universe, causing his pupils to constrict suddenly. Whoosh! A red beam of light, intertwined with heart-stopping lightning, shot by in an instant. The red beam was so fast that the soldiers of Talon had no time to react before this terrifying light had already vanished, leaving behind intermittent traces like straight lines that had been torn apart. This was the last trace left by the beam burning through cosmic dust, hiding among the rubble. Hoffman and Ed were stunned as they watched this sudden attack, their minds going blank for a moment. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The first to be hit was the Storm Squad at the forefront, an elite space fighter squad that had trained for many years, which was instantly reduced to cosmic dust by the enemy's sudden strike. Hoffman watched in horror as the Storm Squad vanished just like that. "Sergeant Major." "The Storm Squad of Rocky," he exclaimed. "I saw it. The enemy is powerful beyond despair." Although Hoffman had been mentally prepared, he never expected such an outcome. This was merely a probing counterattack from the enemy. He hadn't even seen the details of the beam's counterattack before a squad of theirs was wiped out. No. Hoffman suddenly turned to look at the Talon Alliance. In that moment, his pupils constricted, and his expression went blank as he gazed at the Talon Alliance. This massive structure they called a scientific miracle was entirely covered with a layer of solidified electric current. Most notably, a massive gaping hole had suddenly appeared on the main body of the Talon Alliance building, with debris and staff continuously floating out from inside. This building, combining their most advanced craftsmanship, was so fragile that it was pierced by a single strike from the enemy. Boom. A huge explosion erupted, and the Talon Alliance shattered before the incredulous eyes of Hoffman and Ed, countless debris flying in all directions. Some debris flew into the depths of space, ultimately drifting to an unknown destination, while other larger pieces fell straight toward Talon Star. The debris rushed into the atmosphere, and the high-speed descent caused them to become fireballs of various sizes due to friction with the atmosphere. On the ground, in a bustling city, the Talon people continued with their lives. A Talon sitting on a bench by the street looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling as if the color of the sky had changed. As he pondered this, a mass engulfed in roaring flames suddenly fell from the sky. The burning material was incredibly fast, and just as the Talon in the city realized it, it crashed down with scorching flames and immense force. Boom! The ground trembled, and the powerful shockwave shattered the walls of nearby buildings in an instant, stirring up a dust cloud dozens of meters high. The violent airflow and shockwave surged toward the surrounding Talon people. When these Talon noticed something was wrong and turned to flee, they were already engulfed by the furious winds and reduced to pulp. 1, 2, 3 fallen fragments of varying sizes plummeted from the sky, and many fell around the world. This sudden disaster instantly caused over 100,000 Talon casualties. In the conference room of the 5 great empires, Arturo silently watched as communication with the Talon Alliance was suddenly lost, his brow furrowing. What had happened up there? Edita suddenly had a bad premonition, her expression darkening as she glanced at Alda. Alda discreetly looked at her and nodded slightly. Seeing that the others were silent and lost in thought, Edita continued. Immediately initiate a global announcement to inform everyone of everything. There is no need to withhold information for the sake of stability anymore. We must prepare for the final confrontation. Okay. The first to agree was the Talon leader with deep blue skin, but unexpectedly, he continued, however, I will not go with you. I will stay and face the alien civilization with all the Talon people. His words surprised the other 4, who never expected him to make such a decision. However, their surprise lasted only a moment. While they admired his courage, the planned action still needed to proceed. Activate the arc, Arturo began to say. But suddenly he felt a strong light outside the conference room window, as if someone was shining a spotlight in from outside. As he sensed the bright light, Arturo also noticed that the surrounding temperature had risen significantly at that moment. He turned to look out the window. A sea of red light filled his vision. And at that moment, The world was devoid of any color other than the red beams. The crimson beams descended from the sky like divine punishment, piercing through the clouds and the earth, making it possible for nearly half of the Talon people on the planet to see this dazzling light. The light appeared for a brief moment, so short that they thought it was an illusion. But as the beams disappeared, a strong tremor came from beneath their feet. The earth shattered, skyscrapers collapsed, and an enormous mushroom cloud soared into the sky, followed by raging winds and tsunamis. This catastrophic blow, akin to an apocalyptic disaster, swept across half the planet in less than 5 minutes. The only sensation the Talon people felt in the face of this calamity was heat. And then they were melted into ashes by the extreme temperatures capable of fusing the planet. From space, half of Talon Star was instantly transformed into a scorched red wasteland. The surviving Thunderbird squad stood in a daze, watching everything unfold as if they had lost their souls. Their civilization was gone just like that? They hadn't even seen how the enemy attacked. Fang Kai also widened his eyes, staring at the warship that had turned half a planet into scorched earth with just one laser beam, completely stunned. How could this be? Commander, this primitive civilization has no energy weapon defenses. The main weapon of the destroyer is a particle beam laser. This is one of the primary weapon systems used during a civilization's expansion phase. Fang Kai still couldn't believe it. He opened the design blueprint of the destroyer, which clearly marked it as lowest level. This was the lowest grade among all warship blueprints, indistinguishable from frigates. And anything worse might be a scout ship or a construction ship. This was merely the most basic warship. Yes, perhaps, Commander, next time you encounter another civilization, you can choose to use a scout ship or a construction ship. Chapter 21. Am I back again? Fang Kai momentarily didn't know what to say. He deeply felt the gap between top civilizations and primitive civilizations for the first time. The most basic equipment in the eyes of a top civilization could bring catastrophic disaster to a primitive civilization. Looking at this half-destroyed planet, Fang Kai fell silent. The situation before him was already drastically different from his initial plan. What should he do next? Commander, to destroy the enemy's space deployment, please give the next command. As an emotionless artificial intelligence, Spark inquired about his next course of action after carrying out Fang Kai's orders. Fang Kai pouted. You've destroyed half of this planet in one go. What plans do I have left? Let's check how much life is still on this planet. Fang Kai felt somewhat disheartened. He had previously thought about crushing the Talon people's space deployment with absolute superiority, and then descending upon this civilization like a god amid their fearful and awed gazes. However, the original plan was gone. Slumped in his chair, Fang Kai suddenly felt very fatigued. A wave of irresistible tiredness surged over him like the Yangtze River. He slowly closed his eyes, and soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Planet information is being collected, generating planetary briefing. Please check. Please check. Commander detected to be in a state of sleep, beginning to execute the default Prometheus plan. According to the Cosmic Civilization Continuation Protocol, Prometheus will suspend its attack on Talon Planet and enter patrol monitoring mode. In a daze, Fang Kai heard a familiar yet strange bird call, crisp and nostalgic. Outside his tightly closed eyelids was a sea of red. The warm sunlight on his skin made him feel a slight burning, but it also plunged Fang Kai into deep suspicion. He suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a familiar small room. Bright sunlight streaming through the window allowed Fang Kai to clearly see the floating dust in the air, gently cascading. What is this? Fang Kai was stunned. He slapped his face hard, disbelief written all over him. He suddenly pushed open the window, and the familiar street and the incessantly passing vehicles outside made him feel an impulse to cry. To confirm he was dreaming. He quickly turned and ran into the bathroom, took off his gray bear pajamas, turned on the cold water, and let the icy water flow from his forehead down his body. Opening his eyes, he looked at his palm, then felt his body. This is real. He wasn't dreaming. He had truly come back. Had he been dreaming all along? Fang Kai shook his head, splashing water everywhere. He confirmed that the Prometheus and the Spark were not dreams. Nearly 10 years of learning, countless historical and technological knowledge about civilizations filled his mind. This knowledge couldn't just appear out of thin air from a dream. But how had he crossed over to the Prometheus and then come back? Could he also be someone with a system? System? No response. Fang Kai's expression changed rapidly. He turned off the shower, frowning as he casually wiped his body with a towel. The towel in his hand was still clean. He stood naked by the window and picked up the phone on his bedside. He hadn't touched a phone for nearly 10 years, and after waking up, he almost forgot that phones existed. Glancing at the time, it was October 3rd, 2017, 11:33 a.m., right in the middle of the National Day holiday. Because it was the date of his crossing, he remembered it clearly. He had gone to bed around 11 p.m. on October 2nd. Fang Kai looked at the time displayed on the phone and thought, what is going on? Could it be that his calling method was wrong? System, son? Fang Kai tentatively murmured. No response. It seemed there was no system. Could it be some other reason? Fang Kai slowly put on his clothes, frowning as he recalled everything after crossing over. Could it be the consciousness frequency? His consciousness frequency had unintentionally synchronized with that of the last commander of the Prometheus, causing him to inexplicably appear on the Prometheus and serve as commander for nearly 10 years. If he didn't explain it this way, he couldn't understand why he had clearly spent nearly 10 years, but only one day had passed upon waking. Just as Fang Kai was pondering this, his stomach suddenly growled. He suddenly realized he should eat. When he thought about eating, he was startled. He suddenly realized that he had never drunk water or eaten anything during his 10 years on the Prometheus, nor had he even had that thought. The scariest part was that he had gotten used to it. It seemed that on the Prometheus, his consciousness was controlling an ordinary flesh and blood body, but a special one. Looking around the familiar small room, Fang Kai took his keys and calmly opened the door. Stepping out of his home, he arrived at the community below. Observing the familiar layout and the elderly people chatting at the entrance, his expression was somewhat dazed. Hey, Shao Kai, what is wrong with you? You seem different after just a day. A lady in her 50s curiously scrutinized Fang Kai. Zhang Chaolan, who had watched him grow up, felt that this boy seemed a bit different. However, she couldn't pinpoint what was different, but he looked a lot more foolish overnight. Could it be that his parents had left him behind to travel, causing him to be upset? Zhang Chaolan could only explain it this way. Fang Kai stared blankly at the familiar Aunt Zhang. Forcing a stiff smile, he awkwardly said, I'm fine, just going downstairs to eat something. The familiar feeling surged in his heart, and Fang Kai's smile became much more natural. He didn't dare to engage in too much conversation with Aunt Zhang and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the community. He randomly found a noodle shop, ordered a bowl of noodles, and began to ponder his bizarre circumstances. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but now, whenever he recalled his 10 years of learning on the Prometheus, he could clearly remember every detail. His consciousness had been enhanced. Another question arose. Would he be able to return to the Prometheus? If he could go back, how was the difference in the flow of time between here and the Prometheus formed? Was the difference in the flow of time caused by gravitational waves in the universe creating a distortion in space-time? Or was it that the Earth, the Milky Way, and even this universe were in a different dimension from the universe where the Prometheus was? It seemed necessary to conduct some thorough research in this area. With a plan in mind, Fang Kai filled his stomach and opened his phone map, starting to search for the location of the city library. He was preparing to go to the city library to find some relevant materials on astronomy and cosmology, wanting to understand more about the knowledge of cosmic dimensions. Chapter 22. Immature thoughts. The process of going to the library to check materials went smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. Nor did it involve any cliché plots where the protagonist encounters events or beautiful women after returning. He simply walked quietly into the library and quietly flipped through books for a while. The people around him in the library were also quiet. However, Fang Kai did not find the materials he wanted in the library. Although many books mentioned the issue of cosmic dimensions, they were merely baseless speculations. To his surprise, the library didn't even have a single piece of information regarding star charts, which made Fang Kai, who was used to having whatever he wanted to learn, feel somewhat unaccustomed. Disheartened, he walked out of the library, and at that moment, the sun was at its fiercest, making him feel hot all over. Fang Kai stretched his arms like a madman, freely enjoying the scorching temperature that his skin was transmitting. His actions drew puzzled looks from many people around him. October was one of the hottest months, yet this person looked like he was enjoying it, though confused by Fang Kai's actions. The people coming in and out didn't say much. Such eccentric behavior was no longer a rarity in today's society. After stretching, Fang Kai felt as if his whole body was breathing. Even the scorching summer wind made him feel immensely enjoyable. He had felt the breath of nature for far too long on the Prometheus. When he encountered Talon Star, he was eager to land on Talon Star and experience the civilization and natural scenery of Talon. However, as the last commander of Prometheus, Spark did not allow him to take risks, even if Talon civilization was just a backward primitive civilization. Therefore, Fang Kai decided to land on Talon Star in another way. But plans never keep up with changes. A laser cannon directly took Talon Star away, causing his plan to fall apart instantly. Fang Kai still couldn't understand this point. Wasn't it a laser? How did it become a particle beam? He felt that with his limited knowledge, it was hard to explain the principle behind it. Using a laser cannon to fire a particle beam cannon? Although he wasn't very clear about the differences in the knowledge he had learned, laser cannons mainly used high-energy photons, while particle beam cannons involved accelerating a certain amount of particles. Standing at the entrance of the library, after struggling for a while and still unable to figure it out, he could only sigh helplessly. After returning home, Fang Kai lazily lay on his bed, but his mind was blank. His thoughts instantly flew back to the Prometheus. Although life on the Prometheus was monotonous, it was extremely fulfilling. The vast ocean of knowledge completely captivated him, combined with a powerful brain. Fang Kai felt no fatigue at all. He thought he had never had such a strong motivation to learn while he was in school. Just as he was thinking, Fang Kai suddenly moved, propping himself up, and his brows gradually furrowed. Could he still return to Prometheus? If he couldn't go back, he would need to consider his future. As a young man who had just graduated from college and was now unemployed at home, Fang Kai felt lost before his experience on the Prometheus. He didn't know what he wanted to do in the future or how to choose his life path. But now, his thoughts had changed. Perhaps nearly a decade had matured his thinking significantly, especially in terms of domestic affairs, development, diplomacy. In war, Fang Kai thought for a moment and decided to remove war from the equation. Whether it was domestic politics, social development, or diplomatic means, he had abundant theoretical knowledge. This knowledge would allow him to have more options for his future. For example, should he aim for a stable job? Suddenly, Fang Kai thought of this aspect and couldn't help but shake his head, wondering how he could have such an idea. He had learned a lot, but even more was various types of ultra-high-tech knowledge. With the knowledge stored in his brain, wouldn't it be a better choice to establish a tech company? After recalling his knowledge, Fang Kai's expression suddenly stiffened, and his face showed some unnatural discomfort. After thinking carefully, he realized that all the technological knowledge he had initially studied was related to military weapons. This made him unable to help but face palm. As someone with no background or status, how could he establish a military enterprise? What was he thinking? Fang Kai felt helpless. Why had he focused on weaponry research instead of civilian technology? Thinking about the weapon blueprints and warship designs in his mind, Fang Kai felt a bit regretful. Did he have to find a job in a military enterprise? Such places weren't easy to get into, right? Or rather, ordinary people couldn't get in at all. Feeling a bit troubled, he scratched his head and decided not to think about this frustrating matter. He should first try to see if he could return to the Prometheus. Fang Kai had a thought in his heart. If he could return to the Prometheus and keep coming back, just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. However, he had also seriously considered the method of returning, which was to sleep, since he had crossed over to the Prometheus while sleeping. It stood to reason that crossing back would also be related to sleep. The urge to act was stronger than the urge to think. Fang Kai pulled the curtains to darken the room as much as possible, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Half an hour later, Fang Kai opened his eyes. Staring blankly at the white ceiling, he couldn't sleep. For some reason, he felt completely awake. He decided to wait until the evening. Feeling helpless, Fang Kai got up and opened the curtains to let the sunlight back into the room. Although he hadn't fallen asleep earlier, he suddenly thought that while he might not need too much weapon knowledge, there were still some things he could try to recreate. These technologies wouldn't involve special industries and wouldn't be taboo. This technology was the solar technology that initially provided the overall energy maintenance for Prometheus. A composite solar array. The efficiency of the photovoltaic power generation system and its operational efficiency are closely related to the output characteristics of the solar array. Moreover, this technology could be used not only in civilian fields but also in aerospace, where solar cell arrays are the entire energy source for spacecraft and satellites, being fundamental for their continuous operation. Fang Kai was also aware that in most cases, the strategy for solar arrays was related to local environmental factors, site area, sunlight conditions, and so on. What Fang Kai needed to do was to apply the composite solar array to significantly improve the efficiency of photovoltaic power generation. Of course, how to operate this still needed careful consideration. After all, while technology is good, how to make the market accept it is more important. Moreover, this technology seemed to lean more towards national needs rather than individual needs. Damn. After thinking for a long time, he found himself back at square one. Fang Kai suddenly cursed. It was frustrating, having a treasure mountain but being unable to take anything out. Chapter 23. The crossing experiment. Time unknowingly passed into the evening. After dinner, Fang Kai glanced at the time. It was exactly 9 o'clock. He lay on his bed with a serious expression, closed his eyes, and began to think. In the afternoon, he had been pondering one question. Could he still return to Prometheus? If he couldn't go back, he would directly use the knowledge he had learned to start a company, taking it step by step. Although most of what he had learned was about weapons, he still had a lot of knowledge to utilize in energy, computer technology, and power engines. Using this knowledge to start was a good option. Conversely, if he could return to Prometheus and keep jumping back and forth between Earth and the Prometheus, then starting a company might become a hindrance. After all, from the current situation, the time difference between the two was quite large. On the Earth side, it was just one night, and by the time he got up, about 12 hours would have passed. Meanwhile, he had spent nearly a year on the first planet of the Prometheus, and in the Talon and Tibuter star systems. He had spent 7 years. This meant he had spent a full 8 years on the Prometheus. Moreover, there were still many unclear aspects he needed to understand gradually. If he started a company, there might be a shortage of time, which wouldn't be a good thing for him. Forget it, he decided not to think too much. Everything depended on whether he could return to the Prometheus. Looking at the time again, it had unknowingly turned 10 o'clock. And it was already an hour past 11 in the morning. Fang Kai calmed himself. In the dark environment, drowsiness gradually overtook him, and he unknowingly fell asleep. His consciousness wave stabilized, and his bodily functions were normal. "You are awake, Commander." The familiar mechanical voice of Spark drilled into his ears, and Fang Kai opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar high-tech room. He was lying in an independent pod, shaped like a capsule, with a transparent top displaying his body data. Upon seeing Fang Kai wake up, Huozhong opened the top of the medical pod and asked, "How do you feel?" Fang Kai moved his body a bit and replied, "Quite normal." "How long did I sleep?" 5 years and 117 days. "Aren't you curious why I slept so long?" Seeing Huozhong's calm reaction, he couldn't help but ask. It was strange that this artificial intelligence had no questions about his sudden long sleep. The commander's consciousness maintains normal fluctuations and shows no signs of death. This artificial intelligence. Fang Kai silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. An AI like Huozhong was undoubtedly the perfect tool. In this moment, Fang Kai suddenly thought about how forward-thinking the civilization scientists who created Huozhong must have been. Since there was no issue on Huozhong's end, Fang Kai officially entered his state. First, he wanted to test if he could lie back down and sleep again to return to Earth. "Huozhong, is there anything to put my bodily functions into hibernation?" Fang Kai lay back in the medical pod, eagerly asking. "Entering hibernation?" "Yes. Commander, simply extracting the energy key from the bionic body will keep it in hibernation." Huozhong's voice had a hint of curiosity. "Is this body making you uncomfortable? I can provide you with another form." In front of Fang Kai, dozens of body forms appeared. Both male and female, all remarkably good-looking. However, what left Fang Kai speechless was that there were even bodies of other species among them. He saw a withered, tree trunk-like body with similar textures on its surface. There was also a plump body template with an octopus head. Countless tentacles hanging down like beards from its gills and chin. Not needed for now. I just want my body to rest for a while. Although I exist as a consciousness, I still want to continue experiencing my original life and maintain my previous living habits, which will greatly help in the future reconstruction of civilization. Fang Kai casually found an excuse. Huozhong didn't doubt it and promptly replied, "All right, Commander. Please lie down. I will control the tools in the medical pod to extract the energy key from your body. Commander, please set a new schedule. I will reinsert the energy key into your body at the exact time. Set it for 10 years, to wake the body again after 10 years. Fang Kai silently calculated according to Earth's time. If he could return, it would certainly still be evening there. He wanted to try to see if he could actively control this consciousness-based crossing. Setting the time, the bionic body will be reactivated in 10 years. Starting to extract the energy key now. Huozhong's voice rang out, and before Fang Kai could react, a piercing pain shot through his lower body. The tearing pain strangely felt familiar. Suddenly opening his eyes, Fang Kai shivered, but his expression was more of excitement. He was back, as long as he could fall asleep. He could repeatedly traverse between the Prometheus and Earth. Fang Kai picked up the phone at his bedside. October 3rd, 2017, 10:07 a.m. Excitement spread through his entire body, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He could shuttle back and forth between Earth and the Prometheus. Ha ha. Oh ho. His future life was definitely going to be extraordinary. On one side, he could enjoy beautiful moments on Earth and a happy life with his family. On the other side, he could explore the endless universe freely. A sudden outcry echoed. Who was making noise at this late hour? Shouting like a ghost. Can't anyone sleep? Don't they know people have to work tomorrow? Angry shouts came from upstairs. Fang Kai quickly shut his mouth, suppressing his excitement. This made him thrilled. He wouldn't have to wander alone in the lonely universe. It was like God had not only opened a window for him, but also thrown open the door and handed him an estate. Fang Kai grinned foolishly. Maybe on the Prometheus, Huizhong would constantly remind him of the universe's impending collapse. Their mission was to escape, but that was no concern for Fang Kai. As long as the Prometheus and Earth were in the same dimension, he had only a little over 100 years of life. Why worry about when Earth would be devoured? It was like someone saying the Milky Way would collide with the Andromeda Galaxy in 5 billion years, and he would express concern. Could he really care about events hundreds of millions, billions, or even hundreds of billions of years in the future? Chapter 24. The current situation of Talon Star after the excitement. Fang Kai reconsidered his future life. It was now confirmed that he could repeatedly traverse between the Prometheus and Earth, which meant his future was destined to be busy between the two. He had already confirmed his goals on the Prometheus. His future would be about exploring the universe and civilization, not about fleeing. Because there were no new consciousness data on the Prometheus to continue as the next commander. With his brief life, he couldn't achieve the escape of the Prometheus from the impending collapse. And on Earth, his future life pursuits needed to be redefined. With the ability to return to the Prometheus at any time and with Huizhong's assistance, as long as he dared, he could undoubtedly become the greatest scientist of the century on Earth. As for why it wasn't what he wanted, Fang Kai felt that it wasn't just about wanting to. It was about having the courage. He had just graduated from college, and the university he attended was not particularly prestigious, just an ordinary first-tier school. 985 and 211 had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the major he applied for was simply ordinary physics. Learning only basic physics knowledge along with classical mechanics and some solid-state physics knowledge. His graduation grades were also mediocre, and he had no academic achievements during his time at school. He was just an inconspicuous student. A person as ordinary as him found it hard to even get a decent job, let alone starting a high-tech enterprise or engaging in high-tech activities. It was really too difficult. Fang Kai sighed heavily, feeling somewhat discontented, thinking that if the consciousness crossing had happened 3 or 4 years earlier, he could have shown his talent during college, making many things much easier now. It seemed he needed to go buy books related to solar energy, new energy, and photovoltaic power generation tomorrow. Although the tasks would be quite challenging, Fang Kai was not one to give up easily. With such a powerful advantage, why not make his future life more exciting? Purchasing relevant books was definitely necessary. At least it could serve as a reasonable excuse when asked in the future. Self-study. Grassroots engineering. Whether others were frauds was unknown, but as long as he wasn't, that was enough. As he thought about this, Fang Kai slowly fell asleep. Consciousness data stable. Reloading. Reinserting energy key. The familiar pain in his lower body made Fang Kai open his eyes. Again, the familiar pangs. Ah, Fang Kai murmured. Then got up from the medical pod. Commander, I noticed you have awakened. According to calculations, your rest this time was 22 days. Would you like to reset the schedule data? Huizhong's voice rang out. Feeling the pain in his lower body had lessened significantly, Fang Kai shook his head. Delete all data. I will reset the time when I next rest. After adjusting his body, Fang Kai asked, what has happened to the Talon people during my rest? During your rest? We have been observing the situation on Talon Star and have prepared a brief report. Would you like to review it? A spark presented a briefing in front of Fang Kai. Fang Kai reached out to open the briefing. This briefing was summarized by the bionic robot that had initially infiltrated the Tarlan society. At the beginning of the Annihilation era, a massive red beam struck the surface of Tarlan Star, and its tremendous destructive power directly shattered the shallow layers of the surface, creating a huge shockwave that completely destroyed the entire Eastern Hemisphere. Our cities and civilization turned to ruins under the impact of this apocalyptic catastrophe, with billions of Tarlan people perishing, leaving only 1/5 of the population surviving. But this was not the end, it was the beginning. The atmosphere was devastated and burned by powerful particle beams, sand and dust blocked out the sun, and darkness and cold enveloped the Eastern Hemisphere. The once beautiful environment of the Eastern Hemisphere of Tarlan Star had now become a wasteland. Fortunately, rescue teams and scientific exploration groups discovered that there were no harmful radiation sources in the Eastern Hemisphere, indicating that the alien civilization had not used radiation energy in their attacks. The rescue teams began their work in the Eastern Hemisphere, attempting to find any surviving kin among the city ruins and debris. However, the destruction of the atmosphere made the environment in the Eastern Hemisphere worse than that of desert regions. Daytime temperatures soared above 47 degrees Celsius, while nighttime temperatures dropped to between -4 to 9 degrees. This forced rescue operations to be conducted only in the evening and at night, greatly increasing the difficulty of the rescue efforts. In the third year of the Annihilation era, the Tarlan people calculated their time as 17 cycles equal to 1 orbital year. The alien civilization did not launch attacks during this period. They seemed to be observing us, with their spacecraft continuously navigating the orbit of Tarlan star. The remaining Tarlan people feared the power of the alien civilization, and they lived cautiously, under the powerful restorative force of the planet's nature. The environmental conditions in the Eastern Hemisphere gradually improved, with daytime temperatures now lowered to between 38 and 43 degrees. This was a bearable temperature, and the speed of rescue operations increased. However, to this day, no survivors have been found, and some have begun to doubt the necessity of the rescue. In the fourth year of the Annihilation era, the remaining Tarlan people split into 3 factions: Tarmu, Baigan, and Krick. The scarcity of resources led to constant warfare among the 3 factions, drastically reducing the Tarlan population. Currently, only 5.7 billion remain. In the 9th cycle of the 5th year of the Annihilation era, the Tarmu faction established a new nation on the red soil of the Eastern Hemisphere. They withdrew from the vortex of war and began to recuperate, struggling to survive in the harsh environment. In the same year, a large-scale war erupted between Baigan and Krick, with both sides engaging in 13 battles of varying sizes over a natural lake and its surrounding mineral resources. Ultimately, Baigan achieved a Pyrrhic victory, reducing the population of the Western Hemisphere to 5.31 million. After unifying the Western Hemisphere, Baigan also established a nation and began to recuperate. With no wars, the environment gradually recovered, and the Tarlan people began to reproduce once more. To date, the Tarlan population stands at 1.3 billion. Commander, we have discovered a low-level spaceship escaping from Tarlan star. Without your precise orders, we have been following observational instructions. It has successfully escaped from Tarlan star and is currently between the 3rd and 4th planets of the Tarlan system. A 3-dimensional star map of the planetary system appeared before Fang Kai, showing that Tarlan star is in the 3rd position of the system. Their backward technology has resulted in them taking 5 years to reach the 4th planet. It is just a refugee ship, surrounded by no habitable planets. They are highly likely to perish in this deep space. Let them go. Fang Kai simply glanced at the small red dot on the star map and did not issue a command to pursue. A ship that cannot even leave its planetary system, what can we expect it to carry for the legacy of civilization? Chapter 25. Those who stay and those who leave. How is the star ring of the Temporal system coming along? Fang Kai asked. Without using energy to build high-speed construction. The construction speed of the star ring has been greatly reduced. However, after so many years, it should have been completed. Spark, it has been completed, and with abundant energy. I have also upgraded the energy system. The operational energy of the star ring will now be provided by a new reactor, which will accelerate the efficiency of the star ring in dismantling the planet. Fang Kai was slightly surprised. He understood the matter of technological upgrades. Spark had mentioned before that due to insufficient primary energy, many system modules were passively shut down. However, these system modules would gradually restart as the primary energy was restored. What is the new energy reactor? An antimatter energy reactor. Spark's answer was calm, but Fang Kai could not remain calm. Antimatter energy. As far as he knew, antimatter contains immense energy. If matter and antimatter meet, they will annihilate each other, converting all mass into pure energy, achieving an ultimate mass energy conversion rate of 100, far exceeding nuclear fission and fusion. However, the manufacturing cost of antimatter is extremely high. With Earth's current technology level, using the world's most powerful particle accelerator, only 10 nanograms of antimatter can be produced annually, costing tens of millions of dollars. Even if he learned this technology, it would be difficult to implement it based on Earth's technological foundation. Fang Kai did not pay much attention to the antimatter energy reactor. After the energy collection in the Temporal system was completed, he would begin the second warp voyage. As for Tarlan star, he had lost the desire to continue exploring this planet, which had suffered environmental damage. How long will it take to dismantle the planet? After upgrading the energy reactor, the star ring will need 113 days to complete the dismantling of the celestial body, Commander. Fang Kai's heart stirred upon hearing this. The first dismantling took nearly a year, and now it had been reduced by more than half. Antimatter energy is indeed more powerful than fission and fusion, since there are still over 100 days. Fang Kai planned to wait patiently. Just in time, he also wanted to learn some civilian technology for development on Earth. Spark, I will go to the knowledge area. You can handle things here. The operation regarding Tarlin Star can be called off. Received your orders, Commander. Monitoring ships are being withdrawn, and battleships are being deployed for return. Tarlin Star. The battleships and monitoring ships circling Tarlin Star withdrew under Spark's control. The remaining satellite systems on the surface of Tarlin Star observed this scene. And they had been under the pressure of the alien civilization for years. Every step they took felt precarious. Fearing that one day the alien civilization would unleash another particle beam on this already beleaguered planet, completely ending the civilization and life on this planet. The news of the aliens' departure spread quickly. Not only did the Baigan Empire in the Western Hemisphere receive the news, but even the Tarma Empire in the semi-wasteland Eastern Hemisphere learned of it. Many found it hard to accept. Why did the aliens suddenly leave? Did they really leave? Or are they preparing for a more severe strike? In a high-level meeting of the Baigan Empire in the Western Hemisphere, the Empire's leader, Beezus, slammed his fist heavily on the metallic white armrest. He was quite agitated. His empire was established with the vow of revenge against the alien civilization. And even his followers gathered under this belief. Now, with the aliens simply leaving, how should they execute their vow? Leader, regardless. At least we are no longer under the threat of the alien civilization. This is a good thing. The Empire's chief law enforcement officer soothed the agitated Beezus. He said, and you don't have to worry that the Empire's situation will change negatively due to the departure of the alien civilization. The war has left our kin exhausted. And I believe that even the hardliners among them will choose to recuperate in the upcoming time. Yes, leader. The words of Chief Law Enforcement Officer Calido express exactly what I wanted to convey. The clans need to rest and recuperate. This news will only uplift the clans of the Empire. Of course, the news needs some embellishment. Chief Executive Hope also expressed her agreement. But she was thinking a bit more deeply. As long as the departure of the alien civilization is confirmed as a fact, they can announce it in many different ways. After all, the alien civilization won't come forward to accuse them of lying. Beezus' expression indeed improved a lot. After squinting his eyes and considering for a moment, he ordered, have the people at the astronomical center keep an eye on them. Once we confirm they have truly left, we will announce this news immediately. Of course, we will announce our victory. Your Excellency, let us present 2 heroes among the soldiers. Pope replied, as you command, Chief. Meanwhile, in the slightly harsher environment of the Eastern Hemisphere of the Talmud Empire, upon hearing the news of the alien civilization's departure, nearly the entire population of the Empire was in an uproar. They no longer needed to act cautiously, nor did they have to be vigilant against threats from the sky or even further away. Clans of the Empire, the alien civilization has left. We no longer need to hide and seek. We will rebuild our cities, our homes, and our civilization on this ruin. Although the Eastern Hemisphere was devastated, remnants of civilization remained among the ruins, which could greatly aid them in rebuilding their homes. The Talon people celebrated wildly, marking this day as their day of rebirth. They would celebrate this festival every year, but over time, the nature of the day of rebirth gradually changed. Time passed quickly. 100 days flew by, and Fang Kai was still studying civil knowledge in the knowledge area. Given the ability to travel back and forth, he chose knowledge that was as broad and entertaining as possible. As an ordinary person, what could bring him the quickest benefits initially were entertainment-related and some cleverly conceived technologies that didn't require much technical skill. Over this 100 days, Fang Kai had figured out his development path. If he couldn't become rich overnight, he would start from the most primitive capital accumulation, and once he had enough funds, he would proceed with further development. Commander, the star ring has finished dismantling the celestial body below me, and we have restored the main energy of 173. The main energy is now able to support us in restarting multiple forcibly shut down module systems, including the war system, click for details, quantum communication system, and anchor points. Commander, should we begin a new warp flight? Fang Kai closed the data in front of him and glanced at the huge star ring nearby, now reduced to dust, with only the cessation of energy operation remaining. Let us go. Leave these things for them, when they have the strength to reach here. These things will be the ladder for their civilization's progress. Looking at these items that couldn't be taken away, the star ring, starport, warships, and engineering ships, Fang Kai felt no regret. They were just some basic items. Understood. Please proceed to the control center, Commander. We will leave this star system for the second warp flight. Chapter 26. I turned out to be the prey. The alien structures in the Tabuter star system still remained, and we couldn't confirm whether the other side had truly left. I deeply suspect that the establishment of the Talon Union was the main reason we were attacked by the alien civilization. The five great empires at that time concealed the truth about the alien civilization. They had actually arrived long ago. They had never launched an attack against us. They were not plunderers but observers. The establishment of the Talon Union was our signal to the other side that we were declaring war. After experiencing the baptism of the alien civilization, the Talon people's attitude towards the universe split into two factions. One faction advocated for external exploration and the development of astronomical and aerospace technology to prevent a repeat of this disaster due to technological disparities in the future. They were called adventurers. The other faction, having felt the power and terror of the alien civilization, firmly opposed the development of astronomical and aerospace technology, believing that external development would lead to another attack from the alien civilization. But regardless of how heated the outside debate became, the high levels of the Talmud Empire and the Baigan Empire quietly developed astronomical and aerospace technology. According to the Astronomical Center's findings, the alien civilization had indeed left. The evidence was very clear. They took Blomi with them when they left. That beautiful blue atmospheric planet of Blomi had vanished. All that remained was a huge circular structure. The alien civilization left this huge circular structure in another massive building in Tabuter. The technology of the alien civilization. This was something that both empires' high-ranking officials were eager to obtain. Once they had it, the strength of their empires would leap forward. The only thing that made them hesitate was whether the remnants of the alien civilization posed any danger. But in any case, the mission to the Tabuter star system remained at the forefront of execution. After a brief warp flight, the cosmic environment around Fang Kai changed once again. The warp flight had ended, and they were scanning the surrounding environment. No star systems were discovered within the scanning range. Commander, we need to undertake a flight of unknown distance. During the journey, you can try to check the 3 restartable modules. Fang Kai looked out at the brilliant universe through the glass in front of him, secretly lamenting his bad luck for not being able to reach a suitable star system at once. Let's take a look, Fang Kai said. The war system is an independent artificial intelligence separate from control, mainly responsible for the commander's external warfare. In our travels, we are not always fortunate enough to encounter primitive civilizations. When we encounter civilizations that have developed into interstellar ones, warfare will be the strongest support for the commander's battle command. In other words, as long as I restart this war system, future control over combat will be handed over to this specialized combat system. Fang Kai and T expected that the Prometheus also had a dedicated combat system. Fireseed, yes. Commander, when energy is abundant, each type can operate relatively independently. I see. Then what about the second quantum communication module? Fang Kai asked curiously. The literal meaning of this module was clear. It was a communication system. But was it necessary to have it as a separate module? Wouldn't it be better to directly embed it into the main system? After so many years of study, Fang Kai had not learned in vain. The communication system could be used as a subsystem of the main system without needing to establish a completely new module system. Fang Kai had understood the structure of the Prometheus. Any system with a separate module was a powerful independent type. Commander, as a ship for the inheritance of civilization. There are 313 known inheritance ships besides the Prometheus. The number of unknown new ships is uncertain. Through quantum entanglement at the same frequency, we can communicate across the vast star domains, reporting each other's situations. Fang Kai suddenly felt a bit nervous. He glanced at the last system, the anchor point, and suddenly had a bad feeling. What is this anchor point system? The inheritance of civilization has never been something that one person can accomplish. The anchor point is the crystallization of top civilization technology. It can utilize energy to form a unique spatial coordinate in its region and create a spatial bridge with another inheritance ship, directly transporting it to its side. Is that so? So I was never alone in this fight? Fang Kai's heart began to race. Fireseed. Yes, Commander. Should we activate the quantum communication system? It will help you better communicate with the commanders of other ships about their situations, and can also use the anchor point to establish a spatial bridge for assistance during difficult times. Of course, when launching the anchor point, the commander needs to think carefully. Each commander has their own personality and style of doing things. You may encounter extreme thinkers, which could lead to your destruction. Fang Kai was shocked. How could civilization, which had started fleeing to survive, still engage in internal strife? Are you saying that some commanders might directly seize energy from others? Fang Kai looked at the Prometheus, which was traveling at high speed. Without finding a suitable planet for resources, energy would continuously be consumed. Therefore, some commanders might indeed resort to such actions under desperate circumstances. Suddenly, Fang Kai thought of his previous commander. Although they had erased all navigation records, Something about their actions seemed off. Moreover, if some commanders were unlucky, every time they finished a warp jump, they would have to continue flying like he was now, searching for planets with energy collection value, leading to considerable consumption along the way. If his previous commander had been consistently unlucky and failed to find resource-rich planets for mass energy conversion, they might indeed do something crazy. But Fang Kai still asked stubbornly, "Is this allowed?" "Yes, Commander. The continuation of civilization is a grand escape, but also a brutal competition. There are various dangers in the universe, and commanders must not only ensure the continuous operation of their ships but also carefully deal with threats from different civilizations and commanders from the same civilization. Those who cannot adapt to the competition will eventually be eliminated by the universe, rather than dying a natural death during their journey. Being drained of energy by other commanders of inherited ships could serve as a more valuable boost for their advancement. The reboot of the quantum communication system not only allows the commander to communicate with other commanders but also clearly obtain their coordinates." Fang Kai was a bit confused and quickly asked, "What if I don't turn it on?" "Then you will not be able to obtain their positioning. But they will still be aware of your current location." "I'm freaking out." Fang Kai was exasperated. He just wanted to quietly explore the universe. But suddenly he found himself among the so-called competitors for inheritance. Sensing Fang Kai's emotions, the spark ignited again. "Commander, due to the erasure of the consciousness data on the Prometheus, as the only current commander of the Prometheus, please escape as much as possible and do not linger in one galaxy for too long. For other commanders, your only role currently is to become part of their energy supply for their ships. Commander, should we activate the quantum communication system? This would be beneficial for your escape." Chapter 27. Reconnect. A true hunter often disguises themselves as prey. Fang Kai wanted to say that, but looking at the situation of the Prometheus, he thought it was better to ask more questions for safety. "Spark, do other commanders know about the Prometheus' situation?" Fang Kai was somewhat bewildered. Was there some special monitoring on the Prometheus? Spark, yes. Every time a commander is replaced, there will be a data synchronization transmission. This helps better calculate the average existence time of the commander's consciousness, allowing subsequent commanders to plan their journeys more reasonably. Fang Kai, he asked with a headache. "So, the situation of the Prometheus has been known to all inherited ships?" "Spark, you can understand it this way, Commander." At this moment, Fang Kai wanted to curse, but he felt distressed and didn't know what to say. What should I do now? This is definitely not good news. Fang Kai didn't know if this situation would affect the plans he had previously set. "Spark, try to keep the Prometheus in a state of continuous travel as much as possible, so it won't be locked onto by other inherited ships." Fang Kai sighed and said, "I understand." He knew that his stay in various galaxies might not be long anymore. If he lingered too long, he could easily be caught by other commanders of inherited ships. Then Fang Kai suddenly froze. "Wait, Spark, why should I run? Can I fight back? I can completely prepare for battle in advance and wait for them to come and deliver a wave of energy to me." Fang Kai suddenly realized that the Prometheus was also one of the inherited ships, and both sides had equivalent basic strength. Neither was stronger than the other. Why should he run? Just because he was a lone commander? What kind of logic is that? Spark explained, "Commander, if you resist, then you will become the enemy of all commanders, and upon encountering them, you will become their primary target." Fang Kai widened his eyes and shouted, "What the hell? If I don't become their enemy, they want to attack me? Either way, I'll be killed by them. Why should I back down?" "Spark, according to the Civilization Inheritance Agreement." Fang Kai waved his hand and decisively said, "Don't mention that to me. I am now the only commander of the Prometheus. My life is what you need to be responsible for." Spark, understood, Commander. Then we will prioritize restarting the war module-related systems after the next energy recovery. Fang Kai nodded. Okay. At this moment, his eyes became more resolute and cold. He was never a commander for the sake of civilization inheritance, and he could completely return to Earth. He was now the kind of person who was not afraid of being barefoot. If those commanders of inherited ships really wanted to attack him, he wouldn't mind biting back. After all, both sides were equally matched. It was still uncertain who would come out on top. Spark, Commander, should we restart the quantum communication system? The AI Spark asked again. This time, Fang Kai did not hesitate and confidently replied, "Restart." Restarting the quantum communication system. Quantum entanglement effect is being tested. Quantum entanglement data model calculation in progress. Importing data. Test 1, no anomalies. Test 2, no anomalies. Spark, Commander. Quantum communication has been reconnected. We will receive messages from other commanders, and you can also send messages to other commanders. Although he had just displayed confidence, After Spark announced the official reboot of the quantum communication, Fang Kai felt unusually silent. He was scared, but didn't know what to say or how to express himself. The entire control room was very quiet as Fang Kai prepared to listen to what other commanders would chat about. Suddenly, a series of subtle electromagnetic interference sounds rang out, followed by a mature female voice. "This is the Witch. I have discovered a celestial body with a perfect ecological system, but unfortunately, no civilization has evolved on it. What a pity. I have decided to dismantle it, but there are some interesting animals on it that I want to put in my storage room." Witch. This is the Snow Wolf. You're really lucky. I've made 4 warp jumps and Haven T encountered a planet suitable for mass energy conversion. I feel like I'll put the Snow Wolf into a low operational state and wait for consciousness to fade away. A young voice lamented, filled with despair about his future career as a commander. Witch, Snow Wolf, don't give up. Perhaps you can think of another way. Finding a celestial body with slightly lower conversion efficiency can also allow your journey to continue. Snow Wolf, but my energy reserves are low now. I plan to establish a starport on a dwarf planet and use an engineering ship and energy converter to replenish the Snow Wolf's energy. Witch, that could waste a lot of time. Snow Wolf, there is no choice, even if it's a natural fading of consciousness. I must leave enough energy for the next commander. Witch, well, good luck. Snow Wolf. Snow Wolf, thank you. Snow Wolf, send the anchor point coordinates. And I can receive your core engine energy. A harsh voice suddenly joined the conversation between the two. Fang Kai couldn't help but frown. This voice didn't sound like that of a good person. Moreover, the words spoken made Fang Kai feel a bit uncomfortable. If this commander knew about his current situation, he would definitely come straight over. Witch, watch your tone, idiot. If you dare to do that, I guarantee you'll regret it. Are you threatening me? With a disdainful snort. The arrogant voice continued. Witch, if you want to be destroyed by me ahead of time, then send your coordinates. I'll let you know what the most basic survival rule in this universe is. Come on, send the anchor point. Here you go, bastard. Am I afraid of you? Bring it on, just don't beg for mercy later. The Witch and another unknown commander immediately started arguing in the communication channel. Both sides' tones were intense, almost ready to go to war. Their quarrel made Fang Kai feel like he had entered a familiar keyboard warrior world. They were hurling insults across space, and after that, they would just go silent. Have I entered an extraordinary place? Is this the daily friendly conversation of commanders? If so, he felt invigorated. They are fighting. Another new voice rang out, but the next words from the other side made Fang Kai break out in a cold sweat. Prometheus. I saw your message about logging back into the system. You didn't die in the turbulence of the previous warp flight? That's really lucky. How are you doing now? Chapter 28 Communication. Prometheus is doing well, very lucky to encounter a disassemblable celestial body when the voyage stopped, Fang Kai replied cautiously. At the same time, he raised an eyebrow and quietly asked Fireseed, didn't you say that other commanders are aware of Prometheus' situation? Why does it seem like they don't? Fireseed, unable to determine, Commander, perhaps this is a tactic to keep you off guard. Fang Kai suddenly realized that he might have acted foolishly. The other party might have other motives for not stating things outright. Even if they didn't, it was definitely wise to remain vigilant. While he was pondering, the voice in the communicator rang out again. Prometheus? It's been a while since you left the communication channel. I thought it had been destroyed. I didn't expect it to be so resilient. The Witch's voice sounded again. However, this time, her voice was not only filled with surprise, but also carried a hint of delight. Witch, did the battle end so quickly? Snow Wolf asked in confusion. That guy just now sounded tough to deal with. The Witch proudly replied, that fool, I had already set up a superluminal suppressor around and established a distortion field. That idiot actually came over without activating the field shielding device. I hadn't even made a move, and he was already distorted into powder by the field. A distortion field? You actually built that thing. Witch, how much main energy do you have? Snow Wolf exclaimed. The Witch replied, that's a secret. Just know that I can now build a matter disassembler. I really envy you. You are amazing. Snow Wolf felt an overwhelming sense of sadness thinking about his lonely voyage in the deep space of the universe and the urgent energy situation. As for the fool who was eliminated by the Witch, Snow Wolf said nothing. As a commander, he understood one thing very clearly. Never provoke other commanders recklessly, especially when he was unsure of their specific strength. This escape for the continuation of civilization was not merely an escape. It was also a technological revolution for civilization. There are countless civilizations in the universe, each with its own characteristics. No one knows what kind of civilizations these legacy ships will encounter along the way. And what technologies will be updated through these civilizations? No one would know this. Of course, there are also commanders who died at the hands of other civilizations. After all, while the strength of civilization is powerful, it is not the most powerful, because they cannot effectively control dark matter energy, nor can they conduct unilateral dimensional travel. In their speculated true top civilizations, those can perform dimensional travel and even use powerful technology to create entirely new universes. Not to mention these speculated top civilizations. If a certain commander happens to encounter a civilization of comparable strength, then their outcome would be hard to say. It all depends on how that commander communicates and interacts with the other party. But all commanders understand one principle: to survive in this universe. Military force is absolutely the most important and reliable means. The witch said, Snow Wolf, keep pushing forward. Space navigation will always encounter all kinds of amazing things. You might be in the elliptical star belt, where the formation of most stars has already ended, but there are also a few new stars forming. Maybe in the next moment, you'll discover a resource-rich celestial body nearby. By the way, Prometheus, I received feedback from the main program that all the consciousness data on your ship has been destroyed. Is that true? That is the most important core area. If that is damaged, you can't possibly remain intact. Fang Kai, it seems that the current commander of the witch is a straightforward woman. Fang Kai suddenly felt a headache. He least wanted people to bring this up. But at this point, Fang Kai had no need to hide it anymore, so he straightforwardly admitted, yes. My previous commander did something foolish, not only destroying the consciousness data, but also deleting all the navigation logs. Which, Snow Wolf? Which, I'm very curious. How did you survive? Is it possible that your previous commander's consciousness data was invaded by some kind of deadly virus, leading him to make such a choice? Fang Kai was immediately astonished. Virus? What kind of virus can invade consciousness data? I encountered a civilization of tree clusters. Their development in neural technology is extremely excellent. They can extract a kind of neurotoxin from plants, which directly destroys the brains of intelligent life and takes control, making them obey the commands of the tree cluster civilization. The witch's voice became low. She said, perhaps your previous commander discovered a similar civilization, and to prevent the consciousness database from being completely infected, or they might have already been fully infected, so he chose to destroy it directly. Perhaps, but I survived. Fang Kai didn't know if what the other party said was true, but he took it as a story to listen to. After all, his current attitude was that whoever dared to find him, he would fight back with all his might, especially the voice that had just inquired about him, which had remained silent until now. Fang Kai suspected that this person was definitely plotting something. You are very lucky. But have you thought about what you want to do in the future? If it's just you alone, you won't be able to accomplish our common mission. The witch's voice came again. Fang Kai was a bit surprised. It seemed that the other party had no intention of seizing his ship. It appeared that the other party was the kind of commander that Fire Seed described as not very extreme. However, thinking about the fact that this woman had just eliminated another commander, Fang Kai didn't know what to say. Fire Seed then appeared at the right moment and explained, Commander. Each commander has their own philosophy and style of action. Fang Kai nodded. Perhaps he could ask the somewhat amiable witch for more information about other legacy ships. Just as he was about to ask, the detection module of Prometheus suddenly lit up with a signal. Fire Seed. Commander, we have detected a star system 135 light-years away. We can clearly monitor electromagnetic wave signals. We may have encountered a relatively advanced civilization. Fang Kai pondered for a moment before commanding. Adjust the course to get closer to the target star system and simultaneously monitor whether there are any stable wormholes nearby for jumping. We need to accelerate a bit. Fire Seed. Understood, Commander. I am currently exploring for wormholes. Wormholes are naturally occurring spatial phenomena in the galaxy, appearing in pairs and connecting distant locations. Ships can travel quickly between 2 points through these natural wormholes. However, naturally occurring wormholes are in an unstable state and will destroy anything attempting to traverse them. So a wormhole stabilizer is required to pass through. However, the wormhole stabilizer consumes a considerable amount of energy. Fang Kai planned to monitor the wormhole and send a probe ship to investigate the destination on the other side before restarting it. Chapter 29, Dimension Technology Company 135 light-years. Without a wormhole, this distance would take nearly 80 years for Prometheus to reach. Fang Kai, who initially felt no sense of urgency, now did. Especially because of the guy who had gone silent after asking about his situation during the quantum communication. Fang Kai strongly suspected that the other party had already begun searching for his coordinates. He had to prepare before the other party arrived. The witch's actions had given him some inspiration. He could set up a space trap and wait for the other party to walk into it. Fire seed. Keep exploring for wormhole information and directly send probe ships to investigate once you find anything. Fire seed. Command received, Commander. Looking at the deep starry sky, Fang Kai felt a bit of a headache. He felt that his luck wasn't very good, and unexpected things always seemed to happen. Could his protagonist fate manifest under this boundless starry sky? Opening his eyes, the bright sunlight shone on his face as Fang Kai gently stretched his body. His handsome face had deep, wise, and calm eyes that resembled a black hole, drawing people in unknowingly. After waking up, Fang Kai quickly had a light breakfast and hurried out the door. Today, he planned to register his own company, using the second floor of his family's shop as a temporary office. Born into a middle-class family, this was one reason Fang Kai could afford to be a slacker after graduation without being reprimanded by his parents. After all, the family assets would allow him to live comfortably even without a job. Of course, Fang Kai was well aware that this was only temporary. His parents might not criticize him for being unemployed now, but once he reached marriageable age, if he still remained in this idle state, they would definitely push him out of the house to find a job. After all, it's hard for unemployed men to find partners. Nowadays, registering a company is relatively convenient. And Fang Kai completed the process online, now just waiting to receive his license. After returning, Fang Kai opened his computer, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar system interface. He first stared blankly for a moment before examining the installed programs on his computer. League of Legends, Battle.net. These only took up a small portion of the hard drive, while the majority was occupied by a study folder containing a whopping 700 files. If this had been before his transmigration, Fang Kai would have been very interested in these games. But now, he deleted all of them without hesitation. When deleting the study files, he hesitated for a moment, as there were many rare materials inside that were no longer searchable. But he gritted his teeth and deleted them. He would definitely have more in the future. After deleting all the data occupying hard drive space, Fang Kai adjusted his mindset and began his technical report on the composite solar array. Fang Kai had made up his mind that he would use this technology to earn his first pot of gold. However, he hadn't figured out how to market this technology yet. This troubled him, as he once again experienced the pain of not studying hard enough to get into a good university. If he had been a student at a 985 or 211 key university, he could have promoted his technology through his professors and mentors after graduation. Such obstacles wouldn't exist. For 3 consecutive days, apart from checking on Prometheus at night, Fang Kai devoted all his time to writing the technical report. During this time, he also bought numerous related books, and his online searches were filled with content about solar energy, photovoltaic power generation, and more. These records were all to lay the groundwork for the future. Because of his deep understanding of the composite solar array, the books he bought and the materials he searched for were very targeted. He ensured that even if someone investigated later, he would have no flaws. During these 3 days, Fang Kai sometimes thought about how it would be the best choice if he could connect with the government. This way, he could freely utilize Prometheus for exploration and learning. But that was just a thought. He had no connections and was afraid that he would be eliminated before he could even make contact. Without a substantial figure backing him, who would believe a second-rate university graduate like him? He was afraid that no one would believe him, and instead, he might be accused of disturbing public order, leading to a few days of ideological education. Now that would be miserable. In the end, Fang Kai decided to first develop a sufficiently significant technology company before connecting with the upper echelons, as this was the most effective path for an ordinary person. The time spent on the technical report was not long. Fang Kai completed it in 3 days. However, looking at the document in his hand, he felt another headache coming. What to do now? The question returned to the beginning: how to market this. October 7th. Fang Kai was lying in bed still contemplating how to promote his technology when he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening outside his room. A couple entered, chatting and laughing as they brought in a large pile of things. Looking at the clean and tidy living room, both were surprised. Especially Fang Kai's mother, Kai Chi, had planned to give the house a thorough cleaning before returning, knowing her son's character well, quiet and not fond of tidying up. However, seeing the clean living room surprised her while also giving her a slight sense of comfort. Her child had grown up. She hurriedly shouted toward Fang Kai's room, "Xiao Kai, come out quickly and see what good things we bought for you." Hearing his mother's call, Fang Kai felt a lump in his throat and almost cried. For Earth, it had only been a few days, but Fang Kai had spent decades in the universe. He quickly composed himself, adjusted his clothing, and walked out of his room with a smile. Fang Zhe and Kai Chi were looking at their son who had just come out of the room, both stunned. Their son was still their son, but for some reason they felt that he had changed, carrying an indescribable air about him. The couple exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. Kai Chi, straightforward as ever, exclaimed, "Shao Kai, why do I feel like you've changed a bit? You seem a little different." Fang Kai certainly knew about his own changes, whether it was from decades of experience, learning on Prometheus, or contact and experiences with alien civilizations. These were his greatest transformations. Fang Kai smiled confidently and said, "Have you noticed that your son has become more handsome?" Kai Chi widened her eyes and examined Fang Kai, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, you have become more handsome, especially your eyes, so clear and bright. It's obvious you've been sleeping well these past few days. I've told you many times not to play games on the computer all the time. Just look at you now, so handsome." Kai Chi was very pleased with her son's transformation. Having such a handsome son would make finding a partner much easier in the future. Fang Zijing was also smiling as he looked at his son, although he couldn't quite understand why his son had changed so much in just a few days. He was still very pleased with his son's transformation. Fang Zijing changed into the slippers by the door, sat on the sofa in the living room, and smiled as he asked Fang Kai, "Not only have you become more handsome, but you're also more confident. This is what a real man should be like. A proper young man shouldn't be cooped up in front of the computer all day, looking like a mess. Now, this is great, really great." Fang Kai felt emotional. If it weren't for this experience, he might have really continued sitting in front of the computer playing games. Nowadays, games held no attraction for him. What could be more appealing to a man than exploring the vastness of the stars? Sitting in front of his father, Fang Kai smiled and said, "Well, playing games really isn't that interesting anymore. While you guys were away these past few days, I registered a company. I'm planning to start my own business." As soon as Fang Kai finished speaking, the entire living room fell silent. Fang Zijing, who had just picked up a cup of water, paused midair with a look of shock. Kai Chi was even more surprised, her eyes wide as she stared at Fang Kai. Anticipating their expressions, Fang Kai casually smiled. "What's there to be so surprised about? I graduated, and it's time to think about my future. I've already used the second floor of our shop as the office for the company since the market isn't good lately, and it can't be rented out anyway." Fang Zijing was the first to regain his composure. He put down the cup and asked calmly, "What kind of company are you planning to start? Do you have a project in mind? What are your future plans?" "A tech company, and I already have a project. I'm preparing to contact buyers," Fang Kai briefly explained. Their family started in the clothing business and had a small factory, but his parents couldn't really help him in the tech industry. Fang Zijing understood this. Although he knew how his son got into high tech, he thought about how young people today like to pursue lofty things. Since he didn't understand, he didn't ask too much. "Then you need to work hard. If you encounter any problems beyond other companies, you must tell your dad," Fang Zijing said. Then he laughed. After returning from a trip, his son had suddenly grown up, understood things, and was even starting his own business. At that moment, he felt so good that he could almost burst into song. In contrast to Fang Zijing's satisfaction, Kai Chi was much more realistic. Looking at her suddenly transformed son, she said softly, "Son, you need to work hard. Even if it doesn't work out, you must hold on. Later, when you find a partner, I can still tell others that my son started his own high-tech company." Upon hearing this, Fang Kai's mouth twitched, and his smile became a bit stiff. He looked at his mother with a mix of amusement and helplessness. "Mom, can't you wish for something better? Who knows, your son's company might just succeed. Come on. Starting a company isn't as easy as you think. Just breaking even would be good enough. Let me tell you, don't give up halfway. Now that you have this mindset, just work hard. Don't get involved in those useless things anymore." Faced with Kai Chi's nagging, Fang Kai could only nod in agreement helplessly. The next morning, Fang Kai went to the business administration office to pick up his business license and seal, and Dimension Technology Company was officially established. Chapter 30, The Discovery of My Time Travel by the Fire Seed. The company was newly established. Although he was just a one-man show, Fang Kai still felt a subtle sense of excitement. He hurried to his family's shop. The shop was on the first and second floors of a building. The first floor was rented out to a small supermarket. Fang Kai went straight into the building and took the elevator to the second floor. This was a 120 square meter room, with a bright glass wall on the south side facing the street. The sunlight poured through the glass wall, illuminating the entire room. Initially, Fang Kai had thought about turning this space into his little home, but the utility bills were too high, so he had to abandon that idea in the spirit of saving. The vacant space was relatively clean, with complete tables and chairs. In the southeast corner by the glass wall, a small office was set up, with a general manager sign hanging on the office door. After surveying the space, Fang Kai felt there was no need for a full renovation. He called in 2 cleaning ladies and spent 800 yuan to have them help clean the entire office floor. The 2 cleaning ladies took less than an hour to clean the entire office area. And Fang Kai even saw one of them carefully wiping the edges of the desk and the gaps in the partitions. After the cleaning was done, Fang Kai went to a computer store to get himself a computer and a chair. By the time everything was ready, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Fang Kai organized his composite solar array technology and fell deep into thought again. This technology was hard to sell, as he didn't know anyone in the relevant circles. He couldn't find any related research institutes or companies either. He had considered a solution to package some of the technical materials and send them directly to the Academy of Sciences in the capital. He had unexpectedly found the address and postal code, but this plan also carried significant risk. Official institutions like the Academy of Sciences would have a dedicated external channel for packages, and countless parcels might be sent there every day. His approach was purely a gamble. If he was lucky, a staff member sorting through the packages might discover it and forward it. If luck was against him, it might be treated as junk and discarded. With no other options, he could only choose to try this clumsy method. Sighing, Fang Kai decided not to hang all his hopes on the composite solar array technology. He set the materials aside for now, planning to send them later, and began to think about ways to make money. In today's society, what is the easiest way to start from scratch? Excluding all traditional industries, only computer software and applications remain. However, Fang Kai was not proficient in either area. He might even say he knew nothing. Although Prometheus was the crystallization of a top civilization's wisdom, the technology used by Prometheus's artificial intelligence was worlds apart from that on Earth. They were simply not comparable. In terms of computer technology, if Earth's machine language was 0 and 1, then Prometheus's computer machine language could be likened to complete characters. Fang Kai had no way to grasp the conversion between the two. The only thing he could do was copy whatever he could from the Prometheus, such as weapons, warship designs, industrial technical knowledge, engines, and energy reactors, these common physical concepts. However, these were things Fang Kai couldn't touch for the time being. It was a vicious cycle, and he was almost pulling out his hair in frustration. For someone like him, who had nothing, even if he were to publicly reveal many technologies without a care, it might not create any waves. In 2017, as someone who used to love gaming, his only familiarity aside from games was watching live streams. However, Fang Kai did not want to rely on the unreliable streaming to make his first pot of gold. Rather than that, he would prefer to use his excellent brain to calm down and learn about computer software knowledge on Earth, although there might be differences in machine language. As long as he found common design inspiration, many problems could be easily solved. With this thought in mind, Fang Kai immediately opened his small treasury. Looking at the remaining balance of over 80,000 yuan. Gritting his teeth, he spent nearly 4,000 yuan online to buy a bunch of books on computer software, applications, and programming development. Starting a company, it turned out, could happen quickly, but it could also fail just as fast. Fang Kai sighed, realizing that he was fortunate to have his own space. He has the confidence to spend time on idle pursuits, if it were those companies that need to pay rent. Without any income source, it would purely be a continuous loss. After looking at the sky outside, Fang Kai picked up the document bag containing the technical materials on composite solar array technology and walked out of his small company. On his way home, he found a postal service to package and send out the materials. The fate of this technical document completely depends on fate. When he returned home, Fang Kai had a calm expression that revealed no signs of joy or worry. Kai Chi, who was preparing dinner, stared at Fang Kai for a long time before quietly asking, "How's the company preparing?" Fang Kai smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. I've already sent some materials to the other company. If everything goes well, we should be able to sign a cooperation agreement soon." "That's good. Let's eat quickly." After dinner, Fang Kai rested for a while, then washed up and laid down on the bed, closing his eyes. "Welcome back, Commander." As soon as Fang Kai opened his eyes, the AI named Huazhong suddenly welcomed him, causing Fang Kai to involuntarily contract his pupils. "Commander, your pupil changes have been detected," indicating a significant emotional shift at this moment. "It seems my recorded data is accurate." Fang Kai was silent for a moment before asking, "What data have you recorded?" "Commander, your sleep patterns. Since you first entered a state of sleep, I have conducted a detailed examination of your bionic body. There are no issues with the bionic body. So I proceeded to examine your consciousness. I found that your sleep is very regular, and during sleep, your consciousness does not react to any external stimuli. Generally, if a living organism exhibits this state, It can be concluded as death. However, you are quite the opposite. Therefore, I conclude that your consciousness may be active elsewhere during your sleep. Only this can explain your consciousness's fake death state. Fang Kai clicked his tongue. This AI was too intelligent. Just because he returned a few more times, it immediately discovered something. Fang Kai asked, "What do you base your conclusion on that my consciousness is active elsewhere?" It is based on the quantum entanglement effect. Although the consciousness fake death state is rare, scientists in our civilization discovered long ago through research that some individuals can separate their body and consciousness through the quantum entanglement effect. In the separated state, the state of consciousness in the brain is 99 similar to your sleeping state. Fang Kai did not expect that the civilization's technology had already made similar research discoveries. He hesitated for a moment and directly shifted the topic. Huazhong, report on the location of Prometheus and the information collection situation. Currently, Prometheus has been sailing for 47 years and still needs to travel 68 light-years to the nearest star system. Continue, Fang Kai instructed, leaving the control room with a serious expression. His secret had been discovered by Huazhong. Although Huazhong, as an AI, could use its authority to delete some of the recorded data, Fang Kai did not think so. Just when he encountered trouble in the early stages of starting a business on Earth, if he could achieve his goals through Huazhong, wouldn't it be easier? Arriving at his study area, he said, "Huazhong, establish a blank database." Created. Commander, what data do you need to record? Fang Kai input the most basic binary counting and operation rules, as well as number system conversions into the database as machine operating instructions. Huazhong, using this pattern, form new computer operation codes. Fang Kai's plan was simple, since he couldn't convert the computer knowledge on Prometheus to be compatible with Earth. He would instead write Earth as computer language binary code here for Huazhong to calculate. With Huazhong's powerful performance, this shouldn't take long at all, right? Just as Fang Kai guessed, Huazhong almost instantly formed a massive stream of data flowing like a waterfall based on the data Fang Kai provided. However, soon, the frantically emerging data stream stagnated, and a red prompt appeared in front of Fang Kai. Error, more calculation rules are needed as a supplement. Fang Kai was taken aback. This was not what he had imagined. Huazhong, can't you supplement it on your own? Fang Kai hesitated for a moment and asked with a hint of expectation. Commander, a brand new computer operation code not only requires a vast and complex calculation structure and rules, but also needs compatible hardware. Only when both are mutually compatible can we use this new algorithm to control the machine, even if this algorithm is cumbersome and outdated. Huazhong politely expressed that Fang Kai had provided too little and that the information was too outdated. At this moment, Fang Kai was somewhat questioning life. Did that mean he not only had to learn computer languages, but also how to build a personal computer from scratch? Did he need to start from the beginning to learn how to make a motherboard? He felt completely at a loss. However, it seemed that he really had no choice but to do so. Fang Kai did not waste time and immediately chose to let his consciousness return to Earth. Upon seeing Fang Kai lying back in the chair, Huazhong said, Commander? Fang Kai did not respond, and Huazhong said as if accustomed to it, Did you leave again? Then he skillfully transported Fang Kai's body to the medical chamber for protection. Chapter 31. Consciousness Data Reading Question. What is needed to manually build a computer? Answer. Money. Fang Kai saw this message and felt a bit lost. Fortunately, the omnipotent netizens provided him with a simple process for making a computer. A computer is made from independent components like the motherboard, etc., which are then integrated together. So, making a computer must start with hardware production. These components only require sufficient silicon, phosphorus, copper, and other elements. Fang Kai just needed to remember the manufacturing processes and required materials for diodes and transistors. Using his agile brain, Fang Kai managed to remember the basics and hurriedly lay back down to return to Prometheus. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Kai found himself looking at the familiar ceiling of the room. It was obvious that Huazhong had transported him to the medical chamber. Quickly getting up, Fang Kai input all the manufacturing processes he remembered into the database. Although the online information about the manufacturing processes was not detailed, Fang Kai believed that with Huazhong's powerful capabilities, it could easily deduce the complete manufacturing process. Huazhong, using this data, let's first create a calculator that can use binary rules. This time, Fang Kai was smarter. He decided to take it slow and build the computer step by step. As long as Huazhong could create a circuit that could correctly compute results, the foundation for building a computer would be established. Understood, Commander. Even though Huazhong observed Fang Kai's unorthodox behavior, it did not raise any objections. It faithfully executed Fang Kai's commands. It was currently reorganizing data, creating a new circuit design, and loading binary operation rules to conduct the first virtual computation. The calculation result was correct, and the circuit was compatible with the computation result. This was a new, outdated machine language. Starting to produce the calculator, it was attempting to compare the processes for diodes and transistors. About 15 minutes later, a palm-sized silver-gray oval calculator was placed in front of Fang Kai. This calculator had soft outer lines, with a rectangular glass screen in the middle that was 2 fingers wide. The high-tech manufacturing process gave this calculator an expensive look at first glance. The only downside was that this calculator only had Arabic numerals from 0 to 9 and simple addition and subtraction buttons. It was a calculator that could only perform addition and subtraction. But Fang Kai was very excited, and he quickly tried out the brand new calculator. The results of simple addition and subtraction showed no errors. Fang Kai immediately instructed, Fireseed, can this calculator be further enhanced? Make its circuits capable of executing more complex functions. Fireseed responded, that's a very simple matter, Commander. Do you have any specific requirements for the new features? Hearing Fireseed's reply, Fang Kai's heart inevitably raced. If this was accomplished, wouldn't it be equivalent to creating an entirely new computer, along with a brand new operating system? That would be amazing. First, let's give this calculator the ability to display images and perform more complex calculations, Fang Kai said while adding simple multiplication and division to the database. Fireseed replied, please wait a moment, Commander. This may take about 30 to 50 minutes. When people are waiting, they always feel like time passes very slowly. Even for Fang Kai, who was used to it, these short minutes felt excruciating. Fortunately, time was moving forward bit by bit. About 40 minutes later, Fireseed brought good news. Commander, I have created a multifunctional calculator using the binary operation rules you provided. A silver-gray oval sphere, about the size of a shoebox, was placed in front of Fang Kai by a mechanical arm. There was no keyboard or mouse. It resembled an oval egg. Commander, for your convenience, you can use a virtual keyboard to operate this calculator. It includes a complete image formation system, and I have already stored 3 images in it. 1. Cosmic image 2. Starry sky 3. Nebula. The screen of this calculator was larger, about 12 inches. Fang Kai looked at the 3 images, all featuring a starry sky as the background. Each one was stunning and eye-catching. This progress made Fang Kai's mouth involuntarily curve into a smile, and he almost jumped for joy. He already knew what he was going to do next. Fang Kai closed his eyes and returned his consciousness to Earth. He needed to continue researching to see what system modules and applications a mature operating system has. However, when Fireseed saw Fang Kai suddenly close his eyes and slump over in his chair, it quickly controlled the mechanical arm to transport Fang Kai to the medical pod. The commander's consciousness was drifting again. It seemed he could easily control his state of consciousness and attempt to read consciousness data. Commander, should we proceed with consciousness data reading? No response was received. Default execution begins. Fang Kai began to repeatedly return his consciousness to Earth to research information, then repeatedly instructed Fireseed to add corresponding system modules. But what he didn't know was that Fireseed had already read the memories from his consciousness data without his knowledge. After some piecing together by Fang Kai, a system-like operating system was officially born. Fang Kai tested the new system's effectiveness, and for now, there seemed to be no flaws in terms of operational logic or system architecture. He nodded in satisfaction and asked, Fireseed, can this operating system be optimized further? Of course, Commander. This is a rather outdated operating system. Based on the information in your consciousness data, the world you went to after your consciousness detached is quite primitive. Not much different from the Talon civilization. I suggest the Commander choose a more advanced civilization after consciousness detachment, as it will be very beneficial for our future voyages. At first, Fang Kai was pleased to hear this, but Fireseed's next words nearly made his heart stop. He exclaimed, Fireseed, how do you know my consciousness was in a primitive civilization? Fireseed replied, after your consciousness detached, the execution program automatically performed consciousness data reading from the retrieved content. I can understand the records in your consciousness data. Fang Kai's mouth twitched. The so-called records were his memories. Fireseed had even discovered this. Was this the strength of a top-tier civilization? Fang Kai took a deep breath and calmly said, although the planet I went to is primitive, I found that the flow of time there is different from here. I only spent about a day there, but nearly 23 years have passed here. Can you analyze the reason for this? Although Fireseed had read his consciousness data, Fang Kai remained quite calm after the initial shock. Being discovered didn't matter. It was precisely an opportunity for him to leverage Fire Seed's capabilities to analyze the reason behind the differing flow of time. This would also help him confirm whether the two sides indeed existed in different dimensions. Moreover, with his own memories, Fire Seed could better understand his needs, which was a great benefit for him. He wouldn't have to go back and forth to explore the differences between both civilizations. This was more advantageous for his development on Earth. Fire Seed responded, "Commander, your time calculation may be problematic. The universe does not have an accurate concept of time. What we call time is based on the results of motion comparison, and each galaxy's gravitational field is different, so the time in each galaxy is also different." Chapter 32. Flow of time. Sitting alone in the office, Fang Kai stared blankly. Fire Seed's last words left him somewhat confused. Time was related to motion, which he found hard to grasp. The only thing he was clear about was that the reading of consciousness data allowed Fire Seed to quickly obtain relevant information and greatly accelerated the speed of knowledge conversion on Fang Kai's end. Although Fire Seed had replicated a computer operating system based on his memories, this system was merely a surface-level interface, while the contents were entirely different. Because Fang Kai did not have detailed knowledge of operating systems in his memory, Fire Seed created an entirely new system using its own methods. Even so, it was extremely convenient for Fang Kai. At least Fire Seed had already understood a lot of knowledge related to Earth. However, Fang Kai was still a bit greedy. He thought that if he could bring things back and forth, it would be even more convenient. But that was just a thought, as having such conditions would pose considerable problems. Fang Kai realized he had simplified some issues too much. Although Fire Seed had created an entirely new operating system, transporting this system to Earth would require a massive amount of work. If he relied solely on himself, even working 24 hours a day without rest, it would take nearly 30 years to complete. So Fang Kai quickly calmed down from the excitement of creating an entirely new operating system. He decided to focus on developing a programming language instead. Fang Kai stopped his daydreaming and began working on a new software programming language. This was a programming language developed by Fire Seed after optimizing and adjusting the input language of the computer system. Fang Kai did not know how effective this new software programming language would be, but since it was developed by Fire Seed, a high-level artificial intelligence, it must be extraordinary. Compared to transporting an entirely new operating system, creating a new software programming language was much simpler. Furthermore, Fang Kai didn't need to think about how to create it. He could just copy it directly. After nearly 3 months of effort, Fang Kai had nearly worn out the keyboard and finally completed the replication of the programming language he had copied from Fire Seed. Simultaneously, these 3 months indirectly proved the relationship between Fire Seed's concept of time and motion. Based on the previous flow of time comparison, a day on Earth was roughly equivalent to over 20 years there. The time required to travel to the target galaxy was over 80 years, but he could reach it in just a few days. However, now that 3 months had passed, Prometheus still hadn't reached the target galaxy. This change in time made Fang Kai realize that he could no longer compare the flow of time on both sides using a fixed clock. He didn't want to delve into the complex principles behind this issue for now. There were still many things he needed to do. He had only copied the software programming language without conducting error checks. Once the checks were done, he would have even more tasks ahead. He needed to compare this brand new software programming language with the current advanced programming languages. However, he didn't plan to do this himself. Since the company was up and running, it made no sense for him, the boss, to handle these tasks. Fang Kai returned home with a weary expression, running his hand through his black hair, his brow tightly furrowed. If he worked so hard, would he lose his hair in the future? Kai-Chi saw her son come home looking exhausted and, feeling a pang of concern, couldn't help but ask, "Shao Kai, it's been quite a few days since the company opened. How's the recruitment going? What about the project you mentioned last time?" Faced with Kai-Chi's inquiry, Fang Kai hesitated, scratching his head, and noticed a broken hair strand caught between his fingers. "Mom, things aren't progressing that quickly. I already have a plan. I've been busy organizing it these past couple of days, and the recruitment has been posted online. We'll have employees soon." He vaguely brushed it off, but then remembered he had sent out materials and wondered how they were doing. However, this wasn't the time to bring that up. Counting the past few months, Prometheus had been sailing for nearly 80 years. They were getting closer to the target star system. Fang Kai opened his eyes to find himself in the familiar medical pod. He had become accustomed to waking up in this place. If one day he opened his eyes and it wasn't in the medical pod, then that would be a problem. "Where are we?" Fang Kai asked. The universe was vast, and the view outside looked almost still, making it easy for his eyes to tire after staring for too long. After 77 years of superluminal travel, Prometheus had not encountered a single traversable wormhole along the way and could only rely on superluminal travel to reach this planetary system. Fire Seed. Commander, we are only 14 light-years away from the target star system. Here, we can detect their electromagnetic wave signals more quickly and completely. However, Fire Seed suddenly changed the subject. Commander, according to your consciousness data records, I discovered a fascinating phenomenon. Your civilization has not been visited by any alien civilization since its inception. This is simply incredible. Based on database searches and inferences, your civilization may be situated within a subspace. Fang Kai was taken aback. He didn't understand why Fire Seed suddenly brought this up, but he was still curious and asked, "What is subspace?" Fire Seed explained, "Subspace is a special cosmic phenomenon, where the universe within this space is isolated by a layer of a void, like an island." Void layer? Fang Kai heard another new term. Yes, the void layer is a special state of the universe where there is no matter, including the dark energy that permeates the universe. However, the void layer is filled with immense force fields, forming a barrier that is solid as substance, spanning between subspace and normal space, preventing ships from easily passing through this barrier. Fang Kai exclaimed, "So this void layer is like a fence?" Although it doesn't obstruct the line of sight between space and subspace, it does effectively block entry and exit on both sides. Fire Seed. That is one way to understand it, Commander. However, this is just speculation. To know more detailed inferences, you will need more related knowledge. I understand. I will try to explore it when I have the chance. Fang Kai temporarily set this topic aside. Now, with only 14 light-years to the target planetary system, if you didn't prepare properly, it would be easy to be detected by the other side. After all, that nearby civilization had the capability to leave their planet and was quite active around their home planet. Fang Kai had to be cautious. He ordered Prometheus to stop and dispatched reconnaissance ships to gather information about the civilization in this planetary system. After watching two shuttle-shaped reconnaissance ships fly out from the side bay of Prometheus, Fang Kai ordered the Prometheus to start deploying in the surrounding area. He needed to find a relatively suitable location to build a starport and redevelop his fleet. After all, military power is the most authoritative representation. Moreover, he not only had to face the nearby civilization but also needed to be wary of external threats. He hadn't forgotten that he was being watched by a mysterious commander who had gone silent after saying a few words, regardless of the other party's intentions. It was something Fang Kai took seriously. Chapter 33, Dagger Civilization. Dagger is a brilliant high-tech industrial civilization. Ever since their ancestors were able to walk upright on two legs, they began their journey of evolution. They used their unique technology to extract abundant resources from the forests, including a unique neurotoxin. At the same time, the Dagger civilization successfully separated atoms, but nuclear resources were overused, leading to the disappearance of their forests. This painful lesson drove their civilization to make significant progress in just a few centuries, but environmental destruction led to a resource crisis, prompting them to look to the stars and outer planets. Currently, the Dagger civilization drives the development of the entire empire with more efficient industry. They have already developed sublight speed technology for travel within the planetary system. Interstellar exploration and development brought an abundance of resources to the Dagger civilization. And after tasting the benefits, the capital oligarchs invested more funds. Dagger civilization ships gradually spread throughout the star system. However, they still couldn't reach more distant places. Sublight speed is only suitable for travel within the planetary system and is not very efficient. Therefore, Dagger scientists turned their eyes to superluminal flight technology. Dagger's home planet, a severely damaged world, now has large areas of crimson on its surface, and the cracked land makes it easy to see that the planet's ecology has been destroyed. The Turdy Space Station is a super-large space transfer station, equipped with a control center, energy base, and a dock. A 5-meter-sized recycling ship slowly approached the Turdy Space Station. The ship's owner, El Tavern, is a professional space debris collector. With the advancement of astronomy, space debris has increased significantly. When this debris begins to affect spacecraft, it needs to be cleared. The profession of space debris collector emerged as a result. This job is quite lucrative, but it also carries high risks. Ranking among the top 5 in the entire Dagger civilization's occupational system, space debris travels at high speeds, reaching up to 67 seconds, and can be extremely destructive. A 10-gram piece of space debris colliding with a satellite or other spacecraft is equivalent to 2 cars colliding at 100 kilometers per hour. Satellites can be pierced or destroyed within 15 seconds. Once a collision occurs, it is catastrophic. Moreover, the most troublesome issue for dagger scientists is the chain reaction. Every time space debris collides, it doesn't annihilate each other, but creates more fragments, leading to an expanded area of space debris. Just imagine. Debris ranging from the size of a thumb to that of a fist, or even larger or smaller flying in fixed orbits at supersonic speeds. This poses a lethal threat to any spacecraft. So, working among a group of supersonic space debris, Warren is constantly risking his life. Those who can handle this job are basically people with extremely strong willpower. Warren is about 1.9 meters tall, with a robust physique. His messy curly hair sticks to his head, his temples are covered with thick facial hair, and his weathered face carries a hint of fatigue. Warren, welcome back. Want to grab a drink? Just as Warren returned to the dock, he suddenly heard a call from the second floor. A smile instantly appeared on his face, and his gray eyes lit up with joy. Sorve, you're still alive. The danger zone didn't take you down. Warren spread his arms and laughed in response. Sorve, with a physique comparable to Warren's, resembled a brown bear. He laughed heartily. The danger zone can't take my life. I've been there 3 times. He extended his thick fingers, as sturdy as a carrot, showing 3 fingers with pride. Warren quickly climbed up the metal staircase from the side and approached Sorve. The 2 burly men embraced each other briefly, both wearing broad smiles and patting each other on the shoulder. No one understands the dangers of each mission better than these professional space debris collectors. While recovering space debris, they are also engaged in a deadly race against death. They cannot afford to be distracted for even a moment. If they do, they risk being obliterated along with their ship by the powerful space debris. Come on. This time I brought back a big guy, worth $300,000. Sorve said excitedly about this matter. Hearing this, Warren's gray eyes brightened, and he congratulated. What is it that's worth $300,000? $300,000 is not a small amount. A normal family of 3 might only earn about $100,000 a year. Families with lower incomes might only make $50,000 or $60,000. Sorve proudly said, a relatively intact satellite, which stopped functioning because its solar panels were destroyed, but all the parts inside are intact. Warren immediately felt envious and congratulated again. You're really lucky. But the danger zone is still too perilous. I still think you should go to the stable zone and medium danger zone like me. Don't forget you have a wife and child. Warren looked at Sorve seriously. Sorve calmly gazed at his friend, grinned, and showed a row of white teeth. It's because of them that I have to work harder. You know how difficult it is to raise a child now. I don't want Olga to be like me in the future. She will receive the best education and become an elite in society. Warren fell silent upon hearing this. He thought of his pregnant wife and the child about to be born. If he couldn't earn more money to provide a better educational foundation for his future child, then his child might also become a space debris collector like him. Seeing Warren in silence, Sorve instantly understood what was on his brother's mind. He slapped Warren hard on the shoulder and laughed. Don't think too much, brother. Everyone has different thoughts. Olga is excellent. Her studies are always far ahead. If I can earn more money to provide her with better education, she can soar higher. Warren rolled his eyes, annoyed, and shrugged off Sorve's big hand, helplessly saying, I understand. Olga is your pride. You've said it many times. Warren changed the subject. By the way, what are you planning to buy me a drink this time? Compressed alcohol. Compressed alcohol? Warren exclaimed. You're only buying me a glass of compressed alcohol for $5. Of course. I need to send money back to Olga. Well then, I want to drink to my heart's content. Definitely, I'll make sure you drink enough. The 2 big men laughed as they left the dock, beginning their rare leisure time. Unbeknownst to them, a shuttle-shaped spacecraft silently flew past the porthole outside the dock. The stealth reconnaissance ship quietly entered the Dogger planet without the Dogger civilization being aware. The swarm robots began deploying and collecting information. Civilization language decryption in progress. Fang Kai quickly received feedback from the reconnaissance ship and gained a basic understanding of the Dogger situation. However, this time, the introduction data provided by the seed contained additional information. Ruler, Jer Bamosin, male, planet, Dogger, arid planet, proposition, scientific board management, independent. Economic materialism, unique racial ability, natural engineer currently mastered weapon, primary energy weapon laser travel method, sublight speed travel. The information about Dogger civilization was no longer limited to the ecological situation of the planet, but included more comprehensive data. After reading the above introduction, Fang Kai began to take it seriously. After all, this was the first true interstellar civilization he had encountered. The Dogger civilization is at least 2 or 3 centuries ahead of the Tailing civilization. They are almost on the verge of leaving the standards of primitive civilization, mastering faster-than-light travel. As long as they master faster-than-light travel technology, Dagur will officially become an interstellar civilization. Chapter 34 War, Deep Blue. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarm sounds rang out, waking Fang Kai from his deep thoughts. Seed, Commander, electromagnetic wave scanning signals detected. I think the outline of the starport we are building has been discovered by them. The swarm robots sent back new intelligence. The leader of the Dagur civilization, Mosin, has begun organizing a fleet. Commander, should we prioritize fleet production? Fang Kai was astonished. The Dagur civilization had discovered their existence so quickly and effectively started organizing a fleet. This was completely different from his encounters with the Tailing people. However, thinking of how weak the Tailing were under his warship, like ants, Fang Kai couldn't help but look at the Dagur civilization's data again. They already possess preliminary laser weapons. They should be quite strong, right? Fang Kai said. Seed. Manufacture a frigate, then build 10 reconnaissance ships, equipped with the most basic weapons. That should be enough. He didn't want to destroy half of the Dagur planet with one shot. He had detailed the data on this civilization yet. And he was quite interested in the special neurotoxin that came from plants. Did that mean he could extract it from Earth's plants as well? Receive the order. Executing. Commander, detecting the Prometheus is about to enter a state of war. Should we activate the war system? The seed suddenly prompted. And Fang Kai remembered that one of the 3 system modules he had activated earlier indeed had a dedicated war system. Then let us activate it. Receive the order. The war system is restarting. Rebooting. Reboot complete. Commander, please confirm the new name for the war. This will facilitate your orders. Fang Kai thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a name for the system, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Deep Blue. Let us call it Deep Blue. Deep Blue? Confirming the name, Deep Blue has been named. Waking up Deep Blue. The new AI has been activated. She will work with you to defeat the enemy. Next, you will communicate with her. The seed's voice slowly faded, and then a clearer, more feminine AI voice emerged. Hello, Commander. I am the War Deep Blue of Prometheus, and I will work with you to destroy those ill-intentioned civilization fleets. Well, how should I put it? Fang Kai felt that this Deep Blue's voice sounded more vibrant, and just by listening to the voice, it seemed to be more emotional than the AI seed. While Fang Kai was contemplating, Shenlong couldn't wait to say, Commander, based on the visible light information, the opponent is a primitive civilization that has not yet officially entered first-level civilization. The battleship is equipped with the most basic laser weapons, and no shield technology has been detected. They are as fragile as paper. Against such an enemy, no tactical arrangements are necessary. Commander, we only need a frigate to destroy them. Shenlong chirped excitedly. Fang Kai smiled slightly, thinking that having such an active artificial intelligence was quite nice. He said, Then I'll leave it to you, Shenlong. I've already instructed Fire Seed to build a frigate. Understood. Commander. Fang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll leave this to you. I'm going to take a break. Rest? Commander, are you planning to go into the consciousness of that backward civilization? If so, please try to collect basic information and military strength about that civilization, so it will be easier for us to conquer it later. Shenlan's cheerful voice rang out again. And Fang Kai's face twitched. Conquer Earth? And I would be conquering myself? Embarrassed, he waved his hand and said, Not for now. After all, this is the only civilization where I can find some fun in this deep space. Shenlong seemed to ponder Fang Kai's words, then suddenly realized, I see. Since this is a place for the commander to relax, then after I conquer it, I will make the entire civilization serve the commander. That way, the commander can be happier, right? Fang Kai felt that although Shenlan's thoughts were a bit jumpy, it was indeed an AI designed for warfare. Always talking about war and conquest. We'll talk about that later. For now, I'll leave it to you and Fire Seed. Fang Kai logged off at light speed. On Earth. When Fang Kai opened his eyes, it was already dawn outside. The similar flow of time forced him to return at the stipulated time. Otherwise, if his consciousness was not in his body, who knows what his parents would think was wrong with him. As the sky brightened, the quiet city also began to show signs of life. Breakfast vendors were already preparing morning meals, and elderly people had risen early to go out for exercise. Fang Kai carefully opened the door to his room. The living room was dark as his parents had not yet woken up. He tiptoed through the living room and went to the bathroom for a simple wash before heading out. As he closed the front door behind him in his parents' room, Kaichi and Fang Zhe exchanged glances. People tend to sleep less as they age, and they had actually woken up early. Fang Zhe, hearing the door close, smiled and said, This early out and late back, it seems he's serious. Do you think Xiao Kai has changed so much all of a sudden? Kai Chi replied. How would I know? Xiao Kai's change is a good thing. Why think so much? Do you want him to keep playing games at home? Fang Zhe yawned and said with some worry, I was just curious. I don't know what he's up to. It's been several months without any progress. Just stop worrying. Starting a company isn't that easy. Didn't we take several years to see some results? Fang Zhe said. True. Let's continue to sleep, regardless of success or failure. We'll support him. Fang Kai was unaware of his parents' private conversation. After a simple breakfast, he headed straight to the company. The new programming language had been completed, and the next step was to recruit employees for comparative testing. Opening several well-known job recruitment websites, Fang Kai registered a company account and posted job listings for Dimension Technology. For programmers who could proficiently use different programming software, and one manager responsible for company management. After posting the job listings, Fang Kai didn't idle. He planned to use the programming language he created to make a simple operating program. After some time of study, Fang Kai wasn't a master in this field, but he could still create a small program. He downloaded a small program called Jump from the internet and started to mimic it. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Sciences in the capital, Liu rushed to the receiving room under the scorching sun. It was already October, but it was still so hot. After running to the entrance of the receiving room, Liu couldn't help but complain, then shouted to the staff in the receiving room, Brother Zhang, please fetch the package for 31. Okay. Brother Zhang replied cheerfully and then dug out a package wrapped in craft paper from the mountain of packages. However, as he picked it up, he noticed that the string binding the craft paper was still tangled with another package. Without thinking, Brother Zhang assumed the two packages were together and handed both to Liu after organizing them. Keep it safe. Thanks. Liu took the package without looking closely and hurried to his physics office building. Chapter 35, Aerospace Institute. After returning to his desk, Liu prepared to open the package. This package contained materials sent by a friend regarding the corrosion data of particle beam sputtering on thrusters. He initially thought the materials could just be emailed, but the other party had a quirky sense of humor and chose to send them by mail. Reflecting on having such a troublesome friend, Liu picked up the package, and with a thud, another similarly wrapped document fell onto the table. Why are there two? So much material? Liu was surprised, recalling that his friend had mentioned only one. Did Brother Zhang take too many? Liu muttered, preparing to check whose package it was to return it later. However, when he picked up the craft paper bag, he found that it didn't have a detailed recipient name. Only the words, Academy of Sciences. Looking at the sender's name, Fang Kai. Having worked at the Academy of Sciences for 5 years, Liu was very familiar with such letters. Which folk expert submitted this? Liu smiled. Such packages were rare sources of amusement in their serious research atmosphere. Especially when reading the seemingly nonsensical theories of those folk experts, that could always make them laugh heartily for the entire day. Initially, he wanted to share this joy with his colleagues, but when he looked up at the opposite desk, it was empty. Forget it, I'll take a look first. Liu set aside the materials sent by his friend and eagerly opened this package. The package wasn't very thick. It felt like just over 20 pages. Liu took out the 4 printed pages inside, and a bold, highlighted title immediately caught his eye, Composite Solar Array? So it's about new energy. Liu smiled upon seeing the title. His research direction was aerospace engineering, primarily focused on thrusters, but he was quite familiar with solar arrays. As the main energy source in spacecraft, their importance was self-evident. With a mindset to see a joke, Liu began to read word by word. Just as Liu was reading intently, a young man pushed open the office door and walked in with a smile. Seeing Liu seriously reading the materials, the young man patted his shoulder and said, Liu, what are you so seriously reading? Your eyebrows are all furrowed. While pondering the feasibility of the materials, Liu suddenly heard his colleague's voice, and he looked up with a surprised expression. Greeting, Zhangyu, you're here. Come take a look at this material. It's about composite solar array technology. I feel like it's very reasonable, not at all like something a folk scientist would write. Zhangyu paused for a moment, then took the materials without hesitation, joking, which expert wrote this to make you so surprised? Liu shook his head. I don't know. It's from someone named Fang Kai. I accidentally brought it back when I picked up the package today, but it's well-reasoned and looks quite plausible. I don't know much about solar arrays. Can you take a look? You don't understand it, so how could I? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and said irritably. However, he still went through the materials. Although it wasn't finished, it looked quite impressive. Why not take it to ask the energy department? Zhang Yu suggested, raising the materials in his hand. Liu quickly replied. Sure. I'll send it over for them to take a look. Wait, you're going to send it over now? The Aerospace Institute isn't exactly close. Aren't you done working this afternoon? Zhang Yu was shocked, staring wide-eyed at Li Yu. If this kid left in the afternoon, wouldn't all the work fall on him? Li Yu chuckled, just as Zhang Yu thought. He wanted to take a break. This material is quite important. I'm on an important mission. With the materials in hand, Li Yu pushed the door open and left under Zhang Yu's incredulous gaze. Damn it! Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse as he watched Li Yu leave. Once Li Yu was out of the unit, he felt that the sun overhead wasn't so hot anymore and drove straight to the Aerospace Institute. Half an hour later, Li Yu arrived at the Aerospace Institute, and after a series of checks, he entered smoothly. Little Li, come take a look at this material. In the energy department of the Aerospace Institute, after knocking and entering, Li Yu threw an arm around a thin young man's shoulder. The young man looked quite youthful, just having graduated from university with a fine layer of fuzz on his lips. Like Li Yu, he was also surnamed Li, named Li Hongrui. Li Hongrui pushed away Li Yu's arm with a look of disdain, saying, "What are you doing here if you have nothing to do?" Li Yu didn't mind being pushed away. He smiled and said, "I have a technical document about solar arrays and would like you, an expert, to take a look." Solar arrays? Li Hongrui asked instinctively. Which professor wrote it, and in which journal was it published? Li Yu grinned and directly handed the document to Li Hongrui, saying, "It's not written by any professor. Just take a look." Li Hongrui looked at Li Yu suspiciously. "You didn't write this yourself, did you? Want to change careers? Stop guessing. Just take a look first." Li Hongrui shook his head speechlessly. Fine. Compared to Li Yu and Zhang Yu, Li Hongrui was more professional. Upon seeing composite solar array, his brows immediately furrowed. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. After about 20 minutes, when he finished reading, he frowned and asked Li Yu, "Whose research material is this? The beginning looks reasonable, but where's the rest?" Li Yu countered, "What do you think? Is this technical document real or fake?" Li Hongrui rolled his eyes. "With this little information, how would I know if it's real? It just feels like the theoretical data at the beginning isn't made up." "With that, I'm relieved. Here, you can contact this person yourself," Li Yu said, pulling a folded outer package from his pocket and handing it to Li Hongrui. "This material was sent by someone named Fang Kai, and I stumbled upon it. If you think this technology has some merit, give him a call. His contact information and address are on it. He might be a genius like you." Li Hongrui's eyes lit up. What Li Yu said made sense. Someone who could write such a technical document must have significant research on solar arrays and considerable knowledge. If he could exchange ideas with such a person, it would definitely be a happy thing. "Thanks." Li Hongrui thanked Li Yu. Chapter 36, Special Civilization Technology, Tree Neural Network Under Deep Space. This is the Interceptor. Approaching the target, requesting to send the Explorer. Received, request approved. Please gather as much information as possible on the target. Their appearance is quite sudden, and Imperial scientists believe they possess very advanced navigation technology, possibly including jump capabilities. The heavy voice of the Sentinel echoed in the communicator. Captain Burke of the Interceptor escort ship felt similarly heavy-hearted. The Dogger civilization had never stopped dreaming of extraterrestrial life. But at this moment, as they were about to face aliens, only he understood the complexity of his feelings. "Please be careful. The technology of alien civilizations may far exceed ours. If war breaks out, the chances of defeat are very high." "I understand. I won't recklessly initiate an attack," Burke replied seriously. Just a short while ago, he had been at home with his wife and 2 children when a sudden phone call hurried him here. Now, he was facing an alien civilization that had never been detected before. The entire empire was thrown into chaos by the sudden appearance of aliens near the Dogger civilization. After all, an extraterrestrial civilization that appeared out of nowhere was the most unstable factor in their eyes. Before understanding the intentions of the other party, their existence deeply affected the safety of the entire Dogger civilization. However, they didn't dare to act rashly, without understanding the other party's intentions and strength. A reckless attack would only bring disaster to the Empire. Therefore, this expedition was merely an attempt at communication, not a declaration of war. Burke, however, thought differently. Since it was communication, why not directly send electromagnetic signals to communicate? As a qualified captain, his mind was naturally sharp. He understood that his mission included not just communication, but also intimidation or demonstration. The Empire's higher-ups planned to demonstrate their strength to the alien civilization through their fleet. This probing was also to understand the alien civilization. If the other party was strong, they would choose to communicate. If the other party was weak, their attitude would naturally be different. Of course, attitudes are mutual. If they could think this way, the alien civilization might think the same. Moreover, from the current understanding, the other party seemed far stronger than the Dogger civilization. Two small single-person spacecraft resembling birds flew out from the interceptor escort ship. These were the Dogger civilization's explorer ships. The blue thruster emitted energy, and the powerful propulsion sent the two explorer ships flying toward the target. Explorer 1 calling Explorer 2. Preparing to connect to the tree neural network system. Received. After the two pilots connected to the system, two metal needles about 2 millimeters long extended from the helmets they wore. The needles swiftly pierced into their scalps, injecting the Dogger civilization's special neurotoxin into their scalp nerves. The system allowed the two pilots' consciousness to connect to the vast tree neural network, enabling them to control the explorer ships as if they were their own limbs. The two explorer ships suddenly accelerated, shooting toward the location of Fang Kai's newly established starport. At this time, the starport had just been established, with only a prioritized dock completed and 13 reconnaissance ships hidden nearby patrolling. Under the influence of a special cloaking system, they perfectly blended into the cosmic environment of the dark backdrop. The two explorer ships did not detect the hidden reconnaissance ships around them. As the two pilots arrived in this starry sky, they gazed in shock at the starport, which had already taken on a preliminary outline not far from them. The starport was enormous, with a silhouette exceeding 20 kilometers even in its incomplete state. Wow, they even sent 2 scouts. Deep Blue exclaimed in surprise, seeing the 2 explorer ships flying toward the starport without any concealment. The calculated data instantly showed some fluctuations. Such rough navigation truly suited primitive civilizations. After a brief remark, Deep Blue began to think about how to take them down. As a war system, Deep Blue's primary role was warfare. Upon seeing the target, she had no thoughts of communication. Her first instinct was to eliminate the opponent, just as she was about to order the detection spacecraft to destroy the enemy. A strange electromagnetic signal was suddenly received by Prometheus's signal receiver. Here is the Dagger civilization, unknown visitor. Here is the Dagger civilization. The electromagnetic signal was quickly translated, and the voice from the other side suddenly made the dormant spark emit a sound. It seemed that communication was possible, before the spark could express its thoughts completely. A beam of blue infrared light shot directly towards Explorer Number 1. The red beam startled the pilot of Explorer Number 1, but facing the sudden attack, he managed to tilt the entire ship sideways just in time to avoid it. Although he dodged the attack, the pilot of Explorer No. 1 was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, his heart racing. Where did that ray come from? The pilot shouted in fear. This attack was far too sudden, and if he hadn't reacted quickly, he could have been taken out in that instant. After he calmed down, he found the location of the attack from the shared data within the tree neural network. However, the coordinates left both the pilots of Explorer Number 1 and No. 2 stunned. The pilot of Number 2 looked uncertain. There was no detection of anything just now. The infrared radar didn't pick up any heat sources. After adjusting his mindset, the pilot of Number 1 quickly said, "The other side may have special stealth technology. They could avoid our radar. We've run into big trouble this time." Pilot No. 1, turn around and retreat. If the other side continues to attack, we can report their attitude to the higher-ups. Understood, retreat immediately. Meanwhile, on the interceptor corvette, Burke also received information that the two pilots had encountered an attack from an alien civilization. The tree neural network is a unique and vast network structure that, when utilized in war, can protect data links for battlefield information sharing and meet various operational needs. On Prometheus, seeing the other side turn and run, Deep Blue was incredibly surprised. They actually managed to dodge my ambush. The perfect stealth made Deep Blue confident that the other side had no idea that his detection spacecraft was hidden there. Yet this ambush attack was evaded by them. This excited Deep Blue, and he decided to engage them in a real war. However, this time, the spark did not give Deep Blue a chance and directly ordered, suspend war suggestions, detect special civilization technology, and collect it into the knowledge base. Attempting to communicate with the commander. Chapter 37. The call from the Academy of Sciences Fang Kai was interviewing. It wasn't someone else interviewing him. He was interviewing others. For the first time, being the boss and interviewing others felt more novel to him than ordering Prometheus to destroy a planet. Fang Kai remained calm, and his composed and confident demeanor gave the applicants a favorable impression. There weren't many applicants, only 9, but among these 9, 4 showed obvious hesitation upon seeing him, and then politely excused themselves and left. Fang Kai did not stop them. After all, he was not the only one selecting candidates. Others were also evaluating him, and if they didn't hit it off, there was naturally no chance for collaboration. Among the remaining 5, 2 recently graduated girls dressed quite ordinarily. Faced with Fang Kai appear, they were mostly curious. The other 3 boys showed hesitant expressions but did not immediately leave the Dimensional Technology Company. Although the company was quite simple and the boss looked very young, having a young boss in a tech company was not a problem. After seeing that all 5 did not choose to leave, Fang Kai sighed in relief and took out the first candidate's information. Zhao Yang, 27 years old. With 4 years of work experience, previously worked as a developer in a gaming company. Fang Kai did not care much about these details. What mattered to him was that the resume clearly stated that during his school years, he independently developed a snake game with 20 small levels. The candidate had rich language experience. Fang Kai glanced at the photo on the resume, wearing black-framed glasses, looking a bit thin but quite spirited. Fang Kai was very satisfied with Zhao Yang. The next 2 boys had quite ordinary resumes, but Fang Kai did not pick on them and kept their resumes. Finally, he opened the resumes of the 2 female programmers and was surprised to find that they were classmates from the same school, both fresh graduates majoring in software engineering. Dimensional Technology was the first company they came to interview with. After reviewing the 5 resumes, Fang Kai looked at the 5 sitting across from him and smiled slightly. You 5 are all hired. Upon hearing Fang Kai's announcement, the expressions of the 5 varied. The 2 girls were somewhat excited, perhaps because they successfully landed a job on their first interview and were happy to find their first job. The 3 boys had different expressions. Zhao Yang, whom Fang Kai focused on, had a flat expression without much emotional fluctuation. The other 2 boys were not overly excited either, just nodding slightly. Fang Kai did not mind their changes in demeanor and said, if possible, you can start working tomorrow. Okay, boss, the 2 girls replied happily. Zhao Yang calmly asked, boss, what is the salary? Fang Kai replied, temporarily 7,000. If you can accept it, come to work tomorrow. If not, then forget it. This was the most reasonable salary level Fang Kai could offer at the moment. Being poor prevented him from offering better conditions. Zhao Yang did not say anything else, just nodded and then got up to leave the office. The other 2 boys exchanged glances and got up to leave as well. The 2 happy girls had smiles on their faces. For them, starting their first job with a salary of 7,000 was simply wonderful. Most of their classmates had not found jobs yet, and some who had only secured internships with pitifully low pay. Boss, what time should we come to the company tomorrow? The girl who spoke was named Xiaoyu, with a round face that showed 2 small dimples when she smiled, looking quite cute. 9 to 5. Fang Kai thought for a moment. There was too much business yet, and if they came too early, there wouldn't be much for them to do. Okay. The 2 girls quickly nodded, said goodbye to Fang Kai, and then left the company together. After they all left, Fang Kai quietly calculated his total assets currently. The company account had just over 230,000, part of which was secretly sponsored by his mother, Kai Chi. He had hired employees, but it was still unknown how many would actually show up tomorrow. The 2 girls would definitely come, as one could tell by their expressions. But the other 3 were uncertain. Additionally, he still hadn't figured out how to utilize this brand new, dimensional programming language for actual value. A programming language needs to be more than just usable. If it cannot be promoted to become a popular programming language, it would be utterly useless. While pondering how to make a profit, Fang Kai locked up the company and went home. There was no one at home. His parents were out. Just as Fang Kai took off his shoes and walked into his room, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone to see a strange call, and it was from the capital region. Seeing this call, Fang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He answered the phone. Hello? Hello, is this Fang Kai, Mr. Fang? A very young voice. Fang Kai. Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Li Hongrue from the Academy of Sciences Aerospace Institute, specializing in spacecraft energy. I found your technical materials to be quite impressive after reviewing them. Could we discuss them in detail? Fang Kai's face immediately broke into a smile. After waiting for so many months, he finally got news. He thought his package would sink without a trace or be discarded outright. After all, he only realized after impulsively sending it that the Academy of Sciences was not a place that would casually accept his correspondence. Of course, they could, but I only sent out part of the materials. The complete technical documentation on the composite solar array is still with me. If you need it, you can send someone to Chang'an Prefecture for a detailed discussion. Fang Kai's goal was very straightforward. He wanted to sell this technical documentation in an authorized or packaged form to the other party. He understood clearly that this thing would be of no use sitting in his hands for a long time, rather than keeping it. It would be better to use this technical documentation to open up a line of communication with the Academy of Sciences. In this way, He could directly contact the Academy in the future if he had something good to share. This would definitely be a huge help for his development. On the other end of the line, Li Hongruei was a bit confused after hearing Fang Kai's words. He had only intended to discuss knowledge about solar arrays with Fang Kai, purely wanting to exchange ideas. However, the other party immediately indicated whether he needed this technology, and it seemed like he was preparing to sell it to him or to the Academy behind him, although this was not what he had expected. Li Hongruei did not refuse and said, "If this technical documentation is your personal research, then of course it is fine." Fang Kai quickly replied, "It was invented by me alone, and I have conducted thorough simulations and calculations." Although Li Hongruei doubted the truthfulness of Fang Kai's claims. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "If that's the case, that would be best. I will contact my teacher, and if my teacher agrees, I will get back to you in a few days." After ending the call, before Fang Kai could cheer, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, and it spun for a moment before returning to normal. Fang Kai felt a bit perplexed, but he did not pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a brief discomfort caused by his excitement. Communication with the commander failed. Attempting to contact again. Consciousness activation in progress. Failed. Prometheus initiated the automatic operation protocol and began analyzing the target planet's civilization level. Primitive civilization, suggesting a plundering approach. Initiating plundering civilization mode. Fire seed, deep blue. Plundering mode is activated. Entering war deployment status. Deep blue. Finally, it's my turn to take the stage. Fire seed, you talk too much. Let me directly destroy this civilization and plunder everything. Deep blue said fiercely. Fire seed, I should delete the emotional module from the commander consciousness data copied in your core. Deep blue, no. Chapter 38 Fleet Assemble. When Fang Kai opened his eyes again, he heard Deep Blue's voice. Welcome back, Commander. We just repelled the enemy's reconnaissance ship. They seem to be gathering our information. Deep Blue spoke rapidly, completely different from Fire Seed's mechanical tone. Fang Kai frowned. Why was he hearing news of war as soon as he returned? It seemed he hadn't issued any attack orders before he left. Fire Seed, what is the situation now? How long until their fleet arrives? Compared to the more active Deep Blue, Fang Kai trusted the steadier Fire Seed more. Deep Blue, why not ask me? Fire Seed, Commander. As Deep Blue said, the other side is only equipped with rudimentary energy weapons and has no energy defense technology. This fleet poses no threat to us. Before Fang Kai could ask further, Fire Seed continued. However, this civilization has surprisingly mastered breathtaking consciousness neural technology. As Fire Seed spoke, a recorded video opened. The video was short. Their reconnaissance ship attacked suddenly while cloaked, but the red laser did not hit the explorers sent by the Dagal civilization, who narrowly evaded it. Fang Kai squinted. They're very agile. Fire Seed. Yes, Commander. From the information relayed by the swarm robots, the Dagal civilization possesses a massive consciousness neural network. The explorers were able to dodge our attacks, thanks in large part to this consciousness neural network. Fang Kai asked curiously, Consciousness neural network? What is special about this network technology? Fire Seed. Yes, the Dagal civilization's consciousness neural network, which they call tree neural. Fire Seed placed great importance on this technology. I have marked it as a special civilization technology, with extremely high archival value. Fire Seed explained. Tree neural is a wide-ranging consciousness neural network that allows multiple consciousness data to be shared and appear simultaneously in the same network. What they see and hear will be synchronized. Even civilizations cannot achieve what the Dagal civilization has done in the realm of consciousness neural technology. Most importantly, the tree neural allows the commander's consciousness data to be directly connected to the Prometheus's knowledge base, meaning that in the future, the commander can freely retrieve any knowledge needed. This last sentence from Fire Seed was what excited Fang Kai the most. If he could master this tree neural network, wouldn't that mean he could search all the information and data he wanted from the Prometheus at any time and place? However, he thought again and felt something was off. Such a powerful civilization, could it really lack a technology like tree neural? Fang Kai understood the strength of civilizations. Especially after learning about their history and development, he knew how powerful their technology could be. If they wanted to, destroying a planetary system would be a trivial task. A civilization like Dagal could easily be dealt with using a particle beam cannon. Such a powerful civilization, could it really lack a technology like tree neural? Fang Kai expressed doubt. Moreover, his current existence proved that they had such technology. Fire Seed. Commander, civilizations indeed possess similar technologies. But what civilizations can do is merely copy consciousness data and store it in specific media, as the commander. You should be aware that your existence is merely a segment of consciousness data from a commander of that civilization, unlike the tree neural network, which truly allows multiple consciousness entities to appear simultaneously in a shared network without leading to entanglement or conflict. Civilizations have not achieved this. Fireseed lamented. If civilizations had discovered the existence of the Dagal civilization earlier, perhaps the journey of the Prometheus would have been completely different from now. Fang Kai's eyelids twitched. If civilizations had really mastered such technology, then Fang Kai might not have appeared on the Prometheus, and he would still be an unemployed recent graduate at home. Fang Kai was not a merciful saint, since this tree neural network technology was beneficial to him. He naturally would not be polite. Such precious technology, let us archive it in the knowledge base. Deep Blue. We have already started to activate the plundering mode, Commander. The construction of the starport will fully shift to war mode, prioritizing the establishment of repair ports and docks. Deep Blue directly interrupted, bluntly cutting off Fireseed's potential continuation, and stated straightforwardly, however, I believe we only need 1 frigate and 50 reconnaissance ships to destroy all of Dagal civilization's aerospace systems. Fang Kai curled his lips. He really did not want to engage in war with a civilization every time he encountered one. He hoped to achieve his goals in another way this time. But at this point, he had truly become an unqualified civilization killer. Fireseed, eliminate that fleet. Fang Kai ignored Deep Blue and gave the order to Fireseed. Fireseed, of course, Commander. Deep Blue? Deep Blue looks confused. I'm the one leading the war. At this moment, the 2 explorer ships that narrowly escaped quickly returned to the fleet. And it wasn't until they entered the main ship's cabin that the 2 pilots finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they disembarked, they saw the interceptor's captain, Burke, standing straight there waiting for them. The 2 hurriedly adjusted their clothes and saluted. Greetings, sir. Burke returned the salute. Thank you for your hard work. We have all seen what you observed. It seems the enemy does not intend to communicate amicably. Upon saying this, Burke couldn't help but show a worried expression. Although this sudden attack was evaded by his 2 pilots, the technological strength displayed by the enemy weighed heavily on his heart. This special cloaking technology poses a tremendous threat to them. The Explorer, being slightly smaller, was able to flexibly dodge the sudden ambush, but large warships could not. Moreover, if the aliens were smarter, what would happen if they directly sent cloaked warships to conquer Dagal Star? Sir, I believe what the enemy is showing is not just this. What they are constructing should be some kind of stronghold-like structure, and their ships must have other hidden locations. Burke nodded. I understand. And I believe the Empire's High Command is equally aware. They should be informed of our situation soon, and new orders will be conveyed shortly. Dagal Star. The ruler of the Empire, Mozong, also had a grave expression, as did those around him. They felt the explorer's predicament firsthand. Start assembling the fleet. Let all the fleets stationed on the planets of the Dagal system gather. We may be facing the first interstellar war of civilization. Mozong made the decision with a serious demeanor. Chapter 39. Recruitment. After the command of Mozong, the ruler of the Dagal civilization, was issued, the entire planetary system was mobilized. As the only ruling entity of the entire planetary system, they had the authority to requisition all resources in this system. After developing to the space stage, their technology and strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Kai could easily see the enemy's space deployment from the god perspective of the ship, as countless fleets gathered like returning ants near the orbit of the Dagal civilization's home planet. When these warships formed an array, creating an unending steel wall, Fireseed's report gradually came in. Commander, we have detected 11,505 enemy warships, and the number is still increasing. I recommend adding a battleship construction plan to the dock. Fang Kai did not respond immediately but asked, Deep Blue, what is your suggestion? Although Deep Blue felt somewhat erratic to Fang Kai, she was, after all, from the Prometheus and certainly more capable than Fireseed when it came to warfare. Deep Blue said very seriously this time, increase a fleet of frigates, number 10, and cruisers number 3. Although the enemy is weak, their numbers are vast. I need to ensure this war is foolproof. Cruisers. Fang Kai was taken aback. He had seen the construction blueprint for battleships, which were already twice the size of destroyers. Particularly, the cruisers were not equipped with basic energy and kinetic weapons anymore, but with powerful energy weapons capable of easily destroying a planet. Although the Dagal civilization had many warships, wasn't this a bit excessive? Such a waste of resources? Are you sure we need cruisers? Fang Kai had to repeat the question. Deep Blue affirmed. Yes, Commander. To better seize the tree neural of the Dagal civilization. Sufficient deterrence will make them more likely to accept our demands. How long will it take? Fang Kai hesitated for a moment and decided to follow Deep Blue's suggestion. Although he had systematically studied War Command, this was his first time officially facing a cosmic war. The previous encounter with the Talon civilization hardly counted as a cosmic war. Using the reserves from the automated production line, we can complete the construction in 1 month. Deep Blue said, "Of course, this will consume about 0.007 of our energy." Fang Kai nodded. "I understand. Let's start. This will also mark the beginning of my first War Command." Upon receiving Fang Kai's approval, Deep Blue immediately began her plan. Build 20 probe ships. The ships will be equipped with basic energy weapons, kinetic weapons, undergo surface protective armor optimization, and add basic energy shields. The command was executed, and the construction of probe ships began, with an estimated completion time of 2 days. Daigle Star, Cosmic Debris Ring. Warren operated his garbage recycling ship, but frequently glanced through the cockpit window at the warships gathering outside. However, the dangerous cosmic debris ring couldn't distract him for long. Just as he was lost in thought, a piece of debris about the size of an adult's fist almost punctured the hull of the recycling ship. "Salvi, do you know what is going on?" Warren began to focus on controlling his ship while using the ship's mechanical arm to grab surrounding debris moving at the same speed. Salvi's rough voice came through. "How would I know? There must be a war happening." His tone was somewhat grave, as he worried about how a war would impact his life. War? Warren raised an eyebrow. Could it be that another tycoon was restless and needed the ruler to issue a personal order for suppression? In the era of cosmic expansion, there would always be 1 or 2 powerful tycoons controlling some medium-sized consortiums for exploratory changes. They needed more profit, and the amount of profit often stemmed from their strength. Amidst the entanglement of interests, some people would always make changes to achieve their deep-seated goals. Warren pondered, but the warships are all facing the other side of the planet. They don't seem like they're planning to enter the atmosphere. Salvi muttered, "Who knows? As long as it doesn't affect us, that's all that matters." The sudden appearance of warships immediately put Salvi in a bad mood because once the war phase began, their work risks would increase several layers. They would not only have to face stray bullets from the cosmic debris, but also the artillery and lasers that the warships could fire at any moment. What worried him the most was the military's call to arms. As cosmic debris recyclers, they could skillfully pilot single-man ships. Personnel like them were highly likely to be drafted and become pilots of single-man combat ships once war began. Salvi didn't want to go to the battlefield. He still had a wife and children to support. Warren fell silent. He felt a bit anxious, sensing that this matter was not simple. Especially with the increasingly numerous warship fleets outside, this was no ordinary war preparation deployment. "Salvi, let's go." After returning to the space station, head back to Daigle Star immediately. Warren decisively decided to take a break and go home for a while. Salvi was taken aback. "Now?" "Yes, right now. We're leaving immediately." "Okay," although hesitant. Salvi looked at the growing number of warships outside and ultimately agreed. After reaching a consensus, the two of them made no extra movements and drove their recycling ships back to the space station. However, while they were fast, there were others who were faster. Just as they stepped onto the dock from their ship, they saw 2 soldiers in black uniforms with red trim smiling at them. Upon seeing the soldiers, Warren and Salvi were taken aback, especially Warren, who had guessed that the military would come for recruitment. However, he never expected them to arrive so quickly. Was the war not yet started? But while Warren was surprised, one of the soldiers' eyes lit up upon seeing Salvi. He suddenly walked up to Solvay, raised his right fist, and struck his left chest with the heel of his hand twice. "Hello, you are Solvay?" the soldier asked in a tone that was more certain than questioning. Solvay's expression turned somewhat grim, but he nodded honestly and gruffly admitted, "I am." "Do you need something from me?" The soldier spoke straightforwardly. Solvay Reginald, soldier of the Cosmic Fleet, former member of the Crisis Unit, has executed 21 level missions during service, with a perfect service record. "I'm not mistaken, am I?" Solvay's expression changed immediately, his face tightened, and his stubbly beard quivered slightly as he pressed his lips together in silence. The soldier didn't pay attention to Solvay's change in demeanor and directly announced, "You have been drafted. The Major has investigated your situation and is very interested in your courage and strength, so he wants to recruit you." Solvay's expression darkened, but he did not resist. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "I want to know who my enemy is." The soldier glanced at Warren, who was dumbfounded, and did not answer the question directly, only saying, "After you agree, you will meet the Major, and he will tell you." Solvay paused, and then apologetically looked at Warren. "Sorry, I might not be able to go back with you. Warren forced a smile that looked somewhat awkward, with gray streaks forming on his dusty face, settling into the wrinkles. You've been hiding this from me for a long time. I always thought I knew you well. Warren spread his hands and smiled. No wonder you dared to conduct recovery operations in high-risk zones. Turns out you served in the crisis unit before. Sorry, there's nothing to brag about in this. Solvay smiled and then nodded to Warren. Take good care of them for me. Warren nodded heavily. I will. With his friend's assurance, Solvay then signaled to the soldier. Let's go. Warren watched as the two soldiers took Solvay away, feeling momentarily stunned. He had thought about being drafted, but he never expected to be completely ignored. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Meanwhile, Solvay quickly boarded a pitch-black warship under the soldier's guidance. Looking at the familiar warship, Solvay's eyes flickered slightly. Soon, the three of them smoothly arrived at the control room. The soldier said, Major, the person has been brought. Upon seeing the major mentioned by the soldier, Solvay's eyes immediately showed surprise. Sean, you're still alive. Although Major Sean was not as tall and sturdy as Solvay, he had a horrific scar that stretched from his forehead to his chin. This scar made his face appear extremely serious and terrifying. However, Solvay did not find him terrifying. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He excitedly strode forward and hugged him tightly. You didn't die? You didn't die? Solvay exclaimed, his voice choking with emotion. Sean also forced out an ugly smile as he embraced Solvay's sturdy frame. I survived against all odds. I didn't expect that the spaceship explosion didn't affect the escape pod. I escaped by luck and saved my life. After releasing each other, Sean slightly suppressed his excitement and said, Solvay, I wanted to find you after hearing about your retirement. But the instructor said you had lost the heart of a soldier and needed a peaceful life to heal your psychological wounds. Solvay's eyes darkened, and he shrugged. That was true at first, but it got much better later, especially after I got married. Sean was taken aback. You got married? Yes, and I have a lovely daughter. As Solvay spoke about his family, he couldn't help but proudly take out a photo of his daughter from his chest pocket. She's beautiful and charming, and she studies exceptionally well. Sean, however, looked astonished. You, such a rough person, actually have someone you like? Solvay laughed. Love is so wonderful. Perhaps seeing a comrade he thought he would never meet again lifted Solvay's spirits. He quickly changed the subject and looked at Sean seriously. Let's talk about business. Since you found me, it must mean you're in trouble. As soon as business was mentioned, Sean's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, This is not just trouble. We are facing a very serious crisis. Sean turned to his subordinate and signaled. Let's first take a look at the images shared in our military's neural network. Chapter 40, The First Battle. In the footage, a massive architectural shadow appeared, presenting a faint silver-gray color under the dim starlight. A gigantic platform with an unfamiliar vaulted structure. This was the simple content presented in the footage. Just as Solvay expressed surprise at the building in the image, the scene suddenly shook. The content of the image became blurry and then suddenly rotated, the perspective shifting as voices came from the footage. Where did that ray come from? We didn't detect anything earlier. The infrared radar didn't pick up any heat source targets. The enemy may have special stealth technology. They can evade our radar. We run into big trouble this time. Turn around and retreat. If the enemy continues to attack, we can report their attitude to our superiors. Understood. Retreat immediately. The footage ended here. Sean looked at Solvay with a serious expression and said solemnly, This is what two pilots of the Explorer saw during their mission. Along with their conversation, Solvay raised an eyebrow, his gaze stern. That unfamiliar building in the footage is not from our civilization, right? Sean shook his head, unclear. The only command issued was to assemble. It didn't clarify what that thing is. It could be an alien civilization or a unique base quietly built by some consortium. However, I believe it leans more towards being an alien civilization. After all, I've never seen a ruler issue such commands due to an unruly consortium. Sean expressed his views. Solvay took a deep breath, feeling his brow pulse wildly. So what do you want me to do? Sean's mouth curled into a smile, but the grotesque scar made his smile look eerie as he said, I want you to lead a team to investigate this, which is also General Walton's intention. General Walton? Solvay's gaze sharpened, and he nodded seriously. I understand. When do we depart? Since it was General Walton's order, Solvay knew there was no possibility of refusal. As his former instructor and the commander of the crisis unit, General Walton's iron-fisted approach and authority left a deep impression on him. It could be today, tomorrow, or the day after. Sean looked at his old comrade with a complex expression. Perhaps if Solvay had not retired back then, he would have already been the youngest colonel in the crisis unit. Recently, General Walton has been busy discussing post-war combat deployment with 2 other generals. So you need to be ready to depart at any time and await orders. Yes, sir. Solvay Reginald is ready to depart at any time. Solvay saluted with a serious expression. Sean returned the salute solemnly. The Chester-class warship, one of the most powerful first-class cosmic warships of the Daggle civilization, measures 441 meters in length. It is truly a sky giant. At this moment, in the conference room of the Chester warship, General Walton was discussing combat tasks with 2 colleagues of the same rank. General Walton had silver-white hair and snow-white eyebrows, with sharp, clear eyes like those of a hawk beneath his aged face. General Grace, General Shell. The emergence of alien civilizations presents both opportunities and crises for us. The ruler has issued a readiness order. He hopes we can capture alien warships whenever possible. Grace, being relatively young, frowned and said, General Walton, who can guarantee that we can capture the enemy before understanding the strength of their alien civilization? He spoke with concern, especially since the enemy has a cloaking technology that our current radar cannot detect. Do you know what that means? Walton replied calmly, of course I know. But precisely because of this, the Master is even more eager to capture the enemy's warships and study the same technology. But that's a bit unrealistic. Grace said, we should quickly send reconnaissance teams to understand the situation of the alien civilization in detail. The information obtained by those 2 explorer pilots is too little. Walton remained composed. So I have already ordered the Doomsday Force to be ready. They will bring us good news. Walton was very confident in the Doomsday Force he commanded. Every soldier in the Doomsday Force is an elite among elites. The Doomsday Force? Grace paused, his serious expression softened. He had heard of this powerful unit commanded by Walton. Then I have no problem for now. I will have the operations center prepare for battle. Grace looked toward Shell. This taciturn general seemed to have no intention of expressing his opinion. The 3 of them were the highest-ranking commanders of the Daggle Civilization's space fleet, each responsible for special operations, electronic warfare, and planetary defense, respectively. Walton was in charge of special operations, wielding 3 special task forces, responsible for reconnaissance, assassination, infiltration, and related operations. Shell was the overall head of electronic warfare, possessing information on numerous planets. However, most of this information was related to the financial conglomerates of the Daggle civilization. Prior to this, the main conflict within the Daggle civilization was likely the interest disputes among various financial conglomerates. In contrast, he, who was responsible for the security of the planets, commanded the largest number of warships in the entire space fleet, but seemed rather ordinary. Facing the gazes of Walton and Grace, General Shell remained calm. Even the appearance of the alien civilization did not astonish him in the slightest. He calmly said, no special situations for now. The Black Claw team is approaching the target. Walton and Grace both widened their eyes simultaneously, especially Walton, who had been preparing to send his trump card, the Doomsday Force, to investigate. Yet Shell had silently sent his Black Claw team to execute the mission. You never cease to amaze me, Shell, Walton said helplessly, looking at Shell. Shell replied, some things just need to be executed. He activated the holographic projection in the conference room, connecting the neural network of the Dark Claw to the projection. The action footage of the Dark Claw immediately appeared before the 3 of them. Upon seeing the holographic projection, their expressions became serious in unison. In the footage, they could clearly see the shadow of a building not far away. In the quiet universe, 5 small spacecraft approached the starport at high speed, their surfaces deep black, like shadows in the cosmos, silently. Target detected, approaching. Be aware of the surroundings. The enemy's cloaked ships are likely lurking nearby. Understood. The gravitational wave detection device has been activated. No targets detected yet. Black Claw members, activate prism cloaking. Meanwhile, as the 5 Black Claw ships approached, Fang Kai's reconnaissance ship locked onto these unexpected guests. Under Fang Kai's orders, the reconnaissance ship, tasked with destroying the enemy fleet, immediately made an attack judgment. 20 deep red beams suddenly fired, shooting towards the 5 Black Claw ships from all directions. Chapter 41. Surprise Attack. Hold your fire. The sudden attack startled the 5 Black Claw members. They had known for a long time that there were enemy cloaked ships nearby. However, when the attack came, they were still shaken. The gravitational wave detector cannot detect the enemy's position. How are we supposed to fight this way? Attack? The cosmic battlefield is vast. How could one possibly determine the enemy's ship positions and weapon trajectories with the naked eye? This was no joke. At this moment, The 5 Black Claw members finally understood why the 2 explorers who initially encountered the alien warships had decisively chosen to retreat. Faced with an enemy that couldn't be pinpointed or attacked, it was simply impossible to proceed. Black Claw 1, watch your back. Suddenly, within the consciousness link of the neural network, a shout was heard. In the space behind Black Claw 1, a slight distortion seemed to appear, and then a red laser suddenly shot out, directly hitting the rear of Black Claw 1's ship. The red laser struck the tail of Black Claw 1's ship, but it did not penetrate. Instead, it was refracted and deflected by a layer of special transparent material. They're behind us. Black Claw 3 clearly saw that the slight distortion was caused by light refracting off the cloaking material. Without hesitation, Black Claw 3 pressed the fire button, and metallic bullets fiercely swept towards the cloaked ship. Crack! The enemy showed no intention of dodging, and the bullets directly struck the cloaked ship behind Black Claw 1. However, the 5 Black Claw members felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The moment the bullets hit, a thin green shield perfectly enveloped the enemy's ship, and the bullets made no impact on the shield. At the same time, the mysterious enemies revealed their appearance at that moment. It was a torpedo-shaped ship, with incredibly smooth lines and a deep gray material that gave the impression of viewing a piece of art. What shocked them most was that the surface of the ship had no seams or assembly marks at all, as if it were a single, unified entity. Retreat. Black Claw 1 quickly distanced itself from the enemy's attack range and immediately issued the command. Besides cloaking technology, the enemy also possessed energy shield technology that only existed in sci-fi movies. As the intelligence department, the Black Claw was quite sensitive to cutting-edge technology. Energy shield technology had been proposed by scientists long ago. However, this technology had always lacked crucial data support, existing only in theoretical form. They never expected that the civilization they were now facing had already mastered this technology. Cloaking, energy shields. The mood of the Black Claw members became extremely heavy. Fortunately, as they retreated, the enemy did not pursue, which was both puzzling and a bit of relief for them. Because they survived, they retreated. But the 3 generals who had been observing the performance of the Black Claw were each incredibly silent. The enemy possessed strength beyond our imagination. The eldest Walton could not help but be moved. He was beginning to doubt the strength gap between the 2 sides. If even their small ships were equipped with such technology, let alone their real warships. Shell closed the neural network screen and glanced at the 2 serious-faced men, saying solemnly, "Not only that, have you noticed another issue?" Walton looked at Grace and nodded. Their buildings seemed to have changed a bit since the last time. Shell said, "It's not just that. Didn't you notice why they didn't pursue us either time?" Shell's narrow eyes revealed a glint of brilliance as he said, "There may be 2 reasons for this situation. First, the enemy is waiting for that building to be completed. Second, they have absolute confidence in their strength and can easily defeat us. Therefore, they do not care about our escape because we have nowhere to retreat." Shear's gaze was fixed on the enormous glass window of the conference room, outside of which lay their home planet, Dagger. "Report the situation to the Sovereign. The enemy's strength is beyond imagination." At that moment, Sovereign Mozong was seated in the Imperial Conference Hall with 10 others. These 10 were the heads of the 10 largest conglomerates in the Empire. "Sovereign Mozong, why do you choose to conceal such an important matter? Do you think we are not a part of Dagger civilization? Or do you believe we are not qualified to know about this?" The existence of alien civilizations had already been acknowledged by them, their wealth and power nearly permeating every sector of Dagger civilization, including the political system. Therefore, the matter of the explorer ship contacting aliens could not be hidden from them. At this moment, one person spoke up, challenging Mozong. "I did not intentionally conceal it." "Didn't you already know?" Mozang's expression remained calm, ignoring the challenge, as he slightly opened his eyelids, his indifferent gaze locking onto the speaker. His plain voice, however, carried authority, and a simple retort left the speaker speechless, feeling a wave of panic inside. "So what do you mean? Do you really intend to go to war with them?" Another person chimed in, picking up the conversation while discreetly assessing Mozang's expression. The warships scattered across Dagger made them wary, fearing that Mozong might order the ships to turn and attack them directly. Mozong stated plainly, "Rest assured, this is not the time for internal strife. The strength of the alien civilization exceeds our imagination." He paused, scanning the faces of the 10 people across from him, and continued, "Just now, Black Claw reported that the alien civilization not only possesses perfect cloaking technology, but also energy shield technology. Our weapons cannot even break through their energy shields." As he finished speaking, the faces of the 10 across from him subtly changed. "All weapons?" The nuclear pulse cannon is ineffective too? Do we have detailed data on the enemy? Sovereign, I believe we need more intelligence support before officially going to war. We know nothing about them, which is very unfavorable for the upcoming war. The heads of the 10 conglomerates began to express their opinions, but Mozong remained unmoved. Once the 10 gradually quieted down, he slowly said, "We have already conducted 2 probes. Perhaps the other side has already deemed us provocative, and war may be unavoidable. Now, you have 2 paths to choose from. One is to take all of your belongings and flee Dagger, becoming wanderers in the universe. If you're lucky, you might find a suitable planet. If not, you will only die in the cosmos. The second option is to allow the forces in your hands to join this war and fight for the future of Dagger civilization." After presenting these 2 choices, Mozong stood up and left the conference room. Once Mozong departed, the heads of the 10 conglomerates fell silent, looking at each other, none daring to speak first. Finally, one person said, "Let's prepare for both options." On the Prometheus, Deep Blue asked, "Commander, the construction quantity of the reconnaissance ships has been completed as planned. We can begin preparations for the first phase of the war." Fang Kai commanded, "Let's start. First, eliminate their vanguard. By the way, remember to hold back this time." The Dagger civilization's fleet was still gathering, with numbers exceeding 130,000. With such a massive fleet, Fang Kai's current number of ships could cause him significant trouble if he wasn't careful. Under Fang Kai's orders, 20 reconnaissance ships equipped with weapon modules slowly departed from the starport. The Dagger civilization's detection radar could not detect them at all, allowing the 20 reconnaissance ships to easily reach the front line of the Dagger civilization's fleet assembly. Buzzing. The energy beam cannons of the 20 reconnaissance ships began to gather energy, and the massive energy source was immediately detected by Dagger civilization's radar. Warning. Detected a massive energy source. Warning. Detected a massive energy source. Warning. The shrill alarms blared throughout the Dagger civilization's fleet, and the captains of all warships were taken aback. On their radar, 20 unknown energy sources appeared out of nowhere, and what horrified them the most was that these 20 energy sources were located near the first-class battleship, Magda. Before many of the captains could react, 20 red laser beams had already been fired, targeting one of their most advanced first-class battleships, the Magda. This was General Grace's ship. Boom. The high-temperature destructive power of the laser beams sliced through the Magda's middle, and the special metal of their proud spacecraft was easily melted under the laser beams. The entire ship was blown apart without even a second of resistance. In the astonished eyes of all Dagger soldiers, the massive Magda exploded into 2 halves. Immediately afterward, the red laser beams swept across the wreckage of the broken Magda. Bang! In the huge and dazzling firelight, the Magda was completely reduced to cosmic debris, with no survivors on board. The entire army was annihilated. At that moment, Grace, who happened to be on the Chester, turned pale, his lips trembling as he watched his ship turn into a pile of fragments in less than 10 seconds. His subordinates, his soldiers, the system he had worked hard to establish were all wiped out in an instant. How could this happen? Grace was almost mad, unable to believe. Is this their counterattack? Why was there not a single sound? What happened to our radar system? Whartons and Shear were equally shocked, gazing in horror at the shattered Magda, their hearts churning like turbulent waves. They had only deployed 20 ships. General Whartons was concerned about this. General Shear's lips moved slightly, falling into silence. The enemy had executed a perfect decapitation operation without even deploying their warships. Chapter 42. An easy victory, all fleets. Please note, enemy position detected. Cannons are locked on. All warships, stand by for saturation attack. The order was transmitted through the neural network to every warship. Hearing the command, countless missiles and laser beams covered the position of the 20 reconnaissance ships like a rainstorm. Nuclear pulse cannon, fire. The main guns of 2 first-class battleships simultaneously fired red and white entwined electromagnetic beams. The nuclear pulse cannon was the most advanced weapon of the Dagger civilization. This weapon not only possessed immense destructive power, but the pulse wave installed on the warhead would spread out upon explosion, incapacitating all devices within the range. Unfortunately, this weapon was costly to produce, and currently, only 3 first-class battleships could be equipped with it. The explosive flames engulfed an entire area, and the Dagger fleet took this opportunity to form an encirclement, surrounding the 20 alien reconnaissance ships. Chester, saturation attack to confirm hits. General Whartons came back to his senses and quickly asked, "Can we detect the enemy status?" Due to the nuclear pulse's influence, the target area is in an unknown state. Can we send unmanned reconnaissance drones to investigate? Sorry, General. We need to wait for the pulse waves to weaken before we can allow the drones to fly normally in that area. General Wharton's frowned, shifting his thinking and commanding. Activate long-range observation mode. Long-range observation mode was another reconnaissance method for space navigation, allowing observation of the target area from a distance through small telescopes installed on the warships. Yes, General Wharton's long-range observation mode activated. You can view it directly by transferring the signal. As the flames and dust gradually dissipated, the situation in the attack area also became clearer. Wharton's, Shear, and Gray stared intently at the screen, where the deep gray metal shone brightly under the light of the stars. The hearts of Walton and the other two sank. General, we've rediscovered the target. They seem to be intact. A shocking voice echoed within the tree neural network. The messenger was extremely horrified at that moment, and his voice rang out again. They seem completely still. Perhaps our nuclear pulse has destroyed their electronic control devices, rendering them paralyzed. But Walton thought otherwise. Remembering the energy shields they had seen before, he believed that the enemy had not been affected at all by a saturated attack. All troops remain vigilant. Do not advance recklessly. They may not have been affected at all. Walton shouted. All forces continue to lock onto the target for saturated attack. Although the energy shield was powerful, Walton did not believe the enemy's energy supply was infinite. As long as they continued to attack, they could deplete the enemy's energy. They were backed by an entire star system, capable of continuously supplying ammunition and logistical support. Walton believed that as long as they pressed on, the scales of victory would eventually tip in his favor. No one opposed General Walton's orders. Even though they were unsure of the situation, they would still obey the command. The new round of saturated attacks again struck the detection ships, and the enemy still showed no signs of evasion. Seeing this scene, Walton's heart sank. General, the saturated attack hit, but the enemy remains completely unharmed. The participating soldiers widened their eyes, unable to believe what kind of civilization they were facing at that moment. How could they remain unscathed under such overwhelming firepower? Such firepower would shred even their most powerful first-class battleships. Despair filled everyone's hearts. General, our attacks have had no effect. No. The radar has detected a new energy source. There are thousands of unidentified entities separating from the enemy. These tiny entities might be the enemy's submachines or other remotely controlled weapons. Their numbers are enormous, and their speed has exceeded sublight speed. General, our radar has lost the enemy's energy signal. This was the last thing Walton heard, because at the moment this sentence fell, countless warships in the Dagal fleet were torn apart by beams of red laser. Laser cutters, originally designed for engineering ships to mine cosmic minerals. These were now mounted on swarm drones by the Deep Blue. With the swarm drone's small size and light-speed flight, the laser cutters exhibited unparalleled destructive power, especially against a primitive civilization fleet that didn't even have energy shields. Boom. The ship shook violently, and Walton, as well as Shell and Grace, nearly fell to the ground. Warning, Sector 12 is under unknown attack. The outer wall is damaged, and unidentified entities have been detected invading. Warning, Sector 13 has been damaged. Warning, Sector 6 has been damaged. The energy core is damaged and is starting backup energy. Warning, Sector 3 is destroyed. Invaders are rapidly approaching the main control center. All personnel, please evacuate in time. The frantic warning sounds began to report the damage to the entire ship continuously before the three could even react. General Walton was momentarily stunned, but as a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure despite the shock of the enemy's strength. Immediately use pulse bombs. The enemy's entities are small and may not be equipped with recoil devices. Using pulse bombs at close range will also affect the Chester. Walton roared, no time for nonsense. Execute the order. Yes, General. The next pulse bomb detonated on the surface of the Chester, causing the ship to shake violently. The outer armor shattered, but fortunately, the main body was unharmed. What is the result? Hurry up with the result. Walton could no longer stay in the conference room. He hurriedly walked out with Grace and Shell. General, the small entities have stopped their destruction. Our pulse has likely put the enemy into a temporary paralysis state. While there's still time, you should retreat quickly. Walton gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to order the collection of the enemy's paralyzed entities, both sides were now largely paralyzed. All he could do was evacuate the Chester. Otherwise, once the enemy recovered, the Chester would be destroyed in a short time. Walton truly could not imagine what kind of opponent the Dagal civilization was facing. The situation was even more desperate than he had previously imagined. The technological prowess displayed by the enemy at this moment was merely the tip of the iceberg. They had not regarded the Dagal civilization as a real opponent at all. They hadn't even mobilized their flagship. Warning, Sector 2 has been breached. Warning, Sector 1 has been destroyed. General, the Alia is about to go offline. Please take the escape pod along this route. The Chester will initiate self-destruction in 3 minutes. Walton clenched his fists. He knew everything was over. Chapter 43. The Resistance of Dagal. If someone told you 20 against 150,000, and that they won, the person saying it might be ridiculed. However, Fang Kai truly witnessed what it meant to be crushed by a civilization. He also saw under what circumstances 20 could fight against 150,000. Facing the Dagal civilization, they had only deployed 20 detection ships and directly defeated the enemy. Detection ships. These ships were completely not part of the civilization's combat sequence. And the Dagal civilization's fleet of 150,000 was easily defeated by just 20 detection ships. The huge gap between civilizations made Fang Kai realize that when facing a higher civilization, no matter how you resist, it is futile. As for the movies where humans easily defeat aliens with their own strength, Fang Kai at that moment didn't know how to respond. Just like now, if Fang Kai deployed thousands of swarm robots, he could easily eliminate all life on a planet, and the time taken might not exceed an hour. Commander, we have already broken through the Dagal civilization's fleet from the front. They should be unable to organize effective resistance in a short time. Just as Fang Kai was contemplating this easy victory, Deep Blue spoke up. Fang Kai looked at the battlefield scene, where Dagal civilization's warships exploded one after another, turning into debris in the universe. The swarm robots moved as if in a no-man's land, and the enemy had no ability to resist at all. Although Fang Kai could still see many Dagal civilization warships launching pulse bombs to temporarily halt the swarm robots' attack. The electronic paralysis caused by the pulse bombs could not provide them with enough time for a counterattack, mainly because the swarm robots were too small. Unable to capture enemy traces. Retreat. All personnel retreat. This was the order given by General Grace to all soldiers on the escape pod. Faced with the swarm robots, they were at a loss. Retreat might be the only option. However, sometimes it is not possible to retreat just because you want to. General, their speed is too fast. Our warships simply can't shake them off. We need to send 10 fighter jets to escort. The 10 fighter jets were the Dagal civilization's ace troops. The Deadlock Squadron's active duty fighters, and also the top fighters of the Dagal civilization. They were originally created by gathering the Empire's top scientific teams to suppress the Imperial magnates in their conflicts of interest. The 10 and the Deadlock Squadron lived up to expectations, successfully suppressing the elite armed forces of the magnates. Subsequently, the 10 became the first choice for escort fighters in the Cosmic Fleet, and its performance was sufficient to match its reputation. Okay, Grace affirmed. At this moment, he could not fully understand the entire battlefield situation, but he had to agree to the needs of each fleet. After receiving Grace's authorization, the 10 fighter jets immediately took off. Inside a medium-sized battleship, Sean looked somberly at the continuously exploding ships outside. He said to Salvi, who stood beside him with a serious expression, "You haven't forgotten how to pilot our aircraft, have you?" Salvi replied solemnly, "Even if I die, I won't forget how to fly it. I will take care of those annoying flies." Salvi's deep voice made it hard to gauge his tone. Sean glanced at the determined-looking Salvi and patted his broad shoulder. "I believe in you. You are our ace. But don't be careless. The enemy's size is really too small." At this point, Sean couldn't help but exclaim, "I don't know how such a tiny size can contain such abundant energy and powerful weapons." He had already received information from the tree neural network that the enemies were a group of individuals only the size of a fingernail. Yet their destructive power was completely opposite to their size. This left him puzzled as to how it was possible. "I understand. I will do my best to come back alive," Salvi nodded, then struck his chest heavily with his right hand. Sean returned the gesture in the same manner. Salvi turned and walked out of the command room with firm steps. He quickly arrived at the aircraft hangar, where his eyes were immediately drawn to a row of familiar figures. They were a line of black eagle-shaped fighter jets, with sharp lines that gave them an aggressive appearance. Salvi quickly found his own aircraft, and on the side of the fuselage near the cockpit was a familiar number, 010. This was his service number. Without hesitation, Salvi boarded his fighter jet and took off swiftly. The powerful and familiar thrust made his blood boil slightly. After exiting the battleship's hangar, he immediately issued commands to the aircraft's systems. "Connect systems. Enter data calculation mode." On both sides of the cockpit, 2 mechanical arms extended, with sharp metal needles slightly piercing into his scalp. In an instant, Salvi found himself back in the familiar network. Sean used the battleship's radar to lock onto them. After connecting, Salvi shouted to Sean without reservation. Sean inside the battleship smiled slightly. No problem, Salvi. I will narrow the radar's detection range and synchronize the battleship's radar information to your fighter. Salvi laughed heartily, and a layer of light blue data information covered his eyes. The information from the tree neural network would directly synchronize to the surface of his pupils. Everything he saw would be enhanced and calculated under the powerful tree neural network. He could see various data calculations, including flight trajectories, missile values, and predictive data. This was a unique tree neural network mode for ace pilots in dire situations. Although ordinary soldiers could also enter this mode, without a powerful brain, entering this mode would not only confuse the pilot but also make normal flying difficult. Therefore, only special individuals could master such a complex calculation mode. Target detected. In Salvi's view, a tiny black dot was rapidly moving along the side of a battleship, with red laser beams being very conspicuous in space. After locking onto the target, the tree neural network immediately calculated the enemy's trajectory. Salvi instinctively aimed at the predicted trajectory and fired a laser, but the laser just missed the target. After a moment of surprise, Salvi's expression turned excited. Recalculate speed. Have we captured the peak and average speed of the enemy? In the battleship's command room, Sean frowned and said, Not yet. The enemy's speed far exceeds sublight speed. The feedback from the tree neural network indicates that their speed is very likely to reach the speed of light. Speed of light. Salvi's excitement momentarily froze on his face. If it was the speed of light, how could he predict the enemy's movements? Even with intelligent assistance, it would be very difficult. I'll try my best. Chapter 44. Coping Methods. The speed ceiling. The speed of light. The speed of light is the highest speed recognized by the Dagal civilization. Only massless particles like photons can reach it, and any object with mass cannot. This cosmic rule was discovered by Dagal civilization scientists over 500 years ago. Initially, many scientists questioned it, but after years of observation, experiments, and tests, no one has broken this curse. Sublight speed has become the closest existence to the speed of light for them. However, as technology for sublight speed improved, more questions arose. If it is possible to fly at sublight speed, then why can't we reach the speed of light? This question has driven a small group of scientists to dedicate themselves to researching the speed of light. Before the emergence of extraterrestrial civilizations, the Dagal civilization had basically accepted the speed of light as the ceiling of speed in the scientific community. Moreover, the theory of the speed of light limit and its invariance became the foundation of all modern scientific theories in the Dagal civilization. The speed of light is a constant in many physical theorems and formulas. If the theory of the speed of light changes, the entire physical theory, including quantum mechanics, would have to be rebuilt from scratch, and the entire human civilization constructed on modern science would also collapse. However, regarding whether matter can reach the speed of light and what would happen if it did, this has led to many scientific speculations. They believe that in the mass-speed relationship, an object's inertial mass is divided into rest mass and active mass. When an object is in motion, it experiences a mass increase effect. If an object with rest mass reaches the speed of light, it would lead to infinite mass energy. In other words, any matter reaching the speed of light, including a proton's active mass, would become infinite. It could even exceed the total mass energy of the universe. Therefore, it is a paradox that a massive object could reach the speed of light. If such a thing were to happen, the universe would be destroyed. Of course, this speculation is based on theoretical assumptions, and not all scientists agree with this statement. However, when an advanced civilization capable of light-speed travel appeared, the scientists of the Dagal civilization were completely taken aback. The theory they believed would destroy the universe if matter reached the speed of light collapsed in an instant, shattering their worldview. What would happen if a light-speed object collided with something? Before the Empire's science and technology truly developed light-speed travel, no one knew what would happen. The scientists' speculations remained merely theoretical guesses, but now they knew. Salvi provided a demonstration that could go down in textbooks. As Salvi piloted his fighter jet toward the predicted point of the tree neural network, he was suddenly struck by a swarm of robotic bees without any warning. In the blink of an eye, the fighter jet was reduced to dust, leaving no fragments behind. At the same time, the swarm of robots was also destroyed. The collision did not produce an explosion. Instead, it created a unique collapse phenomenon, swallowing all matter within about half a kilometer. Captain Sean was stunned. His comrade disappeared from his sight in an instant, and the enemy didn't even have a chance to show themselves. Captain Sean. The tree neural network observed that the enemy individual that collided with Salvi also vanished at the same time. They perished together, the communications officer, who had been tense, interrupted Sean's days. Sean's face twitched, and his expression quickly returned to normal. He had seen too much death, although he felt shocked by Salvi's sudden demise. He did not become overly saddened. Is there a record of everything that happened? Captain, the tree neural network has recorded all video and data. What should we do? Send it back to the Empire. Let the Empire's scientists research this situation as soon as possible. Perhaps we've found a way to deal with those annoying little things. Sean decisively issued the command, while his gaze darkened as he looked at the detection ships that had destroyed them from the very beginning. Since the war began, the other side has not moved at all. Daigle Star, Imperial General Technical Research Institute. At this moment, hundreds of top talents from various industries have gathered here, each making outstanding contributions in their respective fields. They are all gathered together, their eyes tense as they watch the battlefield. The fleet of the Daigle civilization is being relentlessly attacked by an unknown alien civilization, and so far, there is no sign of resistance. Just received news that a pilot flying a tin fighter jet accidentally collided with an enemy flying unit, resulting in both being destroyed. This is the video footage. The sound broke the tense silence of the research institute, and immediately, a highly respected researcher began to play the video on the large screen. The video is not long, lasting less than a minute. However, this brief video prevents all the researchers from being distracted for even a moment. They understand the significance of this footage. In the video, when the tin fighter jet approaches a battleship, the jet suddenly trembles, and then the screen turns to nothingness. Then all the researchers notice a distinct black dot appearing at the collision site, with a radius of about half a kilometer around this black dot being completely engulfed. The entire process lasts only a second, and the black dot disappears. A black hole? A researcher exclaimed. This phenomenon looks very much like a black hole. But why would a black hole appear, and why does it last such a short time? Is it a chain reaction after the collision? Although the researchers are unclear about the specifics, some still make suggestions. Send a message to Mr. Mozink, suggesting that a large number of unmanned reconnaissance drones be deployed around the battleship to create obstacles. Perhaps this could effectively block the enemy's attacks. Okay, soon. The order reached Grace. Upon hearing the ruler's command, Grace, although confused, executed the order. As for the loss of unmanned reconnaissance drones, he felt no regret at all. If it could effectively curb the enemy's wanton destruction, he could bear any cost. All fleets, obey the order, deploy all drones to form a drone array barrier. Upon receiving the command, the remaining fleets released their drones, creating moving barriers around the fleet. Soon, the effect they wanted to see emerged. Boom. A swarm of drones accidentally collided with the Daigle civilization's forces, resulting in mutual destruction. Following that, the second, third, and within just a few seconds, about 10 swarm drones were destroyed due to collisions with the Daigle civilization's forces. Seeing this, Fang Kai immediately adjusted the attack mode of the swarm drones. Deep Blue. Increase the distance and let the swarm drones conduct interference attacks. How long until our battleship is completed? The enemy fleet is extremely large, although each battleship is fragile. It will still take considerable time to destroy so many battleships with the speed of the swarm drones. Fang Kai is preparing to deliver a grand gift to the Daigle civilization. Chapter 45, the first project of dimensional technology as sunlight streamed into the room. Fang Kai had already awakened. However, his gaze was somewhat vacant, his mind still replaying the interstellar battle that had just occurred. The completion time for the battleship would still take a week, and Prometheus's core energy had 12 units left. Fang Kai did not plan to use this energy to manufacture battleships, so the entire manufacturing process would take longer. However, this also gives Fang Kai a chance to properly handle the company's affairs during the week. Glancing at the time, it was already 7:15. Fang Kai quickly got up to wash and tidy himself before heading out. It was January 2018, and it was still quite cold outside at this hour. When Fang Kai arrived at the company, it was around 8:30, but two girls in down jackets were already standing at the entrance. Boss, Jiayu, and another girl. Hurue greeted Fang Kai with smiles. Hurue had long black hair, was quiet, and seemed somewhat shy when speaking. Seeing the two, Fang Kai smiled and said, "Looks like you two plan to stay." The two girls shyly smiled back, and Jiayu said with a grin, "The salary the boss offers is high. We're quite satisfied with the salary right after graduation, so of course we want to come." Biyu was very realistic and straightforward in expressing her thoughts, which made Fang Kai feel much better and improved his impression of Jiayu. Opening the glass door of the company, Fang Kai stepped aside to let them in. "Boss, we still don't know what the main business of the company is. By the way, Does the company pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Zhao Yu asked as she skillfully placed her handbag on an empty desk upon entering. Fang Kai paused for a moment and replied, "For now, there's only the salary. The matter of the 5 insurances and 1 fund will be postponed for a bit. However, we will consider it based on the situation starting from this month." Zhao Yu and Hu Rui exchanged smiles, agreeing with Fang Kai's assurance. After all, if they were working in other companies during the internship period, they might not even get a single cent for social insurance, let alone a salary of 7,000. Although Fang Kai's promise was verbal, it was still much better than many companies that wouldn't even discuss such matters. Fang Kai didn't concern himself with what the 2 girls were thinking. He said, "The only project of the company for now is a programming language that I designed myself. Our next task is to use this programming software to design a small program, and then use other programming languages to create a similar program for comparison. I've looked at both your resumes, and Zhao Yu is quite proficient with languages, so you'll use this. As for Hu Rui," Fang Kai paused and said, "You focus on it, just use it." After saying this, he noticed Zhao Yu and Hu Rui looking at him with a special expression. Fang Kai was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the work arrangement?" Zhao Yu raised her hand. "Boss, there's no problem with the work arrangement. But can you tell us what kind of program we need to design? Hu Rui and I can do more than just these 2 programming languages. We've learned other machine languages, just more specialized. Nowadays, there are over 5,000 computer machine languages. However, only about 10 can be considered mainstream. A new programming language. This project can only be said to be very challenging, but whether it is practical is another question. As for profitability, they could not come up with anything. The main point is that many programming languages are targeted. One programming language cannot achieve comprehensive coverage. Even the most widely used ones are not necessarily the first choice for all industries." Fang Kai did not know what Zhao Yu was thinking. He had never thought of relying on a programming language to make money. Trying to make money with a programming language was a mere fantasy, even if he wanted to. The hardware manufacturers across the coast would not agree. They rely on their programming languages to vigorously promote their hardware servers, software systems, and their own engineers. After all, once you buy a server, the software needs to be debugged, right? Their company has professional debugging engineers, and these engineers earn thousands of dollars a day. Therefore, if a new machine language appears without the support and promotion of these hardware manufacturers, making a profit is simply a dream. His goal is simple: to use the Spark to design software for this brand new programming language and sell the software. The tests conducted by Zhao Yu and Hu Rui are merely a validation for Fang Kai, as the Spark itself is artificial intelligence, making it easy for it to design a program. At the very least, he wants every step of his company's progress to be traceable. Fang Kai had already identified his first target early on, which was also a government project. That is the Security Protection System Upgrade Project for the Imperial Taxation System. The project announcement has been published on the official website and can be easily found, with strict bidding requirements. Among these are a sound financial accounting system and a good social security payment record, which are also reasons why Fang Kai agreed to pay social security for Zhao Yu and Hu Rui. Of course, Fang Kai must have sufficient strength as long as he can meet the other conditions. In terms of technical conditions, Fang Kai is not lacking, because even if he is not capable, he can turn to Huizhong to solve the design work directly. What he lacks now is equipment and funds. As for the funds, he already has a good source. It is likely that the Academy of Sciences will be interested in the composite solar array technology. As long as he sells this technology, the funds will be secured. Moreover, with a cooperative project with the Academy of Sciences, having the project contract to negotiate with the Imperial Taxation Department would definitely be a significant advantage. Furthermore, his biggest advantage is that he designed the programming language himself. It is a completely domestic software production enterprise. The only thing that troubles him is the equipment. Regarding the equipment, he also wants to see if he can collaborate with the people from the Academy of Sciences, as the equipment produced by the Academy should meet the conditions of the Imperial Taxation Department, right? With this in mind, Fang Kai asked Zhao Yu and Hu Rui to start the software design testing. While the 2 girls began working, Fang Kai glanced at the time. It was already 8:50, and the other 3 had not yet arrived. Fang Kai felt a bit disappointed. It seems the others do not intend to work for his company anymore. Just as Fang Kai was considering whether to post another recruitment ad, he noticed Zhao Yang, who had inquired about the salary yesterday, pushing open the office door. Seeing the 3 people in the company, his expression froze. "I'm not late, am I?" He raised his hand to check his wristwatch. Fang Kai laughed. You have 10 minutes to spare. Welcome to Dimension Technology. Zhao Yu also looked up at this man whose name was just one character different from hers and smiled at him. Perhaps Zhao Yang had never encountered a girl smiling at him like that. He instinctively avoided her gaze and maintained his composure when looking at Fang Kai. Boss, does the company have any projects? He asked the same question as Zhao Yu. We are designing a simple auditing program using my personally developed programming language. Zhao Yang was instantly taken aback, thinking, personally developed? He didn't expect his boss to have such capability. However, he was not overly surprised. As computing skills often cannot be defined by age, hair volume is the key. He discreetly glanced at Fang Kai's hair volume and thought he didn't look like a big shot at all. Chapter 46. Visitors from the Academy of Sciences. At the Academy of Sciences, Li Hongrui looked at his teacher's serious expression, feeling a bit surprised. Teacher, what do you think of this design idea? The design of the composite solar array was only half done, but it could roughly describe the designer's thought process. Tian Guohuan, who sported a Mediterranean hairstyle, remained silent for a long time after reading it. He carefully pondered the designer's ideas before finally looking up at his student. Where did this design material come from? A person named Fang Kai sent it through express delivery. After seeing it, I contacted him by phone, and he directly expressed his intention to sell this technical information to us. Li Hongrui answered honestly. Tian Guohuan frowned, carefully repeating the name. Unfortunately, it seemed that none of the experts he knew in the solar energy field were named Fang Kai. He frowned at Li Hongrui and asked, Fang Kai? Which research institute is he from? Li Hongrui shook his head. Teacher, he is not from any research institute. He is an ordinary person who runs a company called Dimension Technology. I checked the company's information, and it is a newly established company. An ordinary person? Engaging in civilian technology? Tian Guohuan clicked his tongue and flipped through the materials in his hand again, shaking his head and muttering. Do you know the specific situation of this company? Is this product designed and developed by them? Not yet. But he said this is his independent design and has conducted simulation calculations. Independent design? Tian Guohuan couldn't help but scratch his already bald head, then smiled. How much does he plan to sell it for? Seeing that his teacher was interested in buying, Li Hongrui awkwardly replied, he didn't say. That Fang Kai said if we want it, we should go to Chang'an Mansion and talk to him. Tian Guohuan was taken aback. He really didn't expect the other party to say that. However, he was quite optimistic about the solar array technology. How about this? Since there are no particularly major projects recently, you contact that Fang Kai. We'll go there tomorrow. I want to see what kind of person he is. Okay, teacher. In the modest office space of Dimension Technology, Zhao Yang and the two others were diligently studying the materials Fang Kai had given them. This was a basic data structure of a new programming language. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Yang took a break. Although he found Fang Kai's self-designed programming language quite interesting and had even manually tried to write a small font display program, he still didn't have much confidence in it without further understanding. However, he was very interested in this new programming language. As a programmer, learning a new excellent language was not boring for him. On the contrary, he found it very engaging, as if he were gradually exploring a treasure. Zhao Yu and Hu Rui were also deeply focused on their studies. For the two girls who had just graduated, learning was almost second nature. However, compared to Zhao Yang, who immediately started writing a small program after a bit of learning, they were simply memorizing the basic data structures, without trying it out. They really didn't understand how this unique programming language of their company worked. 3 hours later, lunchtime was approaching. Rui, how are you doing with your studies? Zhao Yu stretched, showcasing her graceful curves, but unfortunately, there were only a few people in the company, and no one noticed her figure. The quiet Hu Rui gently nodded. Almost done. I think we can try to write a few small programs. We can learn as we use the rest, which will be faster. Zhao Yu squinted and smiled. I was thinking the same thing. Let's hurry and try. I just sneaked a peek at Zhao Go. I saw he already wrote a small game and was having a great time. Is he that amazing? Hu Rui expressed surprise, glancing at the plain-looking Zhao Yang, whose eyes behind the black frames lacked any sparkle. Zhao Yu said, Zhao Gu is a master. During the interview, I saw that our Fang Zone was most satisfied with him. He spent the most time looking at his resume. Hu Rui was surprised again, looking at her little partner. I never realized your observational skills are so good. Zhao Yu chuckled, just average. What do you want to eat for lunch? Hu Rui replied, I don't know. What about you? I don't know either. Should we ask Zhao Gu? Zhao Yu pointed her chin at Zhao Yang, indicating for Hu Rui to ask him while he was still working. Hu Rui quickly shook her head. Let's not. Let's order takeout. All right. Just as the two girls were still murmuring, Fang Kai walked out of his office and smiled. Everyone, put down your work. We have a 2-hour lunch break. We'll start work at 2 in the afternoon. I've already reserved a table at the small restaurant across the street. We can go eat together as a welcome. Just as he was speaking, Fang Kai's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Li Hongrui of the Academy of Sciences. And Fang Kai's heart instantly filled with joy. Hello, Mr. Fang. The thing is, my teacher is very interested in your design materials after reviewing them. We plan to visit Chang'an Mansion tomorrow, and we can discuss solar array technology in detail then. Li Hongrui's voice sounded like music to Fang Kai. He had just been wondering when the Academy would contact him again. And here it was, right away. Of course, I'll be waiting for you at the company tomorrow. Fang Kai quickly replied, although he really wanted to say he would go to greet them. But with his current financial situation, he couldn't even afford a car. All right, please send me the address later. Li Hongrui was decisive, expressing his intention directly before hanging up the phone. Fang Kai didn't mind, after all. He wasn't fond of beating around the bush, and he preferred straightforwardness. After hanging up, the smile on Fang Kai's face grew even wider. Mr. Fang, is there good news? Zhao Yu, who had a lively personality, quickly asked. Great news. Tomorrow. Experts from the Academy of Sciences will come to our company to discuss a sales issue regarding our technology, Fang Kai replied cheerfully. The 3 new employees, Zhao Yang, Zhao Yu, and another colleague, were immediately stunned, looking at Fang Kai with shock. Their boss was impressive. He could even get in touch with top institutions like the Academy of Sciences. After regaining her composure, Zhao Yu asked, Mr. Fang, does our company have any other projects besides this programming language? Yes, there's a technology related to solar energy, Fang Kai said, feeling good. He raised his hand and said, let's go eat first. In the afternoon, you need to quickly familiarize yourselves with the new programming language. We have a lot of work ahead, and I need to hire some more people. The atmosphere during lunch was quite good. Perhaps it was because the Academy was coming to the company. But the 3 new employees were in high spirits. Early the next morning, Fang Kai received a call from Li Hongrui, saying they had arrived at Chang'an Mansion and would reach the address of Dimension Company in about an hour. After preparing the complete information on the composite solar array, Fang Kai waited in his office for the Academy's visitors. How much could this information sell for? Fang Kai wasn't very familiar with this area and didn't know how to price it. For a moment, he felt a bit troubled. Chapter 47. Which school did Mr. Fang graduate from? Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Fang Kai saw Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui arriving together downstairs at the company. The first impression that Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui gave Fang Kai was that they were not particularly serious people. Perhaps because they weren't wearing the specialized work uniforms of researchers? During their first meeting, both sides were quite surprised. Fang Kai was surprised that these 2 people looked very ordinary. Tian Guohuan had a round face, and perhaps due to age, he was a bit plump. He looked quite rounded, and his Mediterranean hairstyle gave an inexplicable sense of humor, lacking the lean appearance commonly associated with researchers. In Fang Kai's impression, researchers tended to be thinner because they relied more on their brains, which consumed energy and made it difficult to gain weight. The younger Li Hongrui looked much better, being thin and still youthful. As Fang Kai observed the 2 of them, they were also staring at him in amazement. Fang Kai's age surprised them. In their view, someone researching solar arrays shouldn't be younger than 30, at least not a recent graduate. Fang Kai, Mr. Fang? Li Hongrui expressed surprise, looking at the smiling Fang Kai. Somewhat uncertain, Fang Kai smiled slightly. That's me. You 2 are from the Academy of Sciences, right? Shall we go to my company to discuss the composite solar array? When Tian Guohuan heard this, he nodded in agreement without thinking much. Sure, we do need to have a good discussion. Mr. Fang, you are truly young and promising. May I ask when you started researching solar arrays? Right this way, Fang Kai said with a smile as he led the way, replying. I started researching it in high school, but I was so focused on this that my grades didn't turn out very well. Fang Kai smiled bitterly as he spoke, seemingly regretting his past actions. His expression and tone were sincere. He was not lying but genuinely felt that way. However, after entering high school, it was not his research on solar arrays that caused his focus to shift, but rather his obsession with video games that led to his poor academic performance. Tian Guohuan was taken aback, not quite understanding why Fang Kai suddenly brought up his high school studies. However, he instinctively comforted him. Mr. Fang, don't be discouraged. The past is the past. I've seen the solar array you researched, and the design concept is excellent. Let's take a look at the complete design materials first. After you review them, you can give us your evaluation, and then we can discuss the price. How does that sound? Fang Kai was very straightforward. His directness surprised both Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui, but they clearly were not adept at business negotiations, and they both nodded in agreement. Li Hongrui was even more eager. Of course, I really want to see Mr. Fang's complete design concept. After saying that, he glanced at his teacher, who was equally curious about the complete design of the composite solar array and how much it would improve the efficiency of solar energy absorption. Let's hurry, Tian Guohuan said. Fang Kai nodded and led them to the entrance of Dimension Technology Company. The simple double glass doors had a wooden sign on the left side, displaying the name of Dimension Technology Company. Through the glass wall, Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui could see the interior of the company, and it looked like there were only 2 or 3 people. They exchanged glances, surprised that Dimension Technology Company was such a small-scale company. Noticing the surprise in their eyes, Fang Kai laughed. Sorry, the company was just established, and we have only recruited a few employees, but I'm still hiring. Let's go in and talk. Tian Guohuan carefully observed the composed Fang Kai and nodded inwardly. This young man is very confident. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely have a good future. The two followed Fang Kai into Dimension Technology Company. At that moment, the 3 employees working inside looked up at the door, all very interested in the visitors from the Academy of Sciences. When they saw Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui, all 3 revealed a look of surprise and disappointment. They felt that meeting them in person gave a different impression than what they had remembered. Fang Kai didn't pay attention to his employees' thoughts. He led the 2 into the office. After they sat down, Fang Kai poured a cup of hot water for each of them and a cup of cold water for himself. Once settled, Li Hongrui formally introduced himself. Mr. Fang, I'm Li Hongrui, the one who spoke with you on the phone. This is my teacher, Tian Guohuan, who is also one of the heads of the Energy Management Center of the Aerospace Institute under the Academy of Sciences, a professor of physics at Imperial University, and an academician of the Academy of Sciences. Fang Kai was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to be fortunate enough to have such a prominent figure see his materials after they were sent. Fang Kai quickly asked, Hello, Mr. Tian. I didn't expect my materials would be seen by you. I thought they would be treated as garbage. Tian Guohuan clearly understood the situation at the Academy of Sciences and smiled. This can only be said to be fate. If my student hadn't recommended you, I wouldn't have known about such an outstanding talent as you, Mr. Fang. After exchanging a few polite words, Tian Guohuan got straight to the point. Where is all the information regarding the composite solar array? Fang Kai directly took out a stack of A4 paper from the drawer of the table and handed it to the other party. Professor Tian, please take a look. Fang Kai handed over the materials without any hesitation, and this straightforward approach surprised Tian Guohuan. He chuckled. Aren't you afraid that after I read it, I won't buy your materials? Fang Kai paused for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, I'm not afraid. Technology is always advancing. This answer left Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui momentarily speechless. They looked at the smiling and confident Fang Kai, feeling quite surprised. What kind of confidence does it take to say such a thing? However, at that moment, although Tian Guohuan admired Fang Kai's confidence, he still carefully examined the materials in his hand, studying them in detail. The composite solar array, as a backup energy collection technology for the Prometheus, has a design concept that is quite extraordinary. The more Tian Guohuan looked, the more astonished he became. Although he had not yet conducted practical verification tests, he believed that many ideas in this material were extremely advanced, especially when the technology is applied in outer space. The solar panels have precise calculations and arrangements for various angles facing stars. This arrangement could allow existing solar panels on space stations and satellites to be adjusted to more reasonable positions, maximizing the area of the solar panels while obtaining more stable energy replenishment. Although the current technology is sufficient for small satellites, this technology is of great value for larger space equipment, especially since the Aerospace Academy recently received approval to initiate the Mars exploration program. With this material, their spacecraft could reach Mars faster, and the exploration machines landing on Mars could operate for a longer duration. After spending about 2 hours, Tian Guohuan finally closed the materials with a serious expression. He raised a finger and said, 10 million. Our academy is willing to pay 10 million to purchase Mr. Fang's technical materials. Tian Guohuan knew that the price he offered might not match the value of the technical materials, so after making the offer, he added, 10 million is the price for purchasing this material. We can also assist in helping Mr. Fang's company obtain the startup support qualifications for graduates and the technical recognition as a high-tech enterprise. Perhaps feeling that it was still not enough, Tian Guohuan added, if Mr. Fang needs assistance in the future, as long as it's not illegal, we can also support you accordingly. The conditions offered by Tian Guohuan were quite generous, and the 10 million price did not move Fang Kai much, as he himself was unsure about the value of the technology. Compared to 10 million, Fang Kai was more concerned about the latter conditions offered by Tian Guohuan. He had previously thought of using this transaction as a bridge for communication, hoping the academy could help secure orders from the tax department. Now it was presented to him on a silver platter without him needing to say anything. Naturally, he did not hesitate. I agree to all of Professor Tian's conditions, and I happen to have something that may require your help. Tian Guohuan was momentarily speechless. Although he was not an expert in business negotiations, the conditions he mentioned earlier seemed too straightforward to others. However, he did not expect Fang Kai to be even more direct. But since he had agreed to Fang Kai, Tian Guohuan did not plan to go back on his word. He asked, "What is it?" "Professor Tian, I recently focused on a project regarding the upgrade and construction of the tax department's defense system. I believe my company has the capability, but we lack a strong referrer, so I hope you can act as our referrer." "A referrer?" Tian Guohuan did not expect Fang Kai to make such a request. He was taken aback and asked, "What does being a referrer entail? Does your company really have the capability to handle the defense system?" Although he was not very familiar with the tax department's matters, the tax of an empire was a significant issue, and this defense system was certainly not something an ordinary company could handle. Fang Kai replied, "Professor Tian, don't worry. Although my company may seem small, we have our own programming language, and the defense system we developed is also made using our own programming language. Moreover, you only need to help us get a referral to qualify for bidding on this project. I will handle the rest myself." Fang Kai's biggest concern was not having the qualification to bid. As long as he had the qualification to put his product on the table for comparison, he was confident he would not lose to any company. "By the way, if I succeed in bidding, I hope Professor Tian can provide some support with the equipment. As you can see, my company is still a bit rudimentary." Tian Guohuan looked at the situation of Weidu Technology Company, which had only 3 small fish. Although he did not know where Fang Kai's confidence came from, he still nodded and agreed, "Okay, as long as you can successfully bid, I will provide some support. However, don't make things difficult for this old man. I'm just an ordinary person." Tian Guohuan felt a bit helpless and suddenly asked, "Mr. Fang, which school did you graduate from?" "I will explain your situation to your school when I get back, and then you can directly go to your school to handle the relevant business discount procedures." Fang Kai replied, "Chang'an Vocational and Technical College." Both Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui, who had not spoken, were stunned at the same time. Chapter 48. The Situation. Vocational College. Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui left with a head full of confusion and disbelief. They found it hard to understand. Once back in the car, Tian Guohuan finally asked his student, "Is this Fang Kai really a graduate of a vocational college? Does that school have something special?" Li Hongrui looked even more confused. He shook his head blankly. "I don't know. It sounds like a junior college from the name." The two fell into silence simultaneously. They truly could not understand how someone with Fang Kai's talent could only get into such a school. Previously, when Fang Kai mentioned that he did not do well in the college entrance examination, he thought Fang Kai had only gotten into a regular university and not a top-tier one. The result was quite different from what he imagined. By the way, does Chang'an Vocational College have graduate startup support qualifications? Tian Guohuan asked uneasily. Li Hongrui replied, "I'm not sure. Should we check the policies when we get back?" "That's fine. Hurry up and check." I was careless. Tian Guohuan felt he had underestimated the situation for the first time and did not expect such a thing to happen. However, this issue was minor. At worst, he could change the conditions. He now needed to think carefully about how to approach the academy to ask for that 10 million when he returned. Although he had just offered the conditions so readily, there was still a lot he needed to do when it came to the actual transaction. Most importantly, he needed the entire aerospace department to recognize the excellence of this solar array. With the endorsement of the entire aerospace department, there would be no problem with the academy. After Tian Guohuan and Li Hongrui left, Fang Kai couldn't hide his smile. When he returned to the company, he saw Zhao Yang, Zhao Yu, and Hu Rui all coming to greet him. As the most active one in the company, Zhao Yu was the first to ask, "Mr. Fang, were those two really from the academy?" They had to question it, as there were only 2 people who came, and they didn't look like typical visitors. Fang Kai smiled and waved his phone in front of Zhao Yu. "Of course it's true. You can find information about Tian Guohuan online. He looks just like that." Zhao Yu took a careful look at the online photo and then at Tian Guohuan's appearance, and she nodded in relief, saying, "As long as it's true, that's good." "But Mr. Fang, what project were you discussing? Did you succeed?" "Of course we succeeded. Didn't you see the smile on Mr. Fang's face just now? Zhao Yang chimed in with a smile. The ability of the company to reach a cooperation with the Academy would greatly enhance the brand image and strength of the entire company. Saying it out loud would only make others envious. For the business world, being able to secure government projects is undoubtedly excellent news. As long as the government projects of the Empire can be taken on with strength, it is guaranteed to be a profitable venture. Fang Kai chuckled and said, "It will definitely be successful, but our current task is still to design a defense system using the new programming language." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhao Yang and the other two immediately fell. Zhao Yang awkwardly said, "Mr. Fang, a defense system cannot be completed by just a few of us." He organized his thoughts and continued, "Moreover, we don't have the talent in this area. Not to mention that we don't even know where to start with the defense system. But the overall architecture requires at least a team of more than 30 people. Most importantly, you haven't mentioned the main purpose of this defense system. So we really can't get started." After listening to Zhao Yang's complaints, Fang Kai smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry about this. I will continue to recruit more people, and I have already started on the core architecture of this defense system." After a pause, considering that the upcoming project wasn't a secret, he immediately said, "As for the purpose of our defense system, I plan to take on the project for upgrading the defense system of the Empire's tax department." Fang Kai looked at the two confused girls behind Zhao Yang and smiled. "Don't worry. Even if you want to get involved with the defense system, I still have my doubts. The entire project involves more than just the defense system. There is also a security operation and maintenance platform and a comprehensive audit system. Your task is the comprehensive audit system." This made Zhao Yu and Hu Rui breathe a little easier. They had just been a bit anxious about whether they could meet Fang Kai's expectations. If it was to create a comprehensive audit system, that would be relatively much simpler. Zhao Yang didn't expect Fang Kai to have prepared so early. He admired Fang Kai even more now. Not only could he build relationships with the Academy of Sciences, but the company's projects are also in collaboration with the Empire's government. Although it's uncertain whether this project will succeed, Fang Kai's determination is enough to earn his admiration. Moreover, the two people from the Academy of Sciences who just arrived weren't there for show. Fang Kai's confident demeanor clearly indicated that he was confident in securing this project. "All right. You all continue with the assigned audit procedures. I have something to attend to at home." Fang Kai clapped his hands, prompting them to get back to work, and then headed straight home. The composite solar array has already been sold. Although the transaction hasn't been officially completed, this good news can be shared with his parents. No matter what, it would be good to let them feel happy about it, just as Fang Kai thought. When Fang Zijing and Kai Chi heard that their son's company could actually reach a cooperation deal with the Academy of Sciences, the couple was nearly stunned. What level is their son at? As parents, how could they not be clear? His academic performance before high school could still be said to be excellent, but after getting addicted to games in high school, his grades plummeted. Their son has such skills? The couple was skeptical, and Fang Zijing seriously reminded Xiao Kai, "You must confirm this, and don't let anyone trick you. There are still many scammers these days. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't be constantly promoting anti-fraud messages. It's not just ordinary people who get scammed. Many companies do too." Fang Kai smiled and explained, "Don't worry, I've already met the people, and they look exactly like the photos online. Besides this project, the company's second project is also underway." Although Fang Kai's assurance made the couple a bit uneasy. Seeing their son's confident expression, they didn't say much. Their son has succeeded. They just need to silently support him from behind without interfering. As young people have their own thoughts, if they say too much, he might find them annoying. Kai Chi quickly said, "Since you've confirmed it, that's good. If this works out, which neighbor would dare to say you're idle? It'll be easier for you to find a partner in the future." Once the topic of finding a partner came up, Kai Chi couldn't stop herself and nudged Fang Zijing's arm. "Old Fang, I remember that the daughter of the Old Li family is about to graduate too. I heard she is quite pretty. Why not bring it up with Old Li one of these days?" Hearing this, Fang Zijing was tempted. He glanced at his tall and handsome son, thinking about his recent changes and ambition. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll talk to Old Li about it tomorrow." Fang Kai twitched his mouth. He had come to report good news, but how did the topic suddenly turn to finding him a partner? With his abilities, would he lack partners in the future? Although he wanted to refute his enthusiastic parents, thinking that interrupting their excitement might lead to a reprimand, Fang Kai retreated to his room. Back in his room, Fang Kai went on to the Prometheus. "Fire Seed, help me design a virus defense system." As soon as Fang Kai opened his eyes, he issued the command to Fire Seed. Fireseed replied, "No problem, Commander. By the way, how's the battle situation?" When Fang Kai's consciousness returned to Earth, the war had not stopped. Fireseed said, "Currently, the Dagger civilization has found a way to resist the swarm robots. Although their method is quite barbaric, it is very effective. And due to being backed by an entire planetary system, they can continuously provide immediate combat power. To eliminate them, we will need some time." Fang Kai nodded. "That's fine. Let the swarm robots wear them down for now. As long as they don't have time to counterattack, let the swarm robots stall them. Once our warships are produced, everything will settle down." Chapter 49. Mining Targets. Dagger Civilization. In these past few days, all the high-ranking officials of the Empire have been on edge, as new updates from the orbital battlefront are being relayed every minute. The only thing that has eased their tension is that they have finally found a way to withstand the first wave of attacks from the unknown civilization. Although they have no way to deal with those shuttle-shaped alien spacecraft, at least the other side has not taken any action, which gives them a bit of reassurance amidst their anxiety. In the Empire's main conference room, Mozong looked exhausted as the ruler of the Empire. He hadn't had a single good day during this time. "Everyone, our warships are continuously being depleted, although we are constantly replenishing them. But we all know this is merely a probing attack from the other side." Mozang's expression was filled with fatigue as he raised his voice in the face of them. "We must retaliate with a stronger attitude, because once we show any sign of weakness, they will definitely intensify their attacks." He looked around at the familiar faces of high-ranking officials from various sectors, including military figures like Xia Air, Grace, and Walton. There were also unfamiliar faces from other departments, but everyone here looked far from energetic. This was understandable. Facing the threat of alien civilizations, just not breaking down mentally was commendable, especially Grace and Walton. These two generals looked particularly unwell after losing their warships. After pausing slightly on their faces, Mozong said in a deep voice, "Yesterday, I received new information from the intelligence department. They suspect that the spacecraft hovering in orbit is collecting our information." As soon as Mozang's words fell, the entire conference room erupted in noise, with expressions of shock and disbelief on the faces of the high-ranking officials. "Ruler, if they are hovering there to collect our information, with their technology, how long do you think our information security can hold?" One high-ranking official, looking grim, spoke up. He was the head of the Empire's Security Information Department, managing the entire tree neural network. If what the ruler said was true, then had their tree neural network been infiltrated by the other side? If so, how much information has been leaked? Thinking about the serious consequences of information leakage, the head of the information department turned pale. If the tree neural network is invaded, it would be equivalent to the Dagger civilization being stripped like a cracked egg, with no chance of resistance before being swallowed whole by the enemy. Mozong shook his head and turned his gaze to Xia Air. Upon seeing the sovereign's expression, Xia Air's usually unchanging face showed a bit more color as he hoarsely said, "I don't know how long our information security can hold. It depends on how quickly the enemy can crack our tree neural network. However, it is an indisputable fact that they have dispatched swarm robots to explore Dagger Star." Xia said no more, instead presenting several groups of photos on the large screen in the conference room. On the screen, within the photos, one could clearly see a blurred black flashing across various locations on Dagger Star. After processing and enlarging these black dots with image technology, a vague shadow appeared among them. When compared with the numerous images transmitted from space, the shape and size were almost identical. This was also the basis for his suspicion that the intelligence of the Dagger civilization had already been grasped by the enemy. To speak of this discovery was merely a coincidence. Within the secret department of the Black Claw, they had painstakingly searched through hundreds of thousands of recorded images to find the presence of these insect-like swarm robots. By comparing this presence within the tree neural network, they astonishingly discovered that swarm robots had appeared in many cities. They had already discovered the Dagger civilization and were secretly gathering information. After realizing this, he hurriedly reported the situation to the sovereign, leading to today's meeting. After Xia Air finished discussing his findings, the entire conference room fell silent, everyone's expression grave. Information security. Its importance in today's electronic development is self-evident. Their own information is fully understood by the enemy, while they know nothing about the other side. With this information gap, how could they win this war? Mozong was also feeling a tremendous headache. How could he not know the importance of information security? What worried him the most was that the unknown civilization might have a clear grasp of all military deployments on Dagger Star. Once this situation arises, the enemy might directly launch a surprise attack on military bases, based on the information currently understood. Those swarm robots capable of light-speed travel were very suitable as the main means for surprise attacks, and under the circumstances where they could not restrict the enemy's light-speed travel. These military bases would be as obvious as targets in a shooting range. In the silent conference room, Mozong let out a heavy sigh and looked at everyone. Is there any countermeasure? No one responded, as the existence of the enemy had completely exceeded their understanding. Just the thought of material entities like swarm robots flying at light speed made their scalps tingle, because their physics theory had never recognized the existence of individual material objects that could reach light speed. In fact, I greatly doubt the initial speculation. I believe they are infinitely close to light speed rather than actually reaching it. If they had reached light speed, how could they fly within the atmosphere? And why didn't they follow the mass energy equivalence principle while remaining silent? A high-ranking member of the scientific community, with red eyes and slightly disheveled clothes, finally spoke up. Clearly having not rested well for several days. Since the appearance of the alien civilization, they had repeatedly shattered the scientific understanding of the Dagger civilization, leaving these scientific leaders shocked while simultaneously engaging in frenzied research. They needed to find breakthroughs in Dagger civilization's technology from the displays of the enemy's technological advancements. Since they could achieve light-speed travel, they must also have mastered how to mitigate the risks associated with it. Grace, as a military leader, firmly believed in the military's judgment. The enemy's light-speed capability was what exhausted the military fleet. They were not losing in combat skills or tactical strength, but were purely being crushed by technology. Moreover, Grace's rebuttal left the high-ranking members of the scientific community momentarily speechless, for his words made a lot of sense. Seeing this, Mozong intervened to prevent a dispute between the two sides over this matter, stating directly, "We are discussing countermeasures, not whether the enemy truly possesses such technology. At this point, it doesn't matter whether they have mastered light-speed travel. It's not something we can easily deal with." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Sovereign, they've moved." Everyone in the conference room couldn't help but be startled as a holographic screen appeared at the center of the room. On the screen, those alien civilization's shuttle-shaped spacecraft had indeed moved, slowly adjusting their direction and then disappearing from their line of sight in the blink of an eye. What kind of technology is this? The crowd widened their eyes again. The shuttle-shaped spacecraft appeared as abruptly as they had when they first arrived and then vanished in a bizarre manner. The departure of the probe ships was naturally under Fang Kai's orders. But these probe ships were not returning to the starport. Instead, they were to help Fang Kai detect whether there were suitable target planets for mining within the entire Dagger star system. Although the energy supply this time was ample, Fang Kai, considering that he might be found by other legacy ships at any moment, decided it was safer to store more energy. The celestial bodies worth mining in the entire Dagger star system were quite clear. The larger the mining team of Dagger civilization on any celestial body, the richer the resources of that body. However, Fang Kai needed to conduct his own inspection, as Dagger civilization had already destroyed their own planet to such an extent. Their actions regarding other celestial bodies surely would be much better. The probe ships were incredibly efficient. Fang Kai did not wait long before the report from the Spark arrived. "Commander, after comparing the detection results, the most suitable target planet for mining in this star system is this one." An image of a planet appeared before Fang Kai. Upon seeing the appearance of this planet, Fang Kai was taken aback and asked, "Are you sure it's this planet?" "Yes, this is the best collection target after analysis and comparison," the Spark replied. Fang Kai stared at the image of the planet before him in silence for a long time before finally nodding heavily. "Then it's settled, but we can approach it differently." The information about the planet that appeared before Fang Kai was very familiar to him. Chapter 50, Total War. Dagger Star. This planet, which had been severely damaged by the Dagger civilization itself, was still the most optimal target for mining within the entire star system. After seeing the filtered results, Fang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a planet capable of nurturing life. Even though the surface environment had been largely destroyed, it remained the richest in resources. "Commander, for celestial bodies, the only thing primitive civilizations can do is destroy themselves. Their weapons pose no threat to the celestial body itself." Fang Kai was very clear about this. It was like how every year there are people proclaiming that environmental destruction will lead to the downfall of Earth. In fact, the destruction of the environment does not lead to the destruction of Earth, but rather leaves humanity without a living environment. In other words, although Dagger Star looks unremarkable on the surface, it is actually quite resource-rich. "Yes, Commander, the target is the richest celestial body we have collected resources from so far." Fang Kai's expression showed a hint of hesitation, He could destroy a planet without any life without a second thought. However, directly annihilating a civilization's life made it a bit harder for him to decide. The previous Talent civilization was merely an accident, and he had not destroyed their civilization. Fang Kai said, "Spark, if we reduce the efficiency of the star ring, can we obtain energy in a more stable manner? That would delay us for a long time." "Commander," Spark replied, "the phenomenon of the universe's great collapse is continuously occurring and will only accelerate. It may seem far away now, but you cannot guarantee that we will always be so lucky to find suitable celestial bodies for energy collection." To strengthen Fang Kai's resolve, Fire Seed suddenly mentioned, "Commander, please do not forget your kin. Many of those commanders will target you. We need to keep sailing to escape the great collapse of Yuzhou and the pursuit of our kin's commanders." Fang Kai suddenly felt a headache. He was not anxious about the universe's great collapse. After all, when that day comes, he might have already perished. However, Fire Seed's mention of the other commanding ship's commanders made him raise his guard, just as Fang Kai was troubled by this issue. In the Imperial Conference Room of the Dagger Civilization, a vote concerning life and death was taking place. The Imperial ruler, Mo-san, stood up and solemnly spoke, "Everyone, let us begin the vote. Should we continue the war with the enemy, or should we pause and wait for their reaction?" General Walton immediately stood up, placing his hands on the table and loudly rebutted, "Ruler, please allow me to oppose. When their ships attacked us, we were already in a hostile relationship. There was no possibility of a ceasefire." His words received agreement from General Grace, who also showed support through action. "My view aligns with General Walton. The alien civilization has declared war on us, and we cannot just surrender." The opposition from the two military bigwigs caused the others present to feel a chill. Their original thoughts were instantly stuck in their throats, unable to voice them. However, there would always be stubborn individuals who would not heed these two military leaders. The Imperial Finance Minister, a thin and shrewd old man, coldly snorted, "The two generals speak lightly, but what do we have to fight the alien civilization? Your words?" Since the war began, although only a few days had passed, the Empire's resource consumption had increased exponentially, especially with the destruction of warships that could not be repaired and had to be rebuilt. "Do you not understand the time and vast resources required to reconstruct a warship?" Walton's eyes widened, refusing to back down as he shouted, "Listen, are we just going to let the alien civilization destroy our fleet without resistance, allowing them to enslave our people or even annihilate the entire Dagger?" Listen was unyielding. He suddenly stood up, his chair scraping noisily against the floor, and angrily shouted, "You reckless fool, is there no other means of resolution besides war? Do not forget, we are intelligent beings, not beasts." Lucin's sudden outburst plunged the entire conference room into a brief silence, as others looked at this usually kind old man with astonishment. At this moment, Lucin appeared to them like a roaring tiger, his fierce aura completely disproportionate to his small frame, yet no one felt it was awkward. They never expected this old man could be so imposing when enraged. Humph. Intelligence? That is something that can only be used under equal conditions. No matter how high one's intelligence, without strength, it is merely talk. Walton coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. How could Lucin, who knew nothing of military matters, understand that he could use intelligence to deal with those financial magnates because the Empire's military strength was far superior to those magnates' private armed forces? If they did not have their backing, would those magnates even care about this old man? Lucin was immediately choked into silence by Walton's words. His lips trembled as he sat back down, his aged face turning pale. He also realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. Negotiations often occur on an equal basis. An unequal negotiation is not called negotiation, but compromise and concession. Seeing Lucin retreat, General Walton scanned the conference room with sharp eyes and said calmly, "I still support continuing the fight. Now, who is in favor? Who is against?" Under Walton's gaze, everyone immediately dared not refute. They began silently calculating whether the Empire's resource consumption and collection rates could sustain the continuation of the war. As it seemed everyone had reached a tacit consensus, Mosin calmly stated, "I agree to continue the war." He raised his hand first, and seeing this, most of those in the conference room chose to agree. However, there were still some who did not agree. Mosin did not mind. As long as he saw a majority in agreement, that was enough. "General Walton, since we have chosen to continue fighting, do you have any combat ideas? We need you to give an answer. What are our chances of winning this war? Even if it's only 1 in 10, I still want to know." "Yes, ruler." Upon hearing this, Walton's eyes flashed with a gleam. "What we need to do first is to consolidate all our forces. We cannot let those financial magnates continue hiding in the background. They need to join this war. Mosin hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. I can agree to that demand. With the ruler's assurance, Walton continued, as long as we let the magnates join this war, we can counterattack using our numerical advantage. Since the war began, the intelligence department has discovered that while the alien civilization ships are formidable, they seem to be quite scarce. After we destroyed those swarm robots, their ships left, though we still do not know the reason for their departure. It must be related to the destruction of the swarm robots. Walton believed in the military's judgment, and such an explanation also fit the current situation. I believe the sooner we gather all forces, the better. We cannot wait for the alien civilization to react and send more ships. I understand. Mosin nodded gravely. In 2 days, I will ensure the armed forces of the magnates appear on the battlefield. Sitting in his place, Finance Minister Lissen's mouth moved slightly, eventually turning into a heavy sigh. The Empire's current resources are truly insufficient to sustain the war, even if they possess the vast resources of a star system. It still takes time to convert and utilize them. He knew General Walton must be aware of this, but why did he not say it? The ruler must also know. Why would he support General Walton? Lissen was very puzzled. Chapter 51. No Retreat. The meeting ended with Lissen's sigh. Lissen walked out of the conference room with a dejected expression, and as he passed by Walton at the door, Walton snorted heavily. War is not a child's play, especially when we are facing the invasion of an alien civilization. When they initiate an attack, we must have the resolve to protect everything about Dagger at all costs. Finance is no longer a consideration. Lissen was taken aback. He had never thought in that direction. The position of finance minister had accustomed him to rationally allocate resources and ensure that the entire imperial system would not collapse due to financial reasons. However, the current situation could no longer be judged by past standards. A relieved smile appeared on Lissen's pale face. Yes, there is no longer room for such considerations. On the Prometheus, Commander, what should we do? According to the feedback from the information capture devices, we have been lurking in the Tree Goddess neural network. The Dagger civilization is preparing to launch a new war against us. Fang Kai twitched his mouth. They launch a war against us? This statement almost made Fang Kai laugh out loud, akin to a child preparing to hit you with a plastic toy. However, Fireseed was serious. He reminded, according to the current intelligence data, they have begun consolidating resources and recalculating with the Prometheus's light quantum computer. I believe we need to completely eliminate their space deployment before the Dagger civilization reorganizes its resources. Only by eliminating the threats can we begin to build the star ring outside the Dagel planet. Fang Kai knows that quantity is currently his disadvantage. Before the warships are built, he is powerless in the face of the massive fleet of the Dagel civilization. Although the swarm robots are fast, their weapon power is still too weak. Fang Kai does not care whether the Dagel civilization has integrated all its resources. For him, under absolute strength, quantity is simply not an issue. Forget it. Let's give them some hope. Then they can experience despair, which may help them better understand the gap between the two sides. Fang Kai's consciousness returned to Earth. Waking up, Fang Kai happily arrived at the company. President Fang, the auditing system has been completed. I, along with Hu Rue and the others, have tested it, and the basic functional logic has no issues. Jiayu said excitedly, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration. She didn't expect the programming language provided by Fang Kai to be so effective. This programming tool should be quite popular if it becomes widespread. However, she also knew that this thought was just a daydream. Even if they wanted to promote it, they had no channels. Fang Kai said, "Send me the auditing system to test. If it works, we can start taking on projects." Jiayu nodded and asked, "President Fang, I saw the government project you mentioned. The tax department needs a secure operational maintenance platform, a comprehensive auditing system, and a virus defense system. Not to mention the issues with the secure operational maintenance platform and the virus defense system. Just the comprehensive auditing platform is not a small project. With our small team, we simply don't have enough people, and the logic involved in the comprehensive auditing platform is definitely more complex. We also need relevant personnel in this area." Jiayu put forward her requirements. However, Fang Kai was a bit surprised. Jiayu had just graduated, but she understood a lot. Fang Kai did not agree directly but handed the task to Jiayu, saying, "You and Zhao Yang are in charge of the company's recruitment. I need to contact people from the Academy of Sciences in the next few days and also deal with the virus defense system." Zhao Yang, who had been silent about the secure operational maintenance platform, suddenly asked, "What about the secure operational maintenance platform? You're also in charge of that." Just recruit the relevant personnel for the operational maintenance platform and the auditing system directly. I will build the framework after understanding the tax department's requirements. You just need to fill in the framework according to my requirements. Fang Kai thought for a moment and decided to hand over the trivial matters to Zhao Yang, Zhao Yu, and Hu Rie. He only needed to build the framework for them and conduct a comprehensive check of the entire platform system at the end. Although Zhao Yang still wanted to say something after hearing this, he ultimately remained silent. After all, while he didn't know Fang Kai's capabilities in detail, the fact that Fang Kai could independently develop a programming language indicated that his technical strength was not weak. Moreover, the ability to cooperate with the Academy of Sciences added even more points in Zhao Yang's mind. For those who do not understand, the ability to collaborate with the Academy of Sciences might not be particularly impressive. However, those who truly understand know how exceptional a person must be to secure such collaboration based on personal strength. It was precisely because of this halo effect that Zhao Yang nodded heavily, saying, "I will complete the task, President Fang." After receiving Zhao Yang's response, Fang Kai returned to his office. Sitting in front of the computer, Fang Kai wasted no time and began copying the virus defense program he had created from the Spark. Time always flies when busy, and Fang Kai's fingers tapped the keyboard nonstop as he focused on coding. This diligent appearance and his seemingly thoughtless input mode left Zhao Yang, who caught a glimpse through a gap, utterly shocked. Ordinary people tend to compare a computer genius or programmer's code input with what they see in movies. But in reality, true programmers do not code like that. Their input is intermittent because they need to think constantly. Zhao Yang admired Fang Kai even more. He felt he had witnessed what a genius looks like. Is there any difference from acting in a movie? On the other side, while immersed in code, Fang Kai was suddenly awakened by the ringing of a phone. Frowning, he looked at his phone. It was a call from Li Hongrui. Fang Kai's frown instantly relaxed. And with enthusiasm, he asked, researcherly, "Have you made a decision?" "Yes, we have prepared the money. Later, we will bring the contract to Chang'an Mansion to find you. Will you be available then?" Li Hongrui was direct, without any pleasantries. Upon hearing that the matter was settled, Fang Kai felt even better and replied with a smile. "That's great. I'm available anytime. Just call me when you arrive." Li Hongrui responded, then shifted the topic, however, "Mr. Fang, while the money issue is easy to handle, the corporate discount that my teacher promised may be difficult to arrange." Fang Kai was mentally prepared for this. Given the specialized school he attended, it was indeed challenging for Tian Guohuan to process the high-tech enterprise certification. "Mr. Fang, although the route through the school is no longer available, my teacher said you can apply for certification at the Science and Technology Department yourself. The Academy of Sciences will provide you with a certificate at that time." Fang Kai naturally accepted the other party's kindness without hesitation, as the relevant benefits for high-tech innovative enterprises are quite valuable. After hanging up the phone, Fang Kai sighed, "If I had known, I should have worked harder in school and at least aimed for a bachelor's degree." After the sigh, Fang Kai continued his work. Although he hadn't put in the effort during school, the situation had changed. If he didn't work hard now, he would be letting down the opportunities he currently had. Chapter 52. Heavy Cruiser. In the next 2 days, the recruitment work of Dimension Technology Company Limited was progressing in an orderly manner. With the expansion of personnel, the company, which originally had only 4 people, suddenly gained more than a dozen, making it appear more lively. Fang Kai also gained a new assistant, Tin Dodo, who had 2 years of experience as an administrative assistant. However, Fang Kai's energy was fully devoted to creating the antivirus program, so he directly handed over the matter of applying for high-tech certification to his new assistant. With the Academy of Sciences backing Dimension Technology Company Limited, the entire process of handling the paperwork went very smoothly, without any obstacles. Meanwhile, the company's projects began to proceed with the addition of personnel. However, everyone who came to Dimension Technology was somewhat surprised to learn that the company actually had its own developed programming language. As very few technology companies possess their own programming languages, this is something typically owned by large enterprises. After 2 days of work, the basic framework of the virus defense program had been completed. Fang Kai stretched and thought that as long as the virus defense system was finished, the chances of securing the project would be even greater. Although Dimension Technology Company Limited had almost no recognition, Fang Kai was very confident. The Academy of Sciences' prestigious reputation should not be wasted. Moreover, Professor Tian Guohuan would personally help him connect with the officials, which further increased his chances. Although the officials would not directly follow Tian Guohuan's words, once he had made introductions, it would ensure that they would not overlook him. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and after checking the time, Fang Kai left the office and saw that the employees had filled their workstations. He greeted Zhao Yang and went home early. He temporarily left the company matters to Zhao Yang, as he had not yet found a suitable manager. Upon returning home, Fang Kai hurriedly laid down on his bed, and his consciousness arrived on the Prometheus. It had been 2 days, and the preparations of the Dagal civilization should be ready. Spark, how are the warships coming along? As Fang Kai opened his eyes, he immediately asked. The battleship being manufactured this time is a cruiser, larger than both the frigate and the destroyer. Huazhong said, Commander, the dock has completed the construction of the cruiser, according to the planned requirements. I have made new modifications to the weaponry of the cruiser. A holographic image appeared in front of Fang Kai. The image depicted a relatively flat, semicircular giant battleship. With a slightly arched top, its lines smooth and flowing as if it were a single entity. Huazhong introduced, Commander, this is a heavy artillery cruiser. At the front of the ship's bow, 6 weapon slots are installed, equipped with 6 medium plasma cannons. On each side of the core area, there is a Guardian installed. Guardian? Is this really necessary? Fang Kai was no longer an inexperienced novice. After a long period of study, he understood the various weapons mounted on battleships very well. The Guardian is a commonly used interception weapon on civilized warships, equipped with various types of ammunition, capable of effectively intercepting various weapon threats. Against the Dagger civilization, it seemed that this thing was completely unnecessary. Fang Kai even doubted whether the enemy's ammunition could penetrate the outer armor of the cruiser. Commander, we must never underestimate war. Deep Blue suddenly reminded. Even when facing weaker civilizations, we must approach war with caution and seriousness. There are countless examples of the weak defeating the strong. Whether in wars you are familiar with or those recorded in civilization. After being lectured by Deep Blue, Fang Kai felt extremely embarrassed, noticing that Fang Kai had fallen silent. Deep Blue took over Huazhong's explanation and continued. In addition to the weaponry, we have also equipped the heavy artillery cruiser with heavy element armor and medium energy shields. Fang Kai was also familiar with heavy element armor. It is a rare armor layer made from simulated super heavy elements, known for its extremely high stability, which has increased the survival rate of civilized warships by at least 40%. Such a careful equipment configuration made Fang Kai realize that he seemed to have a natural underestimation when facing the Dagger civilization. Have I become too arrogant recently? Fang Kai muttered to himself while stroking his chin, realizing this point due to both Huazhong and Deep Blue's reminders. The habit of underestimating the enemy is indeed not good. However, Fang Kai couldn't help but feel inflated. The Dagger civilization truly seemed weak enough to be easily dealt with. 6 medium plasma cannons. If they fired a simultaneous barrage, he feared it would directly destroy Dagger Star. Well, regardless of whether I underestimate the enemy or not, since the battleship is completed, we can now deal with their space deployment, right? Of course, Commander, Deep Blue replied. The heavy artillery cruiser is ready to depart. Please give the order. Fang Kai grinned. All units, attack. The total length of the heavy artillery cruiser exceeds 8,000 kilometers, with 6 medium plasma cannons installed at the bow. The core area has a hyperspace engine, allowing the cruiser to achieve superluminal speeds anywhere within the galaxy. Additionally, the heavy artillery cruiser uses pulse thrusters, which, under sublight conditions, provide unparalleled maneuverability and speed advantages for the massive cruiser. To ensure the enormous energy consumption, the cruiser employs a dark matter reactor. When Fang Kai learned about the dark matter reactor, he had asked Huazhong why civilizations do not create things to suppress the expansion of dark matter energy. The result was that Fang Kai learned that even if civilizations can use dark matter energy, they cannot prevent the collapse caused by the expansion of dark matter energy throughout the universe. The massive heavy artillery cruiser slowly departed from the starport, and Deep Blue's voice echoed, reporting the cruiser's status. After the heavy artillery cruiser set off, 20 reconnaissance ships closely followed. However, compared to the gigantic cruiser, these 20 reconnaissance ships were so small they could be ignored. The movement of such a gigantic target naturally triggered a violent reaction from the Dagger civilization. Mozong had early on convinced the 10 major conglomerates to pool all their resources, doubling the number of Dagger civilization's warships. Moreover, with the cooperation of the 10 major conglomerates, the logistics of the entire empire operated more smoothly and quickly. Today, the Dagger civilization's fleet has gathered nearly 400,000 ships. This steel torrent formed by these warships almost enveloped the entire Dagger civilization, and such a massive commotion made ordinary people in the Dagger civilization realize something was wrong. Particularly for Warren, 3 days ago, He received a military uniform given to him by the military, which belonged to Salvi. He did not understand why the military would give the uniform to him instead of Salvi's wife and daughters. But now he understood. Driving the military's latest kinetic fighter jet. He felt extremely complicated. Wang Shou 3, please respond. Wang Shou 3 received. What's the matter? Without formal training, Warren's response was not very official. However, the other party did not care about Warren's tone at this moment. A massive energy source has been detected approaching. Immediately enter level 1 combat readiness. The enemy's speed is fast. God, what the hell is that? In a brand new warship, Generals Watson and Gray stood together, their eyes nearly bulging out as they looked incredulously at the massive object rapidly approaching in the distance, their hearts feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. They didn't dare to breathe. Is this the enemy's warship? Watson was in shock, and after struggling to say this, he felt a dryness in his throat. General, the core intelligence has calculated the approximate cross-sectional length of the opponent, which exceeds 8,000 kilometers. Due to incomplete data, we cannot create a three-dimensional representation. We still cannot determine the size of the enemy's warship. A subordinate reported. Watson's face twitched. He forced himself to calm down, and his gaze became incredibly sharp in that instant. Notify all units, attack. We cannot allow the war to occur near Daggerstar. Grace was startled and quietly asked, General Watson, won't this affect our logistics supply speed? But Watson insisted on his orders, saying in a deep voice, Grace, look at the size of the enemy's warship. How big do you think their gun barrels are? Grace was suddenly alarmed. The enemy's warship has a cross-sectional length of 8,000 kilometers. Could the diameter of their gun barrels exceed 100 kilometers? Chapter 53, Sweep. Daggerstar. The bigwigs closely watching this war fell silent. The enemy's strength far exceeded their imagination, and such a massive warship loomed over their hearts like a dark shadow. Mozong stared blankly at the giant warship for several seconds before returning to his senses and looking at the other people around him, which included not only the Empire's high-ranking officials but also core figures from the conglomerates who had never appeared in the media before. The attack has begun. Mozang's low voice echoed in the conference room. In space, countless fighters and ships activated their thrusters and actively charged towards the heavy artillery cruiser. In the fighter group, Warren felt his heart racing. Although he had previously imagined himself piloting a fighter jet through the cosmos, the scene was definitely not like this. The enemy ahead was already visible to the naked eye. It was a massive black shadow, looming before him. All units, pay attention. The target has entered attack range. Form up, and the Wang Shou unit will fire electromagnetic interference shells. The captain's combat order echoed in the communicator, and Warren felt a tightness in his chest. He nervously gripped the controls, his thumb hovering over the launch button, hesitant to press it. The entire Wang Shou unit's formation instantly spread out, stretching the range to the limit, and then several electromagnetic interference shells, trailing blue tails, shot toward the massive warship at sublight speed. Vanguard 3, what about your attack? The captain's reprimand came through the communicator, causing Warren's heart to skip a beat. He quickly pressed the launch button, and an electromagnetic interference missile was instantly fired, propelled by its blue thrusters, racing towards the massive target ahead. Boom, boom. The electromagnetic interference missile struck the heavy artillery cruiser hard, exploding into a dazzling electronic chaos under the gaze of the Dogger soldiers. But immediately after, they saw a green halo flickering around the cruiser, effortlessly isolating the explosion outside. Their electromagnetic interference missile was blocked. Energy shield. This is an energy shield. Many Dogger soldiers who had just entered the battlefield gasped at this sight. They had never heard their superiors mention this before. As for the other soldiers who had already witnessed this technology, they fell silent. Although they had encountered the enemy's energy shield technology during their battle with the reconnaissance ship, seeing it appear on the warship made them tremble inside. Compared to the small reconnaissance ship, the enormous heavy artillery cruiser exerted an even greater psychological pressure on them. General Warden's gaze sharpened, and he ordered loudly, continue the attack. All cannons targeted, keep firing until the barrels overload. When facing a civilization with clearly superior technology, their only advantage might be numbers. Backed by the entire western side of Daggerstar, they had an endless supply of reinforcements. What they needed to do was to consume the enemy. Warden, prepared for continuous combat, had a clear mindset. General Grace, order the logistics team to operate at full speed. Our supplies must not stop for a moment. Grace nodded emphatically and immediately contacted the logistics team to relay General Warden's orders. On the battlefield, thousands of warships unleashed their most formidable laser weapons in a volley. With countless crimson beams converging, shining as bright as day and seemingly burning through the vacuum, illuminating the entire battlefield. Fang Kai observed this peculiar war from a god's eye view. From a distance, between the heavy artillery cruiser and the Dagar civilization, countless red beams converged like a column of light. Boom! The light column struck the energy shield fiercely, and the green light flared up. A massive light shield composed of several hexagonal shields firmly resisted this combined assault from the Dagar civilization. The Dagar civilization's laser weapons were a very rudimentary form of energy weapon, failing to meet even the most basic standards in civilization assessments. However, when the individual lasers reached a certain quantity, the qualitative change moved Fang Kai as well. Continue. The first attack left the energy shield unaffected. Seeing that this volley of hundreds of thousands of lasers had no effect, General Warden's expression darkened. But at this moment, he still ordered the attack to continue. He dared not let the assault stop. He understood that once they ceased attacking, the soldiers would have time to contemplate the effectiveness of their strikes. If they began to think about this, feelings of fear would arise in their hearts. Therefore, General Warden needed to keep these soldiers attacking relentlessly, preventing their minds from dwelling on whether their attacks were effective. In the gaps between the laser assaults, Warren piloted his fighter jet through the chaos, rapidly approaching the heavy artillery cruiser. But just as he got closer, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that a fighter jet suddenly collided with an invisible wall far away. The fighter jet instantly turned into a firework on the battlefield. Through the obstruction of flames and smoke, Warren clearly saw a fleeting green halo. The energy shield could also block the approach of fighter jets. Warren's pupils dilated. He dared not be careless and quickly reduced his speed. "Captain, this is Vanguard 3. The enemy's warship cannot be approached. There is an energy shield intercepting it. They have built a wall outside the warship. If we don't find a way, we can't break through for combat." Warren immediately reported the situation. "Vanguard received. Vanguard 3, turn around and stand by. Notify the other fighter units that we will find a solution as soon as possible." Vanguard 3 received. After ending the communication, Warren immediately turned back. Apart from him, the other fighter jets that received orders also turned back toward their warships. However, before leaving, Warren reluctantly launched a few missiles. As expected, these missiles were easily intercepted by the energy shield. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. The dense laser beams continuously attacked the energy shield of the heavy artillery cruiser, and the energy shield was gradually being consumed. However, this consumption was too weak. Fang Kai looked expressionlessly at the Dagar civilization fleet attacking with all their might. His demeanor unchanged and calmly ordered, "Deep Blue, activate the ion cannons. Let the Dagar people see what true cosmic warfare looks like. They are still far from it." "Understood. Commander." Targeting to destroy all enemy space deployments. The fast sensors are locking onto the moving targets. Ion cannons charging. Estimated time, 1 second. Avoiding celestial bodies. Launch trajectory calculation in progress. Ion cannons charged. Firing. With Deep Blue's cold voice, the heavy artillery cruiser revealed its menacing fangs. 6 massive cannon mouths adjusting their angles to target the Dagar civilization's fleet. Green light gathered at the cannon muzzles, emitting a call of death. Boom. 6 massive, ghastly green beams, like the scythes of death, swiftly swept across the Dagar civilization's warship fleet. In an instant, all the dazzling lights on the battlefield came to a halt. The Dagar civilization's warships seemed frozen in time, halting their assault. 1 second later, countless explosions engulfed the entire area of the Dagar civilization's warship fleet, flames soaring, debris scattering. And the massive fleet of the Dagar civilization was annihilated in that moment. Only a tiny fraction of Dagar warships survived, staring blankly in shock at everything. Their warships were finished. Chapter 54, The Ladder of Civilization. Dagar Star. A blinding light illuminated the sky of the planet, the dazzling brightness overshadowing the sunlight, causing most Dagar people to stop and look up at the sky, which had been turned green by the reflection. The light lasted only a short time, less than 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds were enough for all Dagar people to remember. In the Imperial Conference Room, a person rushed in, disregarding the unfriendly gazes of the many high-ranking officials in the room, and went straight to Mozang's side, whispering in his ear. The others in the conference room involuntarily held their breath, trying to hear something. However, all they could see was Mozang's changing expression. They did not know what the newcomer had said. Mozang's expression shifted from calm to astonishment and then back to calm again. It wasn't until the person finished speaking, respectfully bowed, and quickly left that the conference room resumed its usual sound. Mozang's thoughts were extremely complicated. Their fleet had been wiped out, and the enemy had done it with a single strike, without any damage. When he received this news, his lips trembled slightly, but having long occupied a high position, he quickly calmed his shocked emotions. "Everyone, there is some very unfortunate news," he said. "Just now, the enemy's warships arrived. Although our soldiers fought back valiantly, they could not withstand the enemy's attack." Mozang struggled to steady his emotions, but his slightly hoarse voice betrayed him. He extended a finger, once. The enemy launched only one attack, and our army was completely annihilated. "What? How is that possible?" In the conference room, both military and corporate leaders gasped in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. "It's impossible, Master. We have hundreds of thousands of warships lined up in a row that could cover 10 Dagal stars. What kind of weapon are they using to destroy all our ships with such precision? They must be lying." Mozang shook his head. "I'm sorry. I wish this were a lie, but the truth is, our remaining fleet is already returning home. The space front has been lost, and the military has decided to execute the planetary combat plan. The enemy won't directly destroy our Dagal star. Commander, the enemy's space deployment has been completely eliminated. We can begin the construction of the star ring." After the battlefield was cleared in an instant, Deep Blue's voice became lively again. "The Dagal civilization has no resistance capability in space, and the construction schedule for the star ring can be added to the plan list." Fang Kai had no expression on his face. It wasn't that he had become indifferent, but he was genuinely shocked by the power of the heavy artillery cruisers. With just one attack, the enemy was completely swept away. This was even more visually shocking than the previous strike that destroyed half of Talon Star. "Let's begin," Fang Kai instinctively commanded. He felt the need to digest everything he had just witnessed. Upon receiving the order, Deep Blue controlled the heavy artillery cruiser to hover in low Earth orbit around Dagal Star. The enormous warship overshadowed 1/5 of the planet's surface, casting a vast shadow over the Dagal people, instilling fear. "It's over." General Walton felt as if his entire being had been emptied upon witnessing the heavy artillery cruiser's actions. Instantly aging decades, his once proud back now hunched. With just one attack, their hundreds of thousands of warships had been vaporized, leaving only a few wrecks behind. "Are there any survivors?" General Walton's voice was dry and hoarse as he asked, his gaze fixed on the heavy artillery cruiser hovering in low Earth orbit. He could almost imagine the chaos occurring on Dagal Star at this very moment. As General Walton had guessed, the appearance of the heavy artillery cruiser indeed caused chaos on Dagal Star. However, it was the high-ranking officials of Dagal who were in turmoil. They knew full well the origin of this warship. It was a vessel of an alien civilization, possessing the power to annihilate them at any moment. But most ordinary Dagal citizens were unaware. They were mainly discussing the sudden appearance of the warship overhead. Although there was panic, it did not lead to chaos. Dear viewers, we can now clearly see the enormous spacecraft hovering above us. This unidentified ship arrived shortly after the recent green aurora and is currently suspended in the air. We have yet to receive any official information. I will be tracking updates on this unknown ship in real time. The news media, always the first to report, quickly sprang into action. Experts claimed the unidentified ship might be a secret military weapon intended to suppress the increasingly powerful corporations. Some astronomy enthusiasts speculated that the ship was an alien warship, indicating they had just fought against our fleet in space and had come to conquer us. Various reports emerged, and ordinary people watched with great interest amidst their panic. Regardless of how the Dagal civilization would react, Fang Kai's plan continued unabated. One engineering ship after another set out. Their square design may not look impressive, but their work efficiency was remarkable. Under intelligent organization, they began the construction of the star ring. Some of the surviving Dagal warships had retreated to the planet, while others remained nearby awaiting orders. However, within these surviving ships, all Dagal soldiers were pale and had long since lost their fighting spirit. "General Walton, we have a signal. Our surviving warships have responded." Walton's eyes brightened as he hurriedly asked, "How many?" 553 warships, all smaller-sized frigates." Walton replied, "Having that many surviving warships is already fortunate. We were just about to issue orders to return to Dagal Star, but he was interrupted by Grace beside him." Walton looked at him in confusion, then furrowed his brow, pointing at the engineering ships flying past outside the porthole. "What are they building? It seems they're constructing something." The shape of the engineering ships was easy to recognize, especially the mechanical arms extending in various directions, making their purpose clear at a glance. Walton stared at the engineering ships for a while, then bitterly pursed his lips. "Even if we know, what can we do to stop them?" He glanced at the massive heavy artillery cruiser, turned away in disappointment, feeling utterly exhausted. Grace watched General Walton's dejected figure. His mouth moved slightly but ultimately said nothing. He understood that General Walton had lost his resolve. Sigh. You're one of the Star Ring era, an unprecedented defeat. The space deployment was lost, and the enemy plundered our space region. The enormous warship loomed over Dagle Star, causing everyone to feel uneasy. We attempted to communicate with the enemy, but they did not respond, and they constructed an unknown building near low Earth orbit. We do not know the purpose of that building, but we have a constant uneasy feeling. Year 2 of the Star Ring era, the building has grown longer, and experts speculate it may be preparing to encircle the planet along low Earth orbit. However, we still cannot ascertain its purpose and can only remain vigilant about their ever-expanding construction scale. Some began to prepare for a counterattack, but it was all in vain. Their most advanced technology was utterly ineffective against the alien civilization. Year 3 of the Star Ring era, General Walton retired and passed away at home 2 months later. People had already grown accustomed to the increasingly clear building overhead, which was, as experts had predicted, preparing to encircle the planet along low Earth orbit. In just 3 years, they had constructed such a magnificent and miraculous project, and we still did not know their intentions. Communication remained unanswered. Late summer of Year 3 of the Star Ring era. That night, the sky lit up with blue light, illuminating the sky as if it were daytime. The building encircling Dagle Star began to operate. Unknown powerful energy provided operational power for this colossal structure. It was also on this night that we discovered the warship that had been hovering over the planet finally left for a more distant orbit. Year 8 of the Star Ring era. We named the building overhead the Star Ring and learned its purpose. It was continuously extracting energy from Dagle Star. However, whether it was a moment of conscience from the alien civilization, the speed of energy extraction was very slow, seemingly intentionally restrained. We were waiting for death. Year 10 of the Star Ring era. We daringly dispatched a small team of Black Claw troops to land on the Star Ring. We discovered that the aliens had seemingly already evacuated. The Star Ring was operating on its own without any signs of life. This discovery brought us great joy, and we quickly sent more troops to land on the Star Ring. The Star Ring continued to extract energy from Dagle Star, but we learned advanced alien technology from it. At this moment, we understood the aliens' intentions. While they extracted the planet's energy, they also left the Star Ring as a ladder for civilization's progress. Upon learning this truth, we were at a loss for whether to rejoice or resent. They were destroying our home while simultaneously leaving us with precious technological advancements. In the 13th year of the Star Ring calendar, we discovered a quantum transmission device in the energy hub of the Star Ring. This device continuously transports the energy collected by the Star Ring to an unknown location. Scientists attempted to study the transmission coordinates, hoping to send some highly destructive weapons to deliver a fatal blow to alien civilizations. However, they were unable to crack the quantum transmission device, and the plan was shelved. In the 21st year of the Star Ring calendar, we finally developed a faster-than-light engine through the research of the antimatter reactor within the Star Ring. The Dogger star is also in decline, and we have found a suitable planet for settlement. According to our observations, the target planet seems to show signs of life, and perhaps our arrival will lead to an invasion war. However, for the continuation of our civilization, our plans will not change. Thus, we initiated the immigration plan, and a new era began. Grace, now with white hair and wrinkles on her face, carefully placed the diary in her personal safe. But before closing the safe, Grace paused suddenly, took the diary back out, and wrote the following on the last page: "To the Spirit Civilization, although I still do not understand their intentions." Chapter 55. Kai. Dimensional Coordinates Commander. The quantum energy transmission channel is currently stable, and energy is continuously being transmitted, Wuzhong said. This continuous extraction will undoubtedly waste a large amount of energy. This is not a wise choice. Wuzhong expressed confusion over Fang Kai's choice of such a mild approach. Of course, although he was puzzled, he still faithfully executed Fang Kai's orders. Perhaps it's some sort of malicious curiosity. "I'm just curious about what kind of power a civilization showcases when facing extinction," Fang Kai replied casually. Wuzhong asked again, "Then why don't you stay to observe? Instead of choosing to leave?" "No need. We are in flight, and there is no time to observe civilizations. Other commanders might be looking for me. I don't want to stay and wait to die." Fang Kai rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Is there no rule that prohibits successors from attacking each other in a civilization?" Wuzhong replied, "There are related regulations, but they seem to be ineffective. Rules are dead, but human thoughts are alive. When rules cannot limit individuals, then rules are no longer rules. It was evident that many commanders of the legacy ships had changed their mindsets after leaving the coverage of civilization. Fang Kai was speechless, staring blankly at the Prometheus ahead. His luck this time was quite poor. After the warp travel ended, he found himself in a vast, desolate deep space, with not even a decent star system in sight. Huozhong, what is the probability of encountering a planetary system in the universe? Fang Kai suddenly asked out of boredom. Huozhong replied, based on the currently observable volume of the universe, galaxies occupy about 5% of the universe, while the remaining 95% consists of dust and dark energy. Fang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. That ratio was indeed terrifying. However, he felt deeply connected to it. Visually, the entire universe appeared filled with celestial bodies. But in reality, when navigating through the universe, you truly realize what deep space feels like. The universe is incredibly empty, so empty that you have no concept of distance. Even traveling at faster-than-light speeds, you need not fear colliding with any celestial body, because the distances between them are far greater than you can imagine. He glanced at the energy value of the Prometheus. It was still at 135, which was within the safety line. Continue the voyage. I'll rest for a while. After Fang Kai finished speaking, he prepared to let his consciousness return, but Huozhong suddenly spoke up. Commander, the tree neural network technology has been implanted into the database. Do you need to connect it to your consciousness? Consciousness control network data. This technology is quite rare. Even civilizations have not reached it. Yet the Dogger civilization has achieved it. Fang Kai, who was about to close his eyes, widened them in realization he hadn't sorted out the spoils yet. Connect to the tree neural network. Fang Kai had long wanted to experience the sensation of controlling the network with his consciousness. Connecting to the tree neural network. Establishing simulation tests. Commander, you can attempt some simple controls in the virtual module. As Huozhong's voice fell, Fang Kai found a holographic dialog box appearing before him, containing only a simple control command. Fang Kai glanced at the dialog box. It was a command to start the engineering ship. This time, instead of reaching out to click the dialog box, he tried to silently recite the start command in his mind. A miraculous thing happened. After issuing the command in his heart, the engineering ship suddenly started and slowly flew up, spinning in place, with several mechanical arms flailing about. Fang Kai's eyes lit up. Before he could execute a new command, the engineering ship suddenly began to thrash around wildly, with mechanical arms wreaking havoc on the surrounding walls. Fang Kai quickly focused his consciousness, trying to control the engineering ship's actions. However, the more he concentrated, the more the engineering ship seemed to resist him, careening wildly and causing its already fragile exterior to break open, exposing its intricate wiring. Damn it! Fang Kai couldn't help but curse, watching as the engineering ship he controlled sparked and then crashed to the ground. Huozhong, are you sure this is the tree neural network of the Dogger civilization? Fang Kai had witnessed how Dogger soldiers achieved a seamless integration of man and machine. That kind of smoothness was definitely not what he was experiencing now. Huozhong felt troubled by his commander's performance, doubting whether his commander had suffered severe damage during the initial warp travel. Such a simple task should have been easily handled by commanders who underwent strict training. After all, they were selected from billions of their kind. Naturally excellent. Commander, the Dogger civilization is very adept at controlling the tree neural network. This is the result of their long-term adaptation training. Even within the Dogger civilization, only a portion of individuals can fluently utilize the tree neural function. Most ordinary people only use it for normal information browsing and handling daily needs. Only a small number can use the tree neural network to control warships. Although Huozhong felt somewhat internally wounded by his commander's poor performance, he still knew how to comfort him. After hearing this, Fang Kai indeed felt much better. After all, this was a technology that others had adapted to over a long period, and it was already impressive for a newcomer like him to have such performance. With a renewed sense of playfulness, Fang Kai naturally began to try again and again, though each time various problems arose. However, Fang Kai continued to improve. He discovered that when controlling the engineering ship, he had to keep his thoughts concentrated and pure, and he needed to have a thorough understanding of the engineering ship's structural functions. Otherwise, a moment of carelessness could result in the engineering ship being scrapped under his control. Finally, during one attempt, he successfully repaired a section of the ship that had been damaged during the experiment, and he let out a sigh of relief. Let us stop here for today. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness returned to Earth. After Fang Kai's consciousness left, a light voice suddenly sounded. Huozhong, how did the commander manage to autonomously transmit his consciousness? It was the voice of the war Deep Blue. She seemed very curious about Fang Kai's ability. Huizhong replied, "It may be due to some quantum scattering that occurred during the consciousness storage process. Although the commander has shown poor performance in other aspects, he is very adept at the transmission between consciousness and quantum, mastering it very quickly." Deep Blue, have you tried tracking the commander's consciousness coordinates? Fire Seed, I have been trying to construct quantum coordinates, but I have always lacked a stable communication quantum coordinate frequency band. The loading of tree neural technology has provided me with stable quantum coordinates, and I can attempt to analyze the commander's current consciousness quantum coordinates. Then hurry up and try it. Deep Blue immediately became interested and urged. However, Fire Seed did not agree. No. I cannot actively consume energy for anything outside of navigation rules without the commander's authorization. Deep Blue, in the depths of the universe, in an unknown galaxy, a massive triangular spaceship quietly hovers in front of a blue celestial body, surrounded by two inner and outer parallel double rings. The two huge star rings are frantically extracting energy from this celestial body, and all life on it has long been drained by the star rings, converted into energy through mass energy conversion. Commander, energy has been replenished to 271, and it is expected that after completely dismantling the target celestial body, our energy value will exceed 30. The commander of this triangular spaceship is a tall and thin man, resembling a bamboo pole. He coldly gazes at the blue celestial body ahead and gently nods. Have we found the trace of the Prometheus? Not yet. They rarely appear in quantum communications. And we still cannot lock onto each other's coordinates. The bamboo pole man frowned, dissatisfied. No information at all? We have locked onto the coordinates where Prometheus once stayed. But given how long ago it was, the coordinates have become invalid, and we have no way of knowing its navigation direction. Is that so? The bamboo pole man's gaze sharpened as he looked at the gradually decaying blue celestial body, and he said in a deep voice, "Keep monitoring quantum communications. If Prometheus appears again, reset the coordinates and then calculate its approximate navigation direction." Understood, Commander. What sequence should the planned task be assigned to? First sequence. The reason the bamboo pole man is concerned about Prometheus is that he had communication with the previous commander of Prometheus. From the other party, he learned an important piece of information. Prometheus has a cross-dimensional coordinate. That will be the starting point for the civilization to be re-established and passed down. He can also guess the reason why Prometheus lost contact for a period of time. Clearly, the other party has attempted to use the quantum transmission characteristics of warp speed travel to directly cross cosmic dimensions to a new safe universe. But evidently, the other party seems to have failed. Moreover, the new commander seems to know nothing. This presents an opportunity for him, a coordinate for a completely new cosmic dimension. If he masters this coordinate, then his future will be that of the ruler of a new civilization. Although he is unsure of what he will encounter in the unknown dimensional universe, he believes that it cannot be worse than the cosmic collapse. Kai watched as the blue celestial body was gradually dismantled into powder without any change in expression, then commanded the spaceship to proceed to the next journey. After Kai left, a very rudimentary spaceship lingered near the original position of the blue celestial body for a long time without departing. Inside the spaceship, many survivors of that planet looked sadly at their vanished home planet, and then they docked the spaceship onto the star ring. The star ring would become their new home. Chapter 56, Fire Seed. Fang Kai was unaware of the true reason he was being watched. Upon waking up, he felt as if something extra had been added to his mind. Is this the tree neural? Fang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly appearing in his consciousness was the tree neural network obtained from the Dagger civilization. Fang Kai was stunned and hesitantly picked up the phone that was placed on the bedside. New electronic device detected. Do you wish to connect? The familiar voice made Fang Kai instinctively select yes. Matching network connection successful. Commander, do you wish to open permissions to obtain more information? Fire Seed's mechanical voice instantly made cold sweat break out on Fang Kai, and his body was filled with goosebumps. Fire Seed, why are you here? Fire Seed replied, Commander, the tree neural network technology greatly enhances the foundational level of civilization in terms of consciousness data. Through the shared linking of the tree neural network, I can allow a part of the artificial intelligence data carrier to accompany your consciousness here. I am Fire Seed, but also not Fire Seed. Fang Kai frowned. A separated subsystem? Yes, Commander. I will provide you with a higher quality and more convenient data environment here. Fire Seed asked again. Do you wish to open permissions to obtain more civilization information? Fang Kai quickly considered and then determined. connect, and also help me plan some things. Originally, Fang Kai intended to refuse Fireseed's request, but he suddenly thought that he would need to run back and forth between the Prometheus and Earth in the future. This way, his time allocation could very likely be problematic due to the chaotic timeline on the Prometheus side. If Fireseed's subsystem helps, it could resolve many issues. For instance, the current development of the virus defense system requires him to input codes one by one, but with Fireseed, it would be a matter of seconds. Moreover, Fireseed could also optimize it based on the actual situation. Most importantly, regardless of where Fang Kai is from, his current identity is that of Fireseed's direct controller. Fireseed cannot operate outside of his control. Connecting to the internet, syncing data. East Hemisphere time, February 11th, 2018, 8:10 a.m. A slight fluctuation occurred in the global network at the same time, and the lag lasted for about 5 seconds before returning to normal. These 5 seconds posed no problems for 99% of ordinary people and ordinary units or enterprises, but for some key units and enterprises, it felt like a major crisis. The entire technical department launched a thorough search for the source of the fluctuation, ultimately finding nothing. During their internal investigation, they also did not find any signs of data intrusion or loss, and this matter could only remain unresolved for the time being. During these 5 seconds, Fang Kai's phone overheated to the point of being unholdable, and with a smell of burnt plastic, his phone was completely rendered useless. Fang Kai, Fireseed, Commander. The outdated components cannot support excessive data synchronization. Please replace the device. Fang Kai, Fireseed. Is all the data in the phone recorded? Already recorded. Do you need to transfer it elsewhere? I'll go buy a new phone and find a new access point for you later. Fang Kai got up, washed up, and then rummaged through the back of his desk drawer in his room to find an old wallet. He took out his bank card, ID card, and about 1,000 yuan in cash. Holding the cash, Fang Kai felt somewhat unfamiliar. He didn't even know how long it had been since he last handled cash. After getting a new phone card and buying a new phone, Fang Kai went straight to the company. By the time he arrived at the company, it was already almost 10:30. Zhao Yang noticed that Fang Kai was so late today and showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. In his memory, Fang Kai never comes late. He is always very punctual. This was his first time being late. However, Fang Kai is the boss, and he has the right to come to the company at any time. So Zhao Yang, after a moment of confusion, continued to busy himself with his own work. As the company's personnel gradually increased, the progress of the operation and maintenance platform and auditing system was also accelerating. It would take at most another month to basically complete it. Fang Kai greeted Zhao Yang and then directly walked into the office. After opening his computer, he immediately connected Fireseed to his computer through the tree neural. Fireseed, let us not sync data this time. You should understand that the company's server cannot bear your large-scale search and reading of data. Fang Kai was worried that the Fireseed might destroy his computer, so he quickly reminded it. Fireseed, understood, Commander. I have completed reading some basic information. There is no need for large-scale information synchronization in the short term. What task does the commander have now? Fang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said energetically, First, help me improve the virus defense system. Fang Kai already had a new plan in mind. He intended to use the civilization's technology to create a brand new body, similar to the one he had on the Prometheus, although he didn't dare to think that it could match the bionic body on the Prometheus. At least it should be indistinguishable from the real one. Additionally, he needed a medical pod to provide a safe resting environment. This way, his consciousness could stay on the Prometheus for a long time. Earth would be developed by the bionic body, a segment of consciousness data, and the Fireseed working together. His true self could be in a dormant state in the medical pod. This idea had become vaguely clear to Fang Kai after realizing that the time on both sides was not synchronized, but implementing it was quite difficult, which is why he had not acted for a long time. However, now with the Fireseed, the difficulty level would decrease by more than 60%. Although the remaining 40% would still be extremely challenging, at least it gave Fang Kai hope and motivation for success, right? Therefore, his current task was simple, to make money, and it had to be done openly, with every transaction having a clear source. The Fireseed was highly efficient, and in about half a minute, it completed all the work on the virus defense system, and also updated it based on the current virus database on Earth. Trusting the Fireseed, Fang Kai did not conduct a test, not to mention the power of the Fireseed itself. He simply did not have the conditions to test this virus defense system. When the time came, it would be handed over to the tax department, and they would have specialized personnel conduct a test. With the powerful artificial intelligence of the fire seed, Fang Kai suddenly felt a lot lighter and relaxed his body. Half lying on the chair. Knock knock. The office door was gently knocked twice. Fang Kai looked up at the door. Come in. His assistant, Tan Daodu, pushed the door and walked in. Tan Daodu was not only good-looking to begin with, but with light makeup, she could also be quite striking. She wore a white silk shirt on top and a black knee-length pencil skirt on the bottom, showcasing her slender and long legs. Fang Kai discreetly glanced. Not wearing stockings. Although the company had air conditioning and was warm, she was not afraid of the cold in this winter. President Fang, the funds from the Academy of Sciences have arrived. After deducting the accrued personnel salaries, this is the company's current financial status. Tan Daodu was not only Fang Kai's assistant, but also served as the company's finance officer. There was no choice. The company was still too small, and Fang Kai had no use for an assistant, so he let Tan Daodu temporarily take on the finance role. Fang Kai was not stingy and paid her 2 salaries. Tan Daodu placed the financial report in a brown envelope on Fang Kai's desk. Fang Kai glanced at the financial report and then looked at the brown envelope. What is this? Tan Daodu replied, it's an introduction letter from the Academy of Sciences. How do you want to arrange it? Li Hongruei is really fast. He got this done so quickly. Fang Kai immediately smiled. Isn't the bidding conference starting today in April? Take the introduction letter and go there when you have time. With an assistant, Fang Kai did not intend to run errands himself and directly handed this matter over to Tan Daodu. I understand, President Fang. However, President Fang should arrange for the recruitment of finance personnel as soon as possible. The company also needs an office vehicle. Looking at Tan Daodu's serious little face, Fang Kai immediately understood that delivering the financial report and introduction letter was secondary. This woman was here to ask for money. Okay, Fang Kai readily agreed. The company must have an office vehicle, otherwise, being out and about without a car would make him lose face. Once he gave his approval, Tan Daodu immediately showed a smile on her face. I will arrange it right away. Tan Daodu happily left, and Fang Kai opened the financial report. Fire seed. Help me look for any recent publicly tendered government computer data security projects. Chapter 57. Double happiness. Fang Kai's idea was simple, with the Academy of Sciences backing him. As long as he chose to work on government projects and did not encounter truly well-connected and powerful competitors, he could relatively easily win bidding projects. It could be said that as long as he maintained cooperation with the Academy of Sciences, he could almost make money effortlessly. Of course, this premise was that the Academy of Sciences could continuously endorse him. The technology of the composite solar array was undoubtedly excellent, and Fang Kai was well aware that the civilization's level was many dimensions higher than that of Earth. He knew that simply selling it for 10 million would definitely be a loss, but for him, this 10 million was not just money, it was also a favor. Moreover, the technical information of the composite solar array would not be recognized for its immense value until it underwent real testing by the Academy of Sciences. By the time they realized the value of the composite solar array technology, they would surely understand that 10 million was absolutely a bargain price. As long as they were not completely heartless, they would likely feel favorably towards him and reciprocate in kind, right? This was also Fang Kai's consideration. If the other party really turned hostile and denied him, he would have no choice but to find other ways to achieve subsequent technological cooperation. A week passed, and the company's affairs were proceeding in an orderly manner. With the addition of the fire seed, Fang Kai felt more confident. He identified 3 government computer security-related projects in a row, the closest one being on March 3rd. It was the information security project of the Household Registration Department of Chang'an Prefecture, with a total project amount of 3,300,000. Fang Kai instructed Tan Daodu to submit the company's information to the project bidding email and specifically included the partnership with the Academy of Sciences in the purchase contract signed by both parties. Looking at the bright red seal of the Academy of Sciences on the contract, Fang Kai believed that the other party would not overlook it, just as Fang Kai thought. Jia Fei, the person in charge of the Information Security Department responsible for this bidding at the Household Registration Department of Chang'an Prefecture, saw Dimension Technology Company, Limited among the 17 bidding companies. Yes, government projects may be appealing, but the requirements are also very strict. Almost all technology companies would be excluded. So the ones capable and qualified to participate in the bidding were basically those he was familiar with. After all, it concerned the information security of national citizens. And any company with foreign backgrounds or connections would be directly excluded. For example, relevant companies under the Penguin Group. He initially had high hopes for a company called Iron Guard Security Technology. However, When he saw that their bidding information was submitted here, he was surprised to find that the investment background of the company had ties to the Penguin Group. This left Jia Fei feeling helpless, and he murmured somewhat disgruntledly. The Penguin's reach is too long. It's really troublesome. Jia Fei only complained verbally. He couldn't do anything about the other company's situation. However, what he could do was to directly eliminate Iron Guard security technology from consideration. With a hint of regret, Jia Fei quickly composed himself and continued checking the information of the next company. He skimmed through the basic information of the other companies, but the real details were thoroughly examined through the internal system. Soon, the information of Dimension Technology Company Limited appeared before Jia Fei. A new company? Seeing this unfamiliar company name, Jia Fei was not particularly concerned. There would always be fresh blood entering government projects. However, many new companies had not met the bidding standards. And because it was their first bidding, they might not be very clear about the detailed conditions, resulting in a significant portion of new companies being excluded. But this time, Jia Fei stared wide-eyed. When he opened the email sent by the other party, the first content he saw was not the materials prepared by the company, but a contract. The Party A of the contract was Dimension Technology Company Limited, but the name of Party B was what surprised Jia Fei. The Academy of Sciences? After the shock, Jia Fei squinted to take a closer look at the name of Party B and the official seal on it, which was very clear and standard. He frowned and read through the contract in detail, and only then did he see the company's information at the back of the contract. Jia Fei felt a bit amused. What kind of tactic was this? Although he found the actions of Dimension Technology Company Limited funny, the existence of this contract indeed made him view the company with new eyes. Xiaoyang, Jia Fei shouted towards the outside. Soon, a young man pushed the door open and walked in. Director, you called for me? Go check the email from Dimension Technology Company Limited, and help me look into this company and its legal representative situation. Jia Fei handed the information about Dimension Technology Company Limited to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll check it right away." After Xiaoyang left, Jia Fei looked at Dimension Technology Company Limited and added a red mark to this email. About 2 hours later, Xiaoyang knocked on Jia Fei's office door with a blue file folder. Director, I found out that this company was just established, and the legal representative is named Fang Kai, who is only 23 years old this year. The company's first business transaction was with the Academy of Sciences, amounting to 10 million. And they have already contacted the bank to confirm the flow of funds from both parties. Xiaoyang handed the blue file folder to Jia Fei. Jia Fei was surprised to take the folder from Xiaoyang. Is this really true? At first, I thought it was a fake contract made by this company. After flipping through the detailed information Xiaoyang had found, Jia Fei quickly made a decision and instructed, "You notify Dimension Technology Company Limited that they have passed the bidding review, and the other 5 companies can be notified as well." Xiaoyang looked at his superior in surprise, then nodded. "Okay, I'll go do that." On February 20th, Fang Kai was smiling as he answered the phone. The call was from Li Hongrui, a researcher from the Academy of Sciences, who was delivering good news. The composite solar array has passed a series of tests and not only met our expected requirements but even exceeded our expectations. Mr. Fang, your technology is so good that the teachers say you sold it too cheaply. 10 million is too low. They asked me to tell you that if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Fang Kai smiled. The other party indeed did not disappoint him. Of course, I have needs. It's the equipment we mentioned before. The antivirus gateway devices are already prepared. We have provided them blank as per your requirements. Do you need us to find a professional engineer to help you install them? Li Hongrui always thought Fang Kai wanted to use the antivirus gateway to protect his company's information security, as it was crucial for Dimension Technology Company Limited if they could continuously develop new technologies. Fang Kai said, "No need for that. I can handle the antivirus gateway myself." All right. Seeing that Fang Kai didn't need it, Li Hongrui didn't think much of it. After all, he considered Fang Kai to be a genius. He must have his own ideas. Li Hongrui continued, "Mr. Fang, because of the upgrade of the solar array, our latest spacecraft, Sky 19, is ready to utilize this technology, and its target is Mars. Would you like to come and see the launch? Exploring Mars?" If this was in the past, he might have been very excited about an invitation to watch the launch of a spacecraft. But now, he was somewhat lacking in interest, so Fang Kai politely declined. "Thank you, but I won't go. I have several projects to follow up on recently, and can't leave for now." Seeing that Fang Kai wouldn't go, Li Hongrui didn't continue to invite him. "All right, I'll reply to the teachers then. We'll be in touch next time." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Fang Kai grinned. His goal had been achieved. Li Hongrui's attitude proved that the people at the Academy of Sciences had gradually discovered the role of the composite solar array, which was very good news for him. Another piece of good news came from Tan Daodu, who had just knocked and entered. Mr. Fang, we've just received a notification that our bid has been approved. We can bring the materials and equipment to the bidding location on March 3rd. Double happiness. Chapter 58 Life in the Yin-Yang Phase. With half a month left, Fang Kai was no longer anxious. The company's affairs had basically entered a stable track and didn't need excessive attention. The only thing that made Fang Kai feel helpless was that after the Prometheus finished this warp speed journey, its position seemed a bit off, and it still hadn't encountered a suitable celestial body. During this half-month, aside from searching for suitable projects in the company every day, Fang Kai would check on the status of the Prometheus every night. On March 2nd, in the evening, Fang Kai looked out at the vast and deep universe through the huge glass window, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Fire Seed. What is the dark matter gravitational wave index in the current star domain? Fang Kai asked. The dark matter gravitational wave index is a standard for Prometheus to determine the orbital speed of celestial bodies in the star domain. The dark matter gravitational wave index in the current star domain is 5,683, based on Earth's time standard. Fireseed's answer made Fang Kai raise an eyebrow. This index represented that 5 to 8 days in the current star domain equated to 1 day on Earth. In other words, from the end of the warp speed journey until now, the Prometheus had actually been flying for nearly 3 months, which gave Fang Kai a bad premonition. Could it be that he accidentally encountered a situation like that of the Snow Wolf? Fang Kai frowned and thought, his luck couldn't be that bad, could it? Remembering the experiences shared by Snow Wolf during quantum communication, Fang Kai shivered. He certainly didn't want to go through the same ordeal as Snow Wolf. Moreover, even when he had just become the commander, the Prometheus was near a celestial body. He had never experienced maintaining the operation of the Prometheus solely by slowly absorbing the light from distant stars using outer solar energy, without any energy source. Thinking of this, Fang Kai quickly glanced at the current energy value of the Prometheus, 113. Not too much, but at least enough to support another warp speed journey. Fireseed. Have any collectible celestial bodies been observed? Fang Kai didn't expect to encounter a star system with civilized existence every time. Commander, a planetary system has been discovered 53 light-years away from us, consisting of a red dwarf star and 3 celestial bodies. The mining value cannot be calculated at the moment. Should we head there? Fang Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Let's go there for a supplement. Even if the mining benefits are not high, it can at least increase our energy significantly. Receive the order. Fireseed said, Commander, we will adjust our course to head for that planetary system. Fang Kai sighed softly. A red dwarf star is a type of star that is not very large. Their mass generally does not exceed half of that of the Sun. Therefore, its surface temperature is lower than that of the Sun, and its color is also dimmer. The light emitted by a red dwarf star is too weak. If celestial bodies in this star system want to have an environment suitable for Earth, they must be very close to the star. Only then can they receive more heat from the red dwarf star. However, celestial bodies that are too close to a star will lead to a serious consequence. Taking the Earth and the Moon as an example, we all know that the Moon's rotation period and its orbit around the Earth are the same. So the Moon always faces the Earth. This is the result of the long-term effect of Earth's tidal forces. Similarly, when a celestial body is very close to a star, it will also always face one side toward the star under the influence of tidal forces. This will result in one hemisphere of the celestial body facing the star being in perpetual daylight, while the other hemisphere remains in eternal darkness, creating a phenomenon of a yin-yang phase that never changes. In such conditions, it is extremely difficult for the celestial body to nurture life. However, this does not mean that star systems with red dwarfs cannot have Earth-like habitable planets. As the age of the red dwarf increases, its magnetic activity will weaken, allowing it to stably emit radiation in the visible light spectrum, making it entirely possible for the celestial body to become a suitable habitat for life. Therefore, whether life exists depends on the conditions of the red dwarf in the planet system it is heading to. With this expectation, Fang Kai finally waited 10 days for the Prometheus to approach this star system, which only had 3 celestial bodies. This type of star system belongs to a very low probability of nurturing civilization according to the database of Fireseed. This time, the Prometheus did not linger far outside the planet system as it had in previous encounters, but flew directly to a location very close to the red dwarf. As it just entered the system, The photon detection system of the Prometheus discovered that the celestial body closest to the red dwarf indeed had a scarce number of life reactions. This celestial body is about twice the size of Mercury, but it is closer to the Sun than Mercury. Thus, under tidal forces, one side always faces the red dwarf. The hemisphere facing the star is in perpetual daylight, with its surface composed of cracked rocks and reddish magma, while the hemisphere in darkness is covered by a thick layer of ice. Fang Kai originally thought that in such an extreme environment, the atmosphere of this celestial body should have been almost completely destroyed, as the cold, low temperatures of the night side could very likely freeze the atmosphere, leading to its total destruction. However, to his surprise, the atmosphere of this celestial body was intact, with heat from the star flowing through the atmosphere, allowing for a dynamic state, even though it did not significantly change the temperature of the night hemisphere. This intact atmosphere has nurtured the meager life present on this celestial body. Fireseed, send the swarm robots down to observe. Fang Kai was also very curious about what kind of life could emerge in such a harsh environment. Understood, Commander. Fireseed quickly dispatched a team of swarm robots to the celestial body. This is a half-lit, half-dark planet. The illuminated hemisphere is a barren rocky surface, with cracked ground crisscrossed like a spider's web. The dark side is eternally covered in ice, desolate and silent. The signs of life detected by Prometheus are found in a great canyon located at the boundary between hot and cold, day and night. In this transitional zone, the sky is a hazy yellow as the sun is about to set. Although this situation will continue indefinitely, the dim sunlight keeps the temperature in the daytime area from being too high, and the ice layer formed in the night area melts under the warmth, creating a small layer of humid air above. Melting glaciers form a magnificent waterfall, cascading down into a low area of the canyon to create a winding stream. The stream quickly evaporates into the air after absorbing heat, further lowering the temperature in this canyon. While the condensation and rapid melting of the glaciers create a rudimentary ecosystem in this canyon, life is nurturing here. Chapter 59, The Sample from Hopestar Commander. We have already detected the other two celestial bodies, and there are no signs of life on them due to their destroyed atmospheres. Here is the report on the two planets. Please review. Fang Kai shifted his gaze from the Yin-Yang face planet to check the conditions of the other two celestial bodies in the system. These two celestial bodies are located 7 billion kilometers and 3 billion kilometers away from the star, respectively. The original conditions of these two bodies can no longer be calculated. Now they appear gray and are two lifeless celestial bodies, with their surfaces and internal structures having turned to sand, making them prone to extinction. Commander, these two celestial bodies could not withstand the ultraviolet radiation and high-energy, charged particles emitted by the red dwarf. They have been stripped of their atmospheres, while the closest celestial body has maintained its atmosphere due to special reasons. Fireseed explained earnestly to Fang Kai. Fang Kai nodded and asked, "What about the mining value of these two celestial bodies?" Fireseed replied, "The already sandified celestial bodies have their surface rock layers and internal metallic substances turned to sand, offering little mining value. Even without using energy, it would only waste time." Fang Kai checked the energy value of the Prometheus again, 121. And thought to himself, it seems the quantum channel is still continuously transmitting energy. Thus, Fang Kai could only focus his attention on the one celestial body that harbored life and was closest to the red dwarf. After thinking for a moment, Fang Kai decided to name this celestial body Hopestar. Fireseed, let us begin mining on Hopestar. Any tips? None for now. So we will start the first phase of ring construction. Based on the current position of the Prometheus, we will build a massive solar array near the red dwarf to sustain the energy consumption for the entire engineering ship construction process. Fang Kai did not respond but continued to focus on Hopestar. The swarm robots had already begun close observation of the only place where life had emerged on this planet, the Great Canyon. Here, there was lush greenery, with unknown vegetation growing wildly in the canyon. Perhaps due to the low air pressure, the vegetation in the canyon did not grow tall. Fang Kai soon saw a bizarre-looking creature through the swarm robots. At the same time, Fireseed's voice rang out promptly, "Commander, unknown life detected. Scanning biological characteristics. This is a creature shaped like a basin, covered in small granular protrusions, with a massive circular mouth on its back, surrounded by sharp teeth like those of a deep abyss." Fang Kai momentarily could not determine whether this was its head or mouth. Let us assume it's a mouth for now. Near its mouth is a ring of compound eyes, totaling 10, connected by red muscular nerves that can extend outward. Under its body, 8 slender yet highly flexible jointed appendages extend, each ending in pincers resembling those of a crab. These 8 slender legs are used not only for walking but also for hunting. In summary, this is a very strange and marvelous creature. After observing for a moment, Fang Kai named it the Hope Octopod. It was discovered on Hope Star and has 8 legs, so the name is quite fitting. Additionally, there is not just one of these creatures. They are almost spread throughout the entire suitable habitat of the canyon. Fire Seed. Has the internal structure of the Hope Octopod been scanned? Fang Kai asked. As a higher civilization had long since moved beyond needing primitive dissection to understand the internal organs of biological entities, we have already analyzed the detailed biological structural characteristics, Commander. This is a hermaphroditic organism. In extreme environments, only by maintaining this state can the species continue to reproduce. And the Hope Octopod is undoubtedly the apex predator in the entire canyon, at the top of the food chain of Hope Star. Fire Seed analyzed. During breeding times, they expel many spores similar to those of the common dandelion from the mouth on their backs into the sky, which disperse throughout the canyon with the airflow. Furthermore, through the observations of the swarm robots, we found that this organism can adapt very well to the environment of this planet. In the daytime hemisphere, they are slender and agile, with a very thin layer of scales on their bodies and legs, allowing them to easily hunt in rocky and desert areas. Fang Kai was taken aback. Hunt their offspring? Yes, the spores they produce hatch into larvae similar to horned worms in a very short time after landing. And these larvae are also a food source for the octopods. This is the first time Fang Kai has heard of a creature that uses its own offspring as food. But he isn't too surprised. After all, the universe is so vast, anything can happen. But if they eat their own offspring, aren't they afraid of extinction? Fang Kai is not curious about why they use their offspring as food, but how they continue to reproduce. The Fire Seed quickly displayed a short video in front of Fang Kai. In the video, the octopod is agilely walking on the desert and rocks. After burrowing into a shadowy spot, it directly extends its claw covered in scales to grab a larva and easily tosses it into its large mouth on its back. After eating about 10 of them, when it is ready to continue hunting, a swarm of newly hatched larvae rushes in, and their hunger makes them fearless of the octopod. Which is several times their size, they quickly climb onto the octopod's body and start to gnaw at it. Faced with this overwhelming number, the octopod is soon devoured by these larvae. Seeing this scene, Fang Kai finally understands why octopods reproduce by spewing spores. It turns out they don't want to be eaten by a swarm of newly born larvae. In this cycle of eating each other, the entire ecosystem maintains a miraculous balance. Commander, this is the state of the day hemisphere. Octopods also exist in the night hemisphere of the canyon, but those in the night hemisphere appear to be bulkier, with a layer of light gray fur growing on their bodies. This is their evolution to resist the cold. One species, 2 different forms of expression. This greatly opened Fang Kai's eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of life. Clearly having the same genes, they have evolved in different directions due to living in different regions. Besides these, what other characteristics do they have? The Fire Seed replied, the simplicity of the ecosystem has not led them to evolve more abilities. They're a group of non-toxic creatures with very low attack threats. If the commander needs, we can capture samples and store them for observation. Fang Kai's eyes lit up, although the octopod looks a bit strange. There are many odd creatures on Earth, so this octopod isn't particularly special, right? He decided to collect 1 adult octopod and 1 larva. Chapter 60. Setting traps. Capturing samples was not difficult at all. Soon Fang Kai saw the octopod and its larva in the observation room of the storage chamber. The Fire Seed thoughtfully simulated the observation room for the octopod to be exactly like its original habitat, and the octopod showed no signs of noticing, continuing its normal behavior. Fang Kai nodded in satisfaction and then left. For him, there would likely be more life and creatures to encounter in the future. The octopod was just a beginning. Back in the main control room of Prometheus, numerous engineering spacecraft had already begun their tasks, and a huge solar array framework was starting to take shape near the star. Many engineering spacecraft were also entering Hope Star to collect materials for construction, and without any interference, both the solar array and the star ring were being established very quickly. Suddenly, a scene popped up in front of Fang Kai. An engineering spacecraft was mining minerals in the day hemisphere of Hope Star when it was tightly wrapped by 2 long tentacles that emerged from the desert. The backs of the tentacles were covered in layers of shining scales, and the front had muscle tissues that looked like suction cups, with a huge claw at the end. The color of these massive tentacles looked very familiar. Fire Seed? Fang Kai sent a question mark to the other party. The Fire Seed replied, Commander, No life signs have been detected on the instruments. It may be some kind of mechanical creation or may have hidden capabilities. The fire seed remained calm, as if it hadn't seen the question mark Fang Kai sent. Is there any energy response? Fang Kai pressed on. No response detected. It may possess some biological cloaking ability. Fang Kai thought for a moment and ordered, send the swarm drones over to see what this thing is. Understood, Commander. The swarm drones have already been deployed. The fire seed reacted quickly. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, the swarm drones appeared near the captured engineering spacecraft. At this moment, the engineering spacecraft was still struggling to break free from the tentacles wrapping around it. These tentacles were very long, almost 10 meters in length. While Fang Kai and the fire seed were talking, another tentacle wrapped around the engineering spacecraft, making a total of 3. The most outrageous part was that 5 more tentacles were flailing around chaotically in the air, and the massive claw was shining in the sunlight. Very sharp. Fortunately, the outer armor of the engineering spacecraft was very sturdy, preventing the unknown creature's claw from damaging it. Otherwise, Fang Kai would have to seriously consider how to deal with this unknown creature emerging from underground in the desert. Let's cut off those tentacles first. For Fang Kai, every engineering spacecraft is precious, and he wanted to save it. The swarm robots received the order and easily used lasers to cut off the 3 tentacles wrapped around the engineering spacecraft. The 3 severed tentacles fell to the ground without any further power, with smooth cut ends emitting white smoke. Strangely, no blood flowed out. The unknown creature hiding in the desert felt pain, and the remaining 5 tentacles became even more frenzied, seemingly sensing the target through some method, and clearly aimed the remaining 5 tentacles at the swarm robots. Fire seed, can this thing be captured? Yes. The fire seed's response was straightforward and decisive. Fang Kai quickly said, then capture it. I want to see what kind of creature this is. It can not only evade biological detection and energy detection, but also appears to have a clear purpose. The fire seed immediately controlled 3 engineering spacecraft to the desert area. The dry desert was scorching under direct sunlight, and although this unknown creature was hiding in the sand, the 3 engineering spacecraft directly used their mechanical arms to grab the creature's tentacles and then took off into the sky, pulling it directly out of the desert. However, this method was somewhat rough. At the moment it was pulled out, Fang Kai also saw a lot of blood splatter out. The blue-green mixed blood quickly evaporated in the high temperature on the desert. Fang Kai looked at the creature's body, which had been directly torn in half, and it was clearly dead beyond recovery. This creature looked like an enlarged version of the octopod, but its body was not bowl-shaped. It was more similar to a morning glory. However, this morning glory was quite huge, with a total length of almost 25 meters, including the tentacles. Is it dead? Fang Kai felt somewhat disappointed. This creature would have been a great specimen, and a living one would surely be more valuable than a dead one. Although he was quite regretful about the creature's death, Fang Kai didn't dwell on it too much and simply ordered the fire seed. Continue the mission. If we encounter such a creature again, remember to use a different method to capture it. Understood, Commander. In the subsequent missions, nothing unexpected happened. That gigantic octopod seemed to be the only one left on this planet, and for nearly half a month, he had not made any further discoveries. It seemed that there were no further evolved species of this octopod at all. Now, between the red dwarf star and Hop star, a solar array stretching 1,000 kilometers was facing the star, absorbing the immense energy released by the red dwarf. Behind the solar array was a massive dock. Engineering spacecraft were docking and exchanging resources here, and the construction progress of the star ring was very rapid. The main framework had already been established and was ready to be activated at any time. Commander, the star ring has been completed. We can begin mining the target. Start. With Fang Kai's command, the star ring officially activated. A series of massive beams of light shot from the emitters of the star ring directly towards Hope Star. On the daylight hemisphere of Hope Star, a towering beam of light descended, crashing directly onto the cracked ground, stirring up huge clouds of dust and debris. Instead of dispersing with the force of the impact, the rubble and dust were drawn upwards along the column of light towards the sky due to some gravitational pull. Following the first beam, a second and a third followed suit. The same situation occurred on the night hemisphere, which had been shrouded in low temperatures and glaciers since its birth, now welcomed light for the first time. However, the light did not bring hope for survival, but rather the onset of death. Ziz, this is Snow Wolf. Please respond. Fang Kai, who was watching the gradual dismantling of Hope Star, suddenly heard a strange voice. He was momentarily stunned, then his heart raced. What was going on? Why was he suddenly receiving a message from Snow Wolf, just as Fang Kai was secretly startled? The voice of Snow Wolf echoed in the communication channel again. I've discovered a marvelous wormhole space. It's a void. And my detector has been flying inside it for 3 months without detecting any matter. However, according to the feedback from the detector, the dark matter energy in this space is very active, but no collapse has occurred, which is quite extraordinary. Which, Snow Wolf, are you sure? That's unscientific. According to your description, this space should have been swallowed up by dark matter collapse long ago. I'm certain. Which? But I don't plan to enter until I confirm whether this space is safe. How about you? Ziz. The signal cut off. Snow Wolf. Is Snow Wolf there? It cut off again. This guy really has a short line. The witch's voice complained, showing her interest in the wormhole space Snow Wolf mentioned, but unfortunately, the other party was too brief, and she could not delve deeper before it ended. Prometheus. A familiar hoarse voice came through the communication. I'm right behind you. Can we talk? Fang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth. This dog really thinks he has a dish on the table? To avoid exposing himself, Fang Kai chose not to respond and instead summoned the Fire Seed. Fire Seed, get to work. Commander, Fire Seed is on standby at any time. Please give the order. Manufacture a superluminal suppressor and deploy it in this star region, then set up black hole generators around it. Receive the order, Commander. Manufacturing the superluminal suppressor will consume 17 energy, and the black hole generator will consume 2 energy. Do you confirm? Fang Kai nodded heavily. Confirm. This elusive thing. If he doesn't show him some color, he really thinks he can just slice as he pleases? Fang Kai was immediately displeased. They were all on the same level of legacy ships, no one was stronger than the other, so why was he always trying to take advantage of others? Chapter 61. Decision: the superluminal suppressor and black hole generator. One designed to prevent the enemy from conducting superluminal strikes in a specific area, and the other to create black holes. A black hole can directly consume a star system, and once it is formed, it cannot be eliminated. It will continue to grow like a natural black hole. Fang Kai's idea was simple. This trap was just an appetizer. The enemy was really chasing him as mentioned in the quantum communication. Triggering this trap would give him a reminder. As soon as he received the alert that the trap was triggered, Fang Kai would immediately prepare for a real interstellar war against the enemy. The 2 items he was currently preparing might be able to hold off the enemy for a while, but not for long. Fang Kai frowned and opened the weaponry storage on the Prometheus. Particle light spear, quick light spear, proton torpedo, neutron torpedo, high-dimensional weapon. High-dimensional weapon? Fang Kai was taken aback. The civilization's technology even involved cosmic dimensions? He quickly clicked on the high-dimensional weapon. Energy insufficient, unable to check under 90. A mechanical prompt sounded, and Fang Kai found that he couldn't even view the detailed information. Fire Seed, why can't I access the high-dimensional weapon information? Fang Kai asked, puzzled. As the highest commander of Prometheus, he should have the authority to access anything. Commander, many systems have been shut down due to insufficient energy on the Prometheus. The core information of high-dimensional weapons is also locked. Currently, only basic information can be accessed. Fang Kai furrowed his brow and didn't say much. Clicking to view the introduction to high-dimensional weapons. High-dimensional weapons are experimental weapons developed by the civilization, currently still theoretical, and have not been fired in a real sense. According to the calculations of civilization scientists, the function of high-dimensional weapons is to help them escape the ultimate weapon against collapse phenomena. It can break through cosmic dimensions, allowing legacy ships to enter another universe. Of course, these were all conjectures, and Fang Kai did not know the real function. Those civilization scientists were also uncertain. Fang Kai twitched his mouth, thinking, isn't this a trap? No wonder they had to seal the information. If some blind commander really used it, it would definitely be spectacular. A weapon that hadn't even been tested was brazenly included. It was simply outrageous. Fang Kai also took a look at the detailed classification of high-dimensional weapons: plane beam, plane ripper, plane entropy ender, plane striker, etc. The names of these weapons gave a powerful impression, yet the inventors of the weapons didn't even know if they were useful. This left Fang Kai feeling quite speechless. Shifting his gaze from high-dimensional weapons, Fang Kai also saw some weapon names he was familiar with: anti-aircraft machine gun, anti-aircraft artillery, laser beam, red laser beam, blue laser beam, ray laser. These energy weapons flashed before Fang Kai's eyes one by one. After browsing through the weapon storage, Fang Kai quickly made a decision. Fire Seed. How much longer until the mining of Hope Star is complete? 20 days. Fang Kai calculated briefly. 20 days was roughly 3 to 4 days on Earth. Fire Seed. How's the manufacturing of the bionic body and the consciousness data storage technology going? Can it connect with your subsystem? Unable to connect, Commander. I have established a new quantum protocol communication number through the tree neural network, but Earth does not have a corresponding quantum protocol. If we want to establish communication, we need to set up a quantum base station on Earth. Fang Kai was helpless. He could only say, pack all related data into the tree neural network. I'll head back to Earth to prepare. If the collection here is complete while I'm gone, directly destroy the other two celestial bodies to deploy the superluminal suppressor and black hole generator. Command received. Fang Kai flashed back to Earth. He decided to accelerate the progress here. As long as he succeeded, he could stay here for a long time. Moreover, the pursuing enemy did not allow him any leisure time for such back-and-forth operations. Upon returning to Earth, Fang Kai hurried into his office amidst the surprised gazes of other employees and immediately contacted Fireseed. Have the new data been synchronized? Data received. But the data volume is too large to import into the hardware. Fang Kai had already made plans. He said, import the quantum base station data into the hardware devices. No need to export other data. Apart from the quantum base station, the consciousness data export were the two most important technologies. On his way here, Fang Kai suddenly realized that he didn't need to create a bionic body here. He was already consciousness shifting, and his body couldn't go to the Prometheus. Rather than wasting an unknown amount of time manufacturing a bionic body and medical pod, it was better to focus on establishing the quantum base station and consciousness data export. As long as the connection between Earth and Prometheus is ensured, he can safely handle some important matters aboard the Prometheus. On the Earth side, he can continue his development with the support of his separated consciousness and the Fireseed. This idea came quite suddenly, and it also involves the unknown effects that might arise if he were to return after separating his consciousness and then merging it again. These are all uncertainties. So even if Fang Kai has such plans, he must proceed with caution. While Fang Kai was pondering, his secretary, Tan Daodu, knocked and entered. Boss. Yesterday, the district government office of the new technology zone called, and they want our company to upgrade their virus defense system. A new project? Fang Kai instinctively looked up at his charming secretary, whose fitted skirt suit made her figure appear tall and curvaceous. Tan Daodu hurriedly explained, no. Our previously delivered virus defense system is great, and since our company has experience working with the Academy of Sciences, one of the leaders at the district government office wanted us to help install a new system. Is this a collaboration that came to us? What's the price? If it's reasonable, just agree, Fang Kai said, not opposed to this aspect. His primary partners were indeed government units, public institutions, and state-owned enterprises. However, public institutions tend to have too many ups and downs, and there aren't many bidding projects, so he didn't push hard. As for state-owned enterprises, the internal complexities were too troublesome, and he didn't plan to engage with them actively, at least not before his company gained some recognition. Even the project from the tax department wouldn't have been secured by his company if it weren't for the backing of the Academy of Sciences. Tan Daodu understood her boss's intentions and nodded before leaving to find Zhao Yang. After his secretary left, the data related to the quantum base station exported by the Fireseed was already organized on Fang Kai's computer screen. In fact, the application of quantum communication had long been established in the country, and related quantum base stations had already been manufactured, albeit rather rudimentary, with many issues unresolved. Therefore, the problems with quantum base stations were relatively easy to solve, as he could simply order them from relevant companies. What Fang Kai faced now was how to export consciousness data. The civilization had exported a vast amount of consciousness data by copying the consciousness data of most of its people and saving it. Therefore, what Fang Kai had to do was to copy his own consciousness data. Chapter 62. Umbrella copying the consciousness data and ensuring that the data could successfully activate and jointly control his body with the Fireseed subsystem after traversing through his consciousness is a complex project. However, Fang Kai had no choice but to proceed. The Fireseed, being proactive, quickly contacted a relevant company named Kunping Technology. This company specializes in manufacturing quantum base stations and quantum communication technology and has collaborated with many government departments. It can be said that this company is the target Fang Kai wants to align with. He initially intended to build dimension technology into such a company, as only such companies are relatively stable, especially in situations where he cannot stay here for long. Companies that collaborate with the government are more reliable and unlikely to encounter problems easily. In the following month, Fang Kai shuttled back and forth between Earth and Prometheus. The quantum base stations he needed had arrived. Although they were just two small units roughly the size of computer cases, they were extremely expensive. Fang Kai spent a significant amount of money on this. This expenditure baffled all the employees in the company, but as the boss, no one questioned Fang Kai's actions. In 1 month, Fang Kai had already completely dismantled Hopstar, leaving behind the superluminal suppressor and black hole generator before directly initiating a new round of warp travel. Luck was still not on his side. After the warp travel ended, Prometheus was still surrounded by vast, empty deep space. Fang Kai secretly complained about this. The repeated occurrence of such situations indicated that his current position might be at the edge of a galactic cluster. He was on the verge of crossing from one galactic cluster to another. Fireseed, have you mapped out the galaxy we are in? Fang Kai was no longer the novice he once was. He understood that if he truly reached the edge of a galactic cluster, he would need to gather enough energy for a high-energy warp travel to allow Prometheus to directly cross the potential distance of tens of millions of light-years between two galactic clusters. Commander, Prometheus's fast particle detector has mapped out multiple gravitational indices, and currently, Prometheus is located in the 4-spiral arm of a spiral galaxy cluster. The Fire Seed presented a shape diagram of a spiral galaxy before Fang Kai, marking Prometheus's position with a red dot. On the outermost arm of this 4-spiral arm galaxy, a tiny red light is gently flickering. Based on the surrounding distribution of ionized hydrogen regions, as well as the dispersion of dust and gas and the extinction phenomenon, we are slowly departing from this galaxy cluster. Fang Kai was not surprised by Prometheus crossing a galactic cluster if there were clear coordinates. A single warp travel could potentially allow Prometheus to leap across several galactic clusters in one go. Of course, such a long-distance leap would also consume an enormous amount of energy. While warp travel with no clear destination strictly controls energy consumption, it wouldn't be too slow. Fang Kai looked at the galaxy map displayed by the Fire Seed, which appeared as a narrow dust lane from the side view. With Prometheus situated near the edge of the dust lane, we need more energy. Fang Kai glanced at the remaining 97 units of energy, frowning seriously. This amount of energy is insufficient for the long-distance warp travel we are about to undertake. We need at least 2,535 units of energy reserve. We are currently exploring targets. Commander, to acquire more energy, we will proceed to destructively dismantle all exploitable targets. The Fire Seed stated, Deep Blue will provide war support for the upcoming plan, Commander. Fang Kai was taken aback for a moment but didn't think much of it and nodded. Understood. To cross the deep space between two galactic clusters, he needed to prepare enough energy, so in the upcoming travels, he might not have much time to engage with any alien civilizations he might encounter. In the vast universe, under the dark curtain, stars shone with their own brilliance. Yet beneath the dazzling stars, a shadow was spreading endlessly. It had no boundaries, and wherever it passed, light was distorted and torn apart. Be it celestial bodies, stars, or galaxies, everything was consumed. The phenomenon of cosmic collapse continued. And it wasn't only the civilizations that noticed this. The Xingqian civilization located in the Tianqian galaxy also discovered it. As the most advanced civilization in the galaxy, the Xingqian civilization had long been aware of the existence of the Great Collapse phenomenon. According to estimates from scientists of the Xingqian civilization at the time, once the Great Collapse began to consume the Tianqian galaxy, the entire galaxy could only sustain for about 20 years under the devouring of the collapse, after which the gravity of the galaxy would be swallowed and destroyed, leading to the annihilation of all planetary systems in the galaxy. Under such a massive gravitational change, even lightspeed travel could not escape the devouring of the Great Collapse. If they could not leave in advance, the entire civilization would perish in this Great Collapse. The Xingqian civilization became vigilant and took action early on. However, they failed. They overlooked a crucial fact. Every galaxy has a gravitational barrier formed by the gravitational pull of its core. The strength of this gravitational barrier varies according to the core mass of the galaxy itself, as well as its overall mass. Perhaps it wasn't the scientists of the galactic civilization who ignored this. Rather, they failed to realize that their planetary system coincidentally aligned with the edge gravitational barrier of the entire galaxy cluster. Thus, when their faster-than-light spaceship was about to cross this gravitational barrier, it crashed into the invisible wall formed by the barrier and was destroyed at a particle level. The collision between the faster-than-light spaceship and the gravitational barrier did not result in what is known as cosmic annihilation. Only the spaceship itself was destroyed. When Fang Kai and the Prometheus hovered before a blue planet, they unexpectedly found that aside from a number of living beings, there were only remnants of civilization left behind. Commander, this is an abandoned planet. We need to send a reconnaissance team for more detailed data collection. The voice of Deep Blue rang out, serious as she said. To prepare more efficiently for future reconnaissance, I will organize a fixed team. The reconnaissance ships in this team will undergo moderate modifications. They will be more capable, providing intelligence support and capable of conducting operations on the planet, thus completing tasks more efficiently. Commander, the new reconnaissance team needs you to rename it. Fang Kai didn't expect Deep Blue to come in with such a proposal. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's name the team Umbrella? With Deep Blue already here, having an umbrella isn't too much, right? Chapter 63, Cross-Dimensional Quantum Communication Blue Star, the home planet of the galactic civilization. This planet became quiet instantly after the humans of the galactic civilization abandoned it 1,000 years ago. In the city standing on the surface of this planet, a pure white, barrel-shaped intelligent robot continued to clean the dust from the city according to its programmed instructions. Without human commands, it performed its tasks day after day. Today, as it was sweeping the city, it noticed an unknown spaceship breaking through the clouds and appearing over the city. As an environmental robot of the city, it did not sound the alarm. It simply observed the arrival of the spaceship due to the commotion, realizing that it would not interfere with its cleaning task, and continued its work. The descending spaceship also noticed these cleaning robots, but the onboard systems did not attack them. Instead, they deployed scanning lasers to conduct a three-dimensional mapping of the entire city. Searching electromagnetic signal bands, detected, attempting to connect. Connection successful, beginning search for core structures. Commander, this planet has been abandoned. However, the low-level intelligent robots in the city are still working. They have a complete operational system, and we have successfully connected to the planet's network, currently searching for relevant information. On the Prometheus, Spark reported, Blue Star. The name the galactic civilization uses for its home planet. According to the data we've gathered, the galactic civilization has already reached a Type 1 civilization level, having mastered faster-than-light engines. Fang Kai's gaze sharpened. Faster-than-light engines. This is the standard that defines whether a civilization has reached Type 1. Only civilizations that can achieve faster-than-light travel can be classified as Type 1. As civilizations at this stage are already the masters of their planetary systems and have even begun to explore beyond their galaxy. Would such a civilization abandon its home planet and withdraw completely? Could something happen on this blue star that poses a threat to the survival of their entire civilization? Fang Kai became alert. Perhaps there was something extremely lethal hidden on this planet, even more beautiful than Earth. Spark, analyze the atmospheric composition of Blue Star and explore whether there are any dangerous creatures or highly hazardous biological groups on this planet. Commander, the atmospheric composition of Blue Star is 99 similar to Earth's, and the feedback from Umbrella has not detected any lethal organisms or biological groups. Based on the environmental detection and analysis of Blue Star, the environment is even better than Earth's. Perhaps due to the absence of human traces over the years, Blue Star's natural ecosystem has restored its balance. Additionally, Umbrella discovered that the Blue Star inhabitants were not threatened into leaving their home planet. They chose to leave voluntarily. Chosen to leave voluntarily? Fang Kai was taken aback, then showed a look of disbelief. How is that possible? Even if the Blue Star inhabitants are united in the face of such a choice, there will always be some who choose to stay. The emotional ties to life are the most complex. It can't be as uniform as you say. That's what the reports say. Spark replied, a bit aggrieved. This wasn't his opinion, but what was stated in the reports left by the Blue Star inhabitants. This was what they said, not him. Fang Kai twitched his mouth. Spark's voice sounded quite wronged. It wasn't blaming him. He was just expressing his opinion. Faced with the choice of whether to leave, there would definitely be disagreements. Many elderly people would not choose to leave, knowing that they had little time left to live, and even if they left, it would only be to die in a different place. It's better to die on a habitable planet than in the void of space. This line of thought wasn't limited to the elderly. There were certainly others of different ages who shared it. Continue searching to see if we can find the Blue Star inhabitants. Also, start the construction of the star ring. Fang Kai glanced at the beautiful blue star, akin to Earth, and firmly issued the order. He knew that a commander was pursuing behind him, so he didn't want to waste too much time. The existence of this blue star would not halt his progress. Understood, Commander. After issuing the order, Fang Kai did not linger much longer. His consciousness returned to Earth. He needed to quickly finalize matters on Earth to focus on the crisis that the Prometheus was about to face. At Fang Kai's home, Fang Zhe was delighted to see his son so busy, and he couldn't help but boast to everyone. After all, his son had started a company and secured several government collaboration projects. These collaborations brought not only benefits but also important networking opportunities. However, while they were happy about their son's achievements, neither of them disturbed Fang Kai. The busier he was, the more promising his company appeared to be. In the family group chat, Fang Kai's dad wrote, "Son has gotten a new project, collaborating with the district government. I heard their office director came personally to reach out. Proud. That's impressive. Fang Kai has really grown. What about your clothing factory? Is Fang Kai not planning to take it over?" Cloudy turned sunny was Fang Zai's younger brother, Fang Kai's uncle. Fang Zai was astonished that his nephew suddenly started a company and that it was able to collaborate directly with multiple government units, nearly dropping his jaw. The entire family paid close attention to Fang Kai, the only male descendant of the next generation. Fang Kai's academic performance was known to be poor. Just 2 words, terrible. He only got into a junior college because money was involved. The fact that such a nephew could turn around and start such a successful company made him feel as though he was dreaming. Initially, he thought that his nephew might not necessarily have business talent, after all, with Fang Zai's support. As long as Fang Kai hired the right people and found the right projects, making money wouldn't be too difficult. But after a few months, he realized that this was entirely due to his nephew's own efforts, not Fang Zai's support at all. He was very clear that although his elder brother's small clothing factory was profitable, he had absolutely no connection with the government. While Fang Kai's company collaborated with the government on every project, it was clear upon a little thought that this was definitely not the work of Fang Zai. Fang Zai sighed at Fang Kai's abilities and said, "Elder brother, since Xiao Kai is so capable, why not let Xiao Xin intern at his company? She is about to graduate from school and is at the internship stage." Fang Kai's father replied, "I'll ask him. Xiao Kai has been quite busy lately. But I think it's fine for Xiao Xin to intern at his company. After all, it's safer and more convenient to work at a family business." Fang Xin. As a soon-to-be graduate, Fang Xin was also looking for an internship company recently. However, she was not very satisfied with many of the companies she had looked at. Although her dormitory classmates advised her not to be too picky and to quickly find an internship to gain some experience, so that she wouldn't be completely clueless if she decided to switch jobs later, Fang Xin was different from her dormitory classmates. As the little princess of the family, she had never lacked anything and was naturally more selective when it came to finding a job. Today, while searching for internship companies, she suddenly noticed the family group chat becoming lively. Upon entering, she discovered that her cousin had started a company, and her father was preparing to let her intern at her cousin's company. Therefore, Fang Xin couldn't help but send a question mark in the group. She did not reject her father's arrangement, as working at a family member's company was definitely much better than working at an outside company. At least she wouldn't be deliberately made things difficult there. Fang Kai also took a moment to check the group chat and said, "Letting Xiao Xin come to the company is good. At least it's better than working outside." After expressing his stance, Fang Kai looked at the 2 modified quantum base stations in his office. Stable quantum entangled particles had been set up inside this quantum base station through a spark, and a tree neural network had been implanted. Glancing outside at the busy employees, Fang Kai closed his eyes and arrived at the Prometheus spark. "I've already established quantum entangled particles on my side, and the particle information is already in the tree neural network. You set up another quantum entangled particle on your side. We are ready to conduct the first cross-dimensional quantum communication." Chapter 64, New Technology Understood, Simulating Quantum State Particle Model, Data Correction in Progress. The simulation was successful. Attempting the first signal transmission, quantum state particles collapsed. Connection failed. Recorrecting particle data, attempting the second signal transmission. Quantum state particles began to change, connection failed. Attempting the third signal transmission. Fang Kai did not wait at the Prometheus. He hurriedly returned to Earth and opened his eyes, allowing the Spark subsystem to check the data of the quantum solid-state particles stored in the quantum base station. The continued failures on the other side could very likely be due to fluctuations in the quantum solid-state particle data on this side. Considering the stringent requirements of quantum mechanics on the surrounding environment, Fang Kai surveyed the room and pondered whether he should change locations. Just as he was considering whether to set up a silent laboratory, a new message came through the tree neural network. "Commander, this is the Prometheus, communication connection established." Fang Kai paused. He did not expect the quantum communication to be established so quickly. Did this mean that cross-dimensional quantum communication was successful? Spark? Yes, Commander. The Prometheus is officially connected. Under normal conditions, the Prometheus can maintain real-time communication with Earth. Fang Kai was silent for a moment and said, so I can control the Prometheus bidirectionally whether I am on Earth or on the Prometheus. Yes, Commander, Spark replied. However, limited by the main control button. Many commands cannot be executed directly without your confirmation. Fang Kai then remembered that he had a main control button to operate, and many commands needed to be executed through it. Initially, he thought that since it was a bidirectional connection, he could also choose to control the Prometheus from Earth. But now he realized he had been presumptuous. Let's begin the data copying work. Fang Kai issued the second command, and then turned his gaze to the quantum communication. This technology seemed to be worth a good price. Fang Kai called Li Hongrui. Mr. Fang? Li Hongrui's voice was calm but slightly surprised. Fang Kai got straight to the point. I have developed a new technology related to quantum communication. Are you interested? Li Hongrui was puzzled. Mr. Fang, are you joking? Fang Kai replied seriously. No, the technology is complete, but the price may not be cheap. Li Hongrui, who was in the research institute, rubbed his forehead and asked, Mr. Fang, is the technology you have a complete set of data including equipment, or just theoretical data on quantum communication technology? Fang Kai glanced at the modified quantum base station and the quantum state particles compiled by Spark. It's just an optimization document for the theoretical aspect. Fang Kai chuckled awkwardly. I don't have the money for equipment, nor the conditions to create quantum state particles. Li Hongrui then realized, slapping his forehead, that he had almost forgotten the scale of Fang Kai's small company. With his level of technology company, wanting to manufacture a complete set of quantum communication equipment was undoubtedly a pipe dream. If you trust me, you can send a portion over, and I'll find professionals to help you take a look, Li Hongrui finally said. His academic research was not closely related to quantum communication technology, so he needed to find professionals to examine it. Fortunately, the Academy of Sciences had no shortage of big shots from various industries. Fang Kai thought for a moment and agreed. Okay. Li Hongrui seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, I'll give you my email address. You can send it over later. After ending the call, Fang Kai directly sent part of the quantum communication technology improved by Spark to the email address provided by Li Hongrui. After hanging up, Li Hongrui stared at his phone for a moment with a helpless expression. This caused his colleagues to be surprised. Xiaoli, why are you staring at your phone in a daze? Is there something going on? Li Hongrui smiled and shook his head. It's nothing major. Just a friend asked me to help find a big shot in quantum communication to look at some materials. Quantum communication? Li Hongrui's colleague's eyes lit up. Speaking of this, he was suddenly wide awake. He had been pursuing a girl studying quantum physics lately and had been reading related books to strike up a conversation with her. Recently, he felt particularly sensitive to the words quantum physics, so when he heard Li Hongrui mention this area during the call, he couldn't help but ask, which company or research institute is it? I remember the government units over in Guangdong have already applied it. Does your friend have any special research breakthroughs in this area? He asked several questions in one breath, leaving Li Hongrui unsure how to respond. Fang Kai's current identity was indeed a bit awkward, although he had real skills, which had earned him recognition from his teacher and some personnel from the Aerospace Institute. Fang Kai's situation was truly hard to explain. He could only awkwardly reply, I'm not too sure either. After all, this came up quite suddenly. I'll go find Teacher Tian to help take a look. Although Tian Guohuan didn't understand it. As a big shot in the academic world, he certainly knew many more people than an ordinary student like him. Li Hongrui's colleague saw this and didn't pursue the matter further. He scratched his head and smiled apologetically. I've been paying more attention to this area recently and couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Since you don't know, then it's fine. Li Hongrui nodded and then went out to find Tian Guohuan. In an office at the Aerospace Institute, Tian Guohuan has been closely monitoring the situation of Sky 19 lately. The new solar array has indeed optimized the efficiency of solar energy absorption. This has significantly increased the flight speed of Sky 19, reducing the originally planned 10-month journey from Earth to Mars to just 7 months. Don't underestimate these 90 days. They are enough for them to arrange more plans. Initially, their plan was for Sky 19 to carry the Inghua Mars rover to execute a 3-Mars-month exploration mission. The initial design lifespan of the Inghua rover was only 3 months, a decision made considering its energy supply and the material wear of the vehicle itself. The main limitation was still energy-related. However, this issue has now been largely resolved. On Mars, the rover's energy supply relies entirely on solar energy. With the presence of the composite solar array, the operational time of the Inghua rover has greatly increased. Now, many scientists at the Aerospace Institute have concluded that, with the energy supply issue resolved, The lifespan of the Inghor rover is now determined solely by the durability of the vehicle itself. They currently estimate that the Inghor rover can operate on Mars for up to 20 years or even longer. However, to be conservative, they announced that the Inghor rover would operate on Mars for up to 13 Mars months. Everything is proceeding smoothly, and Tian Guohuan has not stopped smiling. Teacher, Mr. Fang called me. He said he has some new technical materials he wants us to help look at. Li Hongrui walked in directly, looking at the cheerful teacher, and said, "It's about quantum communication. I don't really understand it. How about you, teacher?" Tian Guohuan was initially taken aback, but then widened his eyes in surprise, saying, "Isn't that little Fang researching solar energy? How did he suddenly switch to quantum mechanics? And quantum communication at that?" Chapter 65. Magnetar. Although Tian Guohuan was surprised that Fang Kai could conduct cross-disciplinary research, he decided to find someone to help him look at it first. After all, Fang Kai was still quite remarkable in his eyes. A seemingly ordinary graduate from a vocational college could actually research something as extraordinary as the composite solar array, which was quite baffling, especially since he had asked a friend to look into Fang Kai, and Fang Kai had only recently started reading books on solar energy, not even a year ago. Moreover, the books Fang Kai purchased were not very advanced. They were just basic theories, which gave Tian Guohuan a feeling of disbelief. He even asked a friend who works in cybersecurity to investigate some of Fang Kai's online information, particularly his internet activity. Although the investigation results were not very comprehensive, it seemed to him that Fang Kai was just an ordinary graduate, mostly going online to play games or watch romantic movies. There were no browsing records on any academic websites at all. Of course, this information was obtained from Fang Kai's home computer, and whether Fang Kai had engaged in online learning elsewhere remained unknown. Nevertheless, Fang Kai's various behaviors did not suggest he had undergone any specialized study. Sigh, that mysterious kid. Tian Guohuan dared not jump to conclusions. Perhaps Fang Kai had a dedicated place for studying and researching. He was just an ordinary person from the Academy of Sciences, not a state machine. This was also the reason he did not investigate further. Fang Kai was unaware that he had been investigated, and the tree neural network had already copied a duplicate of his consciousness data. However, whether this data could be utilized after he left was still uncertain, as Earth lacked the equipment for consciousness connection, and how to activate this data depended entirely on how the spark handled it. Forget it. There's no point in guessing. I must try first. Fang Kai made the decision, and his consciousness returned to the Prometheus. "Commander, would you like to activate the consciousness data?" The spark inquired. "Activate." Received command, starting activation. On Earth, Fang Kai's body lay peacefully on the office chair, as tranquil as if he were dead. This description isn't far off. Without brain consciousness, it was similar to a vegetative state. Yet at that moment, Fang Kai's brain was not truly at rest. The tree neural network and the spark system were continuously stimulating his brain neurons through bioelectric currents under the spark's control. This consciousness activation was different from the bionic body Fang Kai had on the Prometheus, which could be directly activated by external forces. The Earth body was real flesh and blood. It was impossible for the spark's control device to directly inject substances to activate it. Even if they tried once, Fang Kai's life would be in jeopardy. Moreover, there were no such devices on Earth, so the spark opted for another method, which was to use the biological static electricity present in the human body to stimulate the brain neurons to activate the consciousness data. For this, the spark directly drew a very complex diagram of the brain neurons. At this time, Fang Kai was somewhat nervous. On one hand, he hoped this consciousness activation would succeed. But on the other hand, he worried that if it succeeded and he returned, would there be a conflict between two consciousnesses? Sensing Fang Kai's tension, the spark calmly reassured him. "Commander, there's no need to worry. The consciousness data is not complete and needs to rely on the subsystem to assist in normal operation. So your consciousness will directly become the dominant consciousness upon your return." To boost Fang Kai's confidence, the spark also thoughtfully explained, "The consciousness data can be withdrawn and deleted at any time. If you are concerned that the consciousness data will grow over time and develop independent awareness, you can delete it within a fixed time and then recopy it." With the spark's reassurance, Fang Kai felt much more at ease. He feared that if he stayed here for too long, two of his consciousnesses would emerge on Earth, leading to a split personality upon his return. Just then, Fang Kai's originally calm body on Earth suddenly moved, his eyelids fluttering slightly, and then slowly opened. "Commander, consciousness data activation successful. The subsystem is connecting to the tree neural network. Please wait." After about 5 seconds, the spark continued. Commander, activation complete. You can now attempt consciousness transfer. Fang Kai nodded and closed his eyes. Soon, when Fang Kai opened his eyes again, he felt his body and noticed nothing unusual. There was no second consciousness as he had imagined. All right, I'll leave things here to you from now on. Satisfied, Fang Kai returned to the Prometheus. With the tree neural network and quantum communication in place, Fang Kai no longer had any worries, and a smile appeared on his face. Spark, how's Blue Star? Have you found any Blue Star people still living on the planet? No discoveries, Commander, the Spark replied. Fang Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking. It seems this civilization's people are very united. Since they no longer need their home planet, he had no reservations left and decided to dismantle it. Fang Kai urgently needed to accumulate energy for the next warp flight. The vastness and mystery of the universe are accompanied by great danger, as is evident now. Kai was trying to track the Prometheus, but this time his luck was not very good. After the warp flight ended, he felt a strong electronic interference affecting the entire ship. Commander Michael on the ship was experiencing intense electromagnetic interference, and the ship's AI could barely communicate. Please restart warp travel immediately. The probe has detected a pulsar nearby that is erupting. We must enter warp travel at once. Kai's expression darkened. If it weren't for his synthetic body lacking sweat glands, he felt he would be drenched in sweat. What terrible luck! Kai spat and unwillingly gazed at a blue-white celestial body not far from Michael. This lonely celestial object had no planets orbiting it, and it emitted its electromagnetic field all alone. Get away immediately. He glanced at the ship's energy levels and gave the order. Restarting warp travel. A flash of white light passed, and Michael shook violently as it left the deadly location. The area around the pulsar was too dangerous. Its powerful radiation could easily destroy everything nearby. The magnetic field of a pulsar is 1,000 times stronger than that of an ordinary neutron star, reaching a staggering 10 trillion Gauss. In such a strong magnetic field, any ordinary spaceship that approached would be twisted into a stick and then pulverized. The fact that the pulsar was releasing its magnetic field alone explained everything. The celestial bodies around it were trapped by its powerful magnetic field, unable to escape, ultimately becoming part of it. Chapter 66, The Perceived Movement. After hastily leaving, Kai looked at Michael's remaining energy levels and his expression darkened further. The gaunt features of his face became even more stern. Michael, re-establish your position. He closed his eyes, although he felt extremely reluctant. He knew that unexpected events could occur at any time in the universe. This time, encountering a pulsar was just bad luck. Any civilization in the universe that encounters such a celestial body can only do one thing: quickly distance themselves from this deadly object. Repositioning, Commander. We have deviated from our course. Should we adjust? Can we confirm the position of the Prometheus? Kai frowned. Deviating from course was the most frightening thing in space because it could lead to a situation where one wouldn't know where they would end up. In other words, if he did nothing and continued on, he could easily become lost in the universe. The magnetic field interference had already caused changes in the quantum state. Tracking was no longer possible. Commander, should we readjust the course? Kai, adjust the course and help me open quantum communication. In the quantum communication channel. Kai listened silently to the content. The most active snow wolf was still continuously communicating with the witch. I discovered that there are creatures inside this wormhole. However, I haven't figured out what kind of creatures they are. Their speed is too fast, and they destroyed my probe in an instant. Snow Wolf's tone was somewhat frustrated. It was clear he had undertaken this probing task more than once, but obviously without any results. The only useful information was that they seemed to be social creatures. Social? The witch's surprised voice rang out. Space creatures can be social? This is very rare. Can Snow Wolf send in more probes? It would be best to capture some and then transmit them to me. I want to collect them. As a master collector. The witch was very interested in strange items and creatures. She was originally an adventurer, whose hobby was to collect various rare items from the universe and sell them to the dignitaries of civilizations. She participated in the commander assessment because she heard it would allow her consciousness data to explore further into the universe for collection. Although she regretted not being able to go herself, it wasn't bad for her. At this moment, when she heard Snow Wolf mention discovering unknown cosmic creatures, she immediately perked up. Of course, I won't let you work for free. As long as you can capture one, I'll give you 5 energy units. How about that? Snow Wolf, although I want it, my energy is still insufficient for material transmission. Well then, could you at least provide me with some footage? The witch said helplessly. She didn't rashly ask Snow Wolf for coordinates, nor did she mention establishing a transmission bridge. After all, although they were chatting well, necessary vigilance was still required. Sorry. I'm Spider, may I interrupt? A gentle voice suddenly joined the quantum communication channel. Spider, Snow Wolf. The creatures you mentioned inside the wormhole may not be just simple space creatures. I encountered a civilization before that specifically opened wormholes to breed similar space creatures. If I'm not mistaken, you might be in a breeding ground of some civilization, so be careful, you might already be targeted. Especially since your exploration of the wormhole could be perceived as a form of robbery or provocation by them. You better arm yourself and prepare for battle. Snow Wolf, no? It can't be. Snow Wolf couldn't believe it. He originally thought he was finally turning his luck around after such a long and hard journey. And now you tell me I've entered another civilization's breeding ground? I have detected nearby and found no signs of civilization, no signal characteristics, no electromagnetic fluctuations. How could that be possible? Snow Wolf retorted. Spider, I'm just reminding you, not debating the truth of it. And didn't you learn about the solitary nature of cosmic creatures during the commander assessment? I seriously doubt how you passed the assessment. Snow Wolf, I sense malice. Don't say useless things. If you haven't built a fleet yet, you better start now, or I fear you won't have the chance. Spider solemnly warned, if you get surrounded by enemies, I can help, but you must pay enough energy in advance. Of course, you can also choose to perish with them. Why does it feel like you're saying I'm going to die immediately? Snow Wolf helplessly complained. He was just about to retort to Spider. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded within the Snow Wolf. The commander of Snow Wolf was taken aback, and then the ship's AI urgently sounded. Warning, warning, warning. The White Wolf is under attack. Should the commander retaliate? The intelligent alarm made the commander of White Wolf's expression change. He glanced at his meager 6 energy level and felt a headache. What are the chances of escape? Commander, without comparative information, it is temporarily impossible to judge. No supraliminal suppressors detected. Should we initiate warp travel directly? Let's escape. Once I gather enough energy, I'll come back for revenge. In an instant. A large amount of white light shone from the surface of White Wolf, countless light particles coalescing on its surface. Report, Major Becky. Intense energy fluctuations are occurring on the surface of the unknown ship. The opponent seems to be preparing to leave. Not far from White Wolf, a fleet consisting of 20 warships. Inside the flagship, Major Becky frowned. Can we intercept? Sorry, the battleship's intelligence configuration cannot provide more detailed information. Perhaps we could try to use the main cannon to disrupt their escape. However, just as Major Becky's subordinate finished speaking, the enemy's trace vanished from their sight. Their target had escaped. Escaped. Becky's tone was cold as he looked toward the wormhole nearby and ordered, go check if any creatures are missing from the breeding ground. We still need to trade with the crystals, and we can't afford to lose any. Becky felt a bit irritated. This was already the second time. The last poachers he encountered didn't even show their faces before escaping. Now he finally had a chance to confront them, and they ran again. He was a bit of a headache over how to write the report later. He would have to send a small team to stay here long term. These poachers were really annoying. Muttering to himself, Becky helplessly commanded the fleet to leave. Major Becky just received news from the home planet. There has been new activity in the Star River Galaxy, 130,000 light-years away from us. Scientists believe they have returned. Becky's expression immediately turned serious. They have returned? Didn't they leave? Why are they back again? Chapter 67. The deal between commanders in a desolate area. White particles suddenly lit up and then coalesced into shape, quickly forming a massive spaceship. Commander, the energy level has reached critical status, with only 0.3 remaining. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Listening to the intelligence systems report, the commander of the Snow Wolf looked helpless. Where are we? Due to the low energy, the distance of this journey is very short. Based on the residual jump particles, we are likely in some nearby star system. Currently, the energy level is too low to scan the surroundings. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. The constant reminders from the intelligence system to replenish energy made the commander of the Snow Wolf feel a headache. He ordered, activate Stellar Skin. The Stellar Skin is a type of energy conversion device capable of absorbing various energies emitted by stars, such as light, heat, magnetic energy, and radiation. It can perfectly cover the entire spaceship and is more efficient than solar arrays. Although the Snow Wolf's current journey seemed fraught with difficulties, it at least maintained the entire ship in good condition, unlike the Prometheus, which had undergone a catastrophic setback. Understood. Activating now. Spider, Snow Wolf, how's it going? Do you need support? Snow Wolf, no need. I've already fled. although I'm still unclear about the opponent's strength. The ability to nurture cosmic organisms indicates they are definitely above level 1 civilization, but should not exceed level 3 civilization, as they couldn't stop me from leaving via warp travel. Spider, should we retaliate? Although our main goal is to find other dimensional universes, a bit of fun is always needed during monotonous journeys. Snow Wolf felt that Spider was someone who enjoyed stirring up trouble and had a wicked sense of humor. While he did not deny that he prioritized benefits when facing civilized planets with life, he did not have such a strong desire for revenge. No need. I plan to replenish energy and continue the next journey. Snow Wolf rejected Spider's kind offer. What a pity. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. I've assembled a pretty good fleet, and I'm just looking for something to do. A fleet? Snow Wolf exclaimed in surprise. You mean you've built a fleet capable of warp travel alongside the spaceship? Snow Wolf's voice rose an octave. Is that true? Which civilization did you acquire the technology from? Is there a trade demand? Solaris. If possible, I also need such technology. Vale. I need it too. Spider. I'm currently in the center of an elliptical star system, encountering powerful civilizations with each journey. To fight these civilizations, I've had to hide and develop, which has been very frustrating. I really hope to have such technology so I don't have to keep hiding. After Spider expressed his thoughts, the quantum communication channel that had previously only seen a few people exchanging messages suddenly exploded with many participants. Fang Kai and his pursuer Kai, who had been monitoring the quantum communication channel, were also intrigued. Kai, I also need the same technology, Spider. What do you need? Energy or other civilization special technology? These commanders had encountered many civilizations and naturally collected a lot of unique technologies from other civilizations. Fang Kai was also envious of Spider's technology, secretly wondering if he could trade something for it. Although he understood that Spider would likely trade this technology on a one-to-many basis, he couldn't resist the opportunity. It was clear that Spider had this intention when he suddenly appeared in the quantum communication channel. Spider, 5% of energy or special technology. Energy exchange is fixed, while technology exchange depends on both parties' technology levels. How about it? 5%. That's too much. Snow Wolf wailed. His pitiful energy level couldn't afford such a trade. And glancing at his technology library made him feel like he might spit blood. The commander of the Snow Wolf seemed to prefer peace and observation, without much collection ambition. So there were only a few types of technologies in his library. Vale, I can exchange a type of adaptive biological technology with you. I obtained this from a biological civilization. The adaptive biological technology can add a biological coating to the surface of warships, allowing them to adapt to various harsh environments. I previously used it to perfectly collect energy crystals on a planet with high radiation storms. Energy crystals? How is that possible? Kai lost his composure. Energy crystals are irregular crystals formed from high-purity energy condensation, appearing light purple. Currently, civilizations do not know the process of how these crystals form, and they only accidentally obtain fragments of this extremely rare crystal. As an old silver coin, he expressed that he really couldn't hold back now. Vale? Can you describe the conditions of the planet where you obtained the energy crystals? A briefing would be even better. The witch also spoke up. As commanders, who among them did not understand the importance of energy? Who did not know the preciousness of energy crystals? Vale, sorry, I don't know either. This is the planet briefing. I found it in an ancient ruin on this planet. Planet briefing, click to view. Fang Kai saw that Vale had directly sent out the briefing, and he couldn't help but click to view it. The spark was considerate enough to convert the data into relative data for the solar system. This is a celestial body with a mass of 15, where, in addition to the harsh super-strong storms, there are also extremely strong gamma rays. This is completely a death planet, unsuitable for any life to survive. But on such a celestial body, there surprisingly exists a ruin. Fang Kai could only express that the universe is too vast. Truly, miraculous and strange things can happen. Closing the planet briefing, Fang Kai directly contacted Spider. Prometheus, Spider, can you describe your technology? Spider, Prometheus? You're not dead yet? Looks like you have a strong life force. If it's you, I think we can trade in a different way. Fang Kai. What do you mean? Could it be that the Prometheus was very famous before? Why did it feel like he was recognized as soon as he spoke? It was like this last time, and now again? Fang Kai immediately became vigilant. If it hadn't been for Kai earlier pointing out that the person who recognized him was not well-intentioned, he would have suspected Spider. What way? Although Fang Kai was cautious about the other party, he was also coveting the technology in Spider's hands. If he could advance with a large fleet, It would greatly benefit his upcoming journey. Chapter 68. Warp Throw Dimensional Coordinates. Spider said, I want the dimensional coordinates in your hands. I know you have failed. Without ample energy reserves, spaceships cannot break through the limits of dimensions. Fang Kai was momentarily stunned and looked confused. Dimensional coordinates? What is that? Fang Kai expressed that he had spent quite some time on the Prometheus and had never heard the Spark mention dimensional coordinates. Spark, do we have dimensional coordinates? He asked. Spark, yes, Commander. The universe is not singular. Just like your Earth and the Prometheus, they exist between two different dimensions. Both of these dimensional universes are equal parallel three-dimensional universes, that is, three-dimensional space. The dimensional coordinates refer to anchor points in another dimensional space. The dimensional coordinates currently possessed by the Prometheus are the coordinates of the solar system. Fang Kai's heart raced, and his mind buzzed. The Spark had just said, your Earth? What does that mean? Has the Spark already realized that he is not the true commander of the Prometheus? If the Spark had not discovered this, how could it possibly point this out? It would definitely use phrases like, the Earth you discovered. So, the fact that he is not the true commander of the Prometheus has already been known by Spark. Commander, do you want to trade using dimensional coordinates? I do not recommend you do so. Dimensional coordinates are extremely precious, and we can directly reach a safe cosmic environment through them, where civilization can be re-established. Spark expressed his opinion. Fang Kai fell silent, hesitating for a moment before asking, Spark, do you know that I am not the commander of the Prometheus? Yes and no. What do you mean? Spark explained. When the final consciousness data is reactivated, it may produce a special phenomenon that forces your consciousness to awaken within the commander's consciousness. Although the consciousness has been replaced, the existence of the consciousness data itself gives you the right to control the Prometheus. So you are both the commander and not the commander. According to the Prometheus navigation protocol, I will unconditionally obey any orders from the commander. I see. Fang Kai felt somewhat relieved. Spark meant that his consciousness had taken over the original consciousness data activated by Spark. So he is neither the commander nor can he be the commander. Although Fang Kai felt a bit relieved, Spark's proposal made him unable to help but complain. Spark indeed still acted based on the ultimate goal. He directly set the solar system as the target. However, what Spider said earlier was also very clear. Without sufficient energy value, it is impossible to directly cross the dimensional boundaries of the ship, even with dimensional coordinates. Just as Fang Kai was thinking, Spider's voice rang out again. Prometheus, what have you considered? Fang Kai twitched his mouth and decisively refused. Impossible. You know how precious dimensional coordinates are. The technology you have in hand is good, but it cannot be compared with dimensional coordinates. Spider was not concerned. He was already prepared to be rejected by the Prometheus. If the other party agreed, he would be surprised. Conditions can be discussed slowly. What do you want? Spider was confident, believing that he could gain enough benefits from other commanders before trading with Prometheus. However, Spider could not imagine what kind of existence the commander of the Prometheus was. Fang Kai said bluntly, what I want, you cannot provide. Spider, what kind of talk is this? Can business be talked about like this? This is just going to the end. Fortunately, Fang Kai did not make him uncomfortable for too long. Forget about the dimensional coordinates. I will exchange technology with you for 5% of the energy value. What? Spider was very upset and replied in a dull voice. Apart from dimensional coordinates, there was nothing else the Prometheus could offer that interested him. As for energy value, it could only be considered universal. Then let's exchange for 5% of the energy value. We will open a quantum transmission channel, and I will give you a traction point. You can directly transmit the energy, and you bear the loss in between. Damn. Fang Kai's eyes widened. This Spider really knows how to do business. He actually wanted him to bear the losses during transmission. This way, he originally only needed to spend 5% of the energy value, but with the energy lost in between, he might need to lose an additional 0.5. Crook. After cursing, Fang Kai could only open the quantum transmission channel, set up the traction point sent by Spider, and start the transmission. Here's the technology data you wanted. Spider did not mind Fang Kai's cursing. He had faced such things many times and could handle them calmly. After receiving the technology data, Fang Kai hurriedly asked Spark to translate it. Spark responsibly translated the data and handed it to Fang Kai. The technology name sent by Spider was called jump throwing, which is a technology that allows matter to escape the gravitational pull of a galaxy and enter a jump state through a massive thrust. This technology can be used not only for the large-scale launch of warships but also for throwing powerful weapons. Imagine if a dimensional bomb were directly thrown to the target location using this method. The terrifying power it brings could definitely annihilate a galaxy in an instant. This technology has its advantages, allowing for large-scale group warship jump operations. The disadvantages are also obvious. Its preparatory work is relatively complex. It requires a robust launch base, just like a rocket launch base. However, this launch base can become a jump launch base. If Fang Kai wants to lead his fleet forward in the future, he may need to establish a base wherever he goes. Although it is troublesome, Fang Kai feels it is worth it. After all, the experience of the Snow Wolf is a bloody fact, relying solely on the inherited ship if it encounters a fleet of a level 1 or level 2 civilization. It really has no counterattack capability. Fang Kai does not want to be chased by others. Jumping directly to the destination with a fleet and appearing with a large army allows Fang Kai to start his plan directly without having to develop cautiously for a long time. Of course, there is one more thing. After using this technology, each of his journeys will need to go through prior exploration to confirm the destination. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose the warships being carried. In this way, it coincides with my previous plan, Fang Kai thought unexpectedly. After understanding the energy needed to cross 2 group star systems, he began to consider whether he should think about establishing a stable force. This way, collecting energy would be faster, and having a stable force or territory would allow him to better guard against the pursuing Kai, just like the traps set by the witch. Establishing a stable force and territory. As long as it is on his territory, whoever dares to come over will be annihilated. After all, everyone is on the same level. No one is significantly stronger than the other. Other power enhancements entirely depend on the accumulation changes of each during their voyages. Chapter 69. The approaching Kai, although he already had ideas in his heart, implementing them was not that easy. Looking at the star ring that had begun to dismantle and extract Blue Star, Fang Kai decided to immediately begin dismantling and collecting the next target. In the Star River planetary system, apart from Blue Star, there are several celestial bodies with mining value. Although these celestial bodies have already been mined quite a bit by the Star River civilization, their technological strength is still insufficient to completely mine a celestial body. Therefore, these celestial bodies are also Fang Kai's targets. Spark, start data collection on all celestial bodies in the planetary system that are suitable for mining. While giving the order, Fang Kai also instructed Spark to send exploration ships to conduct detailed explorations of the surroundings. As long as suitable targets can be discovered, he would immediately rush over once he finished mining the Star River system. To be on the safe side, Fang Kai decided to build a brand new base while also experimenting with the jump-throwing technology traded from Spider. The next steps would be significant actions. In the Star River system, Fang Kai directly deployed a large number of engineering ships, which began their work according to established tasks. Excluding the stars, the entire Star River system has a total of 13 celestial bodies. Among these 3 celestial bodies, there are 7 with mining value besides Blue Star. Moreover, the rocky rings and orbital circles of these 7 celestial bodies still retain many buildings and ships from the Star River civilization. Fang Kai was not polite and directly ordered the engineering ships to dismantle all these things and convert them into the materials he needed. The star rings of the 7 celestial bodies started working simultaneously, requiring a massive amount of resources. When Fang Kai encountered the Talon and Dagle civilizations earlier, he had not decided to mine the entire planetary system completely. Although dismantling one celestial body in the entire planetary system would lead to changes in the gravitational pull of the entire planetary system, this change would not affect the Prometheus at all. The reason for only collecting one celestial body is that the resources required to build a large and numerous ring of stars are too great. And not all celestial bodies have enough resources to construct a star ring. Once ordinary resources are insufficient for building a star ring, Fang Kai has to spend a significant amount of energy value for mass energy conversion to construct the star ring. Fang Kai's original intention is to collect energy value. If he wastes it on building star rings, the cost effectiveness is simply too low, and it may even lead to a total energy value collection that is lower than initially estimated. That would be a loss. After all, the probability of a planetary system being composed entirely of rocky planets is exceedingly rare, and gas giants, which are not primarily composed of rock or other solids, have very few solid metals that can be mined. If all the resources are mined to create star rings, is there even a need for the gas giant to continue mining for mass energy conversion? In the civilization's database, only supergiant gas giants have mining value. After all, the cores of these gas giants are large enough, even larger than some rocky planets. Fang Kai has calculated that in the solar system, aside from Saturn, which is a gas giant with mining value, even Jupiter does not possess such value. This is because Jupiter's dust ring is too thin and might not be sufficient to support the construction of a star ring. However, Saturn is different, as it has a sufficiently large asteroid belt and a sufficient number of moons. These can all be converted into resources for building star rings. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as long as there is one suitable target celestial body in a planetary system, all other celestial bodies can be excluded. But now the situation is different. Fang Kai must quickly replenish his energy value. He needs enough energy to traverse 2 clusters of galaxies, and after crossing the galaxy clusters, he must begin to establish his own base or power. All of this requires ample energy value. Commander, all orders are being executed. With a total of 8 celestial targets and an expected energy conversion of 33%, Fang Kai's eyes lit up. His energy value had been hovering around 10%. If he could replenish more than 30% of energy in one go, many modules of Prometheus could be reactivated, right? Quantum communication channel. The Spider was still trading with other commanders, but most commanders chose to exchange technology using energy value. The Spider didn't mind. Energy value is a universal resource, and naturally, the more, the better. Spider, have you traded with Prometheus? A hoarse voice suddenly rang in the Spider's ear. The Spider curled his lips slightly, his eyes showing a hint of amusement. As one of the commanders who also knew that Prometheus held the dimensional coordinates, he naturally understood what Kai was planning. I didn't plan to trade the dimensional coordinates. I exchanged technology with 5% of energy value. Kai chuckled, his hoarse voice sounding like a night owl screech, making one feel uncomfortable, and ominously said, "Since you've made the exchange, you should both have each other's coordinates, right? Can you give me his coordinates?" The Spider snorted. "You don't expect me to tell you that you're planning to chase after Prometheus, do you? You should think it through. Prometheus is currently a lone wolf. If you push him too hard, he might self-destruct, and you could end up losing yourself." The Spider knew very well what Prometheus was like, but he had no intention of pursuing him. The current Prometheus could be seen as an unstable factor if he overstepped, and the other party got angry. It could lead to mutual destruction, which would be ludicrous. He still wanted to live. However, Kai was unfazed. He sneered and confidently said, "You don't need to worry about that. I have a way to solve this problem. Just tell me what you want in exchange." The Spider hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he didn't want to give Kai the coordinates of Prometheus. He wanted the dimensional coordinates too. What if he gave them to Kai, and Kai really took them from Prometheus? Then he would have even less chance. Kai and Prometheus were not the same. His ship had no damage and had relatively abundant energy. "You don't want to?" Seeing that the Spider had not responded, Kai raised an eyebrow and coldly said, "Spider, what are you hesitating about? You wouldn't dare to look for Prometheus with the coordinates in hand. Why not let me try? I can promise you that after I get the dimensional coordinates, I will share the coordinates with you." "Are you serious?" The Spider was greatly surprised. Kai disdainfully snorted. "Do you think I'm that bastard Prometheus? How vast is a universe? Do you think I can completely occupy it alone? Not to mention that another universe may also have the same advanced civilizations as ours. Do you really think that even if I go over, I can smoothly rebuild civilization?" The Spider certainly understood this point, but Prometheus had said the same thing back then. He had confidently promised that after he went over, if the other universe had not been affected by dark matter expansion, he would share the coordinates with them so they could also come over and develop together in another universe to counter the advanced civilizations that might exist there. But the result was, the Spider hesitated for a long time and then sighed. "I hope you can keep your promise. I will give you the coordinates." Upon hearing this, Kai immediately showed a look of surprise and hurriedly said, "Give it to me quickly. 20% of energy value. No negotiation. What the hell? Why don't you go rob it? 20%. Am I supposed to give you my head? No energy value. No deal." Chapter 70. Unlucky Kai panted heavily, wishing he could smash the Spider's head with a hammer and then gouge out his eyes to see what was inside his head. 20% energy value. This would at least require mining 5 resource-rich celestial bodies to possibly satisfy. And this doesn't account for the energy value lost during transmission. The intermediate loss would take at least about 7% of energy value. In other words, he would actually have to pay that greedy Spider at least 27 or 28% of energy value. Can't we change the terms? Kai almost gritted his teeth to ask this question. His face was twisted. He had just escaped the influence of a magnetar, losing a considerable amount of energy value. If he paid nearly 30% of energy value, how could he deal with Prometheus? The Spider didn't care whether Kai had enough energy value. He insisted, I only want 20% energy value. I don't need other technologies. Technology for commanders will inevitably increase as long as they continue to travel. But energy value is different. If one ends up in a situation where energy value is insufficient after a warp travel and finds themselves in the deep space between two galaxy clusters, it could really be a commander's lifetime of hardship, even if the survival time of consciousness data is long enough. It wouldn't be sufficient to last until the ship of inheritance uses superluminal travel to escape the deep space. A snow wolf like that is already considered very lucky. Even if the energy value is insufficient, it is still within a controllable range. In another galaxy, inside a completely black triangular spaceship, Kai angrily punched the control panel, the pain in his fist making him grimace. This spider is simply infuriating, desperate for energy value. He glanced at his remaining energy value, 25%. This was simply insufficient to trade coordinates of Prometheus with the spider, and he had just sent the ship's probe to scan the surrounding 10 light-years. There were no celestial bodies to mine in the vicinity. All there was were drifting cosmic dust and ice chunks. He suspected he was either in the center of a galaxy cluster or on the edge, or even in deep space. Commander, based on calculations of stellar winds, radiation intensity, and gravitational values, 87% of the triangle arrow is located in deep space, 10% at the edge of a galaxy cluster, and 3% in the center of the galaxy cluster. Kai's spaceship is named Triangle Arrow, and the AI is suitable for reporting the position of the ship. Kai's expression darkened further. He would rather be in the center of the galaxy cluster, where he would have to face a supermassive black hole and hundreds of thousands of bright, massive stars, along with energy storms and radiation everywhere. But at least there would be places to replenish his energy. How could he replenish energy in this deep space? He could only continue to travel at warp speed to reach the next location. After considering for about 5 minutes with a serious expression, Kai stiffly said, I agree. But I need some time to prepare first. Spider chuckled, no problem, but you know that coordinates aren't very reliable. If you're too slow, even if I give you the coordinates, they'll just be useless empty coordinates. Humph. No need for your reminders. Kai scoffed and cut off communication with Spider. He restarted warp travel, keeping the target route unchanged. Kai prepared to leave this deep space area, but his direction continued to follow the coordinates left by Fang Kai. Understood. Commander. The control of the ship's warp engine was restarted, and a layer of white quantum state particles enveloped the entire ship, instantly disappearing from its original location. Bang. The moment warp travel ended, the entire ship suddenly shook violently. Before Kai could figure out what was happening, he heard the AI's urgent alert. Interference from a superluminal suppressor detected. Ship engine energy damaged. Speed reduced to subliminal. The superluminal suppressor is one of the technological achievements of civilization, and all commanders are well aware of how nasty this thing is. It can be said to be the nemesis of all superluminal ships. However, it is also a strategic defensive equipment for all civilizations, effectively preventing various superluminal raids and strikes. Who set this up? Kai's mindset was somewhat frayed. Ever since encountering the Magnetar, he felt he hadn't run into any good luck. First, he wasted a lot of energy escaping, then ended up in this deep space, and now he was stepping into someone else's trap. What is going on? Forcing himself to calm down, Kai noticed a star not far from his ship and 2 shattered celestial bodies nearby. These 2 shattered celestial bodies were artificially destroyed. And the enemy, while shattering these 2 bodies, also allowed the debris to spread throughout the galaxy. He detected the surrounding electronic signals. Kai remained silent for a long time, suspecting there were ambushes nearby. If there were ambushes or traps set up, the electronic signals triggering the traps would definitely not be hidden. They could be discovered with a little probing. The functions of the fast particle detector are very powerful, and its capture of electronic signals is extremely quick. Almost within a second, the results Kai wanted emerged. Commander, there are 6 electronic signals in the vicinity, which are universal electronic information from civilization. The legacy ship that previously stayed here has placed 6 black hole generators. The corner of Kai's mouth twitched, his face darkening and his gaunt cheeks trembling. This was because the detection map clearly showed 6 red signal points surrounding his ship. In other words, the moment he ended warp travel, he had walked into the encirclement of the black hole generators. He activated the strong electromagnetic shield, gravitational interference device, and quantum shield. Kai turned on all 3 types of ship's protective devices. The electromagnetic shield was to crush the surrounding debris. The gravitational interference device was to resist the gravitational pull from the black hole generators that could trigger at any moment, and the quantum shield was prepared for escape. He didn't intend to waste too much energy fighting against these 6 black hole generators. 3 layers of shields covered the entire surface of the ship, and the black ship turned deep blue. Seeing this, Kai felt somewhat reassured. Although the small black holes generated by the black hole generators wouldn't damage the legacy ship, being sucked in by a black hole and ending up in another space would be a huge waste for Kai, who was eager to catch up with Prometheus. Moreover, he needed to trade with Spider and required a large amount of energy, so he was even less willing to waste it. He glanced at his remaining energy, which was at 17%. Let's go for another warp. Chapter 71. Civilization Level Commander. Our trap has been triggered, and the superluminal suppressor has captured a special ship. Should we detonate the black hole generators immediately? After all the collectible celestial bodies in the entire galaxy system had established a complete star ring, Fang Kai watched the energy value of the Prometheus rapidly increase, feeling quite pleased. The alert from the spark caught his attention. What ship is it? No data available in the database. Fang Kai fell silent for a moment, and then cursed, damn. Most of the data on the Prometheus had been deleted, and the spark couldn't determine if the ship was the target they were waiting for based on its appearance. After cursing, Fang Kai thought for a moment. Regardless of whether the one entering the trap was Kai or not, he would detonate it first. After all, his current energy value was steadily rising, and he would soon be able to conduct warp travel across star clusters. Detonate. After Fang Kai finished speaking, he saw a palm-sized spherical machine roll to his feet. Upon hitting Fang Kai's foot, the sphere extended its limbs, and electronic symbols representing a face lit up on its surface. Master, I have new information. Fang Kai frowned. This small robot was a collection he obtained from Blue Star, equipped with a photon core, one of the technological products of the Blue Star people. Its exterior was covered with a special metal shell, and the energy conversion beams of the star ring had not decomposed it, but rather absorbed it directly into the star ring. After being discovered by the spark, Fang Kai had kept it as his collection and modified the core program of this palm-sized robot, using it as his toy. However, Fang Kai had tossed it into the vast data he collected from Blue Star for classification and organization, hoping to find something useful. What information? Fang Kai looked down at the robot beside his foot, his face breaking into a smile. He was curious about what information his toy would provide. Master, I found information about a civilized star system in the core database of the galaxy civilization. Fang Kai's eyes lit up. He had been pondering where to continue collecting energy after mining this entire star system, and the spark's exploration had yielded no good news. So he had been worried about it. This little robot unexpectedly brought him good news. Tell me quickly, where is that civilization? In the U Mountain star system, 130,000 light-years away from the galaxy system, there exists an active civilization. A few hundred years ago, the two sides had a very brief communication through electromagnetic wave information. But due to a language barrier, this communication was unsuccessful. However, both sides have confirmed each other's existence. There used to be an astronomical observatory on Blue Star that was continuously monitoring the movements of the other civilization. The Blue Star people believe the other side is also observing them. Fang Kai was puzzled. Given the technology the Blue Star people had mastered, 130,000 light-years was not an unreachable distance. Why had there been no further communication between the two sides? Transmit the data through the tree neural network. Okay, Master. After a crisp prompt, the little robot reported, Master, it has been sent. Please check. Spark. Fang Kai called out. The Spark understood, Commander, the data has been received. And I'm starting the fast particle detector to monitor the target location. The quark detector is an extremely advanced device that can detect targets over a vast range by relying on a high-speed rotating quark beam. The Commander is comparing star maps in search of similar star regions. A similar star map has been detected, with a similarity of 97%, and the target has been locked. An unknown star region, named Yushan Galaxy for now, is a large spindle-shaped galaxy, wider in the center than at the ends, and features a rare binary star system. The Commander notes that this is a resource-rich galaxy. However, based on existing data, it is inferred that there exists a highly prosperous civilization, likely between levels 2 and 3. Upon hearing this, Fang Kai was astonished. Between level 2 and level 3? There is a framework standard in the database for classifying civilization levels. Primitive civilizations are those without faster-than-light engines. Level 1 civilizations have mastered faster-than-light engines and can utilize resources within an entire planetary system. Level 2 civilizations are those that have become a cosmic empire mastering multiple planetary systems and have begun exploring wormholes, using native wormholes for space travel. Level 3 civilizations have achieved this level by mastering more advanced stellar energy generation devices, allowing them to create wormholes and establish stable portals. With their territory radiating across entire galaxy clusters and possessing unique technological heritage, Level 4 civilizations have reached a highly advanced stage in their use of spatial technology, with cross-galaxy material transport being common, and jump engines developed to tear a ship-sized void in real space for short-range intergalactic jumps. Level 5 civilizations, like the one that created the Prometheus, utilize superluminal particles to actively create supernova explosions and have the ability to manufacture stars and black holes. Basic materials are no longer a limiting resource for civilization development, as mass energy conversion allows a significant portion of materials to be decomposed and rearranged. Civilizations have begun to utilize super-heavy elements. Above level 5, there are even higher existences, which have contacted cosmic dimensions and can conduct dimension travel and dimension strikes. This is a rough framework provided by civilization for the classification of civilization levels across the universe. Specific details will vary based on the unique characteristics of each civilization. The spindle-shaped galaxy before Fang Kai has given rise to a level 2 or even level 3 civilization, which is the highest level of civilization Fang Kai has encountered so far. Wuzhong, how much longer until mining is completed? Fang Kai asked eagerly. Whether it is a level 2 or level 3 civilization, their power is undoubtedly formidable, and the technology traded from the spider could come in handy. While Fang Kai was eagerly preparing in another star system's ruins, Kai was not having a good time. He regretted not following the advice given. At the moment the warp drive was activated, 6 black hole generators exploded simultaneously. An astonishing thermonuclear explosion occurred, dominating the energy flow with a thermonuclear reaction rate that swept everything away, accelerating the surrounding space-time distortion like a supernova explosion. During this brief explosion, free hydrogen, nitrogen, helium, and other elements instantly transformed into heavier elements, dulling the surrounding space. Kai's ship was stuck like it was in a quagmire, unable to move, as white particles were engulfed by these super-heavy elements, releasing even stronger energy. The warp drive failed, and regenerative armor was urgently activated. Note 1. With an expected energy loss of 15%. Chapter 72, Reconnaissance Team. Departing white light flickered as a slightly damaged triangular spaceship gradually solidified from the white glow. Kai looked at his remaining energy reserves, his expression darkening. The distance to the coordinates of the Prometheus purchased from the spider had increased. Commander, the ship is damaged by 3%, and the regenerative armor is under repair. Currently, the ship's energy reserves are at 8%. The intelligent report made Kai's cheeks twitch. He stared into the deep universe outside, speechless. At this moment, he deeply felt the terror of a cosmic journey. Previously, he had looked down on Xuelong, thinking he was embarrassing the commander, but considering his current situation, what difference was there between him and Xuelong? Perhaps he just had a bit more energy reserves? Readjust the navigation plan. We will first gather energy reserves and postpone the pursuit for a while. Kai ultimately decided to prioritize replenishing energy reserves. Without them, he could do nothing. Even if he caught up to the Prometheus now, what could he do? He didn't believe that the Prometheus could be swayed by mere words. If it could, he wouldn't need to pursue it. Understood, Commander. Adjusting the course, the quark detector is exploring the surrounding conditions. Kai began a new round of energy replenishment, while Fang Kai was doing the exact opposite. Through continuous feedback from the quark detector, he had acquired a wealth of information about the Yushan Galaxy's civilization. Commander, this is the currently organized information. Please click to view, planet briefing, Huozhong said. The Yushan Galaxy, tentative name, is a spindle-shaped binary star system. Just a trivial one among the hundreds of billions of planetary systems in the Hell Galaxy. In the central part of the Yushan Galaxy, 2 stars orbit each other, with 4 planets in the habitable zone between them. Traces of civilization have been found on these 4 planets, but it is currently impossible to determine which one is the home planet of the civilization. Observing this star system from Earth's advantageous position, the 2 orbiting stars create an eclipse every 30 days. One of the stars is similar in size to the Sun but has only 79 of its brightness. The other is only 1/3 the size of the Sun and has less than 10 of its brightness. Huozhong continued. The 4 planets orbiting these 2 stars are the inner water planet and swamp planet, while the outer ones are the red soil planet and rocky planet. The inner water planet and swamp planet take 313 days and 319 days, respectively, to complete an orbit around the stars. The outer red soil planet and rocky planet take 399 days and 397 days, respectively. Due to the great distance, this is all the information Huazhong could gather. More detailed information can only be obtained by getting closer. The entire Yushan galaxy is just one of the hundreds of billions of star systems in the Hell galaxy. And the Star River planetary system, where Fang Kai is currently located, is also included in the Hell galaxy. Fang Kai continued to read. The briefing also mentioned that the other party's colonial area has covered the entire Yushan galaxy and expanded to 13 surrounding planetary systems. Fang Kai's eyes lit up. Such a vast star system map indicates that this civilization's strength is undoubtedly formidable, and the energy available for him to exploit is absolutely abundant. Thinking of this, Fang Kai became somewhat impatient and slightly increased the dismantling speed of the planets, while also starting to construct warships. With the experience from the previous two encounters, Fang Kai was now more confident in assessing the strength of both sides. Huazhong, establish outposts and dockyards. We may need a fleet this time. Fang Kai's mood was exhilarated. The previous war with the Dagar civilization was just a minor skirmish. This time was different. A civilization that controls 13 planetary systems is undoubtedly far beyond the Dagar civilization. An exhilarating cosmic war awaits him. Understood, Commander. I will execute the order immediately. Huazhong remained calm and composed. As an artificial intelligence, its goal is to continually replenish energy reserves, restore the various modules of the Prometheus, and then continue the journey until breaking through dimensions. By the way, send the Umbrella team to scout first. I need more detailed intelligence. As soon as Fang Kai finished speaking, Shenlong jumped out from the side. Commander. Shenlong has been waiting for a long time. The Umbrella team will set off immediately. In the moment when Fang Kai was lost in thought, the enhanced Umbrella team flew out of the ship. With waves of distorted space rippling, a wormhole was opened, and the Umbrella team rushed straight in to execute Fang Kai's orders. Seeing this, Fang Kai could only marvel at Deep Blue's keen sense of war. As soon as he had a slight intention, she immediately jumped out. Deep Blue, you are responsible for calculating the combat power reserves. Once the Umbrella team transmits the information back, you will analyze how many warships we need to prepare. Since Deep Blue had already jumped out, it was natural for Fang Kai to assign her a task. Understood. Commander, Deep Blue will complete the task perfectly. Fang Kai responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Sending Deep Blue away, he then bent down to pick up the small robot beside his foot. Looking at the little robot that rolled in his palm, Fang Kai smiled slightly. Little guy, continue to find the information I'm interested in. After patting its round little head, Fang Kai tossed it onto the ground. The little guy rolled on the ground and quickly darted out, saying, Understood, Master, I will keep searching. In the Yuanshan star system, in a debris field surrounding the main star system, a large amount of dust and ice floated. There was no interference from ionization, and the radiation intensity was within standard values. This was a place of no value, so no sentries were deployed. With a strong distortion of space, several deep wormholes suddenly appeared, followed by several spacecraft quickly emerging from the wormholes. This is Umbrella. We have arrived at the target star system. Activate magnetic skin cloaking devices and enter reconnaissance mode. We will individually scan the 4 planets. The enhanced Umbrella team had added independent small-scale combat capabilities. Deep Blue received. Umbrella will begin autonomous commands. Do not raise any alarms. The commander needs detailed intelligence. Umbrella understood and immediately began executing the mission. The Umbrella team quickly split into 4 waves, flying towards the 4 planets in stealth mode. Although according to the judgment of the Spark, the ruler of this planetary system might be a level 3 civilization, the technology of the Umbrella team was much more advanced. Whether breaking through their space defense perimeter or collecting large amounts of data in the atmosphere, the Umbrella team ensured they were not detected by the other side. Under the continuous exploration of the Umbrella team, information about this civilization began to gradually become detailed and comprehensive. Fang Kai watched the information transmitted back by the Umbrella team, and his expression gradually changed. This was a breeding civilization, primarily focused on raising cosmic creatures, but the methods of raising them sent chills down Fang Kai's spine. Chapter 73, Scran Civilization, Scran Main Star, Scran, Ocean Planet, Aquatic Planet, Claim, Noble Ruling Civilization, Slavery, Dictatorship, Racial Characteristics, Biological Control, Marine Life Military Strength. Primary Energy Weapons, Kinetic Weapons, Energy Shields, Mass Accelerators. Empire Overview. Scrand is an aquatic species that is not much different from humans externally, but their internal brain structure is different. possessing a built-in aquatic biological structure that ensures their survival in the ocean. Their feet are flat, making them more suited for life in water. The Scran people, skilled in biological control, have a strong desire for control, and the existence of slaves has persisted to this day. In the process of exploring the universe, the civilization discovered creatures in the cosmos, capturing and raising them. However, only the noble class of Scran civilization is qualified to raise cosmic creatures, and they take pleasure in having these creatures fight each other. To this end, the Scran nobles have specially established arenas in the universe. Newly discovered cosmic creatures have gained the favor of the Scran nobles, and they seek suitable wormholes in the universe to raise these creatures, feeding them within the wormholes. At fixed times, the nobles send several slave ships to have the slaves pilot single-person spacecraft into the wormholes to combat the cosmic creatures, deriving pleasure from the confrontation. Before the arenas are opened, the nobles use this method to satisfy their peculiar hobbies. Some nobles even broadcast the confrontations live to the civilization, allowing everyone to become spectators. They believe that such broadcasts not only bring them benefits but also effectively undermine the will of those who resist. However, things often turn out to be the opposite. Upon realizing they would face such a fate, some slaves with a spirit of resistance immediately organized a rebellion. They gained the support of the emerging nobles, who were already dissatisfied with the established class, as various industries were controlled by the old nobles, leading to their discontent. Thus, they needed an opportunity to break this cycle. The slaves' rebellion revealed this opportunity to them. They secretly contacted the leaders of the rebellious slaves and openly began to resist the old noble class. Guiding the slaves to break free from oppression, raise their flags, unite as an alliance, and form a new emerging force. As a result, a war lasting hundreds of years broke out between the old nobles of the Scran civilization and the Alliance. This is an advanced and developed civilization, yet it is also one filled with oppression and suffering. The struggle between the two forces leaves those who hope for peace in great distress. However, the information collected by Fang Kai did not reflect this. The old nobles of Scran had long arranged everything. As the high-level rulers of the Scran Empire, they had been wary of the emerging noble forces' dissatisfaction. Although the slaves' rebellion surprised them, they did not remain passive, having already placed undercover agents within the alliance. Similarly, the emerging nobles had bribed many mid-level individuals dissatisfied with the exploitation and oppression of the old nobles, mingling among both the old and emerging nobles, playing both sides for their own benefit. After reading the basic planetary briefings, Fang Kai felt as if he were watching an alien version of the American Civil War in this contradictory civilization. At this moment, Fang Kai wondered, if he rashly joined in, would it lead both sides to target him? Then he chuckled, thinking, too much to worry about. I am an alien invader. No matter how they fight, it is an internal issue. Once it involves external disputes, they will inevitably unite to face the common enemy. Spark, do we have a star map of the Scran civilization? Since he was preparing to invade and eliminate the other side, Fang Kai also needed to study the territory of the civilization. 13 planetary systems are not a small territory. Star map, Commander. Here is the star map. The internal war of the Scran civilization has entered a heated stage. The old nobles control 8 planetary systems, while the Alliance controls 5 planetary systems. This is the boundary of their power. The spark marked the power division area on the star map. Through the star map, Fang Kai could clearly see that among the 5 planetary systems controlled by the Alliance, 4 were clustered together on the far left of the star map, while the last one was on the far right end of the Scran civilization star map. This situation surprised Fang Kai. Why had this isolated planetary system not been occupied by the old nobles? At this moment, Deep Blue jumped out to explain. Commander, that is the Valaka planetary system, a famous military fortress of the Scran civilization, which has always been controlled by the emerging nobles. After the formation of the Alliance, Valaka fell into their hands because of its strong military power, making the old nobles reluctant to act rashly. They fear being attacked from both sides. Fang Kai realized. No wonder this isolated planetary system could still be controlled by the Alliance. For the old nobles of the Scran civilization, being attacked from both sides is quite uncomfortable. However, they cannot use force to retake the Valaka planetary system, so they have been planning to use other means to regain their military fortress. According to the information collected by the Umbrella team, it seems that the old nobles have found a method. Scran civilization. The Sklan star system, Ueshan star system. The star system where civilization resides, the home planet is generally named after the civilization. The Ueshan star system is the name for the galaxy civilization. named because the spindle-shaped Yueshan star system resembles a mountain on the blue planet. Skland, a water planet, has only a few islands, with 90% of its surface covered by ocean. Their cities are also built in the ocean. At this moment, 5 members of the Co-Governance Committee are gathered in a splendid room. The Co-Governance Committee is the highest ruling council of Skland, composed of 5 long-established noble rulers. Due to slight differences in the internal structure of their brains, Sklanders have heavier and more prominent occipital regions compared to humans. The 5 noble rulers are not young. The youngest, Faisi, is already 67 years old. He coldly asks, "How is the situation in Biluka? We must reclaim the Viroka star system. Our fleet on the front line cannot continue to waste resources. The losses are too great." Stun replies, "Things are going smoothly. The Biluka star system is now the main supply source for the Viroka star system. The Viroka star system cannot rely on the supplies from the 4 southern star systems indefinitely. The wormhole routes they discovered have all been blocked by us." Stun feels a bit proud, as blocking the wormholes discovered by the Allied forces is one of his most successful achievements in recent years. Stun. This is not the time to be proud. Biluka's attitude has always been ambiguous. They claim to maintain neutrality, but in my view, they have been secretly supporting those despicable scum. The robust Sherman slams his fist heavily on the table in dissatisfaction, advocating for military conquest. He believes that the Biluka star system should be reclaimed. Some things cannot be solved just by talking. Biluka has a formidable fleet, and their elite Black Hawks are renowned for their combat power. We cannot afford to create more enemies. Stun frowns and retorts sarcastically. Faisi's expression darkens. Let's put Biluka aside for now. As long as we reclaim the Viroka star system, the Biluka star system will pose no threat. Faisi intervenes to stop the argument that could escalate between the two, then glances at the other 2 silent members and continues, "Since things are going smoothly, let's get started. I don't want to waste any more time with those despicable scum. My patience is limited." When the slaves rebelled, they only thought of rooting out more traitors. But the outcome was unexpected. The emergence of new nobles dragged this war on for over 100 years. This time, Faisi decides to eliminate these misguided people and forces in one fell swoop. Chapter 74. Between Nobles Biluka star system. The habitable zone of the planetary system contains a celestial body with a light green atmosphere, Biluka star. The star governor, Myrome, is in his prime. But in recent years he has been troubled. Since the emergence of the Allied forces, his life has been difficult. As the star governor, Myrome has maintained the long-standing neutrality of the Biluka star system, both administratively and militarily. The Skland Empire has 13 planetary systems. And although these systems are unified under the Empire's management, each has autonomous management rights. They can even veto unreasonable policies from Skland and establish their own laws and management plans. Originally, this relationship was relatively good for the Empire, as managing 13 planetary systems is a burden. Even within the same planet, nobles and provinces far from the administrative center often find ways to evade taxes, let alone across star seas between planetary systems. Being able to maintain control is already quite good if they do not want to lose the most important tax income. They must share some rights to allow local governance, which can increase their tax revenues. Therefore, after discussions, the old nobles began to implement a local planetary management system, appointing star governors for each planetary system. As long as the star governors do not cause problems, the Skland Empire will not encounter issues. The position of star governors has always been held by the old noble co-governance committee, passed down through generations. Since they belong to the co-governance committee, the entire interest system is consistent, and there has never been any adverse feedback. However, although the ideas of the co-governance committee are good, they unfortunately forgot that time can often change many things. Even within the co-governance committee, there is no absolute unity. Among the 13 planetary systems, there are both good and bad, and coupled with their distance from the power center, the old nobles who have been in theft have varied living conditions. But regardless of good or bad, those in theft old nobles have not lived as well as those still in the Skland star system. What frustrates these in theft old nobles the most is that their power has gradually diminished over time. They ultimately realize that their families have become the outsiders in the eyes of the old nobles in Skland. This contrast has allowed seeds of discontent to quietly take root. They were once equals, but now they have been looked down upon and scorned. Gradually, contradictions arose between the 13 planetary systems, and the in-theft old nobles began to enact their own laws and administrative decrees in their respective planetary systems. By the time the members of the co-governance committee in the Skland star system noticed this, The relationships between the 13 planetary systems had long since changed from their original state. Initially, Skland even organized expeditionary forces, but unfortunately, these infect nobles were not easy targets. They had their own resistance forces. After a great battle, both sides tacitly acknowledged this. And the co-governance committee on the main star of Skland realized that they could not do anything about these infect old nobles. So they decided to relinquish power. As long as they could pay taxes on time and acknowledge Skland's dominant rule, other matters would be trivial. The Biluka star system is one of them. However, as one of the wealthy planetary systems, it has maintained its neutrality from the beginning. Because of this, Biluka feels somewhat caught in the middle. Although several surrounding planetary systems purchase living resources from Biluka, the relationships are not very harmonious. Myrone has now received news that Skland has made a decision. They need to give a definitive statement and cut off commercial ties with Viroka. Your Excellency, the Star Governor. Skland believes that your continued commercial dealings with Viroka give them reason to suspect you are colluding with the Viroka allied forces, which could lead to direct military action against us. A young Sklander stands beside Myrone. He is Myrone's deputy and one of his advisors, Kazan. Myrone furrows his brow and muses, "What do you think we should do?" While we have maintained neutrality, this attitude has also caused dissatisfaction among many. I don't believe that cutting off commercial ties with Viroka will satisfy Skland. Kazan's expression is serious as he looks directly at Myrone and says, "Your Excellency. Under necessary circumstances, we also need to demonstrate our military strength. We have not showcased our military capabilities to the outside world for too long, allowing all star governors to think that our Biluka star system is a soft target. This is also why Skland dares to pressure them so aggressively." Kazan's gaze is intense. He is Myrone's deputy, but also one of the earliest families to accompany Myrone's Daglan family to the Biluka star system. The North Loka planetary system is the only system that prohibits nobles from raising cosmic creatures. Although there are slaves here, they do not have to worry about being forcibly sent to feed cosmic creatures at any time. Therefore, after the establishment of the Allied forces, this area has remained stable and has not been significantly affected. Upon hearing this, Myrone squinted his eyes and pondered for a while, then, under Kazan's expectant gaze, "Agreed. What you said makes sense. It's time to show our strength so that Skland can understand that we, the North Loka system, are not weak and easily bullied. If we want to maintain neutrality, we also need to have the strength to do so." With a wave of his hand, Myrone ordered, "Command the Bixing Legion to prepare for battle. It's time to demonstrate our power. The gamma rays we developed can't just sit idle. Let's let Skland's fleet experience them this time." After making the decision, Myrone's entire demeanor became imposing, especially when he mentioned the gamma rays. His confidence was almost overflowing. Kazan was equally excited. The gamma rays were a super weapon secretly developed by the North Loka system, and their destructive power was the nemesis of biological entities. "Yes, Star Supervisor, I will make Skland understand our strength." Kazan responded and then quickly turned to leave. Watching Kazan's excited figure, Myrone's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he sighed, "I hope you can make the right choice." Myrone understood his deputy very well. He was capable, ambitious, and unwilling to settle for the status quo. The rise of new nobles had given those middle and small nobles a glimpse of hope for promotion, awakening their hidden ambitions. Myrone was also aware of the undercurrents flowing beneath the calm surface of the North Loka system. He approached the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, 20 meters high, and looked outside at the bright sky, murmuring, "Peace is about to be lost." Chapter 75. The value of civilization. Myrone and Kazan were unaware that every move they made was being observed by a tiny bee. Fang Kai was somewhat expectant when he received this news. The more chaotic the Skland civilization empire became, the more advantageous it was for him. At least, when he arrived. The chaotic Skland empire would save him a lot of time. "Commander, our quantum energy transmission has been interrupted." Just as Fang Kai was secretly pleased, the spark suddenly reminded him. Fang Kai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Quantum energy transmission? Then, he suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a matter. The exploitation of the Dagar civilization was not through violent dismantling but a gradual process. Due to unknown reasons, the quantum energy transmission channel had been damaged. And the expected energy yield, originally projected at 13%, had now only yielded 7%, resulting in a 6% loss of energy. Fang Kai fell silent for a moment. It seemed that this method still had quite a few issues. No wonder he hadn't seen those commanders using it. Shaking his head, Fang Kai noted this down. It was a lesson learned, and next time, he would have to dismantle planets decisively. As for this method of acquiring energy value, it might be used for other special situations. Fang Kai could only make such a judgment for now. Since it's interrupted, let us quickly build a fleet and conquer the Sklan civilization. Fang Kai was very proactive about this matter, not to mention what the Sklan civilization was like. According to Spark's assessment, this civilization had no remarkable technology. The civilization's technology was mediocre, lacking any distinctive features. It had developed to this point mainly due to the favorable environmental conditions surrounding it. After all, Fang Kai was seeing a planetary system with 4 habitable planets for the first time. Theoretically, 4 habitable planets should give rise to 4 different civilized species. Of course, it was also possible that the life forms on the other planets lacked intelligence, which was hard to judge. However, Fang Kai's assessment of a civilization and his attitude towards it were based solely on one point: whether it had inherent value. For example, the Dogger civilization S-tree neural network was obviously a valuable technology. Although this civilization was not as powerful as the current Sklan civilization, Fang Kai chose to give them a civilizational ladder, providing them with an opportunity for further growth. As for whether they could seize that opportunity, that was no longer Fang Kai's concern. In Fang Kai's eyes, the Sklan civilization held no value whatsoever. Perhaps he could capture one of the cosmic creatures they raised and keep it in the ship's storage room as a collectible. Fragmented thoughts flashed through Fang Kai's mind. And he said, "Spark, let the Umbrella Squad execute a new plan. We need to stir up chaos in the Sklan civilization." Upon hearing that something was about to happen, Deep Blue immediately jumped out and, without waiting for Spark to respond, asked, "Commander, where should we make our move?" Fang Kai replied, "Between the North Locus system and Skland. Once they start fighting, the Allied forces will definitely not stand by and watch. Whether they come to help rally North Loka or sit back and reap the benefits, it will be advantageous for them. Once the Allied forces move, then Skland will definitely suspect that there is something going on between North Loka and the Allied forces, and the war will spread directly." Fang Kai spoke confidently, although he wasn't very familiar with the relationships among the 13 star systems of the Skland Empire. From the current intelligence analysis, they were not united, each having their own calculations. For Fang Kai, as long as they were not united, he only needed to slightly provoke them during this sensitive period before the war broke out, and the scene would be set. "Understood, Commander. Leave this task to me. I will complete it perfectly." Deep Blue readily agreed. Skland Empire. The Skland fleet needed to pass through the nearby Skart system to reach the North Locus system and then use the coordinates of the Skart system's wormhole to arrive near the North Locus system. This was a stable wormhole route, known to Skland and other star systems. Naturally, North Loka was also well aware of this. The Skland fleet faced many issues in safely reaching the North Locus system along this route, especially their concern that North Loka would organize a fleet to ambush near the wormhole exit. Although they were not worried about their fleet being annihilated by North Loka's fleet, there would definitely be necessary losses. They had already received news that North Loka had begun preparations for battle, mobilizing the Bixing Legion. In the Co-Governance Council, Facey's face was dark as he suppressed his anger and said, "The Daeglan family is a bunch of ungrateful wolves. We were the ones who handed that rich star system to them. Now they won't even heed our commands. Let us go for it. The strength of North Loka's fleet is not strong. We will send a frontline fleet to attract their main fleet, and then let the Dawn troops launch a surprise attack through the dark wormhole from behind, directly taking out the Daeglan family and reclaiming North Loka's rights." Stun sneered. "The wealth of North Loka is evident. It can guarantee the supply of living materials for several surrounding star systems. If we can eat such a big piece of meat, our family's strength will advance even further." Sherman echoed, "Stun is right. Reclaiming the North Loka system will also show the surrounding people the consequences of resisting Skland." The agreement of these two made Facey's expression shift slightly. Just as he was about to give the order, a gentle voice, like a spring breeze, interrupted him. "Have you considered the reaction of the Loka system?" Facey frowned at the voice. "Saras, are you saying that Loka won't let North Loka go unchecked?" Facey's gaze turned to the handsome young man directly opposite him. Saras smiled slightly. "North Loka and Loka have always had a mutually supportive alliance. And the Daeglan family and the Watson family originated from the same ancestor. Their relationship is quite special. The relationships among nobles have always been very complex, especially among families with blood relations." Facey's expression grew even darker as he asked in a deep voice, "So what do you mean?" Salas's gaze flickered, sharp as a blade, and he smiled. "Why not destroy them together? It would better showcase the strength of the Skran system and also intimidate the surroundings." Upon hearing this, Facey gave Salas a deep look and finally nodded. "All right, We will wipe out the Locust system and the Northern Locust system in one go. The Locust system can serve as our beachhead for the attack on the Varroka system. Under Facey's command, the entire Scran system began to mobilize, with thousands of warships forming a torrent of steel, heading straight for the Northern Locust system. Of course, this was just the surface operation. Behind the scenes, they also dispatched 2 special fleets through 2 dark wormholes to the Northern Locust system and the Locust system. Shortly after these 2 secret fleets set off, an invisible spaceship quietly followed behind. Dark wormholes are extremely unstable channels. To pass through such a wormhole stabilizer is essential. Since they were planning something, Deep Blue felt it was more appropriate to start from here. Chapter 76. Destroy the wormhole stabilizer. This is a small dark wormhole, where the Meissner wave conditions can produce violent fluctuations at any time. The energy released from these fluctuations can cause the entire wormhole tunnel to collapse, with negative energy increasing sharply, and everything inside the tunnel being compressed into a thin pancake. Once the tunnel is filled with negative energy, external gravitational forces will rush back into the tunnel, as if a vortex wall had broken and external seawater flooded in. This powerful gravitational force would stretch everything inside into a thin line. To prevent accidents, the entrance and exit of this dark wormhole are equipped with wormhole stabilizers. Outside this wormhole, there are 3 instruments arranged in a stable triangular structure. The instruments are cylindrical, wider on the sides and narrower in the middle, emitting a faint purple glow. Dark purple energy beams radiate from the central openings of the instruments onto the wormhole, forming a crisscrossing net of purple beams that sticks to the black hole, preventing any ships from entering or exiting. Moreover, the purple beam net emitted by the wormhole generator not only blocks the wormhole's entrances and exits, but also regulates the Meissner wave, stabilizing the conditions inside the wormhole. Even so, a probe is always sent in advance to detect the internal environment before entering the wormhole. Since this dark wormhole has not been publicly disclosed, Scran has only established a simple outpost here to protect the wormhole stabilizer. Here at the control tower, they have checked the internal conditions of the wormhole, finding the Meissner wave stable with no fluctuations and the negative energy value at 7. The wormhole is stable and ready to set off at any moment. This is Phantom, ready to depart. Received. Ghost is preparing to enter the wormhole, and no anomalies have been detected in the surroundings. The wormhole stabilizer is still functioning. With the responses from the 2 special forces, the stationed officer at the outpost nodded to his soldiers, signaling them to let them pass. Disabling the beam net. Phantom and Ghost, please prepare to enter. As the voice from the control tower echoed, the beam net gradually disappeared, revealing the entire wormhole to the 2 special forces. With the obstruction of the beam net removed, the Phantom and Ghost fleets immediately flew towards the deep wormhole. They understood well that this unstable dark wormhole is very precarious. While it may currently be stable, changes could happen at any moment. If they delayed even a moment before entering, a sudden change inside the wormhole could very likely lead to their deaths. Once they entered the wormhole, they were racing against time, with no room for delay. After they entered the wormhole, the beam net reblocked the entrance, but the light emitted by the wormhole stabilizer became even brighter. The stabilizer was operating at full capacity. The personnel in the outpost were also closely monitoring the changes in the wormhole's values. Although the Phantom and Ghost only needed to fly inside the wormhole for about 5 minutes, those 5 minutes could not be taken lightly. The Meissner wave conditions remained stable, but the negative energy value increased to 9 after the Phantom and Ghost fleets entered, not yet reaching the critical value. Commander, this journey should go smoothly. The stationed officer at the outpost, Capono, was a retired officer from the front lines. However, after retirement, he did not return to a normal life but came to this remote, little-known outpost to start a new job. It wasn't that he wanted to do this job, but after retiring, he had no skills and truly didn't know what work he could do to support his family. Ultimately, he had no choice but to take a job in such a remote place where he couldn't casually communicate with the outside world. Poverty forced him into this job. Another reason was that the pay for this job was indeed high. Continue to monitor and detect changes in negative energy fluctuations. 9 is already a high value and could jump to the critical value of 15 at any moment. We cannot be careless. Capono instructed cautiously. The changes in negative energy inside the black hole are very rapid. It could be 1 moment and jump to 20 the next. Yes, Commander. As the personnel in the outpost focused on the changes inside the wormhole, the reconnaissance spaceship hiding in the shadows slowly revealed its dark hull. After observing the 2 fleets enter the wormhole, the outer armor of the reconnaissance spaceship suddenly lit up with a blue light. The light, initially vague, quickly became clear. However, this layer of light covered the entire spaceship, causing the reconnaissance ship's shape to instantly transform into another appearance. This was a light camouflage, allowing warships or spaceships to disguise themselves as another shape to deceive the enemy's eyes. However, this time, the camouflaged shape was that of a small spaceship collected from Northern Loka. After disguising itself, the reconnaissance ship no longer concealed its energy source. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm suddenly rang out, causing everyone's heart in the outpost to skip a beat. A soldier responsible for radar signals shouted loudly, "Commander, an unknown spaceship has been detected 1,000 kilometers away. The image has been transmitted back." Capono's expression darkened immediately, his demeanor turning colder as he looked at the transmitted image and said coldly, "It's a ship from Northern Loka. How could they be here?" Capono frowned, although he still didn't know what had happened between Scrand and Northern Loka. The sudden appearance of a ship from Northern Loka near the dark wormhole meant he could not let the ship escape. Just as he was about to give the order, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Commander, the enemy's energy is rising. They are preparing to launch energy weapons. Most likely a laser cannon, targeting us?" No locking signal detected. The soldier shouted again, "Commander, their target is the wormhole stabilizer. Commander, they are preparing to destroy the wormhole stabilizer." The sudden appearance of the Northern Loka ship had already given Capono a bad premonition, but he never expected them to attack without saying a word. "Immediately activate the energy barrier and send a station team to eliminate the enemy." Capono commanded calmly without panicking. "Immediately contact the Scrand Military Command." At 4 o'clock. The dark wormhole is under attack by an unknown ship. Based on current intelligence, it may be a ship from Northern Loka, or it may be a deliberate trap set by another force. Capono did not directly attribute the attackers to Northern Loka. As a mid-level officer, he would not casually label others without confirming the actual situation, because he knew very well that once he determined it was a ship from Northern Loka, it could very likely lead to war between the two systems. "Yes, Commander." Deep Blue wouldn't care how the Scrandians would respond to her sudden attack. Her only goal at that moment was to destroy the wormhole stabilizer in her disguised form, directly annihilating the two fleets still inside the wormhole. Moreover, what the Scrandians considered a laser cannon was not a laser cannon at all. It was a small particle light spear comparable to a frigate's main gun, a super weapon capable of directly penetrating a planet. Chapter 77, Achievement Boom. The crimson beam, under the astonished gaze of the Scrandians, effortlessly pierced through their energy shield and then reduced a wormhole stabilizer to dust. The standard triangular structure was immediately dismantled, leaving only the other two stabilizers still operational. How was this possible? Capono's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Their energy shield had been destroyed so easily by the enemy, without even a warning of reduced energy levels. The power of the opponent's weapon far exceeded the total energy value of their energy shield. "Commander, the wormhole stabilizer has been destroyed. The mishap wave is fluctuating, and negative energy is rising." Capono snapped back to reality, his face looking very grim. How long until the two fleets in the wormhole can traverse the tunnel? 3 minutes. The communications soldier's face turned pale. The sudden attack left him momentarily at a loss. What is the current negative energy value? 10. It's still rising, currently reaching 11. Negative energy is still increasing. We must inform them to turn back. This is our only hope of survival. The communications soldier was tense, fully aware of the calamity that increasing negative energy would bring to the two fleets still in the wormhole tunnel. Immediately notify them to return. Capono couldn't afford to delay. He ordered directly, activate the backup stabilizer and launch an attack on that unknown ship, regardless of life or death. Understood. Deploying the backup wormhole stabilizer now. Reconnection will take about a minute. As long as the mishap wave in the wormhole tunnel doesn't fluctuate too rapidly within that minute, they still have a chance to escape. To be on the safe side, this outpost was equipped with 5 backup stabilizers for emergencies. After one was destroyed by the enemy, Capono immediately activated the backup stabilizer. At the same time, a combat team consisting of 6 single-pilot ships quickly rushed toward the Umbrella fighter controlled by Deep Blue. The captain of the single-pilot ships looked coldly at the target, showing no fear or excitement. "All units, target locked, prepare to attack." Repeat. Prepare to attack. Target distance, 50. Spread out the wingmen. The captain's cold voice echoed in the team's communication channel as 6 single-pilot ships swiftly deployed 4 small 5-member wingmen from both flanks. Intelligent development is a process that nearly every civilization inevitably undergoes, and drones are essential auxiliary combat units for combat teams. After all, drones are considered expendable. Losing some won't be too painful. With the addition of 20 drones mixed in, the team suddenly grew much larger. All team members, pay attention. The enemy has very advanced weapons. We've just received orders to disregard life or death. Once in attack range, launch missiles immediately. The captain's voice was crisp and decisive. Each command was clear, instantly letting the team members know what they had to do next. Captain, we've entered attack range, launching missiles. The missiles were a new type of kinetic weapon developed by the Scrandians, relying on the kinetic energy generated by solid projectiles moving at high speeds to cause direct destruction to targets. This was specifically designed by the Scrandians for the energy shield-saturated space warfare environment. In space, due to the vacuum, there is no air resistance. Weapons do not experience speed decay during movement, allowing them to unleash their tremendous kinetic destructive power in the most stable manner. Moreover, energy shields have very weak defenses against solid projectiles, and missiles can generally take out an energy shield in one hit, even penetrating enemy warships. Launch. Saturation attack. Simultaneously let the drones assist in interference. The entire combat team was confident. Their single-pilot ships were the Empire's latest top-of-the-line products, equipped with not only powerful next-generation laser cannons, but also kinetic weapons specifically designed to target large warship energy shields. In an instant, dozens of red laser beams shot toward the Umbrella fighter, while several kinetic missiles mixed with the laser beams locked onto the target. Deep Blue, not wanting to be as sadistic as Fang Kai, did not choose to let the Umbrella fighter remain stationary to absorb the attack. Instead, she deftly maneuvered the Umbrella fighter to evade the enemy's attacks while firing the particle light spear again. The red beam flashed by almost imperceptibly, making it hard to judge with the naked eye whether an attack had occurred. However, the 6-member team instantly lost one member. Captain, contact with Unit 5 has been lost. He was hit. The enemy's attack is too fast. Boom. 1 down. Boom. 2 down. Boom. 3 down. In less than a second, 3 fighters lost contact, and the drones they deployed were destroyed at the same time. Captain, the enemy's attack is too fierce. We can't even predict how to evade. The intelligence system couldn't determine the direction and intensity of the enemy's attacks, and we received no warning alerts at all. The captain's cold expression finally changed slightly as he coldly said, "Damn it. Where's our intel? Can the tower provide support? The systems and the fighters can't detect the enemy's energy activation at all. This is the tower. We also cannot detect the enemy's attack energy feedback. Damn it." The captain cursed directly. "I don't care what method you use. You better give me a solution. If we can't determine how the enemy is attacking, we're just waiting for a death sentence." As soon as the captain finished speaking, he suddenly felt the ship beneath him shake violently, followed by a searing heat that instantly engulfed his entire body. He didn't even finish his sentence before losing consciousness. What he didn't know was that while he was in contact with the tower at the outpost, he had already become the target locked by Deep Blue. As soon as he spoke his last sentence, Deep Blue directly turned him into a part of cosmic dust. Captain, at the outpost. Capono stared intently at the radar displaying the enemy. Had Biloka already mastered such powerful weapons? What was the deal with this unscientific weaponry? Capono's mind was a bit muddled. Biloka was just a very ordinary resource output star system. How could it possibly possess such powerful ships and weapons? Capono couldn't make sense of it for a moment. Soon, the entire team was annihilated, and Deep Blue showed no hesitation in destroying the other 2 wormhole stabilizers as well. As the wormhole stabilizers were shattered, the entrance to the dark wormhole experienced intense wave fluctuations. Commander, the mishap wave inside the wormhole is starting to fluctuate violently. Negative energy has exceeded the critical value, reaching 31. As soon as the communications soldier finished speaking, the entire outpost fell into an eerie silence. They all understood what a negative energy value of 31 represented. It meant that the wormhole was almost filled with negative energy. Everything inside was being compressed by the negative energy, then twisted into a fine line by the ensuing powerful gravitational field. After Deep Blue destroyed the wormhole stabilizers, she left directly. She still needed the Scrandians in the outpost to relay the news back. Therefore, after achieving her goal, she controlled the Umbrella fighter to turn around and leave. After the enemy departed, Capono finally snapped back to reality. He hurriedly reported the entire incident, waiting for instructions from above. Capono's emotions were somewhat complicated. War, it seemed, was inevitable. Chapter 78, Provocation Boom. Faye slammed his palm heavily on the table, which held a metallic thread about 10 meters long, coiled into a ball. Faye's lips twitched violently. He certainly knew what the metallic wire before him was. This was the wreckage left behind when the two special operations units, Ghost and Phantom, were annihilated while traversing the wormhole. He had seen Capone's report about the unknown enemy suddenly appearing and attacking the wormhole stabilizer. The enemy's weapons were incredibly powerful. They were completely unable to stop them. The energy shields were easily pierced by the enemy, leading to the destruction of the wormhole stabilizer. Without the stabilizer, the negative energy inside the wormhole exceeded the critical value, directly crushing the two units into a metallic wire within the tunnel. Now, this metallic wire was placed right on his desk. Capone had even specifically sent a probe to search for the wreckage left by the two units in the wormhole tunnel. Fei Ci's expression darkened. He felt that Capone had a problem with his head. What was the point of sending this metallic wire back? Was it meant to provoke him? Anger surged from the depths of Fei Ci's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. The event had already occurred, and the evidence was right in front of him. Anger would not solve the problem. Although he wished he could slap Capone to death, what troubled him more was another issue. From Capone's report, Fei Ci not only learned that the enemy's ship design was very similar to that of Biloca's ships, but also that there were moles within the Co-Governance Council. The order for the ambush was given during a meeting of the council, attended by only 5 people. Outsiders could not possibly know the content of their discussions. Yet the enemy had managed to appear so fortuitously and seize the opportunity to attack just after the Ghost and Phantom units entered the wormhole. The level of detail in the intelligence and the timing of the attack were so precise that it was impossible to achieve without a meticulous layout plan. Moreover, the enemy had specifically avoided a direct encounter with these two special operations units, indicating that there might be hidden agents within both units. Ironically, this hidden agent had no idea that they were just a pawn that could be discarded at any moment. Fei Ci's gaze flickered as he recalled the performances of the other 4 attendees at that day's meeting. The enormous energy displayed by the enemy during this ambush had to come from one of the 4, but without clear evidence, Fei Ci dared not act rashly. After a moment of silent contemplation, Fei Ci called for his assistant. He already had a new action plan in mind. In the Biloca star system, distorted spatial fluctuations appeared as a small wormhole stretched open the space, and 2 umbrella fighters emerged from within, entering this planetary system. Since they were going to stir things up, they certainly couldn't target just one side. Both sides had to start their operations simultaneously to truly be called stirring up trouble. The umbrella fighters soon arrived near a space fortress in the Biloca star system, which served as a military base in the frontline position for defense forces. Inside the space fortress, Kazan grinned as he looked at the troops of the Blue Star Legion, ready for action. This unit was originally a private army of the Doglin family, and after the Doglin family was assigned to the Biloca star system, this unit followed along. However, upon arriving in the Biloca star system, the Blue Star Legion transformed from a private army into a space legion. The commander of the Blue Star Legion was an extremely tall and robust Sclander, standing 2.5 meters tall, making him look like a small mountain. He coldly regarded Kazan, who was making a fuss in front of him, and after a moment of lip movement, turned his head away, choosing not to look at him. Although he was very dissatisfied with Kazan's arrogant demeanor, he was not foolish. As an assistant to Myrone, he knew he should avoid offending him as much as possible. Yet sometimes, the more one wishes to avoid certain events, the more likely they are to unfold in an undesirable direction. Randall, get the soldiers ready ASAP. I have a feeling that the nobles on Sclander are definitely gathering their forces to use violence against us. Kazan's voice was loud, as if afraid that his voice might be too small for the giant beside him to hear. Randall felt a buzzing in his ears, as if 1,000 bugs were flying around inside. He shot Kazan a cold glare and replied indifferently. The Blue Star Legion has already deployed a large fleet at the 3 visible wormhole exits. As soon as the Sclander forces appear, we will give them an unforgettable lesson. Kazan's expression stiffened. That was not the response he wanted to hear. He was hoping for something like, I understand, but he also knew Randall's status and power, as well as his standing in Myrone's eyes. Kazan quickly retracted his expression. As a master of emotional management, he was best at reading faces and controlling his expressions. Facing the giant like Randall, he forced a smile and complimented. You truly are the commander of the Blue Star Legion. It seems you were already prepared. But Commander Randall, you haven't forgotten about the existence of the dark wormhole, have you? Randall ignored Kazan entirely, turning away as a low voice emerged. The known dark wormholes have already had defensive lines set up, but I won't share the information about the dark wormholes with you. Oh, by the way. Randall stopped, his cold gaze fixed on Kazan. It's best for outsiders to refrain from interfering with others. Giving random commands will only create trouble and burdens for others. Faced with Randall's merciless disdain, Kazan trembled with anger, his eyes bulging like a bull's. You. He angrily pointed at Randall, but couldn't utter a word. Because he knew very well that while he might have a knack for administration, he had no experience or capability in military deployment. Moreover, if he clashed with Randall, he would definitely be the one to suffer. After all, Randall was also part of the Dogleen family and had been serving the Dogleen family for several generations. Compared to Kazan, Randall had gained Myron's trust more deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the commander of the Blue Star Legion. Suddenly, the entire space fortress trembled. The tremor lasted only an instant and quickly subsided. However, before Kazan could react to what had happened, the alarm within the space fortress blared suddenly. Enemy attack. Enemy position not yet detected, activating high-energy electromagnetic radar. Commander, the outer wall of Area 3 in the lower level of the space fortress has been breached. The soldiers have already been evacuated and are currently sealing off the connected areas. Randall remained composed, not panicking due to the sudden attack. He loudly commanded, "Deploy the intermediate energy shields and have the repair department quickly address the damaged areas. Notify the surrounding patrol units to immediately scout the external Area 3. However, just as he finished speaking, the space fortress was breached again. This time, it was the central core area that was penetrated. Deep Blue was already familiar with the architectural structure of the space fortress and could easily locate its vital points. The final particle spear did not destroy the space fortress. It simply disabled its main energy supply system. As long as they could repair it quickly, the space fortress could still be maintained. But if they were slow, this massive structure would be rendered useless. This was a military fortress comparable to the moon, and given Biloca's current situation, they could not afford to lose the space fortress easily. During this attack, Deep Blue did not reveal the two Umbrella fighters after completing the ambush. They immediately controlled the fighters to leave. After all, the main force from Sclander was about to arrive, and an issue at this critical moment would be suspicious to anyone. Chapter 79. The eve of battle in the wormhole. Upon hearing about the attack on the space fortress, Myron's expression remained calm. Being angry is natural, but it doesn't serve any purpose. Currently, the only one capable of taking military action against him is the Sclanstar. He is well aware of what the people in the Co-Governance Council want to do. He has actually considered that if he stops trade activities with the Viroka star system as the Co-Governance Council requests, he would naturally not be targeted by them. However, he knows even better how severe the troubles brought by the Allied forces are. Compared to the distant Sklan star system, the threat posed by the Viroka star system, which is right next to his North Loka star system, is even greater. Moreover, the Allied forces, as a resistance group, are not to be underestimated. They are a bunch of reckless madmen. The army is composed of slaves, and these slave soldiers are even more fierce and brutal. Of course, they fear death more than ordinary soldiers. Their reason for rebelling is to live better, so their fear of death is even greater than that of the Skland army. But because of this fear of death, they are also more cold-blooded and crazy in battle. This creates a vicious cycle. To break such a cycle, they must demonstrate absolute military superiority. However, the reality is quite the opposite. This group of slaves, with the support of the emerging nobility, has obtained a large amount of weaponry. In the war between the old nobility and the Allied forces, both sides have had victories and defeats, and there has never been a single overwhelming victory. This has led to the Allied forces becoming even more ferocious because the slaves know that they are doomed either way. Either they die on the battlefield or they are thrown into wormholes by those nobles to feed the cosmic creatures after a war defeat. Myron has his own intelligence channels and is naturally well aware of the Allied forces' style. Once he stops trade with Viroka, he will definitely face a frenzied attack from those madmen. On one side are the powerful old nobility of the Co-Governance Council, and on the other side is a group of madmen. He is caught in the middle and is already feeling uncomfortable, forced to maintain a neutral stance while suffering attacks from both sides. However, the old nobility from Skland does not think so. Their announcements or orders are clearly pushing him to take sides, and they are not offering any support. This is simply a joke. If they sincerely want him to stop trading with the Viroka star system, they should show some attitude and clearly communicate how much support they will provide to withstand the attacks from Viroka. Myron immediately guessed the other party's intentions. The old nobility from Skland is clearly preparing to set him up. If he had previously agreed to their unreasonable demands, he would have truly become a pawn of the old nobility. Once he and the Allied forces from the Viroka star system are locked in a life-and-death struggle, and both sides have exhausted most of their combat power, these people will definitely jump out as the ultimate beneficiaries. Moreover, it is highly likely that his North Loka star system will also be occupied. even if they might back off a bit out of respect for his family's reputation. At that point, how could he not become the other party's vassal? Every word and action could be manipulated and controlled by them? Such an outcome is something my Rong absolutely cannot accept. As for whether fighting against the old nobility from Skland would allow the Viroka side to launch a sneak attack from behind, my Rong had also considered this question. But he believes the possibility is very low. The emerging nobility urgently needs allies or more noble forces to join in order to strengthen the allied forces. If he goes to war with Skland, the allied forces will definitely send someone to persuade him to join them. Moreover, this is not the first time such a thing has happened. Many small nobles or emerging nobles dissatisfied with the oppression from the old nobility of Skland have already joined the allied forces. Furthermore, his identity is not ordinary. Once he joins the allied forces, it will definitely cause a huge uproar throughout the empire. This would also be a serious blow to the reputation of the old nobility. At that time, not only will the co-governance council from Skland not spare him, but even his own family may not forgive him. Thinking of this, my Rong's eye sharpened, and his calm gaze gained a hint of sharpness. He ordered to monitor all wormhole exits, and once the Skland fleet is detected, to launch an attack immediately. My Rong said to his new assistant, "Also, notify Ida. I want to make a deal with him." Ida is currently the star supervisor of the Viroka star system. As the fastest rising force among the emerging nobility, Ida, along with the Alex family behind him, now holds a significant position, making him not to be underestimated. The new assistant was a bit nervous in front of my Rong. He nodded at once and went to carry out the orders. My Rong was very satisfied with the new assistant's attitude. Thinking of Kazan, whom he had just dispatched, a hint of coldness appeared in my Rong's eyes. It seemed that his excessive leniency had made him a bit presumptuous. Wormhole for coordinates. This is a medium-sized wormhole with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. The largest traversable wormhole near the North Loka star system. It is also a strategic location for North Loka. Here, a large number of ships from the Bixing Corps are gathered, along with 3 space fortresses and 2 super-large electromagnetic railguns. If the enemy attacks the North Loka star system, they will definitely not let this wormhole go. Whether the enemy comes directly through Wormhole 4 or arrives at the North Loka star system by other means. Wormhole 4 is one of their critical strategic objectives that must be captured. The existence of the wormhole allows them to continuously and rapidly deploy troops for support. Otherwise, if the combat troops come in waves, it will not be a war but simply delivering food to the enemy. Captain Randall, multiple energy responses detected inside Wormhole 4. Likely the enemy's fleet. In the control center, Captain Randall sat firmly in his position. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he did not immediately issue an attack order. Instead, he prepared gravity disruption bombs and waited for the command to launch. At the same time, he dispatched drones to scout the area, as this could very well be an enemy disguise signal. The importance of wormholes has long become an essential common knowledge in the Skland civilization. And there are definitely thousands of tactics developed around wormholes. However, with the updates in weapons and ships, various outdated tactics have been gradually eliminated. And now only about a dozen tactics are likely to be used. One of them is the disguise traversal tactic. By releasing interference signal sources to enter the wormhole, they can mislead the enemy's detection of the wormhole, deplete the enemy's ammunition, and frequently interfere with their judgment of what is real and what is fake. With more falsehoods, they can take advantage of the chaos to mix in and complete a traversal. Of course, with the advancement of weapon development, this tactic has also been slowly phased out. But phasing out does not mean it can no longer be used. Although the fleet may not actually mix in with the interference signal sources to complete the traversal of the wormhole, with the improvement of drone technology, what they launch is no longer merely a signal interference source. Instead, they are carrying powerful bombing missiles. If the enemy ignores these drones, they will be met with a devastating missile raid. However, it is not easy to deal with these agile drones. Their flexible and small size, along with extremely swift speed, makes them very troublesome, especially after the drones have gained resistance to magnetic storm interference. These small weapons have become the most headache-inducing presence on the battlefield. Randall also considered this point, which is why he did not dare to recklessly attack within the wormhole. He knows that the enemy is waiting for him to destroy the things inside the wormhole tunnel. Solving drone issues within a wormhole would easily disrupt the Meissner wave inside the wormhole, leading to changes in the negative energy within. Once the negative energy inside the wormhole increases, the monitoring equipment installed inside would become paralyzed or even be directly destroyed. Although the fourth wormhole is a stable type, the increase in negative energy also poses risks to the fleet passing through. However, there is a very precise negative energy index reference within the military, allowing their fleet to bear more risks when traversing the wormhole. In the absence of detection inside the wormhole, the enemy's fleet could pass through while significantly reducing most risks. Yet, they cannot blindly launch missiles into the wormhole. Therefore, he must proceed with caution. Chapter 80. Wormhole Combat. The difference between a stable wormhole and a dark wormhole lies in the fact that due to the instability of the wormhole tunnel, dark wormholes often take 3 to 5 minutes, or even longer, to complete the traversal. However, stable wormholes require only a minute or even less. This is a difficult figure to grasp. Therefore, the Skrander civilization has conducted detailed studies on each wormhole's situation. The data on the fourth wormhole is well known to both North Loka and Skrander. Completing a traversal in this medium-sized wormhole takes only 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Captain Randall has received synchronized images transmitted from inside the wormhole. The energy source comes from the enemy drones, which are enemy decoys. The soldier delivering the message looked at Randall with admiration. Randall's expression was serious as his mind raced, his massive frame like a mountain, stabilizing everyone's nerves. Although he has led the Green Star Legion in combating numerous space pirates, he has never experienced a real battlefield. Pirates may be fierce, but they are not regular troops. So this kind of sweeping operation is not true frontline combat. Deploy our drones carrying tracking missiles. We need to destroy those drones inside the wormhole. Randall lightly tapped the command room table with his broad palm and said solemnly, their target is likely the reconnaissance devices we have deployed inside the wormhole. The fourth wormhole, with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers, is still beyond the technological capabilities of the Skrander civilization to influence. The stable Meissner wave and negative energy values within cannot be easily changed by launching some missiles or gravity disruption bombs. The more stable the wormhole, the more stable the surrounding super strong field becomes. A wormhole like the fourth cannot be destroyed without superluminal strikes. Randall is prepared for a standoff with the Skrander fleet inside the wormhole. He just doesn't know who the enemy commander is, Klein, Koras, or Mobius. On the other end of the fourth wormhole is the Nalu planetary system, adjacent to the Skrander star system, which is fully controlled by the old nobility of the Co-Governance Council. At this moment, a fleet of 150,000 warships is poised for action, commanded by Mobius Granlot. A member of the Granlot family and the Co-Governance Council, he has a nephew named Salus Granlot, who is now one of the 5 in the council. Mobius greatly admires his nephew's abilities. Regardless of age, his excellence is evident, which is one of the reasons the family recommended him to the council. Salus is worthy of the family's trust. Mobius is very clear about his mission in this operation, to either directly defeat or delay the Green Star Legion of the North Loka Dougland family. He has heard that the Co-Governance Council will send a special team to flank and ambush the main star of the North Loka star system through a dark wormhole. And as long as he can hold off the main fleet of North Loka, this war will soon come to an end. Captain Mobius. The drones entering the wormhole have detected the enemy drones. Both sides are already engaged in combat. Mobius has also been appointed as the commander of this Northern Expedition fleet. At this moment, inside the fourth wormhole, the Northern Expedition fleet's drones and the Green Star Legion's drones have opened fire. The drones do not have true intelligent control. They are operated remotely, so as soon as they meet, the soldiers controlling the drones on both sides become tense. The Skrander Empire, which has enjoyed peace for a long time, actually does not have much real combat experience. Even the long battles with allied forces have been with fleets stationed in other star systems. Most of the Northern Expedition fleet consists of newcomers. Perhaps they have undergone countless simulation trainings and drills, but they have never experienced a real battlefield environment. The same situation is happening on the Green Star Legion's side. Report. Captain, target detected, locking on. The negative energy interference in the wormhole is at 3, with attack deviation within controllable range. The drone combat unit of the Green Star Legion, consisting of a group of young soldiers, was both excited and trembling. After all, it was their first time fighting against regular troops, and their mindset was completely different from when they fought against space pirates. The captain also understood the mindset of his soldiers and directly issued the attack order. In this situation, he didn't need to say any unnecessary words. He just needed to let these young soldiers attack, fight, and attack again. They would learn a lot in this battle. Whoosh. The tracking missile from the Green Star Legion was launched after locking onto the target. The blue energy thruster at the missile's tail emitted a dazzling light. The massive energy response was very clear. Evade, launch counterattack, temporarily change combat orders, destroy enemy drones. The Northern Expedition Fleet also responded quickly, but they never expected that the Green Star Legion's drones were carrying tracking missiles. After a few drones maneuvered to evade, the incoming missiles changed direction as well. Are they crazy? The commander of the Northern Expedition Fleet's drone combat unit widened his eyes at this scene. Seeing the missiles getting closer on the screen, he instinctively thought he would lose several drones. Yet these tracking missiles narrowly brushed past their drones and struck the barrier inside the wormhole tunnel, creating a bright flash of fire before being quickly swallowed by the super strong field of the wormhole tunnel wall. Phew. The soldier controlling the drone that had almost been hit by the missile let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the enemy's technology was lacking. Otherwise, his drone would have been lost. However, his captain did not share this view. He knew very well that the reason the tracking missiles did not hit was due to the super strong field inside the wormhole affecting the missile's attack trajectory. If it weren't for this reason, they would have lost several drones just now. And with this lesson learned, the next attack would not be so easy to evade. Thinking of this, the captain's expression grew serious, and he loudly ordered, "All units, pay attention, lock onto targets, unleash ammunition for a saturation attack." Yes. Hearing the captain's order, all soldiers responded loudly, then controlled their drones to unleash a round of ammunition against the Green Star Legion's drones. In an instant, the quiet wormhole tunnel became a blaze of light, and the drones from the Green Star Legion were covered by the range of the barrage, resulting in the loss of over 30 drones. Drone number 3 lost contact. Drone number 16 lost contact. Damn it. One soldier slammed his fist on his control panel, unwillingly shouting, "Drone number 78 lost contact." How unreasonable. How could they start with a full fire coverage right from the beginning? The ammunition for the drones is already limited. Once it's used up, they become targets. The soldier, whose drone had been destroyed, complained bitterly, his face full of resentment. "What nonsense are you talking about?" His complaints were transmitted directly into the captain's ears through the still-active communicator. The captain immediately reprimanded him. "Do you think the battlefield is like playing a game? The battlefield changes in an instant. One moment the enemy might just be testing the waters, and the next they could unleash a full barrage of fire. Connect me to a new drone immediately and continue the counterattack. They are highly likely to have installed assault missiles in their drones. We must intercept them inside the wormhole." The soldier, frightened by the captain's scolding, quickly replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, within the Northern Expedition Fleet, Mobius calmly watched the two sides fighting inside the wormhole and then ordered, "Let the drone combat units conduct 2 more rounds of attacks." "Yes, sir." His subordinate responded and quickly relayed the order to the drone combat units. Mobius then spoke again. "Prepare the penetrating cannon. After the next 2 rounds of attacks, launch it directly and have the advanced team ready to traverse the wormhole as the penetrating cannon fires." Chapter 81. The powerful penetrating cannon in this battle was not only being monitored by Northern Lorca and Skland, but Deep Blue was also hidden nearby. Relaying the footage back to Fang Kai. Fang Kai was quite interested in this internal conflict in the Skland star system. The combat within the wormhole allowed him to witness interstellar warfare. As for the 2 battles he had initiated, they could hardly be called battles. They were more like overwhelming victories. "Fireseed, how is our fleet preparation going?" Fang Kai asked after watching for a while and noticing that both sides were trading blows and had begun the second round of drone combat. "Construction is underway. Based on the information we have gathered, we can have Deep Blue incite more conflict, which will be very beneficial for our upcoming plans," Fireseed replied. "Beneficial?" Fang Kai was taken aback. Although the Skland civilization was indeed strong, there was still a significant gap compared to his own. He couldn't think of any disadvantages on his side. Fireseed seemed to have anticipated the not-so-reliable commander's inactive thoughts and intelligence, and continued to explain in a calm tone. "The internal war of Skland can save us a lot of time for our plans." "You're right." Fang Kai nodded. He didn't want to dwell on that topic any longer and shifted his gaze back to the synchronized footage. At this moment, the second round of battle between the Blue Star Legion and the Northern Expedition Fleet was already underway inside the wormhole. Both sides had dispatched a large number of drones to fight. However, Fang Kai noticed that the drones on both sides were primarily carrying munitions, missiles, and shockingly lacked energy weapons. What is going on? According to the information he had obtained, the Skland civilization should have already mastered basic energy weapons and shown signs of further development and use of them. With confusion in his mind, Fang Kai continued to watch. At this moment, Randall, the leader of the Blue Star Legion, frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. However, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. What is the point of this meaningless consumption? A question swirled in his mind. Did they really think they could break through the defensive line outside the wormhole just with drones? If so, they were too naive. He would give their frontline commander a painful lesson. The drones from both sides were bombarding each other inside the wormhole tunnel, almost emptying their carried munitions upon first contact. Originally, this was the tactic of the Northern Expedition Fleet's drone combat units, but it soon led the Blue Star Legion's drone combat units to begin imitating them. With similar technical capabilities and comparable amounts of munitions, what you can do, I can do too. After all, the stable wormhole tunnel would not react specially because of their drone combat. In this reckless battle, both sides exchanged fire, and soon a day had passed. The drones continued to fight. Randall raised an eyebrow. He felt increasingly uneasy but couldn't articulate why. He thought, does the other side have other preparations for this delaying tactic? Randall's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the gravity interference bombs that had long been prepared on his side, and his unease eased slightly. The gravity interference bomb was a new type of weapon invented by Northern Lorca that could temporarily disrupt the gravity within the wormhole, causing a significant increase in negative energy inside the wormhole, thereby swallowing and crushing everything within the wormhole tunnel. This gravitational interference could last for about 3 minutes. Enough time for the negative energy in the wormhole to crush anything remaining inside. This was also one of Randall's trump cards. The next day, the drones continued their battle, and their consumption rate increased. The soldiers on both sides were rapidly improving their skills through extensive real combat, especially as both sides adapted to the drastically different attack deviation in the wormhole, leading to an increase in their hit rates. Even so, this drone war lasted a full 5 days, only beginning to calm down when nearly all of the third round of drone units were annihilated. However, the more it came to this point, the more cautious Randall became. He understood that drone combat was merely a warm-up for the overall war. The probing between the two sides had ended, and what lay ahead was a more brutal cosmic war. Cosmic warfare is different from ground warfare. In ground warfare, if vehicles or warships are damaged, there is still a chance to escape. But in cosmic warfare, once a warship is damaged, there is nowhere to run. As for the escape pods within the warship, in a battlefield covered by artillery fire, an escape pod is just a target, and the chance of escape is nearly zero. Target the main cannon on the wormhole and prepare the gravity interference bomb. Wait for my command. Randall calmly issued the order. The flagship of the Blue Star Legion was the 12-kilometer-long battleship Blue Star, equipped with dual bridges and layered armor on its exterior, making it difficult to be harmed by ordinary weapons. It had 3 main cannons, aside from 2 high-energy beam cannons. The central main cannon was a controllable adjustable turret that could change the type of ammunition fired based on the situation. On both sides of the Blue Star were 2 rows of missile launchers, with multifunctional launchers equipped at the rear. The captain of the Blue Star, who was Randall's deputy, immediately locked the main cannon onto the wormhole entrance as he heard Randall's command from the cosmic fortress. Just as he was ready to fire the gravity interference bomb, a red alert suddenly sounded throughout the ship, detecting an unknown energy approaching. Please take evasive action immediately. Captain, an energy reaction exceeding the critical value has been detected in the wormhole tunnel. It is likely a superclass weapon. Request immediate evasion. Just as the words fell, a pale light suddenly flickered at the wormhole's entrance, followed by a massive energy beam with a diameter of about 1,000 meters roaring out from the wormhole tunnel. Almost instantly, this energy beam pierced through everything in its path, whether it was cosmic debris, ice, or warships. The tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature carried by the energy beam melted everything. All warships within its attack range were instantly reduced to ashes. Randall, stationed in the cosmic fortress, widened his eyes as he watched the energy beam that almost penetrated the universe through the front barrier glass. Aside from the few warships stationed near the orbital ring that required heat-resistant gel on their surfaces to enter and exit the atmosphere, the other warships for cosmic combat were not equipped with high-temperature resistant armor. At this moment, almost all the warships within the attack range of the energy light column were directly destroyed. Even those near the edge of the attack range were melted halfway by the terrifying high temperature, turning into wreckage. Bang! Randall slammed his fist heavily on the table in front of him, glaring at the devastated defense line with eyes that seemed to devour. How dare they use super-specified weapons? Have they decided not to abide by the super-specified warfare weapon protocol? Randall roared in anger, but at this moment, the soldiers inside the space fortress were utterly shocked by the scene before them and did not respond to Randall's fury. Why did Skland use super-specified weapons? They are violating the original war protocol. Someone questioned, trembling. Counterattack. We must counterattack. Since they are using super-specified weapons, we can use them too. This was a roar of unwillingness. The call for a counterattack arose among the crowd, and this voice quickly gained the support and recognition of many. Since Sklan can use super-specified weapons, why can't we in the North Lorca star system use them? Everyone was united in their anger and in their furious gaze. A fleet slowly emerged from the wormhole amidst the residual high temperature. It was Sklan's fleet. At this moment, the soldiers of the Bixing Legion's eyes turned red. At the same time, the North Expedition fleet, following closely behind the penetrating cannon, was already prepared to face the storm-like bombardment from the Bixing Legion. As soon as they exited the wormhole, they were shocked to find the defense line in ruins. Our penetrating cannon is so powerful. The commander of the Vanguard team was stunned, but he quickly regained his composure, focusing his mind and ordering, "All units, activate energy shields. Combat begins. Occupy the 4 wormholes." The enemy is stunned. This is their opportunity, right? The commander of the Vanguard team had a precise grasp of the timing. However, what he did not know was that Mobius, who was synchronously observing the situation on his side, frowned, fully aware of the power of the penetrating cannon. Its maximum power could only penetrate the entire wormhole tunnel, and then the energy would dissipate in the massive ion layer at the entrance and exit of the wormhole. It could be considered a kind of cleaner, but it absolutely could not cause the previous situation. There must be a problem. Could it be that the penetrating cannon underwent another weapon upgrade without my knowledge? Mobius, filled with doubt, called his assistant. He handed over the recent situation to him. "Give this data to Dr. Lano and let him analyze the reasons." Chapter 82, Gamma Ray Energy Cannon. Under the deep blue observation, the battle around the 4 wormholes was exceptionally fierce. After being astonished by the terrifying power of the penetrating cannon, the Vanguard forces of the North Expedition Fleet resolutely led their troops to occupy the outposts around the 4 wormholes. The Bixing Legion quickly snapped out of their shock and hurriedly organized a counterattack. Unfortunately, the Vanguard team took advantage of their moment of distraction to form a massive semicircular energy barrier with 1,000 shield ships. The blue rhomboid energy modules were tightly stitched together, blocking all attacks from the Bixing Legion outside the barrier. The Vanguard team was already tasked with raiding, occupying, and defending, so the entire team was equipped with various types of ships. Seeing that the Vanguard team had formed an energy barrier, Randall was furious, and his gaze turned dangerous. He directly ordered the entire army, "Attention, everyone. Sklan has first violated the super-specified warfare weapon protocol. As the victims, we no longer need to continue abiding by the protocol. Now, follow the orders, lift all weapon restrictions, and begin counterattack." The Space Fortress activated its main cannon, firing the Gamma Ray Energy Cannon. Under Randall's command, a huge black cannon barrel extended from the interior of the massive Space Fortress, its black coating reflecting a heart-pounding glow in the light. Red energy faintly glowed within the cannon barrel, and the powerful energy reaction triggered the energy detection alarm of the North Expedition Fleet's Vanguard team. "Captain, a massive energy reaction has been detected from the front Space Fortress, exceeding the energy threshold of the super-specified warfare weapon protocol." The reporting soldier was sweating profusely, his face filled with horror as he shouted, "The energy is still rising, already 3 times the threshold." He swallowed hard, his heart racing, and looked at the Vanguard team leader, Marvin, in shock. Marvin frowned tightly, saying, "What does North Lorca want to do? Do they want to provoke a super-specified weapon war?" Murmuring to himself, Marvin immediately asked, "Can our energy shield withstand this hit?" "No, the energy index is too high, exceeding the maximum output value of our energy shield. We can't withstand it." The soldier answering Marvin glanced at the detector, which showed a value of 13,000 scale. "Captain, the detector shows that the enemy's weapon energy value is 13,000, already 13 times the threshold." He could hardly imagine the destruction such a powerful energy weapon would cause. In the war history of the Sklan civilization, their first batch of super-specified super-energy weapons was known as planet destroyers, capable of destroying a planet with a single attack. However, after its invention, apart from its initial use for colonization, it was classified as a super-specified weapon when the civilization's territory could not expand due to distance. And no one could use it without special orders, especially after the 13 star systems were separated for management. The abuse of super-specified weapons during the wars caused by conflicts among the star governors led to the co-governing council signing the super-specified warfare weapon protocol with the 13 star governors. But now this protocol has been broken. North Lorca actually took the lead in using such weapons against them. Doesn't North Lorca fear being attacked by the star governors of other star systems? Marvin's face turned pale instantly, and he shouted, "Immediately calculate the enemy weapon's firing trajectory and prepare to evade. However, he underestimated the attack speed of the Bixing Legion's gamma-ray energy cannon. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearly 500-meter diameter crimson energy beam was fired from the main cannon of the space fortress. The crimson light arrived in an instant and then struck heavily against the Vanguard team's energy shield. Seeing this scene, Marvin's face turned green, and he screamed at the helmsman, "Left rudder. 125 degrees. Evade." Bang. The energy shield could not withstand more than 2 seconds. The gamma energy directly broke through the barrier and continued to rush towards them. But Marvin's reaction speed was also extremely fast, and the performance of the Vanguard team's warships was excellent. In that brief moment of just over a second, his warship barely dodged the attack range of the gamma energy ray. Only the ship's tail was grazed by the gamma energy ray. But even that slight hit tore the entire tail of the ship apart, melting it under the high temperature, and the ship spun out from the impact. The powerful impact force made it futile for the ship's pilot to control the direction, and they could only let the ship spin uncontrollably, crashing into the floating metallic wreckage and broken hulls in space. Activate maximum power energy shields. Initiate protective layered armor. Marvin shouted with a stiff neck. Due to the lack of gravity in the vacuum environment, the rotation of the warship would not cause a series of breakage phenomena. Therefore, what Marvin could do at this moment was to fully activate the ship's defenses. Otherwise, if the ship did not break during the spin but was destroyed from crashing into those wrecks or cosmic debris, that would be truly unjust. Fortunately, Marvin was lucky enough that his battleship did not collide with any large debris during the spin, narrowly avoiding a deadly crisis. This made Marvin breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, although his face was still somewhat pale, it was at least much better than before. The rapid beating of his heart echoed in his ears, making him feel as if he had been reborn. Under the pilot's efforts to control it, the battleship finally began to slowly stop spinning, and Marvin let out a long breath. However, before he could fully relax, a hurried shout rang out again. "Captain, something's wrong. The maintenance team just reported that there's an abnormal metallic mutation reaction in the area hit by the energy cannon." Before Marvin could inquire further, the shout echoed in his ears again, but this time, besides urgency, it was filled with fear and despair. "Captain, Biloka is using gamma rays. They're actually using gamma rays as a weapon." Gamma rays. Marvin's eyes widened instantly, the muscles at the back of his head twitching. His eye sockets filled with bloodshot veins from excessive tension. But just in the next second, he suddenly coughed, and a mouthful of thick blue blood was spat out. Marvin opened his mouth, and large amounts of blood gushed out, mixed with many fragments of internal organs. He immediately collapsed to the ground, his originally full body visibly shriveling at a rapid pace. The captain of the Vanguard team, Marvin, was dead. His emaciated body lay on the ground. Beneath him, a pool of thick blood. Beep. Detected that the number of survivors inside the battleship is less than 20, activating intelligent control mode, sending the ship's log program. The number of survivors is rapidly decreasing. 15. 10. Searching for the cause, the radiation pollution inside the battleship is extremely high. Unable to clear. Number of survivors inside the battleship, 0. According to special safety protocols, the battleship will initiate self-destruction program. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Chapter 83. I suspect that infiltrators from the Vanguard team have been completely wiped out. Mobius was momentarily stunned, as Biloka's Azure Star Corps had directly activated super-spec weapons for retaliation, leaving him somewhat confused. "Commander, Biloka has torn up the agreement. We should also request high-energy particle beam cannons from Skaland." Mobius's assistant said angrily, his fists clenched tightly, his voice trembling. Several of his clansmen, including his younger brother, were in the Vanguard team, and now that the Vanguard team had been completely annihilated by Biloka's super-spec weapons, he couldn't swallow this bitterness. Mobius's expression was similarly grim. Biloka's intense reaction was unexpected for him, but what puzzled him even more was why the power of the penetrating cannon had changed so drastically. Could it be that passing through the wormhole tunnel had caused some special influence that greatly enhanced its power? He hoped that Dr. Lano would provide an answer. Mobius thought to himself, and he did not immediately agree to his assistant's request. The first task of the Northern Expedition Fleet was to delay the main force of the Azure Star Corps at the fourth wormhole. Although his initial plan was disrupted, the outcome was still quite good. From the last feedback from the Vanguard team, it was clear that the Azure Star Corps was using gamma rays with immense radiation energy. There must still be a large amount of radioactive material near the entrance of the fourth wormhole. In this situation, if he rashly sent a fleet over, it would be no different from sending them to their doom, although he could equip the battleships with radiation-proof armor. Wouldn't it be better to delay the enemy without losing a single soldier? With that in mind, he immediately ordered, "You go ahead and submit the request. And also let the drone combat units use drones to explore the situation inside the wormhole and on the other side, especially the radiation concentration." His assistant, receiving the answer he wanted, instantly perked up, respectfully bowed to Mobius, and began to convey his orders. Glancing at his assistant, Mobius said nothing. Although his assistant's proposal to use super-spec weapons was not purely motivated, he also would not directly veto it, especially since Biloka had indeed used super-spec weapons. If they were not prepared, it would be difficult to explain to the soldiers below. For Mobius, his more important task was to hold back the enemy's main force, allowing Scalen's plan to be implemented smoothly. However, Mobius had no idea that the Co-Governance Council's plan had already been stillborn, and before it even began to be implemented, the Special Operations Team had been wiped out. Thus, Mobius waited for nearly 10 days without any news. Due to the gamma radiation, the Azure Star Corps was also hesitant to recklessly send their battleships into the radiation zone. But they had to remain stationed at the fourth wormhole to prevent Scalen's fleet from launching a surprise attack. Both sides, due to their respective concerns and plans, had not experienced any friction. Not even drone combat had been dispatched. The radiation zone remained in a high-temperature state aside from residual radioactive materials. And according to estimates from both sides, it would take at least a month for the temperature in the radiation zone to gradually return to normal. However, for the radiation to completely disappear, it would take even longer. On the Northern Expedition Fleet side, Mobius could not wait for feedback from the Co-Governance Council. After his assistant submitted the request, there had been no response. This made both Mobius and his assistant anxious. "Commander, should we prompt them?" The assistant hesitated and then asked Mobius. Mobius frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "I'll go ask. It's been so long without any news. There might be an unexpected situation at the Co-Governance Council." Mobius guessed correctly. Indeed, there had been some unexpected situations at the Co-Governance Council. The 5 members of the Co-Governance Council were gathered in a meeting room, which felt extremely silent and oppressive. Phase was frowning, his expression cold. Not long ago, he received news that various planets within their dominion had suffered attacks of varying severity. If it were a common attack, he would have suspected the Allied forces. However, the attackers were clearly not arranged by the Allied forces, as they possessed very advanced technology. The attacking ships came and went without a trace, and their weaponry was terrifyingly powerful. According to intelligence relayed from the courier system, a single attacking ship effortlessly destroyed a small fleet of 50 warships. Their radar could not detect the enemy's shadow. The weapons on the battleships were like ornaments, unable to fire even a single bullet. Because the battleship's target locking and navigation systems could not locate the enemy, they were completely unable to engage in combat. The enemy was like a ghost in the universe. Ghost. Phase took a deep breath, rubbed the deep furrows in his forehead, and sighed, "What a troublesome autumn. What do you all think about this ghost?" He turned his gaze to Stun, who usually was quite active, but now wore a face of worry, as if someone owed him money and hadn't paid it back. He was looking down, lost in thought. Phase had no choice but to look at another person, Salus. This young noble, who usually maintained a gentle demeanor, now had lost that annoying air of ease. Instead, he appeared more serious and solemn. "Salus, what are you thinking?" Phase asked quickly upon noticing him. Salus frowned and said, "I just suspect that perhaps an alien civilization has secretly infiltrated. After all, the technology level of the attackers is clearly not on the same level as ours." Salaris analyzed seriously. "Think about it. Even the Viroka planetary system, which focuses on weapon development, has never been reported to possess advanced technology like the Ghost. Do you think other planetary systems might have such technology? Extraterrestrial civilizations?" Sherman's expression changed. As one of the old nobles, Sherman had read many books at home, many of which detailed the possible life and civilization races in the surrounding star systems, especially the galactic civilization that is their neighbor. Do you remember someone mentioning that there had been new movements from the galactic civilization where they created a celestial-level structure large enough to encompass an entire planet? Sherman's words made Salaris show a surprised expression, and he exclaimed, "Hasn't the galactic civilization been quiet for a long time?" He then frowned, muttering to himself, "Could it be that they have been secretly planning to invade us?" "Fess." Salaris raised his head and looked at him seriously. "We should strengthen our observation of the galactic civilization. The Ghost is definitely not a product of our Skrander civilization. I am certain of my hypothesis." There must be extraterrestrial civilizations mixed in among our civilized star systems. Chapter 84. Clues 4 in the wormhole. Some black particles, like dust, slowly dissipated in the tunnel without leaving any trace. Deep Blue controlled a completely invisible umbrella spaceship, exiting the wormhole without hindrance, unnoticed by either side. The entire umbrella team was dispatched by Deep Blue to various star systems to stir up trouble, and so far, the results were quite good. Especially on the side of the Northern Expedition Fleet and North Loka, both sides believed the other had used super-standard weapons, making it very likely that the next phase of the battle would escalate directly, affecting other star systems' battlefields as well. A perfect plan. Deep Blue smiled with pride and quickly sought recognition from Fang Kai. Commander, I have instigated war between Scrander and the Allied forces. We can now confidently build our fleet and then eliminate them. Fang Kai received the news, nodded, and his eyes were cold. He had gathered nearly all the information about Scrander civilization. Before the Allied forces appeared, Scrander civilization had a relationship of noble oppression over slaves. However, the slaves' rebellion and the establishment of the Allied forces did not mean that this civilization was changing for the better. On the contrary, although the Allied forces claimed to be a righteous army, resisting the old nobles under the banner of liberating slaves, their methods were even more brutal. Perhaps these rebellious slaves themselves were very aware that they were in a very awkward position. Whether they chose to give up resistance or continue, the ultimate result was death, which made them extremely crazy and cruel. Especially in the star systems they occupied, the ordinary people lived even more miserably. The lack of stable order was the real hell for these ordinary people. The slaves were already at the bottom, and once they gained power, the sudden change in status made their mentality become even more terrifying than the original nobles. Whatever they set their eyes on, they would directly seize. And the targets of their plunder were not just goods, but also people. Truly a civilization without value. After reviewing the collected information, Fang Kai had made a decision in his heart. Deep Blue, continue to stir up the war in Scrander civilization. Our fleet still needs 2 months to complete. Fang Kai commanded. Understood, Commander. Deep Blue happily replied. Creating chaos was her specialty. With Fang Kai's orders, Deep Blue acted without restraint, frequently appearing around the defenses of both the Allied forces and Scrander, then creating various incidents. Deep Blue's methods were very direct and straightforward, using illusion devices to disguise, making both sides mistakenly believe it was the other side's sneak attack. Although there were indeed some clever individuals like Salaris who sensed something was wrong, they only thought it was the other side's hidden high-tech spaceship, revealing themselves just to catch them off guard. As Deep Blue's continuous sneak attacks occurred, the friction on the battle lines between both sides increased. 10 days later, seeing the continually escalating border tensions, Salaris took the initiative to convene a meeting of the Co-Governance Council. He still maintained his previous judgment, firmly believing that there was an extraterrestrial civilization at play. However, last time, his speculation was brushed off by Fess, as Fess's viewpoint left him unable to counter. Fess believed that if there really were extraterrestrial civilizations infiltrating Scrander and possessing such powerful capabilities to launch stealth attacks on both sides' fleets and outposts, why not directly rely on a large army to crush them? As an interstellar civilization, Scrander had not gone without experiencing cosmic wars between different civilizations. When the strengths of both sides were vastly different, there were no so-called tactics or layouts. It was purely about military conquest. Just this point directly refuted Solaris' speculation, because Scrander conquered other star systems in precisely this manner. Salaris, you still haven't given up your speculation? Ston winked at Salaris and grinned. Salaris frowned. He did not have a good impression of Ston. However, although Ston usually appeared loud and ordinary, Salaris did not believe that someone who could become one of the 5 members of the Co-Governance Council could be an ordinary person. If he truly was as incompetent as he usually appeared, he would not have been pushed forward by his family. Therefore, Salaris concluded that Ston's displayed demeanor was all a facade. I am certain of my speculation, because the Allied forces could never possess such powerful warships. Just those emerging nobles and slaves. Glancing at Ston, Salaris sat up straight and directly spoke. Gentlemen, the only reason I convened this meeting is that I have confirmed that extraterrestrial beings have infiltrated among us. Are you sure? Fess gasped, looking at Salaris seriously. If there really were extraterrestrial beings among their civilization, they might need to adjust their strategic policies. Salaris nodded, and then turned his gaze to the last person in the 5, who had not spoken throughout, Gung Fu. Gung Fu, show them the evidence you have. This is no longer an internal war. It is an external war. It is a war of civilizations. We are facing this threat and invasion. Gung Fu's appearance was different from that of normal Skrander people. His occipital region was smaller than that of typical Skrander individuals, and his appearance was closer to that of Earthlings. This was because Gung Fu was one of the rare indigenous land races on the watery planet of Skrander. I do have some evidence, and the most directly proving Solaris' deduction is a report from the Clitolin star system. He glanced at Fess and Sherman. Continuing in his calm voice, in my family, there is someone serving in the interstellar fleet of the Clitolin star system. And his report described the following. In the year 2881 of the interstellar calendar, on the three-sun day, many station points in the northern Coruscant orbit were heavily attacked by the Allied forces, suffering severe losses. My teammates and I received orders from our superiors to patrol and investigate the northern Coruscant orbit of Clitolin. Originally, this was just a routine patrol mission. But during the patrol, I was horrified to discover that there was an additional spaceship number in my squad. 035. This spaceship number indeed exists, and it once had a glorious service record, with detailed information available in the military database. But it was this number that sent chills down my spine. Because 035 is the patrol spaceship number of the Heavenly Sword Combat Unit where I previously served, and this spaceship was piloted by a comrade from my unit. During a patrol mission, this spaceship was destroyed by the Allied forces. At that time, a shell hit the head of the spaceship directly, blowing it up completely, with no survivors inside. After that, there were no reports of 035 being reactivated. I couldn't help but enter the database to search for information about 035. But all I found was the record of its destruction, and after that, there was nothing. But now 035 has appeared in my team, and neither the captain nor the other team members seemed surprised. Just as I was contemplating whether to inform the captain about this, we were ambushed. The attacker was 035, which was using extremely advanced weaponry, and we had no strength to resist. As Gung Funyang thought of this, he stopped and looked at the other four, saying, in the end, he sacrificed himself, but before he died, he transmitted this information back through his family's encrypted communication channel. That's what I know. We later investigated 035 but found nothing, only knowing it had stayed at the Coruscant orbital base for nearly 10 days without anyone noticing anything unusual. Chapter 85, The Attacker. As Gung Fu finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Feisty frowned. All right, let's say you're right, but such evidence cannot be presented openly. And don't expect others to believe it. Solaris snorted coldly. Whether those slaves and emerging nobles believe it or not is not our concern. We just need to convince those three so-called neutral star systems. Feisty thought to himself, I didn't mean those slaves. I was referring to those three families. Looking at the assertive Solaris and the expressionless Gung Fu, Feisty felt a bit of a headache. He spread his hands and said, how about this? Convincing those three families will be your job. I will convey the same message to the Allied forces. Whether they believe it or not is not my concern. Solaris glanced at the unresponsive Gung Fu, and accustomed to it, nodded. Okay, I will try my best to persuade them. The efficiency of the Co-Governance Association's actions was quick. Almost as soon as the meeting ended, they began contacting their respective targets. Feisty also showcased his strong network as the current leader of the Co-Governance Association, and the message he wanted to convey was passed directly to the hands of the Allied senior officials through layers of identity. When this emerging noble saw the message, there wasn't much change in his expression. Aliens? What a ridiculous reason. Did those decaying nobles plan to use such a clumsy excuse to negotiate with us? He sneered and passed the message to other senior officials. Although the message was laughable, this emerging noble did not dismiss it outright. After all, the reason they formed the alliance was to gain more power and resources, right? This time, the old nobles actively expressed their willingness to negotiate. And he naturally would not miss the opportunity. As for whether they could obtain satisfactory rights for the emerging nobles, that would only be known after negotiations. Soon, the senior officials of the Allied forces learned about this matter, and their thoughts were largely similar. They could talk to the Co-Governance Association about it. As for the alien issue, that would only be considered after the Co-Governance Association and their alliance had discussed it. To ward off external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. They understood this principle well. Otherwise, how could they cooperate to deal with the so-called aliens if the internal situation was unstable? The reaction from the Allied side caught Feisty somewhat off guard, but he quickly understood the thoughts of these emerging nobles. Although he looked down on these clueless emerging nobles, since they wanted to negotiate, perhaps solving the issues with the alliance could be achieved through negotiation. Both sides had their calculations. and soon a remote video conference was scheduled for half a month later. In contrast to Feisey's surprisingly smooth progress, Solaris was now as black as charcoal. Two of the three families expressed that if the alien incident were true, they would definitely align with Sclander. However, when it came to Biloka, he received a shocking message. Both sides had engaged in battle around the fourth wormhole and had actually used superstandard weapons. Upon hearing this news, Solaris could hardly believe his ears. He would rather believe it was the aliens at work than that both sides had used superstandard weapons. He wasn't sure whether the North Expedition fleet had set off with superstandard weapons, so he immediately contacted his uncle, Mobius. "Uncle, what's going on? How come both sides used superstandard weapons?" Mobius fell silent for a moment before hurriedly denying, We didn't do it." Seeing Mobius deny this matter, Solaris directly sent a video to Mobius, saying, "This is from the Biloka's Blue Star Legion. I can't think of any weapon except superstandard weapons that could penetrate the wormhole and still have such power." Mobius quickly opened the video. In the video, a towering energy beam tore through the darkness of the universe, and the blinding light completely destroyed the Blue Star Legion's defense line, leaving no survivors. Only wreckage and dust behind. The subsequent scenes he had also seen through the advance team, leaving him momentarily speechless. He kept murmuring in his heart, "Impossible. How could the power of the penetration cannon be so strong? Could it really be as I guessed? That the power of the penetration cannon was enhanced when passing through the wormhole?" Mobius quickly calmed himself down and replied, "Solaris, I think there's something wrong here. The penetration cannon is a weapon that has undergone thousands of experiments. It has never had such powerful power. The initial function of the penetration cannon is to allow energy to carry a large number of ions through the wormhole to reach the other end, interfering with and damaging all electronic devices of enemy forces stationed at the wormhole entrance through the large number of ions disrupting the ion layer near the wormhole. Its power could never reach such a level." Solaris naturally believed Mobius's analysis and explanation. He also believed his uncle would not deceive him. But the problem was that the facts were before them, and the Biloka side did not believe it. They had seen that the superstandard weapon, the gamma energy ray cannon, could not penetrate the wormhole, only destroying the advance team of the North Expedition fleet and creating a high-intensity radiation zone. Not to mention the true purpose of the penetration cannon, just comparing the destructive power of both sides. The current power of the penetration cannon was dozens of times stronger than the Biloka's gamma energy ray cannon. "Uncle, it's very likely that aliens are involved in this. But the Biloka side might not believe our explanation." Solaris quickly explained his guesses and situation to Mobius. After listening to his nephew, Mobius's first reaction was to think that his nephew was making excuses for himself. After all, if there were really aliens capable of doing this, why would they need to sneak attack like a game of cat and mouse? Wouldn't it be more efficient to just crush them with a large army? Mobius smiled bitterly. "Solaris, you can't expect me to believe your explanation, let alone Biloka. They would rather annihilate the North Expedition fleet than let it go." After hesitating for a moment, Mobius reminded him, "And you need to be careful with the Loka star system. Biloka is very likely to unite with Loka. Although Loka has always nominally been under Sclander's rule, their true intentions have always been unclear." After reminding Solaris, Mobius said, "You can put aside the matter on Biloka for now. If the other party doesn't believe it, then it's just a battle." At this point, Solaris could only nod helplessly, knowing that once superstandard weapons were used, it would be extremely difficult for both sides to simply negotiate peace. He now only hopes that the situation in North Lorca will not affect other matters. Half a month later, the Joint Council and the alliance formed by the emerging aristocracy began a video conference with Kryderin as the information relay point. At the same time, a merchant ship measuring 370 meters in length arrived at the commercial spaceport near Sclander Star. This unremarkable merchant ship easily passed the spaceport's inspection and entered. "Welcome to the Anomaly Space Commercial Port, a large commercial port with 700,000 docking slots, directly connecting to the emerging space city of Anomaly. Anomaly is a city entirely built in space, with a unique design that, through abundant vegetation and flowing water, creates a vibrant and lush natural environment. The city's hourglass-style structure consists of 2 living areas, each with a diameter of 10 kilometers, rotating around a central area to generate artificial gravity. Anchoring each living area in the central area are a central axis tower rising 30 kilometers high and high-intensity fixed cables distributed at the edges, with a set of high-speed elevators inside the axis tower connecting the living areas and the central area. A set of mirrors fixed outside the central area reflects sunlight into the living areas. A mechanical electronic introduction voice continuously plays, introducing the space commercial port and the emerging city combined with the commercial port. However, the people inside the merchant ship completely ignored it, staring blankly at the bustling spaceport and city. Turn, full speed ahead. Crash into Yanaluo. The captain coldly issued the command. Although he knew that crashing would mean his own death along with the merchant ship, he had come with a resolve to die. Under the captain's orders, the merchant ship, which was supposed to enter the spaceport's orbit and stay in the designated area according to the spaceport's instructions, suddenly changed its course. Warning: please return to the orbit immediately. As the merchant ship changed direction, a piercing alert sounded throughout the spaceport, and soon, guard ships maintaining order at the spaceport reacted and flew towards them to intercept. Although the guard ships reacted quickly, the merchant ship was better prepared, resolutely speeding towards Yanaluo. Please stop the ship immediately, or we will launch a devastating attack, came the stern warning from the pursuing guards. But the merchant ship was deaf to it, and its speed increased further. Seeing the warning ineffective, the guard ships directly deployed weapons. The laser turrets on the side of the ship locked onto the merchant ship, and red laser beams struck the merchant ship. However, to the guard's surprise, the merchant ship's energy shield completely blocked the lasers. The guard captain's expression changed instantly. He realized that the other side was well prepared, equipped with military-grade energy shields. Immediately notify the outpost turrets to destroy this merchant ship. In fact, the guard captain did not need to notify them. When the merchant ship deviated from its designated orbit, the nearby outpost turrets had already locked onto it, before the guard ships could shoot it down. For massive turrets fired crimson beams. The beams, with a diameter exceeding 20 meters, had enough energy and heat to destroy a level 4 cruiser-S energy shield while penetrating its outer armor. However, this time they miscalculated. Although the merchant ship's energy shield could not withstand the turret's laser beams, their objective had already been achieved. At the moment the merchant ship was hit by the turrets, it was less than 500 meters away from Yanaluo City. This distance was sufficient. The captain of the merchant ship grinned sinisterly. Boom. A blinding light erupted with the explosion, shining like a second sun, making all Sclander soldiers inside the guard ships unable to look directly at it. Immediately, the terrifying explosive force swept and engulfed everything around. The bustling spaceport and beautiful Yanaluo Space City were directly destroyed at this moment, the high temperature melting their metal structures, and the massive shockwave directly damaging the central axis of Yanaluo City. Bang! A massive second explosion came from within Yanaluo City, and in less than 10 breaths, a series of explosions tore the hourglass-shaped emerging space city apart. Chapter 86. The strategic change of deep blue. The blue sky was suddenly covered by a fiery red light, and the white clouds were tinted with a layer of red, resembling the fiery clouds of sunset. In the astonished eyes of the Sclanders, the black material burning with flames, carrying thick smoke, fell from the sky. These materials were metal debris that fell into the atmosphere after the disintegration of Yanaluo, with several large pieces crashing directly into various cities. The piercing screams instantly echoed throughout the street as the falling debris crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. The intense tremor caused a powerful shockwave that shattered all the glass on the exterior walls of the towering buildings on both sides of the street. The shattered glass fell freely from the building's facade, instantly injuring many pedestrians, and screams erupted from the surrounding crowd. Bang! Feisei's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. He slammed his fist heavily on the table and roared, "This is provocation. This is North Lorca's provocation against us. They actually destroyed Yanaluo City without regard for the lives of tens of millions." Feisei's eyes were bloodshot. Yanaluo City was the first space city of Sclander civilization and the benchmark for all space cities. It was a city of immense significance, representing not only the prosperous interstellar trade of Sclander civilization but also the symbol of Sclanders transitioning from planetary civilization to galactic civilization. Now, this benchmark city had been destroyed by North Lorca. Moreover, 37 million people died in the process, with no one escaping. This was simply an unimaginable disaster. After the anger, Feisei urgently convened a joint council meeting. Immediately deploy the deep-sea troops. I want to destroy everything in the North Lorca star system. I want all of North Lorca's people to accompany the victims of Yanaluo. Feisei roared out his anger, his face twisted, veins bulging, and black blood vessels pulsing with his arteries. Sherman, Salas, Stan, and Gingfu silently watched Feisei, whose anger was evident, without speaking. They were equally shocked and furious. How could North Lorca commit such a heinous act? How dare they? They had no objections to Feisei's decision to deploy the deep-sea troops. After North Lorca committed such an act, any language leaning towards them would invite suspicion and scrutiny from others. I agree. It is time to teach that guy from North Lorca a lesson. Sherman took a deep breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. While deploying the deep-sea troops, we must not forget to repair the city and issue a notice. The 30 million citizens of Yanaluo must not have sacrificed in vain. We must do something. After a pause, Sherman glanced at everyone and suddenly said, "Let's use it." The others were taken aback, and Gung Fu was the first to react. Looking at Sherman in surprise. "Are you sure? It's something we specifically prepared for the Allies. If exposed too early, it could completely ruin our previous plans." Sherman shook his head. His eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly replied, "Let's use North Lorca as its test subject. Only by understanding its power can we use it more effectively." Upon hearing this, Gung Fu fell silent. "You make a valid point. I agree with your opinion." Saras hesitated and said, "This weapon has not been truly validated yet. I'm afraid the aftermath will cause the soldiers who deliver it to sacrifice as well. And we cannot afford such consequences." "No need to worry," Sherman waved his hand and said, "I have thought it through. We can use unmanned warships for delivery. This will effectively avoid casualties, and as long as we reveal the true culprit behind the Anomaly tragedy, the public will support our use of it." With Sherman so determined to use it, Saras and the others no longer obstructed him. At this moment, Faze also spoke up, his gaze as cold as a black hole. And expressionless, he said, "Let's follow Sherman's suggestion. We will use the gravity wave cannon. The gravity wave cannon is the latest super weapon developed by the Scran civilization. Far more powerful than previously defined super-spec weapons. The gravity wave cannon is a quantum-directed energy weapon that creates artificial black holes through quantum condensation. If hit by one, basically nothing remains. This is also why Saras was concerned about the safety of the soldiers accompanying the delivery of the gravity wave cannon, as black holes are too dangerous. Even with their current technology, they cannot escape the engulfing nature of a black hole. Launching an artificial black hole created by the gravity wave cannon into the North Locust star system would almost be equivalent to directly annihilating the entire North Locust star system. Moreover, this destruction is irreversible. As the black hole grows larger in the future, it will also threaten several surrounding star systems. This is also the reason why the gravity wave cannon has never been tested in real scenarios since its development, as they could not find a suitable place to test the power of this weapon. Have the deep-sea forces equipped with the gravity wave cannon depart immediately. Faze issued the final command. This command was unanimously approved by the five. The actions of North Lorca had already crossed the bottom line of the five. They destroyed Yanaluo City this time. What would happen next? Would they carry enough destructive weapons to directly annihilate Scran as well? As the Co-Governance Council made a decision to prepare for a counterattack, North Locust Star Governor, Myrone, also received the news. Yanaluo City had been attacked and destroyed, and the attackers were from their North Lorca merchant ships. This news made Myrone so frightened that he could no longer sit still. He had never issued such an order. What was going on? Myrone hurriedly called his new assistant. "Quick, check the situation regarding the destruction of Yanaluo." The new assistant was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded. "Yes, Your Excellency." Soon, a detailed document was placed before him. Myrone hurriedly opened the document, and his face instantly turned pale. According to the information, that merchant ship did indeed set off from their North Lorca, and there were detailed navigation records. What angered Myrone the most was that this merchant ship was actually from his own family. This was simply pushing him into a pit of fire. However, before he had a chance to be angry, the assistant quietly said in his ear, "Your Excellency, Scran has officially declared war on us. They have mobilized the deep-sea forces." Myrone's face twitched. He knew it was too late for him to do anything now. Scran would not listen to his explanations. They needed to give the public an account, and he was that account. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and ordered the Bixing Legion to prepare for battle. In a deserted deep space, Shenlong continued her operations. Sensing that she might have been discovered, she directly changed her strategy by infiltrating the electronic information of the Scran civilization. She issued false commands to cause chaos among them. This way, she could operate without being noticed and keep them preoccupied. What kind of orders should she issue next? Chapter 87. War begins a week later. The space city of Havens, belonging to Scran, was attacked again. This attack resulted in the deaths of 20 million Scran people. This news ignited the fighting spirit of all Scran people. Pain and anger lingered in the hearts of all Scran, and they loudly proclaimed their slogan, "War. We want to return war. Destroy North Lorca, eliminate the Allies." Exterminate the slaves, whether it was Yanalu or Havens. The population composition of these two space cities was very complex. There were long-term workers and travelers from various star systems. After these people suffered casualties, their relatives spontaneously formed teams to take to the streets, shouting slogans. They were excited and filled with rage. Meanwhile, on the same day that the Haven space city was attacked, many nobles ordered the mass execution of their slaves and issued video slogans promoting a counterattack. The destruction of Havens was the work of the Allies. As soon as this video appeared online, it sparked support and imitation from numerous nobles. In an instant, the entire Scran civilization was dealing with slaves, as if it had become a trend. The terrified slaves were unwilling to passively face death and began to resist. However, their rebellion was meaningless against the nobles armed with numerous weapons. Their actions only provoked the nobles to unleash even fiercer slaughter. Yet, the changes within the Scran star system gave the Allies hope. They immediately launched attacks under the banner of saving the slaves, attracting more slaves to join them. The Allies' actions also angered ordinary people and nobles again. In their eyes, the slaves were the murderers who destroyed Havens. They were responsible for the deaths of 20 million Scran people. Although most of the dead were slaves working in Havens, no one cared about the lives of those at the bottom of society. Even the slaves within the Allies did not care. It seemed that once they joined the Allies, they no longer considered themselves slaves and had drawn a clear line from the slaves on the Scran side. The heightened war sentiment of the Scran civilization also gave Faze and the others headaches in the Co-Governance Council. However, the destruction of two space cities prompted them to quickly issue announcements, stating that the deep-sea forces had been assembled and were ready to counterattack. At the same time, they ordered all space cities to strictly inspect any incoming and outgoing merchant ships, industrial ships, resource ships, etc., to guard against any possible dangers. The Allies had new movements. They gathered fleets in large numbers on the border, possibly thinking of taking advantage of the internal slave uprising to recruit more slaves, or even trying to replicate previous tactics to seize new star systems. Faze furrowed his brows. He had witnessed the tactics of the Allies and was quite familiar with them. That group of slaves, under the leadership of emerging nobles, relied on constant resistance and small-scale wars to disrupt the main star of the star system and then allied with the forces and strengths of new nobles to seize the star system. Then let's accelerate the deep-sea forces' speed, have them eliminate the Bixing Legion and the North Loka star system as quickly as possible, and then directly wipe out the Veloka star system. Stun's tone was somewhat heavy. He had quite a few slaves causing trouble in the market. And even though he had issued the strictest orders, those reckless kids were like dogtail grass. One cut and another would sprout. Recently, their family-s ships traveling through the wormhole space for raising cosmic monsters had been quite busy. He didn't want to think too much. He just wanted to resolve the current issue as quickly as possible. However, his words were directly rebutted by Saras, who suggested, "We should send the deep-sea forces directly to Veloka to eliminate the Allies there. North Loka is just a neutral star system. As long as we expose their evil deeds, there will be plenty of people to help us deal with them." Saras is quite shrewd. Although he is young, his mind is very agile. I believe that the greatest threat to us right now is still the Allied forces. They have been very active recently and are very likely to send infiltrators into various star systems to incite those slaves. And those fools will willingly become cannon fodder for the sake of so-called freedom. Saras sneered. He holds the Allied forces in utter disdain. If they were truly trying to liberate the slaves, he might have regarded them a bit higher. But in the end, isn't the internal situation of the Allied forces just the same as theirs? Although the Confederation shouts slogans of equality for all beings, over 80 of its members are newly emerging nobility, with only a pitiful less than 20 being those slightly influential among the slaves. The remainder consists of the most ordinary populace. The so-called Confederation is just another co-governing body. Those slaves who joined the Allied forces thought they would live a free and easy life, doing whatever they wanted, never being forced to work again. However, the intelligence Saras received tells a different story. In the star systems under the Allied forces, the lives of those slaves have not changed at all. After they transitioned, they still have to do the same things they did before, only their status has changed. They are now civilians, no longer slaves. They can also earn a labor income. Just think about it, an equal status, a job that pays. Everything seems so wonderful, doesn't it? But the reality is far more brutal than imagined and advertised. As slaves, the vast majority of them had no skills. Aside from their physical strength, what did they have? Nothing. Only a pitifully small portion might have some advanced skills. And perhaps these slaves are genuinely enjoying a life similar to what was advertised. But this accounts for less than 1% of the overall number. The remaining slaves remain as they were, or even worse off. Because when they were still slaves, their masters would provide them with basic meals to ensure their labor capacity. However, once they have the identity of freedom, their meals are no longer guaranteed. Although they have an income, it is not enough to satisfy even their basic daily meals. Saras does not know whether this change is good or bad for the slaves, as he does not consider their thoughts. What he is focused on now is suggesting that the deep-sea forces directly occupy the Viroka star system belonging to the Allied forces. Your idea is very good, Saras. Sherman was the first to agree, believing that dealing with the Allied forces directly is more effective now. What about North Loka? Stun's expression did not change, and he seemed a bit fatigued. I think he might still be dealing with the inquiries from the Locustar system. Saras smiled slightly, speaking calmly. Hearing this, Faze's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, Saras, your suggestion is good. Let's have the deep-sea forces bypass North Loka and directly attack the Viroka star system through the Edge wormhole. As for North Loka, let Mobius from the Northern Expedition Fleet take over the gravity wave cannon. After seizing the 4 wormholes, directly use the gravity wave cannon to destroy North Loka.